Chapter 1823. It must be admitted that when the Chaos Evil God used this move, the war suddenly became much more difficult. The warships of the Inquisition can destroy those space hulks and chaos warships. But it is useless against the demon army whose size is only the size of a mosquito relative to the muzzle. The anti-aircraft artillery on the warship cannot achieve a 360-degree all-round blockade. Therefore, when those demons rushed to the warships and planetary fortresses and began to use their minions to try to destroy them, the war changed from artillery fire to a competition of numbers. After all, Duanmu Huai could not blow up his warship directly, and this would not have any effect. Fortunately, he was well prepared. Duanmu Huai's soul walker profession is for this moment. Sitting on the chair, Duanmu Huai stared at the battlefield in front of him and silently drew one card after another. First, summon a large number of puppets, then launch Ruthless Erosion, Summon, Ancient Creation, Analysis Creation, and Mysterious Creation to enter the field. Of course, these fragile puppets and creations are no match for the devil. Even if Duanmu Huai desperately summoned thousands of puppets and creations, they were still vulnerable to the devil's fangs and claws. However, this is just the beginning. Fei Lin. Duanmu Huai called out the name of the dead otaku girl who had been staying in the court of trial and never went out since he rescued her. Then his fingers trembled, and the next moment, the ice dragon girl appeared on the battlefield. I know. As a guy who had been eating and drinking for so long, and was almost never useful, Fei Lin naturally understood that she had a heavy responsibility. So she also flashed, and the next moment she turned into a huge silver-white ice dragon, then opened her mouth and took a deep breath. At the same time, Duanmu Huai also drew another card. Frozen Storm. Deal 3 damage to all enemies. The roaring ice storm swept across the entire battlefield in an instant, and all the demons were enveloped by Fei Lin's roaring ice storm, and were caught off guard. But this is not over yet. Duanmu Huai popped out another card. Come out, destroy the absolute master Lysina. The girl dressed as an idol fell from the sky. The black and white eggs around her had hatched and turned into black and white angels. They closed their eyes and surrounded the girl. Duanmu Huai drew another, magic electromagnetic giant rhino. Well, this card used to be his mount, but it's a pity that it's useless now. Duanmu Huai moved his fingers, and the next moment the huge body of the magic electromagnetic giant rhino appeared in front of the idol girl, who chuckled and reached out. With her action, the huge magic electromagnetic giant rhino completely shattered and disappeared. At the same time, Duanmu Huai also activated Lysina's exclusive card, Song of Destruction. Specify and destroy one of your own servants or amulets without a countdown effect, and inflict damage equal to the specified card consumption value. To all opponents, the black and white blind angels opened their mouths. The sound of destruction burst out from their mouths, echoing on the battlefield. If Fei Lin's Frozen Storm is just an appetizer for the demons, then Lysina's Song of Destruction is enough to completely sweep away those weaker demons. As the song surged, the demons surrounding the planetary fortresses and warships exploded like mosquitoes hit by an electric net. Their bodies fell in all directions, turning into piles of horrible rotten meat. Originally, the destroyed demons would return to the subspace, and then victory and defeat are common in the military. Please start over again, hero. However, when they turned into corpses, the invisible power of the divine seal took over the ownership of these demons. The demon corpses that had been killed by Fei Lin and Lashina's full attack stood up again under the influence of the terrifying power of the divine seal, and began to twist and deform. They turned into a completely different terrifying form from before, and attacked their compatriots. Huh? Duanmu Huai stared at the battlefield, and when he saw countless red dots stand up again after being eliminated, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. In the game, players are simply piled up. But Duanmu Huai doesn't have so many people. Even if he has a few cards that can attack all, but ants bite elephants to death, they are definitely not enough to deal with the endless army of demons. But there is a way, that is the divine seal. As long as the corpses are killed, they can be infected and transformed by the divine seal. This means that as long as Duanmu Huai kills enough demons at one time, he can create a huge army of corpses in the blink of an eye. This also means that the more demons attack their warships and planetary fortresses, the more they will die, and more will be transformed into corpses. As long as the snowball continues, it will not be a problem to condense a few blood moons with the number of demons. And when it reaches that point, it will naturally be easier to deal with. No, it should be said that when it reaches that point, it will be the time when the pressure is the greatest. Because in this way, the Chaos Evil God will find that he cannot be suppressed by firepower and numbers alone, so the only thing left is a one-on-one fight. Well, I will fight 4 of them, and they will fight 1 of me. It's all one-on-one fights, which is fair. Duanmu Huai gritted his teeth and glanced at the progress chart. It was only 68% now. He just hoped that the evil gods would be more cautious, at least not to start directly before the ether phase engine was completed. For Duanmu Huai, the plan had gone smoothly so far, but for others, it was a bit not very good. Wow. Standing on the battlefield, looking at the scene in front of them with mixed feelings, Naruzmio and Gu Leia didn't know what to say. Except for Anne, Mary and Kurikawa Akane, who needed to stay in the center. Since the battle entered the second stage, almost all the other girls went to the battlefield and started fighting those demons. Of course, they had a hard time fighting the demons at the beginning, but after Duanmu Huai launched several full-scale attacks in succession, the situation improved a lot. Although this is the case, but, to be honest, this feeling is really not very good. Naruzmio looked at the battlefield in front of him speechlessly, and Gu Leia nodded with lingering fear. The battlefield has now shifted from space to the surface of warships and planetary fortresses. But the problem is not just that. Since Duanmu Huai activated the divine seal to take control of the demon corpses and turn them into corpses, dense corpses have covered the entire planetary fortress and the surface of the warships. From a distance, these warships and fortresses originally made of metal now look like meatballs covered by a large group of maggots. The feeling of constant squirming is enough to make people sweat. For the girls on the battlefield, watching those twisted and mutated demon corpses open their claws and crawl around on the battlefield, they are a little confused about who the enemy is. At least Naruzmio was frightened and hit the wrong target several times, but fortunately those zombies ignored her. Although the demon army on the opposite side was also disgusting, Naruzmio felt that the zombies on her side were not much worse. They were all the same. If she had not followed Duanmu Huai for a long time, and knew that the tribunal was not a kind and righteous organization, Naruzmio would probably doubt the difference between herself and the other side. Well, the difference is probably that they are on the side of humans? Anyway, at least now those scattered demon armies don't need their attention. Now the only thing the girls have to pay attention to is the demon leaders who lead the army. And the first person they meet is naturally named Satori, who is wielding a blade and killing happily on the battlefield. Ahahaha, it's really interesting. There are so many non-human things to kill. It's great. The girl shuttled through the battlefield like a hound, and the blade in her hand flashed a bright red light. The demons were chopped into pieces wherever they went, and their death and wailing aroused the excitement and joy of Mayumi Satori. She did not stop until a tall figure covered in red appeared in front of the girl, blocking her way. Mortal! The demon holding a giant axe roared loudly, its anger burning like fire, and its eyes were full of hatred and destruction for the world. How dare you block our way? Ahahaha! This big guy seems quite interesting. Looking at the demon in front of her, Mayumi Satori's face did not show any fear. Although others would fall into unspeakable panic and fear just by looking at these demons, for Mayumi Satori, her face was full of curiosity and expectation. Those demons are also quite interesting. I wonder if you are more interesting. After the words fell, the next moment, Mayumi Satori suddenly accelerated, holding a sharp blade and rushing towards the double-axe troll in front of him. The latter roared, spread his wings, and swung the axe in his hand forward, hitting the fragile figure in his eyes. The axe whistled down, and the air it tore turned into countless bursts of air waves, tearing everything around into pieces. However, Mayumi Satori flashed through it like a ghost, and those air blades that were enough to tear the body passed by her, and even Mayumi Satori's expression did not change at all. She rushed to the demon at almost the fastest speed, and at the same time, the sharp blade in her hand turned and directly pierced into the knee of the bright red demon. Roar! The painful demon roared, and it only felt that its knee was stung by a scorpion, and an indescribable pain was transmitted to its whole body along the nerves. This made the scarlet demon roar loudly and kick out at the same time, but at this moment, Mayumi Satori had already turned around and disappeared in the vast sea of people on the battlefield. Come out, despicable villain! The demon stared at the surroundings angrily, but all he saw was the vast army of bloodletting vampires, and the army of corpses fighting with it. It wanted to find the guy who had just given it a sword, but it couldn't find the other person again in this chaotic battlefield. But at this moment, suddenly, another shadow emerged from behind the big demon and pounced on the scarlet demon. At this moment, the scarlet demon also roared, turned around again, and swung the battle axe in his hand without hesitation. This time, the opponent was in the air, and he would not miss no matter what. Just as the scarlet demon thought, facing his attack, The petite figure had no way to dodge, but she didn't need to dodge. Looking at the battle axe blade in front of her that was almost as tall as herself, Lorena was not afraid at all. She closed the holy book in her hand and placed it in front of her chest, blocking the air wave bombardment that came with a giant axe's sprint. Then the nun clenched her fist, raised it high, and swung it hard at the giant axe in front of her, Lorena's iron fist. Bang! No! The Scarlet Demon widened his eyes in surprise, looking at the scene in front of him in disbelief. The battle axe in his hand exploded and shattered directly. The huge impact force even extended to his arms along the broken battle axe. The thick and powerful arms could not withstand Lorena's punch that was as powerful as Duanmu Huai's. The flesh and blood were directly blown apart, and its huge body was pushed backwards. Almost at the same time, Nyenmu Satora appeared again. She stepped on the twisted and mutated corpse, jumped high, and raised the blade in her hand. With a flash of cold light, the roar of the Scarlet Demon shook the entire battlefield. The wings behind it also fell off from the body and fell to the ground. I will not let you go, mortal. The pain and anger completely angered the Scarlet Demon in front of him. Sacrifice blood to the blood god, and offer your skull to the skull seat. Die! Chapter 1824. After entering the second stage, the entire battlefield was completely trapped in a scene of soldiers against soldiers and generals against generals. More and more demons transformed into corpses fought against the demon army. However, these corpses were not afraid of the stinking plague, nor did they care about the attacks of magic, and they had no reaction to the bewitching music. As for those idiots who shouted blood sacrifice to the blood god, skull sacrifice to the skull seat, they had almost no results. They would kill some corpses, and then soon more corpses would rush up to kill these tyrannical demons such as bloodletters, and then warmly welcome them to join the warm family of corpses. Coupled with the overall attack of Phaline and Lysena sweeping across the entire battlefield, it was almost impossible for those demons to leave unscathed. Although the demons can use their filthy power from the evil gods of the subspace, it is difficult for even those great demons, who have received the blessings of the evil gods, to use it here. There are two reasons. First, the reality anchor is not a vegetarian, and the combat effectiveness of any evil god and demon that enters the range of the reality anchor will be greatly weakened. The plague and magic they are good at cannot last as long as in the ordinary real world. After all, while these demons use their power to distort reality, the reality anchors under Duanmu Huai are also constantly stabilizing the Hume index at the real numerical level, weakening the psychic reaction of the subspace to the greatest extent. Second, they also encounter the enemies they want to deal with. Lorena and Nyenmu Satora fought with a tyrannical demon holding a battle axe and covered in bright red. Both sides relied purely on their bodies to fight each other. Lorena relied on her well-trained fists, while Nyenmu Satora relied on speed and ruthlessness to entangle the demon in front of them. Only the collision of swords and the roar of demons were heard, forming the main theme of the battlefield. Naruzmio and Guria are working together to deal with a monster that looks like a Maitreya Buddha and has a huge mouth on its belly. It sits on a giant sedan chair carried by a group of chirping plague mites, with a twisted and ugly smile. Its rotten arms are raised high, and the corrupt hurricane mixed with plague is completely defeated by Guria's roaring dragon roar. The torrential rain full of toxins also flew towards the sky under the attraction of gravity, condensed and compressed and disappeared at the end of space. Fulilian, Irisville and Medea fought with a two-headed bird with blue feathers. The surging magic light kept flashing on the battlefield. The battlefield near them was like a KTV dance floor. The shining light was connected continuously, and the explosions and light and shadow effects brought were equally gorgeous and dazzling. However, both sides were not very good at fighting. The magic of the soul card was still divided into enemy and friendly, but the reality stability anchor did not distinguish between enemy and friendly. This also led to the magic power of both the two-headed bird and Fulilian being very different from what they remembered. Many times, the magic that could tear the earth could only have the effect of opening a crack on the alloy deck, which really made the casters on both sides quite crazy. Of course, in general, because of the continuous reinforcement of the zombies, the situation was still biased towards Fulilian. On the other side, Ogus and Jiawei faced the leader of the Pink Army. A demon with a goat head, an ugly body, and 4 arms was waving the scimitars in its 4 arms and entangled with the 2 puppets. Those words and breaths that could be used to seduce the soul had no effect on puppets like Ogus and Jiawei, especially when they wanted to talk. They would always be attacked by noise from a distance. Are you really willing to fight for him like this? While waving his weapon, the demon used his seductive words to provoke the puppet sisters who were fighting against him. You are not human but puppets. Sooner or later, you will be abandoned by him. What will you have left by then? Accompanied by the demon's sad voice, it seemed that what it said had become a reality. The tall figure abandoned them, leaving the two puppets covered in dust in the corner, becoming garbage wrapped in spider webs. Melancholy, sadness, and lost feelings turned into concrete words in the demon's mouth, stabbing the enemy in front of him more sharply than the blade in his hand. Think about it. However, before it finished speaking, a loud singing voice suddenly sounded, sweeping across the entire battlefield. Even the demon stopped in an instant. Just like a psychiatrist who is about to give his patient psychological treatment, but hears a cheerful square dance outside the window, the volume is loud enough to make any intoxicating words lose their due effect. All that's left is your fate. You are my little apple. Your pain. I can never love you enough. Your future. Your little red face warms my heart. Your pain. The fire that lights up my life. Your fire. Damn it! The demon raised his head angrily, and the sad and lost atmosphere he had created just now disappeared in an instant. He angrily looked at Lysina, who was singing loudly above the battlefield, and he wanted to rush up and tear her into pieces immediately. The song with destructive waves completely defeated the sad atmosphere that the demon had carefully created, and even made it unable to feel the slightest bit of joy. It was as if some powerful force had completely wiped out its emotions, making it unable to experience the obsession that once penetrated its bones and soul. It's always like this. Before I could say a few words, the woman singing would completely invalidate my power. Not only that, her voice was like a heavy hammer, hitting my head again and again with the singing. And it seemed the power was getting stronger and stronger. Boom! Another warship was overwhelmed and exploded completely. Looking at the flashing and disappearing light spots on the screen, Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows. Although the battle situation on his side was indeed stalemate, but those warships were no longer of much use at the moment. They had already tried their best to attack the demons, but even so, after the demons tore open the deck and entered the warship, they had no choice but to self-destruct. But none of this mattered. There was only one thing that mattered. How long will it take? The progress has reached 78%. Maria's report was neither hurried nor slow, and in fact, she couldn't be hurried. After all, this was assembling an ether phase engine, not building Lego blocks. Even if it was building Lego blocks, no matter how impatient you were, you would still fail to build it well. In order to make sure that this thing can be completed on time, and can be used normally after pressing the start button, Duanmu Huai has nothing else to do except occasionally asking about the progress. At this moment, Duanmu Huai is staring at the depths of the dark subspace in front of him. Others may not feel it, but Duanmu Huai has a hunch that the gods of the subspace are staring at him. It seems that they are still looking at him. Duanmu Huai thinks this is understandable. If you see your enemy fiddling with something you have no idea what it is at your doorstep, you will also be nervous. Not to mention that he had defended this thing so tightly. The battle was still going on, and hundreds of warships had been blown up, but fortunately, the blood moons composed of the same number of demon wreckage filled their gaps. It was just that Aiko did not have the authority to command these blood moons. In fact, Duanmu Huai did not know what to do with this thing. He could only say that they could eat it if they wanted to. After all, compared to those warships, Duanmu Huai felt that a Pac-Man made of meatballs, with a big mouth chasing demons in the universe, could pose a greater threat. In fact, this was exactly the case. When the blood moons rose into the sky and began to devour the surrounding demon army with their tentacles and mouths, they did show a more amazing deterrent power than simply using light spears and macro cannons. This feeling was like a whale in the sea opening its mouth to devour a school of fish. And those originally fearless demons were now desperately fleeing like a school of fish chased by a whale. They obviously had no intention of accepting being eaten by such a strange thing. But this is not a problem that Duanmu Huai should care about. At least it is not his problem. Progress reached 96%. Maria's voice was also a little nervous, and Duanmu Huai became even more nervous. Although if you think about it carefully, those evil gods don't know when this thing will be installed. But those who know will always be nervous. After all, in movies or games, there will be a lot of trouble at the last moment. Even in the game, the offensive of the demons at the last moment makes players complain. But reality seems to be different from the game. At least for now, although those demons are still on the offensive, they have not appeared in the kind of violent, attacking at all costs. Sometimes it's good to have no artistic processing. Duanmu Huai silently clenched his fists. If it was a novel written by Mary, she would probably try to write this last moment thrilling and let the readers be in danger. As a reader, it may be exciting to see such a novel, but as a person in it, Duanmu Huai does not want to experience this feeling of danger at all. The progress has reached 100%, and the assembly is complete, Judge. Maria's voice sounded, and Duanmu Huai almost breathed a sigh of relief at the moment, feeling that his tense muscles were relaxed a lot. However, he still tensed his body again, then stood up and walked to the command desk. Maria also came over at the right time and handed the start switch to Duanmu Huai. Notify everyone to enter the third stage, Duanmu Huai said while pressing the button. Chapter 1825. To some extent, the Chaos Evil God's act of tearing the Eye of Terror actually helped Duanmu Huai a lot. Originally, according to the construction stages of the ether phase engine, in the first stage, the ether phase engine will establish a fragile foothold in the subspace. In the second stage, the tentacles of the ether phase engine will penetrate into the subspace, gradually invade and expand this area. In the third stage, the ether phase engine will tear a huge hole between reality and the subspace. Then comes the final stage, which completely stimulates the energy of the subspace to achieve the upgrade of the entire race. Before the final stage, players need to resist the attacks of the evil god's demon army on the ether phase engine and guard the foothold. However, Duanmu Huai does not need to do this now. The Chaos Evil God's active behavior of letting the subspace swallow the ether phase engine is exactly what he wants, and Duanmu Huai's original intention is not to hold the original ether phase engine ceremony to achieve the spiritual ascension of the entire race. After all, in the real world, humans and demons still have to fight. But if you really go to the subspace, then the problem is not completely non-existent. This means that the ether phase engine has skipped stages 1, 2, and 3. The next thing to do is to completely start it. But before that, Duanmu Huai has one last thing to do. A burning, even larger star suddenly appeared and swallowed up the ether phase engine. But that was not an ordinary star, but the core of Duanmu Huai's divine domain as the god of destruction. After Duanmu Huai became the god of destruction, countless aliens and heretics were destroyed by him, and their souls were put into the huge star by Duanmu Huai to enhance his divine power. But now, Duanmu Huai's ambition as the god of destruction is even greater. He wants to devour the subspace itself. Of course, you can't get fat in one bite. You have to eat bite by bite, and the ether phase engine plays the role of this bite. It will open a stable hole, continuously send the subspace into Duanmu Huai's divine core, and then it will be swallowed by the core, and then strengthen Duanmu Huai's power. This is why Duanmu Huai dared to fight the four evil gods alone. Both sides have endless subspace energy as a backing, so it depends on who can fight better. Duanmu Huai has never lost in fighting. Then, the ether phase engine started. The star that originally swallowed the ether phase engine turned dark in an instant, but then returned to its original state. And almost at the same time, Duanmu Huai suddenly felt a powerful force emerging from the depths of his soul. It was as if a steady stream of new forces appeared in his body. This feeling also existed when Duanmu Huai eliminated other aliens before, but at that time it felt like drinking Coke in a cup in small sips. Now Duanmu Huai felt like he was drinking a bottle of bottomless cola, almost to the point of being overwhelmed. Then, he took a step forward. With just one step, the scenery in front of Duanmu Huai changed instantly. He came from the magnificent flagship to the dark void, and the battles around him continued. But at the moment, these battles were no longer within Duanmu Huai's concern. He stared at the depths of the dark void in front of him, waiting for the enemy to come. He has already felt the anger of the chaos evil gods in the subspace, which is normal. Let's put it this way, if the real world is the Earth's crust and the subspace is the seawater, then what Duanmu Huai did is to make a hole in the Earth's crust, allowing large tracts of seawater to flow into it, forming a huge vortex. And the core of Duanmu Huai's god's domain is like the lava core under the Earth's crust, which will evaporate all the seawater that flows into it at super high temperature. This is absolutely unacceptable to the creatures in the seawater. What they want to do is to block this big vortex. But now that the ether phase engine is started, ordinary fish schools can no longer play a role, and they will only be sucked into it if they approach rashly. In fact, now those demons who are too close to the core of the god's domain have been attracted by a powerful force and rushed to the core of Duanmu Huai's god's domain and then burned to ashes. Even those big demons can only barely protect themselves in this violent subspace vortex. Therefore, the only ones who can really block this gap are those huge whales. Finally, they are here. Duanmu Huai's expression changed, and he looked into the dark depths of the subspace in front of him. He heard the roars and shouts full of anger, as well as the footsteps of fighting and violence. Duanmu Huai clenched the warhammer in his hand, raised it high, stared at the front, and then swung it down with force. At the same time, a huge warrior wearing red heavy armor and holding a huge axe suddenly jumped out, without any flowery stands, nor any opening monologues and lines. It held a huge axe, and swung it violently at Duanmu Huai. The roaring roar in its mouth shook the entire subspace like thunder. Boom! The warhammer and the giant axe collided, as if even the space was shaking. The wreckage of the warships around was blown away, in all directions, like meteors, by the shock waves of the battle and collision between the two sides. Come on! Duanmu Huai was not at all surprised by the appearance of tyrannical wrath. With his understanding of the chaos evil god, tyrannical wrath must be the first one to come. Among the other three, corruption, stain, and obsession sin might compete for the second and third place, but the treacherous blue birdman will definitely appear last. So the only thing he has to do now is to enjoy the battle in front of him. Boom boom boom. Both sides have infinite subspace energy as backup, so Duanmu Huai doesn't need to do any tricks at this time. He swings the warhammer and fights with tyrannical wrath. For a while, the warhammer and the axe fly and shine, and the roar and vibration that resound through the sea of stars even spread to all the places covered by the subspace in the Milky Way. Whether human or alien, they all looked up with fear and anxiety, looking at the starry sky above their heads, and listening to the war and roar from the depths of the distant Milky Way. Bang! Duanmu Huai once again hammered back the tyrannical fury in front of him. The latter was still extremely angry. It could even be said that it became even more angry during the battle with Duanmu Huai. However, this was useless, because Duanmu Huai was also a god, and the god of destruction. Any emotional power that tyrannical fury tried to absorb would be ruthlessly crushed by Duanmu Huai. Roar! Tyrannical fury roared again, and then other figures emerged. A fat and thin lord of all things with round eyes crawled out of his corrupt, tattered, and stinking garden. His big belly occupied most of the space like a planet. He opened his mouth wide, and stared at Duanmu Huai in front of him with a smile, revealing kindness and peace in his eyes. On the other side, a half-man, half-woman, neither male nor female, twisted and mutated like a long snake, with a perverted pink thing full of prohibited description. FBI warning. Harmonious words, twisted his waist, and walked out of the painful wailing of thousands of creatures, like a model. He looked at Duanmu Huai with disgust and ugliness, and his ugly, twisted, and blurred face also showed an unprecedented hideous appearance. Behind them, the blue birdman was hidden in the blue mist, with only a pair of bright eyes, and a blurred outline showing its location. Like an illusory shadow, it stared at the enemy in front of it. Obviously, tyrannical fury couldn't handle it, so the other three planned to attack together. Duanmu Huai spat, then he took a half-step back without hesitation, opened the inventory, took out the last elf bound by stasis, and then crushed its body with force. The elf, which was already half dead, was completely killed by Duanmu Huai's blow, and its soul fell into the hands of the androgynous dead demon. The reaction of the dead demon at this moment was as if it had just opened its mouth and yawned, and then a cockroach flew directly into its mouth. Its body trembled suddenly, and then a piercing scream, no less than the scream of the evil of obsession born in the depravity of the elf's indulgence and carnival, suddenly broke out. Ah! This sound was as piercing as scratching a blackboard with fingernails, and amplified 100 million times. Duanmu Huai had thoroughly experienced what was going on, when the legendary, the first howl of the birth of the crazy evil tore the subspace, and created the Eye of Terror. But this time, it was actually not much different. It was just that the one born was not the crazy evil. Accompanied by the screams of the crazy evil, its soft and snake-like body began to wriggle and swell, and a human face emerged from the inside of its belly, and then the palm, as if something was about to drill out from it. Have fun. Duanmu Huai gestured to the crazy evil, which suddenly began to have difficulty giving birth, and then rushed towards the tyrannical wrath again without looking back. Although he didn't know whether the prophecy that the birth of the spirit god of death would destroy the obsessive evil was true, because the idiotic prophecies of the spirits were almost never accurately fulfilled. At least now, the obsessive evil had to fight against the spirit god of death baby that was about to be born from his belly instead of himself. So Duanmu Huai planned to take this opportunity to deal with others first, and then see if there was a chance to kill the obsessive evil and the spirit god of death together, and kill two people with one body. As Duanmu Huai approached, the always smiling corruption filth showed a horrified expression for the first time. It was the most powerful among the four evil gods that Duanmu Huai was in charge of. The corruption filth was in charge of death and corruption. Perhaps those uneducated guys would regard them as the same as destruction. But in fact, the two were not the same thing at all. Death was part of the world's laws. The bodies of dead animals would decay and deteriorate, and then be absorbed by flowers, trees, or the earth, becoming part of the new life. Death and rebirth were part of the world's rules. However, destruction is the exact opposite: complete destruction, complete annihilation. No life can escape from this terrifying power intact. So from a certain perspective, Duanmu Huai's god of destruction and the corruption filth are the most incompatible. Although the latter is twisted, it is also the god of life after all. Duanmu Huai represents destruction, although it is limited to the destruction of the enemies of mankind, but it is very coincidental that this dead fat man does belong to the scope of it. Duanmu Huai swung the war hammer again, and the bursting flames burst forward, easily swallowing the poison gas and virus attacks released by the corruption filth. His whole body was shrouded in coal black flames, and those toxins that were enough to distort life were useless in the face of such extreme destruction. But soon, the battle axe that came from the side forced Duanmu Huai to change his target again. Obviously, if he didn't kill the tyrannical fury in front of him, he couldn't pose any threat to the two guys behind. What a trouble. Duanmu Huai frowned. But what should be done must be done. Chapter 1826. Duanmu Huai's plan actually ends here. He has always been a big-picture type of planner. Like now, Duanmu Huai feels that he can start the ether phase engine and start flooding the entire subspace. Then he wants to rely on the power of the subspace to fight 1 against 4. Oh no, the evil of obsession is in labor. It should be 3 against 3, and find a way to kill these 4 guys. But, after arriving at the battlefield, Duanmu Huai found that his idea was too simple. After all, the power of the chaos evil god is no less than his. Although Duanmu Huai can rely on the power of the god of destruction to resist the attacks from the treacherous tricks and the corrupt dirt, the battle with the tyrannical wrath still makes him suffer a lot. Duanmu Huai now felt like a boss. The tyrannical wrath in front of him was pulling his tank, the corrupted stain next to him was trying to debuff himself, and there was a DPS behind him who took the opportunity to output. It was really unlucky. Bang! Duanmu Huai blocked the attack of tyrannical wrath again and gritted his teeth secretly. Although the power of the subspace was still pouring towards him all the time, the 3 opponents were also old men of the subspace, and he was just a novice after all. How long would it take to fight like this? The shouting of the obsessed evil was getting more and more energetic. It felt that the birth of the god of death not only did not threaten this pervert, but also made it excited. What should I do? Just as Duanmu Huai was staring at the enemy in front of him and thinking, a voice suddenly appeared in his ear. It seems that you seem to be in a tough battle? Who are you? Duanmu Huai carried the magic of the blue-haired birdman and smashed the tyrannical wrath with a hammer again, while complaining in a low voice. Hello, customer service number 999812 is at your service. We detected that this system was connected to an energy source with abnormal values, so we started monitoring. Oh, so can you help? Duanmu Huai dodged the axe of the tyrannical wrath with a flash, and then threw the thunder hammer in his hand, which flew out like a missile and hit the head of the corrupted stain directly. Then I saw the head of the corrupted stain melt and crack like a pool of mud, and then solidified again. Duanmu Huai raised his hands, clenched his fists, and blocked the roaring sweep of the tyrannical wrath. I'm very sorry, but the world you live in is not within our reach. Can you say something useful? Don't be like those artificial intelligences that only talk nonsense. Duanmu Huai kicked away the tyrannical wrath and stretched out his hand. The thunder hammer flew back to his hand, just blocking the lightning attack released by the blue-haired birdman. The flashing purple thunder flowed through Duanmu Huai's hammer and spread all over his body, but before it could take effect, it was swallowed up by the black flames burning all over Duanmu Huai's body. But you don't seem to be in a life-and-death crisis now. That's right, you won't die, but I don't know how long it will take. Duanmu Huai was also gritting his teeth in anger at this moment, but there was nothing he could do. They were fighting for strength, and both sides had unlimited energy. In other words, if they wanted to hide, Duanmu Huai might not be able to finish fighting them here for 100 years. Sure enough, these 4 bastards are not easy to deal with. If I could fight one-on-one, I would have killed you guys long ago. Duanmu Huai collided with tyrannical fury again, and both of them trembled and stepped back. At the same time, the customer service voice sounded again. So you mean, if you can fight them one-on-one, you can destroy the enemy in front of you? Do you have a way? Duanmu Huai has even begun to consider whether to use his authority as an old one to summon a few foreign gods to mix in the scene. However, it is easier to invite gods than to send them away, and if the treacherous trick meets Yog-Sothoth, it is possible that the 2 brothers, who like each other, will join forces to deal with him. If it doesn't work, just ask Tindalos to come and close the door and release the dogs. Because you have a very powerful energy supply, I can indeed make a suggestion. Then tell me. Duanmu Huai rushed out of the sea of fire summoned by the blue-haired birdman, but his steps towards the ladder were once again blocked by the tyrannical wrath. The other party seemed to force him to fight it to his heart's content. Duanmu Huai never thought that this thing would be so competent as a tank. Although players have been joking about the complex relationship between the Chaos Evil Gods, after actually fighting with them, Duanmu Huai found that the relationship between these four evil gods is more complicated than players imagined. There is no way, after all, players in the game do not have a divine position, and according to the background setting of the game, no matter how powerful the players are, they cannot tear the evil gods apart with their hands. You can start the system menu, then find the activation sign at the bottom, and inject all your divine power into it, and you can activate the ultimate effect of the system. Then what? But I want to remind you that once the final effect of the system is activated, it will be completely sealed. Unless you win, you cannot use any ability through the system during this period. What about the soul card? That is a professional characteristic. Duanmu Huai gritted his teeth again and stared at the Chaos Evil God in front of him. He felt very bad, because the three guys were cooperating more and more cleverly. Originally, Duanmu Huai still adhered to the players' thinking, and thought that the tyrannical wrath would probably beat the fallen dog to clean up the evil. Unexpectedly, these four guys who fought to the death in the subspace could be so united when facing foreign enemies. It seems that the old pickled meat can't win, not only because of his playing style. But I won't give up so easily. Fight! Duanmu Huai hammered out again, forcing the tyrannical wrath to retreat. Then he stepped back, turned on the system, and injected his divine power into it completely according to the customer service. Then Duanmu Huai saw that the system framework in front of him became more and more dazzling with the influx of crazy divine power, and finally, bang! A golden light suddenly burst out from Duanmu Huai's body, and then turned into a beam of light that shot straight into the sky. Even the dark subspace was shaking under the shining of this golden light. The dark shadow was also ruthlessly torn apart, and an extremely powerful aura emerged. Even the Chaos Evil God stopped at this moment, and looked at the beam of light in front of him vigilantly. After a while, the beam of light disappeared. Duanmu Huai raised his head, and stared at the sky in front of him. After a while, he saw snow-white envelopes falling from the sky and drifting to the ground. At the same time, brand new content also appeared in the system information bar in front of Duanmu Huai. The gift game is about to begin. Activate the special soul card mechanical dais. The next moment, Duanmu Huai saw that the big iron coffin that he had been placing on the flagship to charge the reality anchor suddenly emerged from the center of the battlefield. At the same time, the white-haired girl who had been sleeping in the big iron coffin also opened her eyes at this moment. Then, the dazzling light burst out instantly, covering the entire battlefield. Duanmu Huai held the warhammer tightly, staring at the snow-white battlefield in front of him with wide eyes. He didn't know what happened, but he was sure that this might be his only chance. If he wanted to defeat the Chaos Evil God, the best way was to defeat them one by one. And now it seems that this is the only way he can rely on. After a moment, the light disappeared, and then Duanmu Huai found that he was no longer in the subspace battlefield before, but in a small house that looked very empty. Not only that, the power armor on Duanmu Huai also disappeared, replaced by a set of judge's clothes. At this moment, the system in front of Duanmu Huai was also gray and completely blocked. Duanmu Huai tried to press the options above, but there was no response. So, what is the situation now? Duanmu Huai turned his head and carefully observed the room he was in. The whole room was empty, with nothing but a door, a desk, and a letter on the desk. Letter? Duanmu Huai walked up, opened the letter in the black envelope, and took out the letter paper inside. Then, the contents appeared in front of Duanmu Huai. Name of the gifted game, Twilight of the Gods. List of contestants, Chaos faction to which the battlefield belongs. Participants, the organizer designates the game leader, Tyrannical Wrath, Corruption Stain, Obsession Sin, Treacherous Trickster. Prohibitions on the contestant side, not allowed to leave the designated game world before the end of the game. Winning conditions for the organizer, go to 4 worlds, challenge and eliminate the Chaos Evil God. Winning conditions for the contestant side, eliminate the organizer Duanmu Huai. Oath, respect the above contents, hold the gifted game based on honor, flag and organizer authority. Heavenly Dao Palace Seal. Staring at the letter in front of him, Duanmu Huai was stunned for a moment, then reacted. What kind of death game is this for him? But the rules are very simple. If you kill the opponent, you win, and if the opponent kills you, you lose. In other words, 4 evil gods, 4 worlds. I have to fight 4 evil gods in these 4 worlds, and then kill them one by one? Now Duanmu Huai understood what the customer service said. This has indeed become a one-on-one duel, which is easy to deal with. If they pick me alone, it will definitely not be easy for me to win, but if it is one-on-one, won't I beat these bastards? But Duanmu Huai felt his own power. The power that originally came from the god's domain to transmit the subspace source has been cut off. It seems that the main point of this game is fairness. Of course, for Duanmu Huai, this fairness is more suitable for him. After all, the Chaos Evil God does not talk about fairness. But unfortunately, it seems that they can't do it now. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai grinned and showed a smug smile. Then, he reached out, pushed open the door, and strode out of the room. Then let me play this death game with you. Chapter 1827. When Duanmu Huai walked out of the room, the first thing he heard was a familiar cry mixed with surprise. Mr. Duanmu. Duanmu Huai turned his head and found that there was also a hall outside, and at this moment, Mary, Lumiel, Lingnu and Mianmu Satori were sitting there, staring at each other. Seeing Duanmu Huai's appearance, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly stood up to look at him, while Lingnu looked behind Duanmu Huai curiously. There is no door there, master. Where did you come out from? Duanmu Huai turned his head and found that there was only a blank wall behind him, and the door that should have been there had disappeared. He just shrugged his shoulders and did not answer. And Mary came over and spoke a little uneasily. How is it going? Is the battle going well? So far, it's going well, if I don't consider that I might fight them for 100 years. What about now? I have a chance to defeat them one by one. Duanmu Huai didn't explain too much to others. This is similar to what we did before, you know, go to a world, investigate the crisis there, and then find out who is behind it. But this time we all know who is behind it, and the question now is what to do. Anyway, what the hell is this place? Just now we looked outside through the window, and it seems to be a nest city. Nest city. Duanmu Huai frowned, then he walked to the window and looked outside. Soon Duanmu Huai saw the iconic tower of the nest city in front of him, and the transport fleet shuttling nearby. This should be a nest city dock. Obviously, judging from their current location, they should have just arrived at this nest city. So that's it. Duanmu Huai understood the meaning of this game in just a moment. It was obvious that this nest city was one of the main battlefields of the game, and a certain evil god was hiding here. Now Duanmu Huai had to pull people out of this nest city and kill it. But this was not an easy task. If it was another world, it would be easy. After all, as a judge, the player knew which world was prone to which evil god. For example, it was difficult for the agricultural world to have believers of the wrath of tyranny. The possibility of the filth of corruption and the evil of obsession was greater. The forging world generally did not have believers of the filth of corruption and the evil of obsession. The group of oil men who risked their lives for knowledge were more likely to be deceived by the treacherous trick. The heaven world was almost the ideal choice for the cult of the evil of obsession. After all, this was the end of traveling and seeking pleasure. The wild world was the home of the wrath of tyranny and the treacherous trick. Those immature barbaric civilizations were easily attracted by the power of tyranny and magic. Only the nest city. It was a mixture of dragons and snakes, all kinds of things, and everything. 9 out of 10 mutants in the lower hives believe in the filth of corruption. Bureaucrats and nobles who crave power and status may plot conspiracies that satisfy the treacherous. The governor of the hive may also be a believer of the obsessed evil, who enjoys pleasure and tries to blindly follow everything. And those resistance organizations that have started a rebellion in the lower city and advocated freedom may be in a secret room, holding up their bloody heads and praising the tyrannical wrath. And this kind of thing is not uncommon in any hive. So what are you going to do, Mr. Duanmu? To be honest, I like hot melt bombs very much. Duanmu Huai touched his waist, but unfortunately, he didn't have enough hot melt bombs to blow up this nest, and from what Duanmu Huai saw so far, this nest was not so easy to blow up. At least for now, Duanmu Huai couldn't confirm which evil god was here from where he was. If according to the master, there is a certain chaos evil god hiding here, then will it hide itself all the time to play cat and mouse with us? Sister Ling asked curiously, and Duanmu Huai nodded. They have always been good at playing this game. If they can, I think they might shrink themselves into their turtle shells, but this is not a good decision. Because my priesthood is their nemesis, and now it is one-on-one, they are trapped in this game, and only killing me can end this game. Similarly, Duanmu Huai can only end this game by killing them. But the problem now is that the power from the subspace has been interrupted. Duanmu Huai cannot obtain power from the subspace, and the Chaos Evil God is the same, but there is one biggest difference between the two. That is, Duanmu Huai is a god in the real world, and the Chaos Evil God is a god in the subspace. At the moment, they are obviously in a real world, considering that this game is activated by the card, Deus Ex Machina, and Duanmu Huai's energy for creating a reality anchor all comes from this card, then the world created by this card must also be the real world. In this case, it is not easy for the evil god to kill Duanmu Huai, but it is easy for Duanmu Huai to kill the evil god. Therefore, in order to strengthen their own strength, the evil gods cannot choose to be turtles. They must make trouble, so that they can draw strength from human souls and emotions again to strengthen themselves. Therefore, they will definitely choose to make some trouble here, but I think the possibility of Tyranny's wrath is not high. Really? Well, Tyranny's wrath doesn't like deserters. If it wants to make trouble, it will definitely find a large group of rebels to start a war. But for now, Duanmu Huai looked at the orderly crowd queuing for inspection outside the port. There is no sign of riots here. Of course, it may also be that the riots occurred in the bottom nest, so they did not extend here. At this point, Duanmu Huai made a decision. In short, let's go to see the governor first. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai looked at the people around him, and found that this was indeed very similar to the configuration of a standard team of the Inquisition. The judge is Duanmu Huai himself. The adjutant and psychic is Mary. The top oil man is Lumiel. One scout, Suzuna. One combatant, Mianmu Satori. All the psychic, mechanical, intelligence, and human ones are here. Follow me. Duanmu Huai glanced at the four people, then opened the door and walked out of the room. Just like before, when they left the room, Duanmu Huai subconsciously looked back and found that there was only a wall. Obviously, the space just now was more like some kind of preparation room. When Duanmu Huai walked out of that space, it announced the start of the game. I don't know which evil god will be unlucky enough to be trapped in this dirty hell with me. Duanmu Huai really hoped that it could enjoy the stench in the bottom nest. Well, if it was that fat guy, it would be very likely that he really enjoyed it. However, seeing the nest still made Duanmu Huai feel relieved. At least, this was a world with human civilization. He should be glad that the game did not throw him directly to Katakan. Otherwise, Duanmu Huai would have to deal with more than just the evil god. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai packed his clothes and then strode forward through the crowd. The people around him cast curious eyes on Duanmu Huai and the girls around him, but when they saw the tribunal logo on their chests, they immediately turned their heads away as if they had been bitten, and dared not peek over here again. Duanmu Huai strode to the checkpoint, where two fully armed guards had already come up, led by a clerk. It can be seen that the fearful eyes they cast on Duanmu Huai were not just because of his appearance. Duanmu Huai raised his hand directly to them, showing his Inquisitor badge. I am Duanmu Huai, the Grand Inquisitor of the Tribunal. Duanmu Huai said this without lowering his voice, which immediately caused a commotion among the crowd, and this was what Duanmu Huai wanted. Anonymous investigation is not suitable here. Duanmu Huai needs to use his authority as an Inquisitor to let the entire nest know that a Grand Inquisitor has come here, so that those damn forces or sects that believe in chaos will think twice before making trouble, to avoid a Grand Inquisitor who will mercilessly burn the place where they are to ashes. Duanmu Huai can definitely do this. In this case, those who are willing to face the challenge are naturally the targets that Duanmu Huai needs to lock on. I want to see the governor. Then, Duanmu Huai looked at the pale-faced clerk and spoke. The power of the judge is almost unlimited. You know, they dare to exile even Astartes, so what are they afraid of? Therefore, when Duanmu Huai's request was reported, a luxurious floating car quickly flew from the air and stopped in front of Duanmu Huai. Duanmu Huai also took everyone to get in the car without hesitation, and then drove towards the direction of the governor's mansion. What world is this? It should be another world located in about 40,000 years. Duanmu Huai didn't know whether the game background this time was real or fictional, but he could see from the sculptures outside that the era should be before the fall of Cadia. After all, after Guilliman was resurrected, the praise for him never stopped. And at least in this hive, Duanmu Huai still couldn't see the serious Guilliman advertisement showing the conscription style. He could laugh at Guilliman for the rest of his life for that thing. The journey was very smooth. In fact, Duanmu Huai hoped that some cultists would attack him, but it seemed that nothing like that had happened yet. The flying car arrived at the governor's mansion on the upper level of the hive at the fastest speed and landed safely at the gate. There, the governor and his entourage had already lined up and waited. Duanmu Huai got off the flying car and looked carefully at the governor in front of him. The latter was not as fat as the governor of the Forgotten World he had seen before, but looked quite capable. He was wearing exquisite clothes, and the implants on his body also proved his noble status. At this moment, he stood straight. Just looking at this scene, it felt like a lonely and arrogant Wolf King was raising his head to inspect his territory. But even the Wolf King had to lower his proud head in front of the court. "Welcome, sir." The governor took 2 steps forward and saluted Duan Muhuai. "I didn't expect the Inquisition to come to this remote place. Please forgive me for not being notified before. We concealed our identities when we entered the port." Duan Muhuai certainly understood that the governor was actually complaining in a roundabout way. After all, according to the traffic rules of the 40K world, when a warship of the Inquisition, or a warship carrying members of the Inquisition, arrives at the port, they will immediately inform the other party of the situation via radio so that the governor can send someone to greet them in time. But this time Duan Muhuai suddenly appeared at the port, so it's no wonder that the governor complained. But Duan Muhuai obviously wouldn't explain anything to him. "The situation is urgent, I just say it directly." Duan Muhuai stared at the governor and spoke word by word. "This hive is under threat from the enemy of chaos, so I came here. Do you understand what I mean?" "Of course." The governor's expression changed slightly, and then returned to normal. "I understand exactly what you mean." He then spoke. Chapter 1828. Duan Muhuai looked at the governor at ease. He certainly understood what the governor was feeling now. Unlike the stupid idiot in the Forgotten World, most of the imperial governors would not want to see the Inquisition appear in their territory. Because their arrival is not to suspect that you have a problem, but to show that you do have a problem. The doctor may draw a conclusion after the examination, but the Inquisition will only consider whether to treat or amputate, or simply euthanize you. We need a detailed and comprehensive investigation, from top to bottom. You understand what I mean, Governor? This? Of course I understand. The governor was really not used to Duan Muhuai's threatening tone, but he had no choice because the Inquisition could even kill him here directly, because he did not cooperate with the Inquisition, and was suspected of being corrupted by chaos. Of course, ordinary inquisitors would not do this, and when they did so, they would not have any good results. But for any normal person, it is dangerous to be able to take out a gun and kill you at any time without any psychological burden. Very good, first I need to conduct a large search, and any suspects must be investigated. Duan Muhuai certainly knew how much effort it would take to conduct such an investigation on such a large nest of tens of millions of people, but this was not his problem. In fact, he was just robbing straw to kill rabbits, because any chaos believer with a little bit of rationality would shrink back at this time instead of directly hitting his gun. But the evil gods couldn't do that, because they urgently needed power to fight against themselves, so even if Duan Muhuai launched a large-scale search, they had to face the challenge. And this was a good start for Duan Muhuai. "I need to investigate the intelligence data of this nest city over the years. Where is your clerk?" "I'm here, sir." A man in a robe hurried out. From his expression, he seemed reluctant to attract Duan Muhuai's attention, but unfortunately, he had to do it now. Duan Muhuai just glanced at him, and then retracted his gaze. "Take us to the database." "Of course. Please follow me." The clerk wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, turned around and led Duan Muhuai and others to the depths of the corridor, while the governor accompanied them. No one spoke until they walked through the long corridor and came to the database on the other side. At this time, Duan Muhuai saw a mechanical priest in a red robe standing next to a large meditator, shaking the incense burner in his hand, trying to appease the machine soul in front of him. Beside this meditator, there were many mechanical servants and servants coming and going to help. Seeing their flustered appearance, it was clear that this situation was obviously abnormal. What happened? Seeing this, the governor frowned and asked. Anyone could see that the situation of the large thinker in front of him was not good. Its screen was full of bright red warning codes, and the binary noise became harsh and sharp. No matter how you look at it, this is not a normal situation. The machine soul is becoming violent and restless. The mechanical priest did not turn around, but answered the order vaguely. Some cursed waste code has been mixed into the data route to be read, and the machine soul is wailing and screaming. Lumiere. Duan Muhuai raised his chin towards Lumiere, and the girl quickly understood what Duan Muhuai meant. She walked to the large thinker and reached out to put her hand on the machine. At this moment, the thinker screamed deafeningly, and the mechanical priest complained angrily. The machine soul is becoming extremely unstable. Don't stimulate it anymore. The intelligence data of the entire nest city depends on it for transmission. As a recipient you can't. However, the mechanical priest didn't finish his words, because at this moment Lumiere's hands were already on the keyboard, and at the same time, beams of light like circuit diagrams emerged from the girl's fingertips and penetrated into the inside of the thinker. Then everyone saw that the bright red codes that were originally surging wildly on the screen were gradually disappearing, and soon, the screen that was originally filled with bright red gradually returned to its original green. And the angry roar from the thinker also weakened. Seeing this scene, the face of the mechanical priest next to him, which was almost transformed to the point that only half of his eyes were left, showed extreme shock and surprise. Omnisia, what did I see? The data storage device was purified, and the cursed blasphemous waste code was disappearing. The real data was returning. May Omnisia have mercy on our souls. Hearing the mechanical priest's muttering, Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes. Who said that these oil men have no artistic cells? Who else can make killing a virus so sacred and inviolable? Judge, it's coming. Right here, Lumiel shouted hurriedly, and then quickly stepped back. Almost at the same time, a subspace demon that looked like a batfish flying in the air suddenly emerged from the screen of the thinker like Sadako, opening its bloody mouth and trying to make a piercing scream. However, in the next moment, Duanmu Huai's big hand grabbed the demon's head and pulled out the electronic demon that had not yet completely drilled out of the screen. Then he clenched his fist and squeezed it suddenly. With a heart-wrenching scream, the electronic demon was completely blown off by Duanmu Huai's head and then swallowed by the black flames. At this moment, the mechanical priest and the governor had already stepped back in fear, staring at the unbelievable scene in front of them with wide eyes in horror. Although in this era, as long as the people of the empire have heard of demons, but they are not chaos believers. It can even be said that even among chaos believers, there are not many who have really seen demons. Obviously, the two of them are quite lucky. Humph. Duanmu Huai glanced at the demon ashes that disappeared in his hand and snorted coldly. He knew what this was. When Duanmu Huai returned to the 500 worlds, the word-bearers had used this trick on the Extreme Warriors, using a large amount of virus code to launch an attack to interfere with the Extreme Warriors network system, and then cut off control and communication. Lumiel was also in charge of handling this matter at that time, and it was Lumiel who forced the virus codes to one place and forced the electronic demons to show up. Remember that it seemed that Gilliman killed those electronic demons at that time, and now they are attacking the main database of this hive again. Well, it is obviously because of me. Collect intelligence, continue. Duanmu Huai gave the order, and after hearing his order, the mechanical priest, who was stunned beside him, came back to his senses. Wait a minute, the machine soul is already overwhelmed. Without enough sacrifices to appease it, the machine soul will not help us. As he spoke, the mechanical priest looked at the thinker in front of him again. As a maintainer, he knew too well how irritable this machine soul was. Not to mention that he had just been attacked by blasphemous waste code. At this moment, the machine soul could even give up. Logically speaking, at this time, one should strictly follow the ritual, offer pure data to the machine soul, and then humbly pray for its forgiveness. Of course, Duanmu Huai was not completely unable to understand this kind of program. It was like sometimes when you run a program, you hope that everything goes well, so you light incense and worship Buddha. Maybe you don't know what this is for, but as long as you do it this way, the experiment will go smoothly. But if you don't do it this way, you won't be able to run it. Although I don't know the principle, if you can run the program smoothly by burning incense and worshipping Buddha, then burn incense and worship Buddha. Although it does look stupid. However, the next moment, the mechanical priest saw a scene that he could not believe. Under the girl's hands, the originally irritable machine soul was now as docile as a sheep. Unlike the one that needed to be coaxed and served, Lumiel only needed to move his fingers slightly, and the former would obey orders with great obedience. How could this be? She was not even a mechanical body, but just a mortal. Just when the mechanical priest's external logic circuit was about to be completely burned by this shocking scene, Lumiel's voice sounded. The data information database has been completely taken over. My lord, what information do you want to investigate? First follow the route of the waste code attack to find the attack location. Duanmu Huai was sure that this attack was related to his arrival. It was obvious that some people in the nest, who had a guilty conscience, had learned of his arrival, and knew what he was going to do, so they planned to take the initiative to erase the nest's database, so that he could fall into chaos. I have to say that this move was good. If Duanmu Huai hadn't had Lumiel with him, other people would have been helpless in the face of this electronic demon's virus attack. But unfortunately, this was not the first time Lumiel had encountered this electronic demon. Okay. Lumiel's fingers danced like playing the piano, and then stopped. The 4891th thinker in the 326th area of the nest. Duanmu Huai turned his head and looked at the governor, who also understood what Duanmu Huai meant and hurriedly explained. I remember there was a huge workshop there, mainly used to produce corpse starch. Mary Satori, let's go. For Duanmu Huai, hearing this was enough. Sister Ling, you stay here to help Lumiel, and keep us in touch if anything happens. Okay. Sister Ling nodded with a smile, and made AV sign to Duanmu Huai, who turned around and strode towards the door. Governor, please take us there. Chapter 1829. Perhaps, influenced by the awareness of civilization, the thing that players are most dissatisfied with in the game is this corpse starch. Corpse starch, as the name suggests, is made from corpses. Of course, not all corpse starch is made from corpses, but some corpse starch is indeed made from corpses. The raw materials are discarded biological components, obsolete mechanical servants, wet parts that failed to be transformed, and civilian corpses. These are crushed and then hydrolyzed with high-temperature acid, and then extruded to make corpse starch. This kind of corpse starch is not unacceptable to players on the battlefield. After all, there are records of defenders running out of ammunition and food in ancient times, and then eating people. In comparison, corpse starch is just a scientific step, which at least looks like it. Of course, except for the battlefield and the world where famine occurs, most other places use chemical synthesis to make corpse starch. However, this chemical synthesis method is also very disgusting. It is produced by the refining and processing of promethium. To put it in a way that players of this era can understand, like plastic, this food comes from the product of petrochemical processing and refining. Of course, don't expect this kind of stuff to look good. Most of the time, it looks like the stuff you get in the toilet after having a stomachache. The only good thing is that it has no taste and is bland. Of course, it is nutritious, at least certified by the well man. So in this world, most of the lower class civilians eat this kind of stuff, and only the upper class and the nobles are qualified to enjoy real food. This is also the part that players complain about a lot. In the eyes of most people, if they can only eat this kind of stuff every day, it's no wonder that the people below will rebel. It's understandable to use it in an emergency during a battlefield or famine, but if you want to eat this stuff in your daily life, you'd be a saint if you didn't vote for chaos. As for why the lower class civilians in the empire can only eat this, the reason is very simple. The empire is too big, the population is too large, and the food supply can't be met. And why is the empire so populous and the area so large, but the supply can't be met? Because the emperor took too big a step, spread his stall too wide, and most importantly, he colluded with chaos. Yes, this is why Duanmu Huai doesn't give the emperor a good face every time he sees him. In his opinion, according to the ban of the Inquisition, the emperor himself is the biggest heretic. Most players can't understand the fact that the emperor traded with the evil gods of the warp to create the pre-march. In their opinion, the emperor should not have any involvement and connection with the warp at all. Besides, the pre-march looks useful, but it's actually not that useful. In addition, one point that many players criticize is that as an immortal, the emperor has experienced the golden age of mankind and the Iron Man rebellion, so he must know what is on which territory of mankind. For example, everyone knows where their country is good at heavy industry, where it is good at light industry, where the granary is, and where there are minerals. Like the Three Kingdoms, the order of priority in war will be locked, and those places that are contested by military strategists will be controlled first. However, the Emperor's great expedition looks magnificent and domineering, but it seems to be a bit of a fight to the end, and it is basically a mess. The most difficult thing is naturally the webway plan. In the eyes of players, the Emperor is gambling on the fate of the country. If the webway succeeds, everyone will be fine. What if the webway fails? Do you have a backup plan? Facts have proved that there is no such thing, so the Emperor has become a piece of old pickled meat. Players are basically applauding this. This biggest heretic finally got his retribution. So it is normal that Duanmu Huai could not meet the Emperor in the torrent of time. If he really followed Guilliman to Terra at that time, Duanmu Huai would have directly announced in the name of the Inquisition in front of the Emperor in the Terra Palace that the Emperor was a heretic, and would be completely purified. Horus can't kill you, so can I? So governing a big country is like cooking a small fish. You have to be down to earth, and take one step at a time. Don't try to eat a fat man in one bite, and don't think about taking shortcuts. The above is the national affairs that Duanmu Huai is considering. As for why he is thinking about these, the reason is very simple, so as to divert his attention. At present, everyone is standing in the corpse starch production factory on the middle level of the hive. In front of them is a big pot. It looks like the kind used by witches to make poison in animations, but it is magnified hundreds of times. Above the cauldron, a drain was spouting the sticky, earthy yellow corpse starch. It looked like indigestion. Add to that the dark brown marks all around. Mary didn't say anything, but her eyes were clearly wandering. On the contrary, Nyenmu Sator looked nonchalant and looked around curiously. Is it here? Duanmu Huai retracted his gaze, no longer looking at the corpse starch spout that was spouting like diarrhea, but looking at the thinker in front of him. The latter was completely damaged, the entire body was bloodstained, and the screen was dim. There was only a gear boy lying on the ground. Its body exploded, and it looked like someone had stuffed a grenade in its stomach. There was a team of planetary defense soldiers guarding around, but to be honest, in Duanmu Huai's opinion, they didn't play much of a role except preventing others from approaching. In a place like the Hive City, the planetary defense forces were generally 100 times more incompetent than the police in Hollywood movies. In Duanmu Huai's opinion, as long as they were not infiltrated and corrupted, he would be thankful. One of the young men came over tremblingly. Duanmu Huai guessed that he might not be forced to take on the task of welcoming himself, because he was not welcomed by his colleagues, not because of his duties. I am Magistrate Cole, affiliated with the police department. The young man in front of him spoke in a nervous voice. He didn't dare to stare at Duanmu Huai, nor did he dare to look at Mary and Nyenmu Sanawarai. He had to look at the wall next to him, as if the traces on it were some famous paintings. We received a report 10 minutes ago that there was a production accident in the starch processing plant in District 326, which needed to be dealt with immediately. Production accident. Duanmu Huai slightly raised the corner of his mouth. This was really a very vague term. Then what did you find when you came here? No, nothing, Your Excellency the judge. Cole weighed every word carefully, fearing that Duanmu Huai would pull out a gun and shoot him on the head. He should be thankful that Duanmu Huai was not very good at using a gun. When we arrived here, there was only a group of workers surrounding it, and then we dispersed them and protected the scene. Then we received a notice to wait for you to come here, Your Excellency. Has anyone touched the body? No one since we came. The young man shook his head. Do you know that gear boy? He is the tech priest who handles the main thinker. We have met several times, but we are not familiar with each other. Yeah. Duanmu Huai nodded, then walked to the side of the corpse and stared at the mechanical priest in front of him. The latter was completely finished at this moment. There was a data line on his body still connected to the thinker, but this was not the point. Duanmu Huai reached out his hand, reached into the body of the mechanical priest, turned it over, and then he turned on the searchlight and stared at the corpse in front of him. In the gap of the body, that was almost completely transformed by the machine, Duanmu Huai saw several tumor-like things. He squinted his eyes and pondered for a moment. Then he stood up and looked at the workers around him. Who of you is more familiar with this gear boy? In response to Duanmu Huai's question, the crowd surged for a moment, and then a middle-aged man walked out. However, from the way he was cursing and covering his butt, he looked more like he was kicked out. Who are you? Respected judge, I am a servant of the Foztech priest. The man trembled for a moment, but still answered obediently. I am mainly responsible for some basic work, after all, wiping ointment for the meditators, lighting incense and the like. Please forgive me, I really don't know anything. You don't need to explain, I want to ask you some questions. Duanmu Huai waved his hand. Did you find anything strange about him during your contact with him? Sorry, sir, to be honest, all gear boys look weird to us. He always mumbles something incomprehensible. I really don't understand it either. Have you ever smelled anything from him? Motor oil? Or incense? That's about it. At this point, the man thought for a moment. Sometimes I also smell a foul odor, but you know, I'm not sure if the smell comes from him. Which area of the hive is the corpse starch mainly supplied to? Areas 326 to 489. Bring me a bowl of that stuff. Duanmu Huai said, pointing to the cauldron that looked like a witch's medicine. I want the stuff in there. Although he didn't know what Duanmu Huai was going to do, the man still obediently took a bowl from the interface under the cauldron and handed it over. Well, this thing looks really hygienic and healthy up close, and Mary turned her head away. Duanmu Huai reached out, dipped a little, and put it in his mouth, smacked his lips carefully, and then squinted his eyes. He made a gesture to Cole next to him. Come here for a moment. Yes, sir. You all eat this? This? Most people eat this way. There has never been any plague or epidemic here, right? That's true, sir. Speaking of this topic, Cole immediately straightened his chest. I heard that the reason for this is that a respected saint once came here. At that time, he saw that the people here lived a poor life, so he prayed for blessings from the benevolent emperor. After that, our people here never got sick again. That's right, this thing is clean and hygienic. Duanmu Huai handed the bowl of aioli to Cole and patted his shoulder. What is the connection of this gear boy? You mean the mechanical church? It is located in Area 329. Thank you, I leave it to you. Duanmu Huai nodded to him in a friendly manner, then turned and left. Then he turned on the communication terminal and connected to Lumiel. What did you gain? So far, there is nothing special to pay attention to. Lumiel's voice came. Murder, accident, riot, all data are below the average. No abnormal values were found. So it is more important to go to the scene. I did find something. Duanmu Huai laughed. I found a gear boy with signs of corruption. From now on, block the entire passage to the upper city of the hive until we find the culprit. Is this communication network encrypted? Of course, Inquisitor, I will find out immediately if anyone tries to eavesdrop. That's good. By the way, what is this hive mainly responsible for? It is an industrial hive, mainly responsible for providing weapons and materials to neighboring star regions. Because it is located in a remote star region, the shipment volume is not very large. It is only responsible for supplying weapons and materials to itself and nearby star regions. At this point, Lumiel paused. But according to records, the shipment volume here has been unstable for a long time. What does the governor say? I have no way, Inquisitor. The governor's voice sounded again. Those mechanical priests always have excuses of one kind or another. I also hope to complete the glorious mission entrusted to me by the Empire as soon as possible, but they always shirk for various technical reasons. You know, when it comes to this, even I have no way. That's right. Duanmu Huai nodded. It is easy for an expert to fool an outsider. Not to mention the oil man, it is the same if you find someone to manage programmers. If you don't understand the technology, then you have to follow the other person's instructions. And the oil man has a higher status than the programmer. Then I just do it for you. Chapter 1830. Getting on the flying car again, the three flew towards the shrine, and Duanmu Huai sighed helplessly while sitting in the car. Mary, what do you think now? Me? Yes, who is our enemy this time? What do you think? Duanmu Huai did not ask Menmu Sanatorai. She was more interested in killing people. Thinking has never been Menmu Sanatori's strong point. Mary frowned, thought for a moment, and flipped through the notebook in her hand. Since there is an electronic demon, I think it should be a treacherous trick. After all, Duanmu Huai once told them how electronic demons had a devastating impact on human civilization and caused the Empire to switch to the Thinker. I also hope it's this guy. It would be great if it is. Mr. Duanmu thinks it's not? Mary was somewhat surprised. But didn't these followers of the treacherous trick start immediately after you, Mr. Duanmu, arrived here? They should be serving the evil god they believe in. Or can other evil god followers also drive the demon of the treacherous trick? No such thing. That demon is indeed under the command of the treacherous trick. Duanmu Huai waved his hand. But don't take it for granted that the blue-haired birdman is here. The treacherous trick represents change, and therefore it is also called the Lord of Change. It has no goal and no purpose. Everything it does is just for change. For example, when you find that the treacherous trick throws a demon into a certain world, you should not take it for granted that the other party intends to destroy the world. For the treacherous trick, it just wants to feel the changes brought about by it. Whether the demon succeeds or fails in the end, it is acceptable to it. So whether you win or lose, it can say that this is part of the plan. As for what the plan is, it doesn't know. Sounds like a confused lunatic. You have described the nature of that idiot very well. Duanmu Huai nodded, agreeing with Mary's evaluation of the treacherous trick. The most stubborn thing in this galaxy is the mouth of the treacherous trick. In its mouth, it has never lost. All failures are planned, and all victories are taken for granted. The failed plan is only part of the plan for victory, and the plan for victory represents a part of a larger plan. Hearing this, Mary was a little confused. You have confused me, Mr. Duanmu. No, just as you think, this guy is like a lawyer. It can chatter a lot of nonsense to you, and in the final analysis, it is to prove to you that it is always right. Your current victory is even an indispensable part of its future plan, and it may even make you begin to doubt whether your victory and existence are really valuable. Unfortunately, most of the believers of this thing are as crazy as the evil god they believe in. Mary frowned and thought carefully for a moment, then she understood what Duanmu Huai meant. So what you mean is that although these are the work of the followers of the cunning, it does not mean that the Lord of Change is here. It is more that its followers want to cause a series of changes to please their gods because they know you are here? That's right. Duanmu Huai shrugged. So I always hate these idiots. Maybe it's because of the influence of that blue-haired birdman. Those idiots think they are the smartest people in the world. By the way, I give you a little news. It is well known that the cunning and the corrupted have a bad relationship, so you shouldn't be too surprised when you know that the corpse starch has been corrupted by the corrupted virus. I did see that ball. The green light emanating from it. Recalling the cauldron before, Mary's expression was a little stiff, especially in her golden eyes. She could still see the other party emitting green light. By the way, the workers were also full of green light. So, the people there, they are hopeless. Duanmu Huai stared out the window and gave an unmistakable answer. When the followers of the corrupted stain begin the ceremony, they will find that their bodies will gradually become different from what they hoped. Well, I can only say that it's a pity that I didn't bring my hot melt bomb. Otherwise, I can give them a gift now, so that their souls will be completely destroyed in the flames. So is there a possibility of cooperation between the two groups of believers? I really want to say no, but it's not necessarily. Duanmu Huai couldn't help but think of a certain four gods election. In front of certain things, these four evil gods can still temporarily put aside their prejudices and reach an agreement. Although this situation is very rare, it is not particularly rare. At present, this game concerns their lives, so Duanmu Huai is not sure whether the four evil god believers will unite to deal with him under the instigation of their master. Especially in a place like the Hive City where all kinds of people are mixed, the power of any evil god faction cannot be underestimated. If this is a plan initiated by treacherous believers, then Duanmu Huai must be careful. At this time, the holy shrine is already in sight. The architecture of the mechanical church is different from that of the state church. It follows a very rational and practical style. Moreover, unlike the state church, there are basically no idle people outside. Under the control of the driver, the flying car slowly stopped on the landing platform. Duanmu Huai took Mary and Nianmu Satori out of the car and came to the door of the holy shrine. Looking at the open door in front of him, Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows, then reached out and took out the chainsaw sword hanging on his waist. He took it from the governor. Something is wrong. No! The oil guys never leave the door wide open. Duanmu Huai raised his head and raised his chin to the front. They usually keep the door closed, and only those who are allowed are qualified to activate the thinker over there to open the door. Duanmu Huai said while looking at the right side of the door, and sure enough, he found a thinker there. Obviously, this was originally used to open the door, but now it is closed. Duanmu Huai activated the communication again. Lumiel, we have arrived at the shrine of the mechanical church. There is no one here. Can you find any clues from the internet? No one. Lumiel's voice sounded a little unexpected. But I have a report that the equipment over there is working properly, and there is no problem. Well, that's the biggest problem. Duanmu Huai drew out his chainsaw sword and gestured to the two. If we go in, there must be a trap inside. Then we still need to go in? Mary was obviously a little surprised. So we have to see what trap these guys have set for us. Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders. Unless they set up a hot melt bomb here and want to blow us up, well okay, this possibility is really not low, but don't worry, we won't die. I hope so. Mary had nothing to say to Duanmu Huai's words except sighing helplessly. She clenched her cane and stared at the front. And Minmu Sanatori, who had been listless all the way, heard Duanmu Huai's words at this moment, but his eyes were shining, which was very rare. So, teacher, can Satori start now? About the same. Yeah. Hearing Duanmu Huai's permission, Nianmu Satori cheered like a child who found his favorite ride in an amusement park, then excitedly jumped up the steps in 2 steps, and then walked towards the wide-open metal door in front of her, as if she had no doubt that she would encounter landmines or other attacks when she walked in. Maybe she just didn't care at all. Duanmu Huai and Mary also followed Nianmu Satori and walked into the dim door in front of them. The corridor inside the door was silent. Logically, there would usually be mechanical servants responsible for transporting goods, or red-robed monks to maintain the machine's soul. But there was no one here at the moment. Oh, this statement is not right. There are still half a person. In front of Duanmu Huai, 5 guys with a body size similar to Ogren were standing there, and most of them had been transformed into mechanical devices. Duanmu Huai recognized at a glance that these were slaves used by the Mechanicus for guarding and patrolling. At this moment, they were staring at Duanmu Huai, and then they made a sound in unison. Scan completed, lock the enemy, and annihilate immediately. To be honest, this development was not beyond Duanmu Huai's expectations at all. On the contrary, Nianmu Satori's actions were faster than Duanmu Huai imagined. The girl lowered her body and rushed forward before the scanning sound fell, as if she had no interest in what these slaves wanted to say. Well, in fact, there is no need for any interest. Soon, 2 of the slaves raised their hands. Their hands were transformed into plasma cannons and heavy bolters, trying to aim at Mienmu Sanatwarai. Although the firepower of these two slaves was enough to match a platoon, their biggest problem was clearly revealed in front of Mienmu Sanatwarai. These modified guys reacted very slowly, and they were also stubborn that machines must aim before they could fire. Therefore, when they raised their weapons and aimed at Mienmu Sanatwarai, the latter had already quickly dodged from the original track in an S shape and then accelerated again. Before a round of bombardment was over, Mienmu Sanatwarai had already appeared in front of the two slaves. The sharp blade in her hand easily pierced the gap in the slave's modified neck, and then turned it casually. The next moment, the slave's head flew high like a basketball, and the body that lost control fell down. In just a moment, Mienmu Sanatwarai killed the two slaves in the back who were responsible for long-range attacks, and at the same time, the other three slaves rushed towards her. Mary wanted to help, but was stopped by Duanmu Huai. He knew that with Mienmu Sanatori's ability, it was more than enough to deal with these slaves, and this girl was also very pin-up. When investigating in the factory before, Duanmu Huai found that Mienmu Sanatwarai cast eager eyes on the workers more than once. Obviously, although she did not have Mary's golden eyes, the strange nature of Mienmu Sanatwarai seemed to have noticed that the workers had been polluted. However, she was still obedient and did not chop anyone, so Duanmu Huai decided to treat this as a reward for her. Mienmu Sanatwarai was not wearing armor or protective gear. She was still wearing her very relaxed and cheerful school uniform. To be honest, this thing had no protection at all. Any live ammunition weapon could tear Mienmu Sanatwarai into pieces. However, the girl's weird courage and equally weird body movements were enough to make up for this deficiency. In Duanmu Huai's opinion, Mienmu Sanatwarai was a bit like an agile warrior, relying purely on evasion and defense, and the opponent's attack was a miss. Of course, the disadvantage was also obvious. If she was touched, Mienmu Sanatwarai would definitely die. This was especially true for the chainsaw gloves and chainsaw swords used by the slaves in front of him. However, Mienmu Sanatwarai didn't seem to care. She twisted her body and easily dodged those mechanical and rigid attacks with a body movement similar to what Duanmu Huai had seen in the martial arts world. Considering that she often fought with Zai Longnu and the others in the tribunal, maybe she did learn something, and then swung out the sharp blade in her hand, and in a moment, she easily cut the remaining three slaves into pieces. Thank God, these guys were transformed so that there was almost no meat on their bodies, so they didn't feel disgusted. Well done. Duanmu Huai nodded to Mienmu Sanatwarai with satisfaction. The latter sheathed his sword and smiled, and made a V sign to Duanmu Huai. It seems that cutting these slaves into pieces did relieve the girl's anxiety and uneasiness to some extent. Let's move on. Chapter 1831. After walking through the corridor and entering the shrine, Duanmu Huai came to the control room. The tech priests and robot servants here were working hard. The whole hall was silent except for the occasional knocking sound. No one even raised their heads to look at Duanmu Huai, as if they didn't notice the uninvited guests at all, and the sounds made by the fighting slaves at the gate just now were completely non-existent. Teacher, can these be cut too? Mienmu Sanatwarai stared at the tech priest in front of him curiously, his eyes sweeping around him, as if he would start cutting if he didn't agree with him, but Duanmu Huai just glanced at the tech priests and retracted his gaze. Then he nodded. Do it. Before he finished speaking, Duanmu Huai grabbed a slave who passed by him and threw it straight forward like a baseball. The latter went forward, continuously smashing several tech priests connected to the thinker, and then hit the opposite wall with a bang and turned into a broken puppet. After getting permission, Mienmu Sanatwarai also cheered, and then drew her weapon again and chopped at the tech priest in front of her. She skillfully wielded the sharp blade, like a skilled swordsman, and stabbed the blade into the gap of the tech priest's flesh and blood, and then spun around like a butcher cutting a cow, accompanied by a flash of cold light, and the next moment the tech priest's head fell to the ground. Mienmu Sanatwarai pointed his toes to the ground, and then rushed forward again. Only Mary didn't know what to do. Although she also guessed that the tech priests here should all be enemies, in Mary's opinion, at least both sides should say a few words first to determine whether the other party is an enemy or a friend before taking action. But it seems that Duanmu Huai is obviously not interested in this, and he doesn't need her help. For a moment, the whole operation room was filled with the sounds of Duanmu Huai and Mienmu Sanatwarai beating and dismantling the tech priests and mechanical servants, but no matter how these guys were dismantled, the others seemed indifferent. They just stood quietly in front of the thinker, as if they were communicating with the thinker without words. In fact, if this were a certain book theme, Duanmu Huai would like to play more high, but these mechanical priests, both men and women, had obviously been transformed long ago, and most of their body parts have been replaced with machines. Duanmu Huai is not a machine oil man, and he will not be horny for a bunch of iron shells, so hammering them to pieces has become his only job now. Mr. Duanmu, I go in and take a look. Mary looked at the other side of the operation room. The door there was closed, and no one went in or out, but Mary felt that she should go to see the situation over there. Maybe she could find some clues. Go. Duanmu Huai waved his hand nonchalantly, and at the same time punched another machine oil man away. It wasn't that he suddenly had the urge to deal with these guys, but from the current point of view, these guys were probably controlled or even corrupted. Duanmu Huai had encountered similar things before. When players investigated facilities in the game, they would occasionally encounter such situations. NPCs stood there motionless like dead people, and the players ignored them. As a result, when the players triggered the mechanism and planned to retreat from inside, they found that the statues had become guards blocking their escape. It was very annoying at that time. So players usually smash anything that can move into this kind of place when they encounter this kind of situation. If the opponent does not resist, then at least it can be guaranteed that it will not resist in the future. If the opponent resists, it is even better, at least you know who you are dealing with in advance. So don't look at these oil guys standing here like dead people now. Duanmu Huai doesn't want to face a group of fully armed ghosts blocking the road when he comes out later. However, since Mary wanted to go inside to take a look, Duanmu Huai didn't stop her. He was quite confident in Mary's strength. If it was Mianmu Satori who made this request, Duanmu Huai would naturally not agree. If she left his sight, who knows if this little girl would fight directly inside. Bang! When Duanmu Huai dealt with the last oil guy and smashed its brain into a ball of mud, the entire operation room was basically dead except for Duanmu Huai and Mianmu Satori. Satori won. At the same time, Mianmu Satori raised his hand high and cheered. There were a total of 25 oilers and 50 mechanic servants here. Duanmu Huai killed 1/3 of them, and the remaining 2/3 were killed by Mianmu Satori. Of course, most of the reason was that Duanmu Huai was too lazy to waste energy on these guys, and Mianmu Satori seemed to be very keen on using his weapons to open these tin cans. Hee teacher, Satori is awesome, right? Yeah, awesome. Duanmu Huai nodded, and then looked at the other side of the operating room, where the closed door had been opened at this moment. Remember that Mary seemed to have walked in just now. Just when Duanmu Huai was about to contact Mary to ask if she had found anything, he found someone pulling his sleeve. Duanmu Huai turned his head, and saw Mianmu Satori looking at him excitedly. Teacher, Satori is awesome, right? Yeah, awesome. Duanmu Huai nodded again, and Satori chuckled. Then Satori wants a reward. Reward? Yeah. Satori's answer was very simple and direct. Duanmu Huai saw her leaning on the altar next to her, with her back to him, then turned her head, and reached out to lift the thin cloth. Reward? With the help of the dim light inside the shrine, Duanmu Huai could clearly see the reflection of the liquid dripping down Mianmu Satori's snow-white skin. It was obvious that when she was killing these oil guys just now, she was so excited that she was about to have a flood. Well, this is also a quirk of Satori. When she kills non-humans, her interest is quite high, and after killing them, her other nature will also expand accordingly. This little girl's personality is indeed strange, but Duanmu Huai doesn't hate her. And her strong desire to kill non-humans can be regarded as a role model for the tribunal. Duanmu Huai thinks that everyone should learn from the fearless spirit of Mianmu Satori, who just cuts down non-humans when seeing them. In this way, the work of the tribunal will be much easier. And it is obvious that Satori has no intention of being patient at all. She stares at Duanmu Huai with her eyes burning with fire, and at the same time stretches out her fingers to open the dark and deep entrance. Facing Mianmu Satori in front of him, Duanmu Huai thought for a while. Anyway, there is still time, and Mary probably won't be able to come back now. Duanmu Huai raised his head and looked ahead. This is still the altar for worshipping the mechanical god. But what does this have to do with me? Anyway, even if the mechanical god exists, he can't beat me. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai also made a decision. Just as Duanmu Huai and Mianmu Satori began to further explore the deep cave, Mary also came to the depths of the mechanical shrine. However, to Mary's surprise, there was nothing inside. There were no mechanical priests, and even slaves could not be seen. The entire shrine seemed to be completely abandoned. This reminded Mary of the amusement facilities that looked like haunted houses that she had seen in the amusement park before. They would put a few dummies outside to disguise themselves, but in fact, they were all empty behind. It was the same here. The entire shrine was dead silent, without any sound, and even with the golden eyes, nothing could be seen. No. Mary stopped suddenly, and stared at the wall next to her. From the outside, this wall seems to be just a simple wall. It was in the shadow before, and Mary didn't notice anything unusual. But now through the golden pupil, Mary can see the thick dark shadow behind the wall. It is obvious that there is something behind the wall, but what exactly it is, Mary doesn't know. After all, the golden pupil is not a perspective eye. What she can see now is that there is something behind the wall. But as for what it is, Mary is not sure. This is Lemuel's specialty. Mary is an archaeologist, so she doesn't work on information networks. Let's let Mr. Duanmu take a look. Mary made a decision and turned around to go back along the original route. She originally thought that she would meet Duanmu Huai and Nianmu Satoru on the way, but to Mary's surprise, she almost walked back, but still did not find any trace of them. Could it be that the two were delayed by something? There should not be many enemies in that place. Ah! Just when Mary was puzzled, her ears suddenly caught a faint shout from the depths of the corridor, which startled Mary. It was obviously the voice of Nianmu Satoru, and it sounded like it was very painful. Could it be that Mr. Duanmu and Miss Satoru were in trouble? Thinking of this, Mary also hurriedly quickened her pace and walked towards the end of the corridor again. As she got closer to the operating room, Nianmu Satoru's voice became louder and louder, more urgent, and even a little intense. This made Mary even more uneasy. Finally, she came to the door of the operating room, and then Mary clenched her cane and opened the door. Mr. Duanmu, Miss Satoru, are you all right? Ah! At the same time, a loud shout came from the front. Mary looked at it, and then froze in place. At this moment, Nianmu Satoru was holding Duanmu Huai tightly with her hands and feet, raising her head high, her body trembling constantly. Finally, after a moment, the exhausted girl let go and leaned on Duanmu Huai's arms. What are you doing? Looking at the scene in front of her, Mary didn't know what to say for a while. Instead, Nianmu Satoru noticed Mary's presence and waved to her with a smile. Ah, Mary, do you want to come together? I appreciate your kindness. Mary looked at the two speechlessly and spoke silently. Chapter 1832. It must be said that the atmosphere was somewhat awkward after this. Looking at Mary, who was walking in front of him in silence, Duanmu Huai didn't know what to say. Although Mary also knew the relationship between her and the other girls, but... Mary, that... Please rest assured, Mr. Duanmu. Mary's voice was not at all interrupted. I am just your secretary, Mr. Duanmu, and I will only record everything you have experienced truthfully. This kind of thing is inevitable. I will write this paragraph in the next book and say that you were very efficient and ended the battle in only 3 minutes. No, at least 20 minutes, you can't write this casually. Duanmu Huai immediately felt why the ancient emperors couldn't raise their heads in front of the historians. Just kidding, if Mary really wrote in the book that she surrendered in 3 minutes, Duanmu Huai felt that it would be better to fight 100 years of war with the 4 gods of chaos. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Humph. Mary snorted and didn't answer, and Duanmu Huai didn't know what to say, so he could only walk beside Mary. On the contrary, Nianmu Satoru looked like she didn't care at all. She really didn't care much, jumping and skipping behind the two of them, humming a song easily, as if nothing had happened just now. Fortunately, Mary didn't dwell on this issue anymore, but took Duanmu Huai to the wall. Duanmu Huai looked at the wall carefully, and then took out the bird divination instrument to investigate. There should be a dark room behind it. A hole? It doesn't look like it. It may be some kind of secret passage. Duanmu Huai clenched his fists while speaking, and Mary immediately reached out to cover her ears. Then, with a deafening crash, the heavy metal wall that could be used to make Titan armor was directly punched through by Duanmu Huai. Then Duanmu Huai reached out and tore a big crack in it like tearing brown paper, and looked inside. Well, it's just as I expected, a secret elevator, and I don't know where this thing leads to. Speaking of which, Duanmu Huai poked the servo skull next to him. This was found in this mechanical shrine. After activating it, Duanmu Huai let Lemuel control it, so that Lemuel could help himself in this way. Where does this thing lead to? Can you start it? Let me see. Accompanied by Lemuel's voice, the servo skull flew to the elevator console and stretched out its mechanical tentacles. Well, it's specially encrypted, but it can be removed. Where does this thing lead to? The 563rd lower nest. By the way, why didn't I see any guards coming? Duanmu Huai retracted his gaze and glanced at the still silent passage outside. He had already informed Lemuel of the situation here, and the latter should immediately inform the governor to send someone to deal with the aftermath. Although the big soldiers of the Planetary Defense Force have always been incompetent, they are not so incompetent. I was just about to report this news to you. Lemuel's voice was very calm. There was a riot in the lower nest, and the governor has currently transferred most of the guards to defend the gates and passages to prevent the riot from spreading upwards. Riot? What's the reason? Lemuel investigated. The apparent reason is that the incense tax has increased by 5%. Incense tax? Mary blinked, while Duanmu Huai shrugged and pointed to the side. Did you see those candles? Yes. These candles can be seen everywhere, especially in various religious places, and even ordinary people use them for lighting. To be honest, the whole nest looks like a big candle to Duanmu Huai, with hundreds of millions of candles burning on each floor. These candles are not only used for lighting, but also have religious significance. These things are taxed, not consumption tax, they need to be paid separately. Mary was stunned for a moment, and then sighed silently. I understand. I can understand. Can you understand? Well, my country used to have similar taxes. Mary recalled and explained to Duanmu Huai. It's called the window tax. The standard of collection is determined by the number of windows in the house. Less than 10 windows need to pay 2 shillings, 10 to 20 windows need to pay 6 shillings, and more than 20 windows need to pay 10 shillings. Of course, this is a thing in the past, and has been abolished now. I just didn't expect that there would be something similar in such a world. Taxes and taxes are the same no matter which era, civilization, or country. In the final analysis, they are just something that the higher-ups came up with to make money. If I weren't the Inquisitor, I would also want to kill these idiot bureaucrats. Well, strictly speaking, I can kill them now. I can find out who proposed this stupid plan, and then label them as heretics for deliberately disrupting the internal order of the empire, and then burn them directly. Duanmu Huai finished complaining and changed the topic. By the way, it's just a riot. Do we need to mobilize the guards of the upper nest area? In Duanmu Huai's impression, the governor basically doesn't care about the lower nest area. It doesn't matter if all the people in the lower nest area die. At most, we can just find some more people to come. Because the scale is large, and they also have automatic weapons of the imperial standard. According to the scale, it should be about the same as the missing part in the scheduled production. That's very interesting. Duanmu Huai laughed. This is really interesting. In general areas, the Mechanicus is responsible for weapons production, and the weapons production efficiency of this nest city has not reached expectations. Now not only have the oil men here invaded the governor's meditators, but they have also attacked themselves. There is even an elevator in their shrine that leads directly to the riot nest area. Well, what do these oil men want to do? Duanmu Huai thought about it, and decided not to think about it anymore. Anyway, no matter what the oil men want to do, the only thing he has to do as an inquisitor is to destroy their jobs. Let's get on the elevator. Duanmu Huai made a decision, and then walked up to the elevator, followed by Mary and Mianmu Satori, and then the servo skull controlled by Lemuel. Then the elevator started quickly, and fell down at a rapid speed. Well, it was basically the same as falling. However, even the flying man in the air would stay for more than 10 seconds, so Duanmu Huai was not worried about this, but continued to communicate with Lemuel. Now it seems that how likely do you think this riot was launched by the oil men? Very large. Lemuel's answer was quite quick. I intercepted some data flow records. Not long after we eliminated the electronic demon, a large amount of data was transmitted from the shrine to the lower nest area. I think they should have started the evacuation plan at that time, leaving only a part of the people as disguise. What a surprise! Duanmu Huai snorted coldly. I thought these oil guys would use more technical methods to launch the attack. They did. In fact, this elevator is connected to the power system of the shrine. Once it is started, it will immediately overload the power center, fuse, and then the entire shrine will be blown up. Even if they investigate, they will only find that the relay is faulty, and the sudden high power breaks through the sacred protection of the relay. That really seems like their method. Anyway, they will definitely attribute it to an accident afterwards. Duanmu Huai didn't need to ask why the oil guy's trick didn't work. It would be strange if this trick could work in front of Lemuel. I have to say that the oil guys had a good idea. If Duanmu Huai hadn't found the hidden elevator, they could have made up a lot of excuses to bully others who couldn't understand their neurotic binary language. If Duanmu Huai had found it, he would have been destroyed along with the shrine. But unfortunately, the oil guy's control over the machine is still far inferior to that of the electronic fairy. Lemuel is the expert. Will the communication be interrupted? Don't worry, I'm using their encrypted channel. Awesome. Duanmu Huai gave a thumbs up. Indeed, the enemy might cut off the communication channel of the nest, but they always have to keep one for themselves, and this thing is completely secret in front of Lemuel. At this moment, another lively voice sounded. The governor is giving a speech. Ling Nu joined the channel with a smile. I'm afraid that the group of enemies had no idea that their communication network had now become a tool for Duanmu Huai and others to brag and fart. What did he say? Just some cliches, like asking people to stay calm, stay at home, and wait for the riots to subside. Keep an eye on him and his deputy. Report any unusual behavior to me immediately. According to Duanmu Huai's experience, it is not difficult for a governor of a nest city to be corrupted. Even if he himself will not be corrupted, it does not mean that his deputy is clean. In other words, according to experience, they are generally absolutely unclean. Soon, the elevator began to slow down, and explosions and gunfire could be heard faintly outside. Duanmu Huai silently picked up the chainsaw sword and signaled Mianmu Sanaorai and Mary to prepare for battle. After all, this is the passage used by the oil men to enter and exit their secret base. Considering that they even hope to blow up the entire shrine to destroy the corpses, it can be imagined that this place is definitely not simple. Finally, the elevator stopped, and then the door slowly opened. Duanmu Huai activated the chainsaw sword and shook his head. Okay, let's go. Chapter 1833. When he walked out of the elevator, Duanmu Huai found that the situation was somewhat different from what he had imagined. Originally, in Duanmu Huai's imagination, the lower nest area should be in chaos at this time, with mobs and guards shooting at each other with guns. But the fact is not so. When Duanmu Huai walked out of the elevator, he found that the noisy fighting sounds had disappeared. It was not that the battle was over, but because the thick rock wall blocked the sounds. As for the reason, it was also very simple. Just look at the scene in front of you, and it will be clear. This is a mine. Duanmu Huai stood on the platform and looked down. He saw a very ordinary mine in front of him. Those mechanical servants were operating tools and digging caves. It seemed that this was no different from what the Mechanicus usually did. However, doing this under the nest city was somewhat surprising. Duanmu Huai turned his head and took a look at the elevator buried in the stone wall behind him. It seems we are very deep. Yes, sir, according to the instrument detection, we are now about 3,800 meters underground. Where is this in the nest city? There is no record. There is no record of this area in the official map. The service call controlled by Lemuel searched the records and gave an answer. This is an undeveloped area. I think it's well developed here. Duanmu Huai sneered. The mine in front of him was not newly developed at first glance. It was obviously developed for a while. I don't know what these oil guys are doing down here. But at least no matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like a good thing. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai's mind turned, and then the surging dark shadow emerged from the shadow like boiling water, turning into a power armor wrapped around Duanmu Huai's body. Then he waved the chainsaw sword and strode towards the stairs. Let's go and see what these oil guys are doing. The mechanical servants working around pretended not to see the presence of Duanmu Huai and his group of three. Well, in fact, considering the single-threaded processing mode of these guys, they may not have any response procedures in this regard. It seems that Minmu Satori has killed a lot before, and now he seems to be more or less satisfied, and he doesn't care so much about these mechanical servants. The group just walked down the platform and walked into the tunnel. At first, everything was normal. The dark yellow lights on both sides of the tunnel illuminated the dark depths of the underground. But as he walked, Duanmu Huai found that even the darkness that could not be illuminated by the lights was not a heavy shadow. The originally broken bedrock gradually disappeared, and was replaced by dark, straight stone walls. They gradually replaced the broken rocks and soil, and became the only scenery here. Mr. Duanmu. I know. In fact, seeing this, Duanmu Huai almost guessed why the oil guys did such a thing. Sure enough, when he walked to the end of the cave, the bright, ghostly green light replaced the yellow light, and became the only scenery here. Duanmu Huai narrowed his eyes, and stared at the scene in front of him. The dark, black stone-covered tomb was in a mess. From the tools and equipment placed here, it can be seen that this place has been the research room of the oil men for some time. Duanmu Huai raised his head, and continued to look inside, and then he saw a rather surprising scene. At the end of the tomb, a group of oil men were standing there, and opposite them was a group of space Necron soldiers. Not only that, in front of this group of space Necron soldiers, there was also a space Necron. At this moment, it seemed to have noticed Duanmu Huai's existence, looked over here, and then looked at the oil man in front of him. It seems that we have a new guest. Hearing the words of the necromancer, the oilers turned their heads to look at Duanmu Huai. Although most of their faces were covered with metal, Duanmu Huai could still feel the surprise and astonishment in the eyes of the oilers. "Hey, hello." Duanmu Huai raised his hand and waved at them. "I didn't expect that there would be such an unexpected gain in the basement of the shrine. As a technology priest, I was quite surprised that you were so close to the aliens. But it's not that surprising, after all." Duanmu Huai sneered. "All gear boys are like this, heretics. I really didn't expect you to come here, Inquisitor." One of the oilers spoke up. "Based on the evaluation of your actions, we thought there was a 96.5% chance that you would be buried in the shrine." "Well, that's a good point. Are these your last words?" Duanmu Huai clenched his chainsaw sword. Although he didn't want this unexpected surprise, he didn't care. Why not attack when he's already in the face? Maybe we can talk about it. However, the oil man didn't shut up, but continued to speak. "Just as we reached an agreement with it, maybe we can also reach an agreement with each other. I want to see what heresy you can say." Duanmu Huai stopped, partly because the Necron soldiers raised their Gauss weapons, and partly because he wanted to figure out what was going on. By the way, although those Gauss weapons can easily penetrate the armor of Lehman Russ tanks, Duanmu Huai has no problem resisting them with his body. At the same time, Duanmu Huai carefully looked at the necromancer's tomb in front of him. As an Inquisitor, Duanmu Huai was quite familiar with the necromancer's tomb. This was obviously just a small tomb. From the coffins on both sides, it can be seen that this necromancer has only about 100 necromancer soldiers at most. In other words, the thing that was so arrogant on the high platform should not be a big figure like the necromancer overlord, but just a small noble. Well, this can understand why it didn't dismantle all the gear boys who trespassed into its territory without permission into parts after waking up. After all, the strength of the necromancer is also strong and weak, and this one is not that good. Obviously, with this guy's strength, if he is discovered by the nest, then he will have only one way to go. Of course, the necromancer can use teleportation to get out, but looking at the appearance of this place. Duanmu Huai's eyes paused in the corner of the wall next to him, and then retracted. Oh, that's why. Because of the landslide, this guy's portal was buried, and he couldn't run away even if he wanted to. So pitiful. You should understand. Just as Duanmu Huai carefully looked at the situation in front of him, the oil man spoke excitedly. "Look, this great existence is so dazzling. Don't you think their perfect divinity is a revelation?" "Divinity?" Duanmu Huai was stunned for a moment, looking at the metal ribs standing behind them in surprise. "You are not a star god. Where does your divinity come from? Is this oil man crazy? What revelation? The future of mankind." At this point, the voice of the oil man became louder and louder. "This is the perfect incarnation of life after eliminating all organic defects, the final form of human beings guided by the teachings of Omnicia. Uploading human consciousness to the immortal and perfect body to achieve assimilation with Omnicia. Can you imagine what that would be like?" "I can imagine it." Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders. After all, the dead cemetery in front of him was an obvious answer. "So why did you distribute weapons to the mob?" "This is just part of the plan," the oil man continued. "Although we, the Iron Screw Body Order, unanimously agreed to seek perfection, we also know that this behavior will be regarded as heresy by the world's decadence and conservatism. Therefore, if an accident occurs, we hope to create a high-intensity conflict, which has a high probability of diverting their attention. Especially you, Your Excellency the Inquisitor. And because the governor here is unqualified to rule the lower population, according to calculations, as long as there are enough weapons and some clever incitement, there is a 97% chance of causing a riot, and there is a nearly 82.3% chance that the riot will succeed in the end. Of course, the Empire will send troops to quell the rebellion, but by then we have completed the great sanctification ceremony, and we will prove that our path is correct." "Well, that's it." Duanmu Huai nodded silently. "So you accidentally discovered this tomb of the Necrons. All this is the revelation of Omnicia." The oil man raised his hands excitedly. "We have received the attention of the God of all machines, who guided us to awaken the sleeping messenger, and our thirst for knowledge has also touched the incarnation of the Omnicia." The more he talks, the more heretical he becomes. Duanmu Huai narrowed his eyes, and clenched the chainsaw sword in his hand. However, he has almost guessed what happened. It is obvious that there are tech priests in this order who have been corrupted by the treacherous trickster, and then it did not choose to corrupt the entire order immediately, but deliberately guided them to dig and awaken this space Necron tomb. This kind of roundabout behavior really looks like the style of the treacherous trickster believers. So is this also part of its plan? Waste your time with this? In this case, then don't waste time. Okay, enough nonsense. Duanmu Huai sighed. Go to hell. Before he finished speaking, Duanmu Huai suddenly jumped up, like a cannonball being fired, and rushed directly towards the Space Necron Lord. Chapter 1834. It must be said that Duanmu Huai's reaction was beyond the opponent's expectations. In their opinion, facing a row of Necron soldiers' Gauss weapons, Duanmu Huai should not make such a reckless move. But the fact is that Duanmu Huai jumped up and rushed straight towards the oil man and the Necron Lord on the high platform. At this moment, the unique nether green light of the Gauss weapon also flashed. They sprayed out from the soldiers' guns, and then penetrated the bodies of the oil men who had no time to dodge. The latter transformed himself into a little Iron Man, which was completely useless for this kind of weapon that could even penetrate a tank. Soon, the group of oil men were completely vaporized in a confused state, leaving only a pile of black charcoal slag. What's going on? This scene was completely beyond the expectations of the Necron Lord. It turned its head in surprise, but saw that its soldiers were aiming at it with guns. What are you doing? Attacking the enemy. That's right, you are the enemy. At this moment, Duanmu Huai's voice emerged from behind the Space Necromancer Lord, and then the whistling chainsaw sword directly chopped its neck, chopping off its long head. The latter circled and danced in the sky, opened his mouth to say something, but the next moment the Gauss rifle fired again, completely destroying the metal monster in front of him. Stupid idiot. Duanmu Huai looked at the melting debris in front of him and snorted. Then he raised his head and nodded upwards. Well done, Lumiel, as expected, you are the best at dealing with these iron lumps. Thank you for the compliment, Judge. Lumiel was flying around the service skull, looking very comfortable. In fact, the reason why Duanmu Huai communicated with the other party just now was to cover Lumiel. The latter had quietly infiltrated the control center of the Necron's tomb when the oil man was passionately talking about his plan, and then controlled the Necron soldiers. For Lumiel, this was not a difficult task. So what's the situation with this guy? Duanmu Huai kicked the waste slag and asked. Please wait. Well, according to the system, this Necron cemetery experienced a geological change many years ago, and nearly 4/5 of the area was swallowed and buried, and it has lost its function. I see. No wonder this guy hooked up with the oil man. Duanmu Huai snorted. He thought it was strange that the Necrons and the oil men hooked up together. After listening to Lumiel's report, Duanmu Huai understood that it was obvious that even the Necron cemetery could not resist the power of nature. A large-scale geological change is enough to wipe out the entire cemetery. You can imagine how this unfortunate lord felt when he woke up from his slumber and found that only half of his house was left. Did the arrival of the oil men activate the cemetery? That's about it. Then we can guess that this lord must have reached a deal with the other side in some way, but it was a bit surprising that he would use this to lure the oil man Duanmu Huai. The Star God used this trick to deceive the Space Necron, and now the Space Necron wants to use the same trick to deceive humans. It's really interesting. So I hate that bastard, Cunning Gui. Duanmu Huai sighed silently, and Mary was shocked when she heard his muttering. Hey! Is this what Chaos Evil God did? It looks like what that bastard did. Anyway, if you ask it, it will say that everything is planned. But I guess it should not be in this world. No, I hope it is trapped in this world, so that I can deal with it. In Chaos Evil God, Duanmu Huai hates Cunning Gui the most. This bastard likes to engage in such conspiracies and tricks. If it were the other three Duanmu Huais, he would not be afraid, but he is annoyed by this kind of thing that forces you to play a puzzle game and makes you go around in circles. If Cunning Gui is in this world, Duanmu Huai will not have to worry as long as he kills it. But if it is not, Duanmu Huai will have to be careful of this bastard's various troublemaking behaviors in the next other worlds. Just like now, it is obvious that it deliberately leads Duanmu Huai here to buy more time. As for who it is for, I don't know for the time being. What should we do with these soldiers, sir? Do we need to activate their self-destruct sequence? Not for now. Hearing Lumiel's question, Duanmu Huai shook his head. We are just short of a troop to quell the riot, and they are obviously the best chess pieces. By the way, how is the riot developing now? The Planetary Defense Force is losing ground. Lumiel's report completely matches Duanmu Huai's impression of this bunch of good-for-nothings. Did the rioters shout slogans like blood sacrifice to the blood god? I didn't pay much attention, and there is no information on the intelligence network. Lumiel paused. It is described that the mobs drew a strange pattern on their chests that looked like a wheel. Well, that means they are really playing big this time. Chaos Octagon, no surprise. Currently, the mobs have reached the 417th floor, and then... Lumiel's voice became confused. The mobs were attacked by the mobs? What's going on? The guy on the brass throne is loyal to the Empire again? According to the report of the retreating Planetary Defense Force, when they were evacuating, a mob force took the opportunity to attack another mob force. Lemuel's voice was also full of doubts. But there is no more news. In short, let's leave here first. Duanmu Huai shook his head and left the mess of information behind. Where can we get out? Wait a minute. You can take the elevator from the other side of the tunnel to the smelting plant in Area 400 of the Hive City. These minerals will be sent there for smelting and manufacturing. Okay, lead the way. Soon, Duanmu Huai took the remaining Necron soldiers controlled by Lemuel, a total of 235, so poor, and took the transport elevator to quickly arrive at the smelting plant in Area 400 of the Hive City. Obviously, those heretic oilers did not tell their colleagues what they were doing down there, so when Duanmu Huai came out with a large group of Necron soldiers, he almost scared the mechanical priests of the smelting plant to death. However, Duanmu Huai was too lazy to pay attention to the shouting of these oilers. He just showed the mark of the Inquisition with a sullen face, and blocked the chattering mouths of those oilers. Then Duanmu Huai quickly left the smelting plant, and rushed to the gate of Area 400 as quickly as possible. The whole street was empty, most people had retreated to their homes, and closed their doors and windows. Obviously, they had heard about the mob, and no one wanted to come out and cause trouble at this time. However, Duanmu Huai doubted whether this order could be maintained to the end, although it had nothing to do with him. When Duanmu Huai rushed to the gate, the battle between the mob and the Planetary Defense Force for the gate had already begun. The soldiers of the Planetary Defense Force relied on the terrain to control the grenade guns and poured firepower at the front, but those mobs were not easy to mess with. In the past, these mobs without claws would not pose any threat at all. But now it is different. Although they are still ragged and look no different from the hungry victims, the weapons in their hands are obviously not the same. Be careful. Accompanied by screams, a rocket hit the turret directly, smashing the grenade gun into pieces and blowing the soldier operating it into a bloody mess. The mob, without the suppression of artillery fire, rushed forward more and more excitedly, while the morale of the soldiers of the Planetary Defense Force was greatly reduced. Fortunately, at this moment, Duanmu Huai led the undead soldiers to the scene. The ruthless killing machine fully demonstrated its powerful strength at this moment. The green beam of the Gauss rifle roared across the battlefield, ruthlessly piercing the bodies of the mobs and turning them into charcoal. Duanmu Huai also appeared in front of the battlefield at this moment, grabbed a soldier, and showed him his mark. I am Duanmu Huai, the chief judge of the tribunal. Report the situation immediately. Ah yes, sir, I am Sergeant Kazan of the 2nd Company of the 305th Regiment of the Planetary Defense Force. The latter saluted hurriedly and tensed his body. As you can see, the mobs are well armed, and we can't hold on at all. What is the order from the governor? Keep holding on, and don't let them cross the 300th area anyway. Further up is where the nobles live, and no one wants the rebellion of the mobs to affect such a high place. Where are the reinforcements? The governor is dispatching from other hives, but it will take time. Then you continue to act according to orders. Duanmu Huai glanced at the battlefield. The mobs that rushed up had been cleared by the undead soldiers. The whole ground was full of green residues, and there were no corpses. This was a good thing. By the way, I heard that the mobs were attacked by the mobs. Yes, sir, thanks to them, we were able to evacuate in time. The sergeant's expression was obviously a little surprised. I never thought that the people in the lower nest area also have such a strong ability to unite. Well, I didn't expect that perhaps people are really brave when they act to protect their homes. Where are they? When we retreated, the attackers had suppressed the civilians back to the original street just near here. Okay, thank you for the information. After getting the map, Duanmu Huai continued to move forward. Although there were still mobs rushing up, they were undoubtedly a mantis trying to stop a chariot in front of the dead soldiers. Even if they had sophisticated weapons, they were definitely no match for the space dead. But after breaking through 2 nests, the battle situation gradually became chaotic. Duanmu Huai found that the mobs in front of him were not just shooting forward. On the contrary, they were shooting around like crazy, spraying flames, burning buildings, and covering the entire nest area with thick smoke. If the air filtration system was not fully opened, I am afraid that these guys could be choked to death here without using bullets. When Duanmu Huai broke through another street blockade, he saw that the mobs were holding flamethrowers and spraying flames at the blocks in front of him, while the civilians on the opposite side fought back with weapons. They looked well trained and uniform. At least they didn't look like ordinary civilians. Lemuel, kill those guys. Duanmu Huai raised his chin, and then the undead soldiers rushed into the battlefield. The arrival of the undead soldiers quickly changed the situation of the battle, and a large number of the mobs holding flamethrowers were quickly killed. But the civilians on the other side seemed to have no appreciation for this. They continued to shoot, even at the necromancers. Duanmu Huai was not surprised by this. After all, most people in the Empire didn't know what the necromancers were. However, just as Duanmu Huai stepped forward and tried to signal them to cease fire, the situation suddenly changed. Dozens of black shadows suddenly flew out from the roofs behind the civilians and pounced on the necromancers like wild beasts. Sensing the attack, the necromancers quickly turned their guns and aimed at the enemy. With the spray of Gaussian beams, several black shadows were pierced and destroyed, but some had already pounced on the necromancers. Then, they stretched out their four twisted and mutated claws, and easily penetrated the necromancers' bodies that were difficult to penetrate even with a grenade gun, tearing them into pieces. Damn! Seeing this scene, Duanmu Huai immediately cursed. This broken place really has everything. At this moment, Duanmu Huai finally understood what the mobs were doing, and now he had to help the mobs complete their unfinished work. Lemuel, burn this place down completely. Chapter 1835. There is a saying that goes, the hive is like a quagmire, it looks calm on the surface, but if you step on it, all kinds of monsters will emerge. Just like now. Duanmu Huai decisively gave up the idea of suppressing the riot first, and instead began to kill the hive area. Obviously, mutants and chaos believers are naturally a huge threat, but when the hive mind descends from the sky, it is a completely different matter. Duanmu Huai would rather fight the big devil alone than swim in the swarm of insects. After all, the former is not very laborious to fight, but the latter is a completely different matter. He has no interest in human wave tactics. Not to mention that his target this time is the chaos evil god, and he doesn't want to waste time entangled with the hive mind. However, the gene stealers here are also difficult to deal with. Hybrid gene stealers are okay, they don't have any special strengths except that they have a few more arms than humans. But pure-blooded gene stealers are different. Their claws have their own decomposition force field, and even the ceramic steel armor of the Astartes can be easily torn through. Even if a Terminator is close to a pure-blooded genestealer, it will be dead. Fortunately, pure-blooded genestealers are basically glass cannons. Although their claws can tear the armor of space marines, their bodies are just ordinary flesh. As long as there is enough artillery fire, they can be killed. However, even so, after Duanmu Huai commanded the Necron soldiers to completely clean up this nest area, he also lost more than half of the Necron soldiers. The close combat ability of the pure-blooded chicken thieves is indeed tricky, and even the Necron soldiers cannot be unscathed. Hiss! Duanmu Huai suddenly swung down his chainsaw sword, knocked the threatening gene stealer leader to the ground, and then kicked him to the ground, completely crushing him into a meat paste. What a fucking bad luck. Duanmu Huai spat at the corpse of the gene stealer in front of him. Then he put away the chainsaw sword and looked around. He saw that the entire nest area was now full of burning flames. It was obvious that there would be nothing useful left in this ghost place. This was also what Duanmu Huai wanted to see. All the aliens must be eliminated, without exception. Although they were not Duanmu Huai's main target, it did not prevent Duanmu Huai from killing them all. Duanmu Huai turned around and walked back to the street corner. Mary was standing there looking around. Seeing Duanmu Huai coming out, she breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Duanmu, are you okay? I'm fine. Where's Satori? Over there. Mary gestured to the side, and then Duanmu Huai saw that at the intersection not far away, Mianmu Satori was holding a knife and staring at the woman in front of him. The latter looked like an ordinary civilian in the nest area. She was wearing dirty and worn clothes, holding a child in her arms, and was looking at the girl in front of her anxiously. Please, let us pass, this child will die. The woman hugged the child in her arms tightly and begged loudly, but Mianmu Satori just stared at her with a smile and said nothing. The first generation. Duanmu Huai glanced at the opposite side and immediately understood the situation. Gene stealers will use a method similar to the Yellow Book to inject genetic pollution into humans, so that they give birth to mixed blood gene stealers. The important thing is that these people will be contaminated by gene stealers, so that they cannot correctly understand what kind of monsters their children are. Therefore, even though Duanmu Huai, Mary and Mianmu Satori saw clearly the twisted alien cub lying in the cradle with 4 small arms and a mouth full of sharp teeth, to its mother, it was just her child, that's simple. But it was just as simple for the Inquisition, it was an alien, a gene stealer. Although Duanmu Huai had just killed the Patriarch, a new Patriarch would soon evolve from this group of guys, and then it would pollute humans again, create a group, and then call for the arrival of the hive will to devour all the creatures here, including itself. So there was only one thing to do. Crash. The dilapidated building collapsed again with sparks, which made the woman scream, and then she seemed to have made up her mind, suddenly pulled out a dagger from her waist, and rushed towards Myanmar Satori. The result is self-evident. The flashing blade pierced the swaddling clothes hanging on the woman's chest, and then pierced the woman's heart. Then, with a flash of sword light in the hand of Myanmar Satori, the mother and child's bodies were mercilessly cut in half, and then fell backwards. Soon, several burning broken wooden boards fell down, completely burying the two bodies. It should be fine if you just stand there and don't move. Myanmar Satori looked over there with a smile, then shook off the blood on the sword, sheathed the sword, and then turned around and jumped towards Duanmu Huai. She is really amazing. Mary sighed silently. So when I first saw her, I thought she was very suitable for the tribunal. Duanmu Huai nodded. This was why he brought Myanmar Satori back. She had no ethical standards in the general sense. In Duanmu Huai's view, Myanmar Satori was like the incarnation of the Inquisition. She couldn't wait to kill all non-human beings. According to Myanmar Satori, she just wanted to kill, without any reason. Duanmu Huai thought that this might be related to her inner essence, just like what Irisville said, call the origin, and enjoy the process. And kindness to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. Duanmu Huai has seen too many so-called heroes like this. Of course, perhaps because they are heroes, they are always willing to gamble on a tiny possibility. For example, kind dark elves, sacred succubus paladins, gene stealers who don't kill people, peace-loving green-skinned orcs. Even if such things exist, Duanmu Huai doesn't care. Anyway, they are all aliens. So Duanmu Huai admires Fu Lilian from this point of view. Although she is a member of the Brave Team, she is really clear. When it comes to race, morality has to stand aside. After all, losing humanity means losing a lot. Losing animality means losing everything. An extinct race is not qualified to talk about civilization and morality. Your Excellency the Judge. At this moment, Lemuel's voice sounded again. How is the situation over there? Most of the gene stealers have been eliminated, and the rest will either be burned to death or... Anyway, we need to send someone to clean up this place thoroughly, and we also need to arrange a comprehensive genetic examination. Duanmu Huai shrugged. But this is not what we have to do now. What have you gained so far? Because of you, my lord, the mob chose to change the direction of attack. Lemuel paused. They are focusing on attacking the 401 nest area. What is there? Another gene stealer camp? No, it's the embassy of the titanium. What of the titanium? Embassy, my lord. Lemuel's voice was as calm as ever. I just investigated. This nest has signed a series of treaties with the titanium. Currently, the titanium enjoys a certain degree of extraterritoriality in this city. And I found some interesting things during the investigation. A considerable number of people in this nest belong to the alien supporters, most of whom are in the 401 area. We will go back now. Duanmu Huai silently cut off the communication, and then made a gesture to Mary and Myanmar Satori with a cold face. We've cleared this place, let's go. Where to? The governor's mansion. Duanmu Huai said, turning around and walking back the way he came. If that idiot doesn't explain to me why he allowed these lowly aliens to roam in the cities of the human empire, then I throw him into the core of the reactor and let him taste the wrath of the Inquisition. Facts have proved that Duanmu Huai did what he said. When he walked into the governor's mansion and pulled the governor out from behind his desk, the latter was already pale and trembling. You didn't notice the heretics rampant in your territory, nor did you discover the alien disaster lurking in the nest area. I can regard all of this as your incompetence and stupidity. Duanmu Huai stared at the governor coldly, as if he would open his mouth and bite off his head in the next moment. But how dare you allow those lowly and dirty alien races to walk proudly on the streets of the empire? You are so brave. My lord, I also have reasons. Please listen to my explanation. Obviously, the governor was mentally prepared for this, and this is also normal. As a loose organization, each judge of the tribunal has different practices. Some judges tend to use enemies to fight enemies, and some judges believe that all aliens should be exterminated. Duanmu Huai obviously belongs to the latter, and he is not the kind of judge who will allow too radical behavior. So the governor's explanation next will determine how long his head can stay on his neck. And through the governor's explanation, Duanmu Huai gradually understood his situation. This nest is located on the border of the empire, and it is originally poor and bad. However, by coincidence, the Tao expanded their territory here. From the star map, they have almost adopted a two-sided encirclement posture for this galaxy. In this case, this remote nest obviously does not have enough troops to protect itself from the threat of the Tau. When the Tau people first came here to trade, the governor did not think of driving them away. But the governor also knew that this group of Tau people was just taking advantage of the situation. If he drove them away, the next time they would come would be the Tau people's strong ships and powerful guns. So he could only agree. Then what about those pro-alien factions? This is my incompetence. The governor lowered his head and muttered to himself. Because the Titans have been trading here, some of the Empire's people who don't know the truth have been attracted by the heresy they preach, and the Empire has not sent the fleet we need to protect us, and many people think the Empire has abandoned us. So you turn to the arms of the aliens? Duanmu Huai narrowed his eyes and stared at the governor dangerously. The latter was sweating profusely and couldn't speak. Duanmu Huai snorted coldly and connected to Lumiere again. Lumiere, how is the battle over there? Currently, the battle between the two sides is very fierce, and the Titans are better in terms of weapons. Lumiere obviously invaded the Titans' command network in some more in-depth way. They initially wanted to use firepower to disperse the mobs, but the latter's fearlessness was beyond the expectations of the Titanium clan. Now the two sides have started a fierce battle in the embassy. Because of the mob's fearless attack, the Titanium clan gradually showed signs of collapse. Then let them collapse quickly, and then we can solve other problems. Duanmu Huai stared at the governor in front of him and gave a faint order. The latter was sweating and trembling and couldn't speak. Well, I think we have other problems to solve now. What problem? The mob summoned demons. Lumiere's voice was helpless. That's why the Titanium clan's defense line collapsed. Duanmu Huai really wanted to use a hot melt bomb to blow this broken place up. This matter was really a mess from beginning to end. Those damn oil guys definitely didn't expect that the mobs they used to divert attention would actually make such a big fuss. Now, things have become completely terrible. If Duanmu Huai hadn't been unable to use the inventory, he would have wanted to blow up this broken nest. Unfortunately, he didn't have such a big item on hand. You transfer those undead soldiers first, we will be there soon. Duanmu Huai looked at the governor fiercely, and then gave an order. He hated this way of putting out fires everywhere, but now it seemed that the other party obviously enjoyed making him run around. But there was no way, this was what Duanmu Huai had to do. Just like the power of tyrannical fury comes from fighting, Duanmu Huai, as the god of destruction, and specifically as the god of destruction who destroys the enemy of mankind, can only gain power by destroying the enemies of mankind. So if Duanmu Huai goes to kill aliens, heretics and demons, he can gain power, but ordinary humans are another matter. After all, the enemies of the Inquisition are not necessarily the enemies of mankind. But the enemies of mankind must be the enemies of the Inquisition. To Duanmu Huai, these troubles are like side quests. Of course, he can go directly to the main boss without doing the side quests, but wouldn't it be more convenient to finish the side quests and level up before going to fight? Chapter 1836. When Duanmu Huai arrived at the Tau embassy, he was very satisfied to see that it had been completely stained with blood. The subspace magic in the air was spreading everywhere. The blasphemous and ugly buildings of the Tau were completely distorted at this moment, as if they were painted with blood and full of bloody stench. The streets were full of flowing blood and corpses, and the walls that originally had ugly geometric shapes had long bone spurs growing on them, with the heads of Tau people hanging on them one after another. Obviously, facing the attacks of the followers of the wrath of tyranny and the demons, these Tau people did not last long. Duanmu Huai also saw the tortured and riddled bodies of the Tau people, and he was not surprised at all. Considering the Tau people's innate lack of skill and contempt for close combat, it can be imagined that when those demons rushed to their eyes waving weapons, the latter must have been scared to the point of their legs going limp. The undead soldiers that arrived earlier had been completely consumed, but their loss was not without gain. At least, at the gate that was supposed to be crowded, there were only piles of charcoal slag soaked in blood. At the same time, Duanmu Huai also saw that the surrounding area, centered on the embassy, was gradually shrouded in bright red. I haven't seen this scene for a long time. Looking at the barrier in front of him, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but sigh. The last time he saw this thing was at the tyrannical wrath stronghold in the novice village. At that time, there was an altar of the evil god, and the barrier was deployed in this way. As long as you fight in this barrier, no matter who wins or loses, the power of the evil god will be enhanced. It can be said to be a very tricky trouble, but at that time Duanmu Huai used a shabby method to destroy the altar outside the range of the barrier, and then rushed in to kill those cultists. But now he is not afraid, and at the same time, Duanmu Huai also knows what he is facing. The battles along the way not only strengthened Duanmu Huai's strength, but also strengthened the strength of another evil god, chaotic conflicts, fighting, killing, destruction, anger. As the saying goes, people in the same industry are enemies. And now in front of Duanmu Huai, his enemy has also appeared. You retreat. Duanmu Huai stared at the embassy in front of him, which was emitting scarlet light like blood, threw away the warhammer, and at the same time a shadow emerged, and a thunder warhammer appeared in Duanmu Huai's hand. He raised his head, and stared coldly ahead. At this moment, Mary and Nianmu Sanatwarai seemed to have noticed something, and quickly moved away from Duanmu Huai. Then, Duanmu Huai just held the warhammer tightly and strode forward. Dong dong dong. Duanmu Huai was not moving fast. His heavy footsteps shook the ground, like a Tyrannosaurus Rex. As he approached, blood gradually appeared in the windows and cracks of the door of the embassy. It was as if the blood overflowing inside could no longer be contained, and was about to flow out from the cracks. Finally, they gushed out. Hua la la. The blood broke through the windows and the door, soaking the entire ground. Duanmu Huai stopped and looked at the tall figure standing on the other side of the door. It was not as tall as before, but still tall, holding a brass saw axe, and wearing blood armor. It stared at Duanmu Huai with anger, and Duanmu Huai stared at it with the same anger. Tyrannical anger. God of destruction. Only Duanmu Huai will not enhance the power of tyrannical wrath in this realm, because his priesthood is almost the same as tyrannical wrath. Fight, kill and destroy all enemies of mankind. Unfortunately, this damn chaos evil god is also an enemy of mankind. This time, I will let you taste my power. Duanmu Huai clenched his hammer, and by destroying the Necrons, Genestealers, and those heretics, the core of the god of destruction in Duanmu Huai's divine domain was burning fiercely. Similarly, after fighting with mutants, planetary defense forces, Genestealers, and Tau people, tyrannical wrath was also burning with boiling blood-red flames. Both sides were ready, or maybe not, but it didn't matter. It was like two boxers walked onto the ring. As long as the bell rang, no matter how prepared you were, a life-and-death battle was about to begin. Come on, old man. Duanmu Huai stretched out his hand and hooked his finger at the giant in front of him. No one will disturb us this time. The Scarlet Warrior held a battle axe in his hand, staring at Duanmu Huai, and then he began to walk forward. Then he changed into a small step and a fast run, and then he ran with big strides. At the same time, Duanmu Huai also clenched the hammer in his hand and raised it high. The bombardment, like a nuclear bomb explosion, shook the entire Nest City. The unreserved power of the two gods collided and blasted everything around into pieces in an instant. Minmu Satora dodged the wreckage of a building that almost brushed past his body, then drew his weapon and wanted to rush into the battlefield in front, but was caught by Mary's quick eyes and hands. Miss Satora, that's not an area we can approach. Hey! Please wait patiently. We still have our work to do. Our work? Hearing Mary's advice, Minmu Satora was somewhat unhappy, but she still pouted and nodded. Okay. Grabbing Minmu Satora, Mary lowered her head and retreated backwards, while contacting Lumiel again. Ms. Lumiel, can you hear me? Of course, although the Nest City has not collapsed yet, I think it's almost there. What's the matter? I hope you can investigate the current situation of the entire Nest City. Now? Lumiel was somewhat surprised. Hasn't the judge already confronted the evil god? And there is only one evil god in each world, right? That's true, but I'm a little worried. Mary stared at the battlefield in front of her. She heard Duanmu Huai talk about the situation of the four gods of chaos, and Duanmu Huai also told her that the tyrannical wrath is the one she doesn't need to worry about the most, because it will definitely fight with her head on. But it's hard to say about the other guys, especially treacherous trickster. Mary still remembers that Duanmu Huai always complained that the bastard always liked to plot and scheme, and never fought a fair fight. Indeed, according to reason, in this game, there is only one evil god in a world. Since the one in this world is tyrannical wrath, then treacherous trickster must not be there. But thinking back to the series of situations after she and others came to this world, especially the electronic demons, the heretical technology priests, and a series of riots and conflicts, Mary always felt that all of this was like a conspiracy called treacherous trickster. It seemed that it deliberately used this method to lure Duanmu Huai away, and then let him meet tyrannical wrath here. After all, Mary still remembered that the reason for everything at the beginning was that, after Duanmu Huai went to the governor's mansion, the thinkers there were immediately invaded, which attracted his attention. If not, Duanmu Huai would not investigate those strange places, and go deep into the underground space dead tomb. And the fact is that when Duanmu Huai went deep into the underground dead tomb, the riot occurred. Mary didn't know how the riot happened, but she felt that the treacherous trick took so much effort and went around in such a big circle, it must not be just to prevent Duanmu Huai and tyrannical wrath from confronting each other at the first time. There must be something hidden in it. After all, Duanmu Huai told Mary that the relationship between the chaos evil gods was not very good. If there was a chance to eliminate Duanmu Huai and tyrannical wrath here at the same time, Mary would put herself in the position of the treacherous trick and think it would be a good opportunity. But the question is, what exactly does the other party want to do? Mary lowered her head again, letting a 5-story metal building fly over her head and whizzing into the residential area on the other side of the nest. At this moment, the entire nest was in ruins. The battle between the two gods was not something that this small nest could withstand, but because of this, Mary became more worried. After all, Duanmu Huai said that the treacherous good liked everything was planned the most. So, is this scene also in the plan? I understand. After listening to Mary's concerns, Lemuel immediately understood what she meant. I will explore the entire nest as quickly as possible. Most of the sensors and networks are still usable now, but if the Inquisitor continues to fight, it's hard to say. Boom! The dome is shaking. Lumiere looked up and took a look at the shaking, magnificent dome. The servants' panicked shouts and running sounds came from outside, but this did not shake the girl at all. She had experienced countless battles, even before joining the Inquisition. She had also experienced worse scenes than the current situation, but it was not important now. Although Mary's speculation had no basis, Lumiere thought that Mary's idea was not completely impossible. So, what plan did the treacherous trick design? While letting her thoughts wander in the ocean of information, Lumiere thought about this question. She had also worked with Duanmu Huai for a while, and knew that Duanmu Huai did not like those twists and turns of conspiracy and intrigue. Most of the time, he believed that the bigger the fist, the truth. If you can't beat it, it's because your fist is not big enough. So the one called treacherous and cunning is indeed incompatible with Duanmu Huai. Wait. At this moment, Lumiere seemed to think of something, and then her face changed slightly. Then the girl moved her fingers lightly, and the ocean of information set off a stormy wave, exploring deep into the depths, and then Lumiere found. Bang! The gunshot rang out. When Lumiere came to her senses, she found that she had been held in the arms of the Bell girl without knowing when, and in front of them were dozens of fully armed soldiers, who aimed their weapons at the two of them. What is this? Obviously, the enemy is not just below. The Bell girl holding Lumiere said with a smile, and then she made a face at the soldiers opposite. They have killed the governor, and it's our turn next, so let's run first. After saying this, the Bell girl swung her left hand, accompanied by a loud bang, and the next moment thick smoke suddenly enveloped the entire corridor. At the same time, the soldiers also opened fire quickly, and countless beams of light tore through the smoke, smashing the thinker deep inside. At the same time, the Bell girl and Lumiere also completely disappeared without a trace. Chapter 1837. What does it feel like to fight the most angry, violent, rude, and toughest enemy in the entire galaxy? For Duanmu Huai, that feeling can be summed up in one word. Awesome. The previous battle with tyrannical fury made Duanmu Huai very unhappy, because at that time, in addition to the difficult birth of the obsessive evil, he also had to face the nagging of the treacherous trick and the dung balls thrown by the corrupt dirt. In this case, Duanmu Huai simply couldn't fight tyrannical fury face to face. But now it's different, face to face. Fist to fist. A pure battle. Killing and being killed, mutual destruction. A real battle. So much so that Duanmu Huai wanted to shout out loud. What? Well, being with those two guys inevitably made Duanmu Huai pick up some green skin problems. Bang! The hammer raised by Duanmu Huai hit the chest of tyrannical fury hard. The latter's body shook suddenly, roared, and swung the chainsaw axe in his hand suddenly, chopping Duanmu Huai's head. Duanmu Huai dodged at the last moment, allowing tyrannical fury's chainsaw axe to chop on his shoulder. At the same time, he took a step forward and hit tyrannical fury's head. Bang! Tyrannical fury's helmet trembled and cracked, and a pair of scarlet eyes emerged from the gap. It stared coldly at Duanmu Huai in front of it, and that kind of anger was enough to burn any existence that dared to look at itself from a physical level. That was the anger of countless souls in war and death in the subspace for tens of thousands of years, which was like a raging sea of fire. They made up everything that burned this world, and anyone who looked at it would be captured by that unparalleled anger, and then wailed and knelt on the ground to vent their pain. But unlike tyrannical wrath, Duanmu Huai's dark eyes were incomparably cold, calm, and deadly at this moment, just like destruction itself. Any enemy of mankind will be destroyed, and the things destroyed will never exist again, no matter how powerful, dazzling, glorious, and magnificent they once were. Destruction, complete destruction, will equally wipe out all traces of their existence. Even if it comes from the subspace, the remaining anger from the war that has spread for tens of thousands of years will also dissipate in the face of this cold wind of destruction. Duanmu Huai will not be stupid enough to fight against tyrannical wrath and anger. Tyrannical wrath, as the name suggests, is its domain. Duanmu Huai does not intend to win the first place in this anger competition, and he also knows that he can't do it. Tyrannical wrath represents the anger of billions of lives in countless wars and conflicts throughout the galaxy for tens of millions of years. Duanmu Huai's anger is not worth mentioning in front of this level of magnitude. It's like the difference between the sun and a candle. For him, there is only one thing to do now, that is to completely destroy tyrannical wrath. Of course, Duanmu Huai has already planned how to do it. As we all know or not, Chaos Evil God is not a natural evil god. They are the condensation of the emotions and souls of all creatures in the entire galaxy. If the Star God is the embodiment of the laws of the physical world, then Chaos Evil God is the embodiment of the laws of the spiritual world. You can't completely kill tyrannical wrath, because this will make all creatures in the entire galaxy lose the instinct to fight and survive, and no longer fight. In a sense, it is indeed the realization of world peace. But Duanmu Huai slightly changed this part. He didn't need to kill the essence of tyrannical wrath. He just needed to destroy tyrannical wrath. After all, the birth of Chaos Evil God was due to the call of obsession, and before that, the subspace was just a large garbage can in the Milky Way, a dumping ground for corrupt souls and emotional garbage. But after that, along with the most despicable evil deeds done by the Eldar, the dirtiest, meanest, most shameless, ugliest, lowest, most vulgar, most shameless, and weakest race in the Milky Way, Slaanesh was born, and its appearance stimulated other large garbage dumps, thus giving them self-awareness. So what Duanmu Huai had to do was to destroy this body that carried and condensed the laws of emotions, and let them return to their original state. There were no gods or demons in that subspace. Everything was just a pile of garbage. So there was only one thing he had to do. That is to destroy the personality of tyrannical fury itself. It's like doing a frontal lobotomy. As long as you make it a robot servant without any thinking and self-ability, it will not be a threat. Then Duanmu Huai can stuff this damn zombie into any place he can think of and lock him up for hundreds of thousands of years. Bang! Duanmu Huai hit Tyrannical Fury's face again. The latter roared and pressed the chainsaw axe down. The crazy spinning chainsaw gradually tore Duanmu Huai's power armor, and Duanmu Huai threw away the thunder hammer in his hand, clenched his fists, and punched Tyrannical Fury's head. Ola! Bang! Ola! Bang! Ola! Just as Duanmu Huai roared and threw his third punch, he hit Tyrannical Wrath in the face again. The latter finally shook his head and lost his balance for a moment. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Duanmu Huai rushed forward again. He lowered his head and pressed his shoulder against Tyrannical Wrath's body and rushed forward. I hit your lungs! Tyrannical Wrath's body leaned back, and at the same time it raised the chainsaw axe in its hand high again, and chopped it down just as Duanmu Huai's fist swung hard again, and the two sides collided again. Boom! At this moment, the surrounding ground completely collapsed, and the entire nest began to shake violently. The dome collapsed. Huge rubble fell from the sky, and the residents of the surrounding nest screamed and ran. They didn't even know where to go. It seemed that there was no place in this nest that was safe at the moment. Everyone was screaming and running aimlessly on the street, shouting at the top of their lungs like the background crowd in a horror movie. It was as if the end of the world was coming. But Mary didn't have time to care about these things at the moment. She was running on the street with Nianmu Sanaorai, while listening to Lumiel's words. I conducted an investigation on all the transportation interaction data of the entire Nest City before, and found a problem. Lumiel's voice was a little breathless, and laser guns and screams could be heard as background sounds. After the tech priests of the Mechanicus contacted the Necron Lord, they began to excavate the entire Necron cemetery. This is not surprising. Although most of it is buried, as long as it can be dug up, the Necromancer Lord can still wake up other soldiers again. After all, the technology of the Necromancer is still of guaranteed quality. The excavated earth is basically processed as ore, but only one of the data is problematic. Lumiel said the key point. A transport team transported the waste in the name of landfill, but it did not go to the previous earthwork storage site, but was transported to another material warehouse. The tech priest who led the team at that time was the body we saw in the processing plant before? Yes, and the material warehouse is located below the Tau embassy. I don't know if that is a problem, but at present, the only doubt is there. But you have to be careful after all, that guy. I know. Mary certainly understood what Lemuel meant. Maybe this is another trap. Just like Lemuel said, if all this was done deliberately by that treacherous trick, it must be a trap. Maybe when you open the door, you will encounter something strange, or there may be nothing there, or maybe as long as you open the door, something that should not be triggered will be activated. After all, Mr. Dwanmu told me that the annoying Birdman likes everything as planned. But Mary is not completely unable to solve this problem. Her golden eye radiated a bright light, and lines from the essence of the world emerged from it. She took Nyum Sator and dodged the falling rocks again, and then followed Lemuel's guidance, and came to a material warehouse in the low nest. At this moment, several residents of the nest city were curled up, hugging each other and crying. They looked so fragile, so sad, and so terrified. When Mary and Mayumi Satora came to the door of the material warehouse, these residents of the nest city also raised their heads and stared at them anxiously. They looked harmless, and not threatening at all. Even when Mary and Mayumi Satora approached, they rolled and crawled to the sides, as if they were small animals driven away by wild beasts. But this did not stop Mayumi Satora from her actions. The girl chuckled and rushed forward to one of the civilians. At the same time, the blade on her waist suddenly popped out and directly cut off the civilian's body. The next moment, accompanied by a piercing scream, the civilian's body began to twist and turned into a blue, tentacle monster that twisted like a slime. It opened its mouth and let out a piercing scream, and then the blade pierced into it, completely stopping its screams and wails. At the same time, other people around also stood up. Among them were men and women, old and young. At this moment, they all abandoned their original disguises and revealed their true bodies. The demons in the subspace screamed and opened their claws, rushing towards the girl in front of them. However, in response to them, there was the wrath of the stars falling from the sky, and the shining swords and shadows. These subspace monsters, that were enough to deceive anyone's eyes, and even their minds were completely meaningless in front of Mary's golden eyes. As for the sleeping bird, she didn't need to see it at all, and she could feel that these guys in front of her were not human. After clearing away the demons that blocked the way, the two finally arrived at the gate of the warehouse. The gate was locked at the moment, and everything seemed normal. Mary stared at the door with her eyes wide open. She originally thought that there might be some traps or something like that at the gate, but in front of the golden eyes, there was nothing here. But this made Mary feel uneasy. If the other party set a trap at the gate, she would feel more at ease. But from a common sense point of view, if the other party is not even willing to set these things to hinder itself, it means that it is very confident in its plan and does not think that it will be destroyed. So what is inside? Mary hesitated for a moment, then clenched the staff. Swish! The cold moonlight sword appeared out of thin air, and directly cut open the heavy warehouse door. Mary raised the staff high, and a ball of light emerged from it, illuminating the dark warehouse in front of her. Then, she widened her eyes in surprise. In the warehouse, dozens of huge black stone pillars were standing in a circle, and in the center of the black stone pillars, there was a tall thing that looked like a coffin. At this moment, it was tied tightly by thick iron chains and hung in the air, and a green light was emitting from the inside. And this light flickered regularly, like a breathing light. Seeing this scene, Mary bit her lip and clenched the staff in her hand. She knew that she was in big trouble now. Chapter 1838. Star God Fragments. Mary had never seen this thing, but she knew how terrifying it was. After all, Dwanmu Huai had dealt with the star gods several times, but he never got any benefits. It can be said that every time Dwanmu Huai destroyed the star god, he often got himself into a mess. According to Dwanmu Huai, some star god fragments are very strong, while others are very weak. But Mary felt that the star god fragments placed here must not be very weak, otherwise, they would not be placed here. We should do something. Mary stared at the black stone and coffin in front of her, but she couldn't see what to do with this thing. The physical laws of the Necrons are perfectly integrated with the real world. At least Mary's golden eyes can't see any abnormal anchor points and curves. This made her stop, and she didn't know what to do. In the end, Mary decided to contact Lemuel first. Lemuel, what's going on with Mr. Dwanmu? Oh, they're fighting each other. Fighting each other? Yes, Mr. Dwanmu blew up the weapon of the evil god, and the latter was obviously furious to the extreme. So the two of them are now clenching their fists, punching each other one by one. There is no dodging, no defense, as if they are just seeing who can withstand more attacks and who will fall first. Lemuel's description is very accurate and clear, but it makes Mary speechless. Although this is indeed in line with Duan Muhuai's usual style, he will ignore everything once he gets into trouble. However, the black sarcophagus in front of her is also disturbing, especially now that its light is flashing faster and faster, which always gives Mary a bad feeling. Perhaps she should act in advance so that the treacherous and evil conspiracy cannot succeed. If the other party takes action when Mr. Duanmu is exhausted, then the situation will be unexpected. But now? The inner voice was screaming, desperately warning Mary that this was not a good idea. She had to eliminate this threat as soon as possible. This was a trap. An obvious trap. If she just sat there and watched, it would only lead to irreversible events. She had to do something to prevent this disaster. So she had to. While Mary was thinking, she suddenly felt a hand reaching out and grabbing her. Mary turned her head and saw Minmi Satora staring at her with a smile. Satora knows that the teacher doesn't like to be disturbed. If he is disturbed at this time, the teacher will be very angry. I understand, but Mary certainly understood what Minmi Satora meant. She looked at the black sarcophagus, then looked at Minmi Satora again, and was silent for a long time. Okay, we just watch here. As Mary said this, she stepped back and stared at the black sarcophagus in front of her. At least, even if the star god really comes out, I can warn Mr. Duanmu in advance. Mary closed her eyes and calmed down. At this moment, she felt that her originally impatient mood seemed to have calmed down a lot. And the voice that was still screaming in her heart just now also sounded again, but it was not as loud as before. Is it right to do this? I don't know. Your choice is likely to bring a wrong ending. Don't you regret it? You are his family, his queen, you should fight for him. You should think of a way to completely destroy this conspiracy. But I don't even know what this is. I just got information about the star god from Mr. Duanmu's vague description. I have no idea what this big coffin in front of me is, or what is locked in it. Its power is increasing, it is awakening, and it will break free. You know, you can feel the strength of that power. If you don't do something now, just sit here and watch it awaken, it is very likely to bring unimaginable results. Maybe, but Mr. Duanmu is fighting. As Miss Satora said, he doesn't like to be disturbed when he fights. Is this more important than his life? I don't know. Maybe so? Mary shrugged her shoulders. If this goes on, you will all die. The voice gradually became weaker, as if it was swallowed by the howling wind. At that time, you will regret it. You know, you made a choice, but it was not a completely correct choice. Maybe there is a better choice, maybe not, but anyway, it's always right to try. Look, what's wrong with trying? You are his queen, you have the right to do this, and you saved him, and as long as he is not an idiot, he will not be angry with you. Because you have risked your life to help him. Isn't that right? Maybe, maybe not. Mary lowered her head and stared at her notebook, and after a moment she let out a long breath. How horrible. Is this the treacherous trick? Mary closed her eyes and sighed secretly. She didn't even know when her thoughts were affected. Mary felt that she had done nothing wrong along the way. She was worried that the treacherous trick had a conspiracy against Duan Muhuai, and then Lemuel did find a clue, and following this clue, they found this place. A sealed fragment of the star god that could wake up at any time. All of this is natural and logical. So what's the problem? Mary didn't find the problem until Minmu Satora grabbed her and told her that Duan Muhuai didn't like being disturbed when he was fighting. Then Mary suddenly realized the problem. This doesn't make sense. Think about it carefully. If this is a trap for Duan Muhuai, then as a follower, she has no ability to stop this trap from being launched. After all, she is just the queen. No matter how much she improves her power, Mary can't be on the same level as Duan Muhuai. So why is she so confident that she can stop this trap? This is the creation of the star god. Mary doesn't understand this thing at all. Duan Muhuai is probably the only one in the entire tribunal who knows the star god. But he seems to be boxing with tyrannical fury on the ruins of the Nest City. Obviously, even if Mary asks him at this time, Duan Muhuai has no time to respond. With Mary's personality, she shouldn't have been so impatient, especially considering that there were no traps here, except for a group of demons guarding the gate. But Mary was indeed impatient at the time, as if she was a second later, the trap would be activated, and Duan Muhuai would be dead without a burial place. But the fact is that they have been here for 10 minutes, and the sarcophagus is still intact. In this case, why move it? Mary thought about it, and then made a decision. Just watch it for now. To this, Minmu Satora's reaction was more obvious. She yawned directly, then laid down on the floor next to her, closed her eyes, and began to sleep. It was as if the deafening roar above had no effect on her at all. At the same time, the battle between Duan Mu Huai and tyrannical wrath continued. But now, they have abandoned the previous way of expressing with weapons, and adopted a simpler and clearer way of fighting. Punch to the flesh. Bang! Duan Mu Huai punched tyrannical wrath in the chest, and the latter punched Duan Mu Huai in the face. Both sides' attacks broke out violently at the same time, and the nest, which was already shaky, collapsed by more than half. But at this moment, the two of them no longer cared about these trivial matters. They were completely addicted to it, and couldn't extricate themselves. Duan Mu Huai hadn't fought such a cool battle for a long time. He didn't need to consider anything, just fight and be beaten, no calculations, no strategies, no plans, no conspiracies, nothing. Everyone just clenched their fists and swung them at each other without thinking about anything, and then it would see who could fight to the end. Bang! The tyrannical wrath's fist slammed into Duan Mu Huai's face, and the impact that followed seemed to crush his skin and crush his bones. The fierce pain spread throughout Duan Mu Huai's body along the nerves. But this aroused Duan Mu Huai's most instinctive anger. He gritted his teeth and swung a punch at the same time, hitting the tyrannical wrath's nose. The latter's head tilted back, and then suddenly rushed forward, hitting Duan Mu Huai's fist. With a violent impact, Duan Mu Huai's fist burst instantly, and the muscles in his entire arm twisted and gushed out from under the tight and torn skin as if they were squeezed by a large truck. This made Duan Mu Huai drop one arm involuntarily, the flame of anger burning his soul, and at the same time, Tyranny of Fury roared, and stretched out his hands to grab Duan Mu Huai's head again. Duan Mu Huai certainly knew what he wanted to do. After all, Duan Mu Huai himself was very familiar with this trick. So he opened his mouth, and then bit the fist of Tyranny of Fury tightly, and then bit it hard like biting an apple. Puff! The fist bitten in Duan Mu Huai's mouth was completely squeezed and broken, and Duan Mu Huai let out a low roar like a beast from his throat, biting Tyranny of Fury's palm tightly, and pulling it back hard. Under Duan Mu Huai's pull, Tyranny of Fury, who lost his balance, fell forward, and in front of him was Duan Mu Huai's bald head rushing over again. Bang! Duan Mu Huai hit Tyranny of Fury's chin with his head, and the latter's head was directly raised. Then both sides took a step back at the same time, panting and staring at each other fiercely. It seems that we are almost the same. Duan Mu Huai's arm swelled again, and then returned to its original shape. The other side of the tyrannical Fury's bitten fist also recovered, but although they still stared at each other, they could not hide their fatigue at the moment. After all, the two of them had almost consumed all the divine power they had accumulated since coming to this world. Originally, with the power of tyrannical Fury, it could completely draw endless anger and fighting power from the battle with Duan Mu Huai. Unfortunately, as the god of destruction, Duan Mu Huai and it basically belonged to the same camp, and neither side could gain power from the other's behavior, which also caused the two of them to consume more and more as they fought. A battle with no replenishment, but only consumption is not very desirable. So next, I think it's the last blow? Duan Mu Huai clenched his fists and stared at tyrannical wrath, who nodded silently. Then, come on! Duan Mu Huai roared, clenched his fists, and rushed towards tyrannical wrath again. However, at this moment, tyrannical wrath chose to dodge for the first time. He suddenly turned his body to the side, then pulled out a short knife from his waist, and stabbed Duan Mu Huai's heart straight. Many people overlooked that although tyrannical wrath was always angry, and could even be called the most powerful temper in the galaxy, it was not a fool. For tyrannical wrath, taking various means to win in battle, as long as it was not magic, was acceptable. Tyrannical wrath's counterattack was just right, and its dagger stabbed Duan Mu Huai's chest straight, and at this moment Duan Mu Huai lost his balance because of his empty fist. In a hurry, he could only use his other hand to resist tyrannical wrath's sharp blade. But at this moment, Duan Mu Huai's face showed no surprise or anger, only a grim smile. Just as the sharp blade of tyranny's wrath was about to pierce Duan Mu Huai's chest, Duan Mu Huai's left hand suddenly twisted and deformed, turning into several huge tentacles that stretched forward and tightly wrapped around tyranny's wrath's body. At the same time, Duan Mu Huai's empty fist suddenly opened and turned into sharp claws, grabbing tyranny's wrath's head. I'm not a fool either. Staring at the evil god in front of him, Duan Mu Huai sneered. Tyranny's wrath can use tricks, and he, the god of destruction, is not an idiot. Then he suddenly exerted force with his right hand, and his 5 fingers suddenly inserted into tyranny's wrath's head. Then Duan Mu Huai grabbed his right hand and pulled it up, accompanied by a huge scream. An incomparable red beam of light mixed with a bloody mist sprayed out from tyranny's wrath's neck, dyeing the entire sky bright red. It passed through the atmosphere, and went straight into the depths of the Milky Way. The death, unwillingness, and anger of all the creatures in the Milky Way for tens of millions of years returned to the subspace again. They lost their original stable form, just like the star gods lost their living metal bodies that they relied on to fix themselves, and turned into a pile of corrupted, burning subspace garbage. Duanmu Huai stood there, feeling the surging power burst out, and then disappeared. Then, he took a breath and showed a hideous smile. Huh? The first one. Chapter 1839. Well done. Standing in front of the sarcophagus, Duanmu Huai still looked bruised and refreshed. Although he was beaten badly by tyrannical wrath, he made up for it this time. And after tyrannical wrath's body was defeated by Duanmu Huai, the priesthood of war also fell into Duanmu Huai's hands. From now on, he can be like tyrannical wrath, fighting more and getting stronger, and fighting more and stronger. As long as it is a battle, no matter who it is, it can draw strength from the act of struggle. But like the god of destruction, Duanmu Huai also limited this priesthood to be effective only against human enemies. As for the internal struggles of human beings, he doesn't worry about it or care about it. Although a wider range of priesthood can absorb more divine power, it is also a double-edged sword. Why does tyrannical wrath always be loyal in a roundabout way? Because it is the same no matter who it fights. Whether it is an enemy or a friendly army, even if it is an internal struggle, as long as it is a battle, it will please this angry god. Duanmu Huai does not want the Inquisition to become a shady and loyal organization that backstabs its allies, so he only limits the divine power to be effective when fighting against the enemies of humanity. Of course, just like the more the flashlight is focused, the stronger the light is, the divine power generated in this way is much stronger than the general one. However, there is a problem. That is, Duanmu Huai gave up other priesthoods in the field of fighting and only focused on the enemies of humanity, which means that other gods can easily obtain this part of the priesthood and divine power. But this is not a problem that Duanmu Huai needs to worry about. At worst, he will come out and beat the other party up. After that, Duanmu Huai received a notice from Mary and came here. The treacherous trick is playing the same trick again, and it really has no tricks. Looking at the coffin that sealed the star god in front of him, Duanmu Huai sneered, and Mary tilted her head in confusion. The same trick? Yes. Duanmu Huai nodded, and then he looked at Mary. Let me tell you a story. Duanmu Huai started to tell the story. It was during the Great Crusade of the Empire. At that time, the Emperor returned to Terra to tinker with his useless golden throne in Webway, and then Horus was bewitched and betrayed by the evil god. The Empire's amazing wisdom Magnus learned about this, and he hoped to inform the Emperor of this as soon as possible so that he could be prepared. So he used psychic power to go to the subspace and wanted to contact the Emperor. At this point, Duanmu Huai couldn't help laughing out loud. At that time, the Emperor was fiddling with the golden throne connected to the exit of the Webway, and he could not hear Magnus call at all. The Webway blocked his spiritual connection with Magnus. So in a hurry, Magnus accepted the advice and help of the treacherous trick and used his own power to break the wall of the Webway. You know, the Webway is isolated from the subspace, so after the Webway was broken by Magnus, tens of thousands of demons rushed in like cattle and horses. If it weren't for the old pickled meat, who was quick-witted and sat on the golden toilet, I'm afraid that the whole Terra would have exploded on the spot, and then there would be another Eye of Terror in our galaxy. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai reached out and patted Mary's shoulder. It turns out that you are much smarter than Magnus. Of course, it's rare to be as stupid as him. So, this is the plan of the treacherous? Mary frowned. Does it want me to open the seal and release the star god? I think so. I'm not sure. Who cares? Maybe the guy himself doesn't know. Duanmu Huai shrugged. Luckily you didn't release it. At that time, I was as strong as the wrath of tyranny. Any external force that intervened would break this balance. Especially a fragment of the star god. Well, I don't know which star god's fragment it is, and I don't want to know. Anyway, since it has fallen into my hands. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai stretched out his hand towards the sarcophagus, and then clenched it tightly. The next moment, Mary saw several thick tentacles emerging from the shadows under the sarcophagus, tightly entangled the coffin, and then directly pulled it into the shadows with a force. Is it okay? It was hard to say before, but it's okay now. Duanmu Huai nodded. With the priesthood of war and fighting, he is now more powerful than before. This sealed fragment of the star god can no longer pose any threat to Duanmu Huai. So he manipulated the tentacles to pull the star god's sarcophagus into his own divine domain, and then threw it directly into the star. Then, accompanied by an angry roar, a green light suddenly appeared and dissipated. Huh? Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows. It turned out to be a fragment of the Night Embracer. Well, it's a good thing you didn't let it out, otherwise this battle would have become more chaotic. The Night Embracer is one of the star gods, and also the most cruel and aggressive star god. In its eyes, there is only death and destruction. It is conceivable that if the Wrath of Tyranny and the God of Destruction were to be combined with a Night Embrace star god, who also controls death and killing, what a mess it would be. Of course, Duanmu Huai could imagine that the cunning Gui would laugh and clap his hands at that time, and at the same time say everything is as planned. For the Lord of Change, whether it is good or bad, as long as it is a change, it likes it. But for Duanmu Huai, this is really disgusting. Mr. Duanmu, has the Wrath of Tyranny really been eliminated? Mary stared at Duanmu Huai and asked anxiously, while Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders. If you mean the guy who is always pretending to be loyal on the brass throne, then it is indeed finished. Then? But as for whether there will be a second tyrannical wrath in the future, who can say for sure? The subspace is such an evil thing, and at this point, we can't format it and reinstall it. Speaking of this, Duanmu Huai sighed helplessly. According to his thinking, if it can be formatted and reinstalled, it would be the best, but that would also mean the extinction of all living things in the entire galaxy. This is of course impossible. Let's not talk about other races, humans can't die out. For example, this subspace used to be an empty house, and then the war between the ancient saints made it full of shit and fart, and the chaos evil god was the biggest one. Duanmu Huai could only pinch his nose and shovel these few piles away. Then he used a broom to sweep it clean. As for whether there would be a few more piles in the future, Duanmu Huai couldn't say for sure. Maybe after killing these 4 bastards, Duanmu Huai will need to clean up the subspace. Of course, this is definitely not enough. The subspace is boundless. Duanmu Huai can only manage the Milky Way at most. Well, he doesn't want to manage it alone. Later, I have to talk to the GM to see if I can trick a few more unlucky people like me to come here to work as cleaners, so that I can lie down and count money. The cleaning work will be left to the cleaners. Then, next, the second level. After reuniting with the other people, Duanmu Huai came to the battlefield where he fought with Tyranny's Wrath again. At this moment, Tyranny's Wrath's body had disappeared without a trace, and only a flashing portal remained. Obviously, with the death of Tyranny's Wrath, the first level came to an end, which also meant the easiest one to deal with is fallen, and the next one is trouble. Duanmu Huai stared at the portal and grinned. Although Tyranny's Wrath has the strongest combat power among the 4 gods, Duanmu Huai thinks it is the easiest to deal with. The reason is very simple. You don't need to waste your brain to fight it. Just fight. If you win, you are the boss. If you lose, you are the grandson. It's simple and direct, very clear. But the remaining 3? The stain of corruption is simply garbage that can't be wiped off once you get it on, and the obsessive evil is even more abnormal. Duanmu Huai only hopes that the spiritual death god can really kill it as predicted. Even if he fights the spiritual death god, he doesn't want to fight the obsessive evil. It's just a pity that according to Duanmu Huai's consistent view of the spiritual race, their prophecies have never come true, and of course the treacherous trickster who has the worst compatibility with him. It can be said that the next battle will only be more difficult. So Duanmu Huai likes Wushuang and doesn't like decryption. Unfortunately, he has no choice now. But this time before leaving, Duanmu Huai still found something else. Now the system is banned, and the items in the inventory cannot be used. So Duanmu Huai needs to find something for later use. Fortunately, there is a military warehouse nearby. The door should have been closed. Perhaps it was affected when Duanmu Huai fought with tyrannical wrath, so the door was directly smashed. So Duanmu Huai took all the weapons inside without hesitation. Of course, Duanmu Huai has no system inventory available, but fortunately, he now has a dimension pocket from the Faerun world on his hand just in case, just like Mary. Because this thing originally existed in the world, it was not blocked with the system. So Duanmu Huai plundered all the supplies in the military warehouse. After all, with the current situation of this nest city, even the governor is finished, and who knows what it will become in the future. Rather than letting the mobs and gangs in the lower nests take advantage of it, it is better to keep it for yourself to shine. Even if you don't need it, others will need it. Okay. After cleaning up and searching the surroundings, Duanmu Huai looked serious and nodded at the others. Let's go! In the face of Duanmu Huai's words, the girls also tensed up, and then followed Duanmu Huai, and then they walked into the portal in front of him. The next moment, a familiar voice sounded in Duanmu Huai's ears. Ah, master! Duanmu Huai opened his eyes and found himself and others in an empty room like before. This time, standing in the room were Ogus, Neruzmio, Irisville and Medea. Why are you here? We just came here. We were fighting those demons in the Eye of Terror before. Suddenly, we appeared in this place. What's going on? Teacher? After hearing Neruzmio's answer, Duanmu Huai thought about it. They had been in the nest for a long time, but according to these people, they seem to have just arrived in this space. Is the time of each level different? No matter how long I stay in this world, it will not affect the next world. Or is the time of the next world actually static, and it will only start after I open it? It's a long story. Well, it's not a long story. Duanmu Huai briefly explained the situation of this game to them, and then talked about his previous progress. So one of the Chaos Evil Gods has been destroyed? Irisville asked curiously, and Duanmu Huai nodded. That's right, but the next step is the problem. No matter which evil god it is in this world, it will be more difficult to deal with than the wrath of tyranny. At this point, Duanmu Huai stared at them. Anyway, we are here. Are you ready? Of course. Then come on. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai walked to the door, stretched out his hand to push it open, and seeing this scene, Medea was a little surprised. It really can be opened. Miss Ellie, and I couldn't open it no matter how hard we tried just now. Hearing Medea's sigh, Duanmu Huai laughed and walked out of the door. Then, the dazzling sunlight emerged. Duanmu Huai narrowed his eyes, and put his hands in front of his eyes. Then, after a moment, his eyes gradually became familiar with the scenery in front of him. This is an asphalt road, and high-rise buildings can be seen around. Obviously, this is a modern city. But it is not just a modern city. There are car wreckage, bloodstains, and even corpses everywhere. The whole city is filled with thick black smoke, and it looks like a war has taken place. What's going on? Is it a war? No. Duanmu Huai stared at the front, and silently drew out the chainsaw sword. At the same time, from the end of the road in the distance, a noisy sound of footsteps came, and even the ground trembled. Then, everyone saw thousands of people running towards this side. Or strictly speaking, they are no longer human beings, but zombies. Ah! Seeing Duanmu Huai and his party, the zombies screamed as if they had found some delicious prey, and then, they turned into a surging crowd and rushed straight towards this side. Looking at this scene, Duanmu Huai sighed, and then activated the chainsaw sword. He already knew which evil god was here, and he was also a disgusting guy. It was the worst start. I went out to the supermarket to buy things today, and happened to see a lottery ticket seller with 20, 30, and 50. Then I bought a 20 out of curiosity, and then I won 30, so I took a 30 directly, and then I won 30 again, and then I wanted to see how long this could last, so I took another 30, and this time I won 100, then I took 250, and then I was empty. It's quite fun. But lottery tickets are so expensive now. Chapter 1840. When Duanmu Huai saw these zombies for the first time, he naturally knew who the evil god in this world was. After all, there were only a few who could make everything so disgusting, even if they were searched throughout the Milky Way. However, unlike the zombies that walked like turtles in the impression, the zombies here were all very fast, and they felt like they could run 100 meters like a flying man. I have to admit that the scene of hundreds of zombies screaming and rushing towards me with their arms open was indeed quite shocking. But it was useless. Duanmu Huai clenched the chainsaw sword and swung it forward suddenly. A flash of sword light burst out instantly, sweeping across the entire street and disappearing in the zombie group. The next moment, the bodies of the running zombies were suddenly cut in half. At the same time, the tall buildings next to them also tilted, then slowly collapsed, and fell heavily on the street. Boom! The thick reinforced concrete completely buried the street, and smashed the zombies into meat paste. Even if they are not completely dead, it is not so easy to crawl out. This is troublesome. Duanmu Huai retracted the chainsaw sword and sighed silently. Generally speaking, he would not bother to care about this kind of world. Once it is corroded by the filth of corruption, Duanmu Huai will either use the light spear to clean the ground or kill it with neutrons. But unfortunately, now the two sides are obviously going to fight a plague war on this planet. This is what Duanmu Huai dislikes the most. Moreover, the civilization of this world does not seem to be very developed, which makes it even more troublesome to deal with. Not to mention whether there are living people. This is also a problem. Although judging from the reactions of these zombies, it would be strange if there were living people, but who knows? And even if there were living people, they might not be good people. They might be believers of the corruption stain. Duanmu Y has seen this kind of thing a lot in the game. The corruption stain is very disgusting. Facing this kind of thing, many people choose to join it if they can't beat it. So if Duanmu Y encounters a group of corruption-stained believers in this world, or a large number of corruption-stained believers, he would not be surprised at all. So what should we do now, master? Medea asked, and Ogus once again climbed back to Duanmu Y's shoulders and sat down, looking around silently, without saying a word. In short, first figure out what happened in this world, and then find the survivors. This kind of plague must have an outbreak, and generally speaking, that dead fat otaku will stay in the core area of the plague, cultivating his beloved little life there. If there is a warship, I will directly issue an extermination order. Duanmu Y gritted his teeth and said that the situation in front of him was quite bad. Obviously, the corruption filth came out before him, which means that this world may have completely become a backyard of plague corruption. In this case, he can only fight with fewer people. It's not that he can't fight, but Duanmu Y is still very unhappy. In short, first investigate, then find a group of survivors, and then train them into warriors, and then we will deal with those bitches. Duanmu Y also wanted to try how powerful the god of destruction and the god of fighting would be. Since the other party used the human sea tactics, don't blame him for pulling a bunch of gods. But before that, it is important to find people. Survivors are not something that can be found just by looking for them. After determining the course of action, everyone immediately started to act. Medea flew to the sky to investigate the surrounding situation, while others formed several teams to search around. Duanmu Y walked to a newsstand on the street and began to read the newspaper. After all, newspapers would definitely report this kind of situation. But what disappointed Duanmu Y was that the news in the newspaper did not contain any useful information. The only effective information he got from it was that this epidemic virus infection broke out suddenly. No one knew where it broke out. The information in the news only said that the epidemic broke out. At first, patients with mild symptoms were required to self-isolate at home to prevent the collapse of medical resources, but then a large number of mutations occurred in the hospital. Well, it is understandable. Since the patients lying in the hospital are all seriously ill, Duanmu Y thinks that it is a zombie hatching nest. Once all those seriously ill patients become zombies, the first to suffer will definitely be the hospital. The following newspapers mainly reported that the police blocked the hospital and clashed with civilians, and then the military intervened urgently, and the situation escalated. The infection spread. Even the soldiers were infected with the disease on a large scale, and then it blossomed in many places, and the streets were full of zombies. And all this happened very quickly, because the latest issue of the newspaper still called on the public to exercise restraint and avoid hindering special military operations. Now look at this city. Where is there any special military operation to speak of? Just as Duanmu Y scanned the newspaper, the others came back. There are no signs nearby. Mary shook her head. The city has been occupied for some time. I also looked around, but I didn't find any signs of life, at least not with my eyes. Medea also came back from the air and gave a pessimistic answer. Considering that the zombies in this world like to run wild in groups, I'm afraid that even if there are survivors, they will hide obediently. Irisville sighed lightly. Then pull them out one by one. Duanmu Y snorted coldly. It was obviously impossible for him to deal with the entire plague army with just as few people. He must need soldiers. How to pull them out? It's impossible for them not to eat, drink water, and not get sick. Duanmu Y quickly gave the answer. Follow these to find, especially in residential areas, there must be people hiding at home. Use the auspicious instrument to lock. Medea, leave it to you. Okay. Medea took the auspicious instrument from Duanmu Y and nodded, then flew into the sky again. Duanmu Y and his companions searched from the ground, following Medea's instructions. Ah, master, there are life reactions in the underground street, for people. Very good, let's go. For Duanmu Y and his companions, the zombies along the way were not even appetizers. They didn't even need to make a move. As long as Ogus moved her fingers slightly, the stupid zombies, who only knew how to run wildly, would actively crash into the indestructible silk thread, and then actively turn themselves into pieces of chopped ham. Duanmu Y rushed to the front as always, waving the chainsaw in his hand. Ola, Ola, Ola! Get out of my way! The violent aura rushed out from Duanmu Y's body. He was wearing a power armor condensed with shadows, and rushing forward like a bowling ball rolling forward on the lane at a high speed, and the zombies were knocked away, hit, and then smashed like pins. Soon, following Medea's guidance, Duanmu Y came to the end of the underground street. And there, the iron gate had been lowered, completely isolating the entire underground passage. However, This level of gate may be able to stop zombies, but it definitely can't stop Duanmuhui. Boom! He almost broke through the gate like an angry bull and rushed in. Ah! Almost at the same time, a scream sounded from it, and then Duanmuhui raised his head and saw that in front of him, 3 women and a man were trembling against the wall, staring at him with wide eyes in fear. The 3 women looked to be in their 20s, and the man was a company employee in his 40s. At this moment, the 4 of them were already stunned and collapsed on the ground, looking at Duanmuhui and unable to speak. Are you the survivors? Duanmuhui stared at the 4 people in front of him and asked in a cold voice, while the latter just stood there in a daze, as if he was completely in a state of horror and shock. Well, if you think about it carefully, it is understandable. After all, a tall, terrifying giant wearing heavy armor rushed in without warning and stared at them coldly. If these people had not experienced the zombie incident, they would probably have fainted by now. Finally, one of the women with long hair and heavy makeup mustered up the courage to ask, Are you from the army? Are you here to rescue us? We are the tribunal. Duanmuhui stared at the woman and answered, As for the rescue, you can consider it as rescue. Tribunal. What is that? Fortunately, at this time, other girls also rushed over. Compared with Duanmuhui's appearance, Mary and others obviously gave people a more friendly feeling, which also made these uneasy survivors feel relieved, and then they began to introduce themselves. The 3 women were from the same airline. According to them, they were about to go home after the night shift and wanted to buy something in the underground street, and then suddenly a commotion broke out. The 3 women were scared and hid in this store nearby, and the man also hid in with them at that time. How much do you know about this plague? Hearing that they were flight attendants, Duanmuhui immediately became concerned. After all, such cross-border staff must know more than media reporters, and this is their job, and the airport must also carry out some epidemic prevention explanations. Hearing Duanmuhui's question, the 3 women looked at each other. We did hear about the flu, and we were required to take the temperature of every passenger on the plane to ensure that there were no patients, and if they were sick, they would be quarantined. But we didn't expect that it would also happen in our country. You mean, this epidemic was originally transmitted from other countries? Yes. The long-haired woman nodded again. When we flew there before, we heard that there was a large-scale flu and infection there, but we didn't expect it to turn out like this. In addition, I heard that the incubation period of this epidemic is very long, and the onset is very fast, so we need to take the temperature of the passengers every 3 hours. This made many passengers very uncooperative, and even complained about us. We don't want that either. What if someone is really infected, then won't we be unlucky too? The incubation period is long, and the disease develops quickly. Good guy, you are really good at playing corruption filth. Duanmuhui cursed silently in his heart. In fact, he also knew that creating viruses and plagues was this guy's specialty. This guy might even open a plague company. Oh. At this moment, suddenly, the clerk next to him roared loudly, scaring everyone. They turned their heads and saw that the man was twitching all over and struggling desperately. Seeing this scene, the 3 women were also frightened and hurriedly stepped back. What's going on? He is infected? No way, why? Compared with those terrified flight attendants, Duanmuhui walked up directly, grabbed the man, and then stretched out his hand to tear off his clothes. Soon, under the light of the searchlight, everyone clearly saw a circle of deep tooth marks on the man's hairy calf. He was bitten. The long-haired stewardess was even more shocked when she saw this. No wonder he couldn't walk well before. He said he sprained his ankle. Kill him quickly, he will become a zombie. I know. Duanmuhui didn't care about the long-haired stewardess's shouting, but made a gesture. Lumial record. Okay, please wait. Here it comes. Soon, a servo skull flew over from behind. Seeing this weird thing, the 3 stewardesses screamed again, but the servo skull ignored them, just emitted a scarlet light from its eye sockets, scanning the man in front of it. Detection, human. Preliminary judgment, contaminated. Body temperature rises rapidly. How long has it been since you met him? Duanmuhui grabbed the struggling man with one hand, like grabbing a kitten, and turned his head to look at the long-haired stewardess, who hesitated and shook her head. I don't know. There is no day or night in this underground street. Anyway, we met him on May 3rd. Time record completed. Oh. The man was in great pain at this moment, his mouth wide open. Saliva kept flowing down the corners of his mouth, and his eyes were rolled up with only the whites of his eyes left. This horrible look made the 3 stewardesses tremble constantly, but to their surprise, the other girls surrounding Duanmuhui didn't care about it at all. just staring at the man, as if his infection was not a big deal. Mr. Duanmu, you have a solution, right? Of course, it's bad luck for this old guy to meet me. Hearing Mary's question, Duanmu Huai sneered, and then the dark flame in his hand burst out instantly, and in the blink of an eye, the violent man was completely swallowed up. Ah! Seeing this scene, the three stewardesses widened their eyes, and were speechless. They even suspected that they had been locked up underground for too long and had hallucinations. What is going on? However, something even more unimaginable happened next. After a while, the black flame disappeared, but the middle-aged uncle held by Duanmu Huai was not burned to ashes. On the contrary, he was still there, and there was no sign of being burned at all. Everyone saw him being swallowed by the flames, but he was unharmed. Then, Duanmu Huai threw this guy to the ground. Bang! Perhaps because he hit the cold ground, the man let out a wail, and then he slowly opened his eyes. What's wrong with me? Hey! At this moment, the three stewardesses even suspected that there was something wrong with their eyes. The man had already fallen ill. According to their experience, he would become a monster like those guys who lost their minds outside, but now he is cured? Very good, everything went well. Duanmu Huai stared at the man in front of him, and nodded with satisfaction. This is not an ordinary plague, it is the plague of the corruption stain, that is, the enemy of mankind. And Duanmu Huai happened to be the god of destruction, who specialized in destroying the enemies of mankind. So he wanted to try to see if he could use his power of destruction to remove the plague virus of the corruption stain. Now it seems that it is as smooth as he expected. Hee. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but sneer. Corruption stain, your good days are over. Chapter 1841. The scene in front of them stunned the three stewardesses. They could not believe their eyes. It was clear that the man had already fallen ill, and was about to become a zombie, but now, he was alive again? What was going on? Change your clothes and follow me. Duanmu Huai glanced at the four people, and the man seemed to have just come to his senses. He looked at his body in surprise, with a blank face. However, Duanmu Huai's oppressive voice still made him tremble, and then he stood up obediently. At this time, Duanmu Huai received Media's report again. Ah, master, I found a few more survivors. It's a great harvest. Oh! Hearing Media's report, Duanmu Huai nodded with satisfaction. Very good, we will go there immediately. Received. After that, Duanmu Huai and others took the four survivors out of the underground street and reached the ground from the other side. Then, following the route guided by Media, they soon arrived at her block. Then, Duanmu Huai saw a bus parked in the middle of the road, and Media was sitting on a staff, circling the bus, with a pile of zombies beside her. Ah, master! Seeing Duanmu Huai and others, Media raised her hands happily, and waved vigorously. We are here. Wait, don't shout. Hearing the innocent shout of the girl, the survivors' faces suddenly changed. They knew that these zombies were very sensitive to sound. Media's shout would definitely attract all the zombies around. Ah! As expected, almost at the same time, the zombies' unique wails and screams were heard all around, and then one by one, zombies came out from the passages and gates in all directions, just like fanatical fans seeing their beloved superstars, and rushed directly towards them. It's over, we're dead. Looking at this scene, the passengers in the car screamed immediately. After all, from their point of view, there was no way to escape with so many zombies, and they were probably going to die. However, at this moment, Media raised her hand, and then a huge magic circle appeared above their heads, followed by countless magic beams falling from the sky like a torrential rain, smashing all the zombies into pieces. Not only were the survivors in the car dumbfounded and speechless, but even the four survivors following Duanmu Huai and others were the same. They stared at the front with their eyes wide open, and even doubted whether they were dreaming. This must be a dream, otherwise why would there be such unreasonable things? Expelling the dead spirits doesn't work. Mary also put down her cane, frowned and looked puzzled. Why, aren't these all zombies? Because they are different from the corpses in the world of Faerun, they are not driven by negative energy. In fact, strictly speaking, they are not even corpses, but living people. Duanmu Huai didn't care. After all, this is common sense for players. Although they are all zombies, there is still a difference between the zombies of the corrupted stain and the zombies of the necromancer. As they talked, the group walked to the front of the bus. At this moment, the passengers were also huddled in the bus, looking at Duanmu Huai and others, with a look of confusion and anxiety. It's no wonder that they are like this. After all, the city has become like this now. Everyone is either busy surviving or nervous. On the other hand, Duanmu Huai and the girl beside him seemed to ignore all this, as if they were just taking a walk on the street. Duanmu Huai stared at the people on the bus, and then made a gesture. You get off the bus. The group got off the bus obediently, and stood in a row uncomfortably. Report the situation, civilians. Where are you from? We are. In response to Duanmu Huai's question, the uniformed driver hesitated for a moment, but still stammered about his experience. They were also trapped in the building when the virus broke out, just like the 4 survivors. It's just that because there are so many people, after so many days, the food has been almost eaten. So the driver remembered that the bus was nearby, so he asked the others to take the bus and move out of the city. Although it was smooth at the beginning, they didn't expect that they would be stuck in traffic when they turned here, and the zombies attracted by the engine sound also ran over. If Medea hadn't suddenly dropped from the sky and eliminated those zombies, they would probably have been opened in the bus at this time. I see. After listening to the driver's explanation, Duanmu Huai nodded and then made a gesture. You follow me? Wait a minute. Just then, a short-haired woman came out from the passengers. She was wearing sportswear, and her eyes looked very sharp. At this moment, the short-haired woman stared at Duanmu Huai, frowned and asked, Who are you? Why do you want to save us? I am Duanmu Huai, the chief judge of the tribunal. Duanmu Huai said. They are my direct subordinates and you have been recruited by me. Recruit? Yes, from now on, you are my subordinates. To put it bluntly, you are now equivalent to soldiers. What? Don't joke. Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, everyone was in an uproar. Are you asking us to fight zombies? What a joke. Absolutely impossible. I don't want to. For a while, protests came one after another, and Duanmu Huai just looked at them coldly, and then snorted. Humph! In just a moment, the unparalleled fear and pressure suddenly broke out, and everyone felt as if their hearts were hit hard by a hammer. And those who shouted and screamed were like chickens with their necks strangled, and they were silent. I think you seem to have made a mistake, civilians. Duanmu Huai stared at everyone and spoke again. This is an order, not a request. If you want to leave, I don't mind punishing you. Why? I just want to leave. But there is a high possibility that you will be infected and become a zombie. I will not allow this to happen. Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, everyone was stunned and speechless for a while. At this time, the short-haired girl tried to stand up, stared at Duanmu Huai, and spoke again. But we have no weapons. Do you think I'm a fool? Did I ask you to fight zombies with your teeth and fists? Duanmu Huai glanced at the short-haired girl, and then made a gesture. The next moment, everyone saw a large box appear in front of them out of thin air, and then Duanmu Huai opened the lid directly. Inside were several long guns that looked like guns? Everyone looked at the weapons in the box and felt confused. Sure enough, they were still dreaming. Even the short-haired girl stared at the weapon box blankly, and then she walked up carefully, as if she was in front of a treasure chest monster that would bite Fulillian. Then she reached out and took out a gun from the box. Is this a real gun? Mary, go and give me some guidance. Duanmu Huai absolutely didn't care about guns, although according to reason, he should have played with them in front of everyone. But Duanmu Huai knew his own business. If he wanted to shoot here, he might end up shooting at someone else's house. That would be a huge embarrassment. On the other hand, Mary is a perfect shooter because of her golden eyes, and this Imperial Standard weapon is very convenient and simple. Even a child can use it. Well, Duanmu Huai is now secretly glad that he looted the military warehouse before leaving the nest. At least for now, the weapons and equipment inside should be enough for a regiment. Okay. Mary nodded, then came to the short-haired girl, and then whispered to her. The latter was a little restrained, but still under Mary's guidance, she picked up the gun, aimed at a car next to her, opened the safety, pulled the trigger, and then swoosh! A red laser burst out from the muzzle and hit the target car body, instantly burning a big hole in the door of the car. At this moment, the short-haired girl widened her eyes and stared at the weapon in her hand in surprise. Wait, what kind of gun is this? Laser gun. This is a standard weapon. It is best used to deal with zombies. Duanmu Huai answered. These zombies are quite difficult to kill with ordinary methods, so the best way is to burn them directly. So laser weapons with high temperature are much more useful than ordinary firearms to deal with zombies. No, I mean. Faced with Duanmu Huai's explanation, the short-haired girl panicked uncharacteristically, and the others were also surprised at this moment. Aren't laser guns things that only appear in science fiction movies? There are no such things in reality. This is not a problem that civilians need to consider. Duanmu Huai directly blocked the short-haired girl with one sentence. The latter opened her mouth like a fish, but still closed her mouth obediently, raised the laser gun again to aim, and then pulled the trigger. With the short-haired girl as an example, the others also stepped forward and carefully took a laser gun from the box, and then followed Mary's instructions, and began to learn how to use these guns. Seeing that the civilians were obedient, Duanmu Huai nodded, and then looked at the 4 people not far behind him. You go too. We also want to. The 3 stewardesses were shocked when they heard this, and Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows. Otherwise, why would I recruit you? Go. I know. The long-haired and heavily made-up stewardess gritted her teeth, then nodded vigorously and looked at her companions. We must protect ourselves. We can't always rely on others. Besides, I have always wanted to play with guns. Hearing the long-haired stewardess' words, the other 2 hesitated for a moment, then walked over and began to choose weapons. As for the rescued office worker uncle, he had already walked silently to the others and started practicing shooting. Mary and Lingnu took on the duties of instructors, telling them how to hold a gun, not to point the muzzle at people, and to keep their fingers outside the trigger. When shooting, aim at the limbs that are most likely to be hit instead of the head. It must be said that with guns in hand, the civilians seemed to gradually calm down. In particular, the power of the laser gun is easy to see. A shot can melt a big hole in the doors of those cars. There is no more direct way to show its power than this. This also made the originally terrified survivors gradually calm down. At least this is much better than facing zombies unarmed. However, accidents always happen. Ah! When most people were training, suddenly, a scream sounded. Everyone turned around and saw a man holding a weapon in one hand and holding Otis, who was watching the show next to him, in the other hand. The latter just stood there quietly motionless like a doll. Let me leave here! Facing the gaze of everyone, the man also shouted loudly at this time. I don't want to fight with zombies. Although you gave us weapons, in the final analysis, you want us to fight with zombies, right? Indeed. Duanmu Huai nodded. I don't want to do it. You all know how powerful those zombies are. Even if we have guns in our hands, we can never beat those guys. The man also shouted at the other survivors. Hearing his words, the survivors who were not panicked because they had guns in their hands also remembered the terrifying appearance of the zombies when they came like a tide. Indeed, facing that fearless and crazy death charge, what can they do even if they have guns in their hands? We must leave this city. Run away. Those who are willing to leave, come with me. The man put the muzzle of the gun against Otis's forehead and shouted loudly. Hearing the man shouting, the expressions of the survivors were very complicated. On the one hand, they felt that this was too ungrateful, but on the other hand, the other party gave them weapons to make them cannon fodder. Don't move. The man stared at Duanmu Huai with red eyes. I know your armor is very powerful, but if you dare to move, I will kill this girl. However, facing the man's threat, Duanmu Huai turned a deaf ear. Inciting rebellion is extremely stupid. Otis, don't kill him. I want to show others what the consequences of defying the tribunal are. Okay, master. As Otis's voice fell, the next moment the man's hands suddenly broke from his arms without any warning, and the hands holding the gun fell directly to the ground, and then Otis's fingers moved slightly, and the puppet silk wrapped around the man's arms without both hands, and he fell directly up. Ah! The pain of having 2 hands cut off alive is naturally not something that ordinary people can endure. At this moment, the man couldn't hold back and screamed loudly. When the other survivors saw the scene, they widened their eyes in horror and stepped back. However, Duanmu Huai didn't care about this at all. He thought about it for a while, and then turned to the girls around him. Lumiel, come on. What do you want me to do, Lord Inquisitor? Turn this guy into a servitor. I have all the materials. I looted a lot of them in the Mechanicus before. We just need someone to carry the luggage. He's the one. You want me to do it? Maria is more familiar with this kind of thing, right? I just know the process. Since Maria is not here, you can take over for the time being. Okay. Lumiel sighed helplessly and nodded. I don't know what the transformation will be like. Practice makes perfect. I just treat it as a training for you. Chapter 1842. After this episode, the survivors calmed down. Of course, they had to calm down, because everyone had seen what happened just now. They had to admit that after getting a gun, everyone felt more confident. However, the facts told them that this was just an illusion. Although the weapons in their hands were much more powerful than they imagined, it was obvious that the people in the tribunal did not take these things seriously at all. Of course, what made them obedient was the silent figure following behind them. The unlucky man before had been completely transformed into another look. Most of his body was covered with machinery, and his chopped-off hands were equipped with 2 mechanical claws. The man's expression was dull at the moment, like a puppet without any self-awareness. He just followed quietly behind everyone, carrying some sundries, like a hard-working porter. Just seeing this scene made everyone feel cold in their hearts. But the most important thing was not this, but the attitude of the tribunal. This is my first transformation. Don't come to me if it doesn't go smoothly. After all, I'm not Maria. I don't have such advanced transformation technology. Lomil explained to Duanmu Huai, and Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders. It doesn't matter. As long as it can be used, it won't be wasted. Listening to the 2 people walking and chatting, the survivors were all cold in their hearts. The attitudes of the 2 were very calm, without any panic or anger, as if they were talking about something that was taken for granted. However, considering that they were transforming a living person, people had to think more. Don't worry. Duanmu Huai turned his head and waved to the survivors behind him. Only those who disobey the Inquisition and criminals will be turned into servitors. Just be obedient and don't make trouble. I won't turn you into such things. Why? Why do you have to do this? The short-haired girl following behind asked with courage. Can't you just kill him? Now the human beings in this world are facing a catastrophe. Everyone is useful. It would be a waste to just kill them. Then you can use those zombies? They have been contaminated. No. Duanmu Huai shook his head. Although he could destroy the plague spread by the corruption stain and heal other people, that was only limited to when the other party was still alive. Once they died, they would have completely turned into demons under the corruption stain. In short, those zombies were actually no different from the subspace demons that completely invaded the bodies of mortals. Therefore, Duanmu Huai could not turn the zombies back into humans. But isn't this too cruel? Cruel? Duanmu Huai looked at the short-haired girl in surprise. Is it okay for him to threaten our people with the weapon I gave him? That's not what I meant. I just think that your methods seem a little too. That's what the tribunal does. Duanmu Huai interrupted the short-haired girl's protest neatly. If you don't agree, hold it in. The short-haired girl shut her mouth and retreated silently. To be honest, she really didn't want to continue following this group of mysterious guys, but the short-haired girl knew very well that, at least for now, following them was the only way to ensure her survival rate. Although she regretted that she shouldn't act as a group when she was in the car before, the short-haired girl has changed her mind now. Although Duanmu Huai is indeed very tough and cold, it is precisely because of this that everyone is afraid of him, and is willing to obey his orders. In the eyes of the short-haired girl, it was good enough to be able to do this for now. She knew very well that a group must have a leader, especially in the current environment. A strong leader is very necessary. Although the means of the tribunal are quite cruel, at least they are against the enemy. As long as I always stand on the side of the tribunal, there should be no problem. Probably. Please, please. Just as the short-haired girl was thinking, another man asked uneasily. What are we going to do next? Wait a minute, Mary, have you registered? Yes. The short-haired girl looked up and saw a blonde girl coming to Duanmu Huai and handed over the notebook in her hand. The other party seemed to be a foreigner and was very beautiful. Just now, when the unlucky guy was transformed, the girl took the notebook and asked everyone's occupation, age and experience one by one. Although I don't know what she is going to do, but... Duanmu Huai took the notebook, looked at it carefully, and then looked at the survivors. How many of you can drive? I. Including the bus driver, 2 men raised their hands. Come over here, go over there. Duanmu Huai pointed to a place casually, and then the 2 men walked over obediently with guns. And, there's a plumber? Ah, yes, I'm here. A man in work clothes also stood up hurriedly. Can you repair a car? This? I can't. It's better than Xiaobai, you stay with them. Yes. The workwear man also followed Duanmu Huai's instructions, and ran to the 2 drivers. Then, white-collar workers? Foreign companies and finance? They are all useless. Duanmu Huai flipped through the pages and curled his lips. Those whose names I called should stand on the opposite side. Soon, Duanmu Huai called out the names, and although the people whose names he called didn't know what Duanmu Huai was going to do, they all obeyed and stood according to his assignment. Soon, everyone was divided into 3 groups. The 2 drivers and the electrician were in one group, the others were in one group, and the remaining group was all minors, 2 students and 2 children. Now you are divided into 3 groups. Duanmu Huai stared at the survivors and said, each group has different tasks, but they must listen to my command. You. Duanmu Huai pointed at the driver who drove the bus before. You are in charge of the driving team. Ah? Me? Okay. Then the assault team, you come. Duanmu Huai pointed at the short-haired girl. When the commotion happened just now, Duanmu Huai also saw the reactions of these survivors. Most of them were at a loss or even panicked. Only this short-haired girl looked quite calm. At least she was a person with strong psychological quality. Moreover, even though she knew there was danger just now, she dared to ask him questions. She was quite courageous. Of course, such people are generally more opinionated, but Duanmu Huai is not worried about this. People with opinions are more likely to understand which is a better choice, living or being a robot servant. Although this short-haired girl is pretty, Duanmu Huai doesn't care about such trivial matters. After being transformed into a robot servant, it will be the same anyway. What's your name? Sanrizuki Sien. The short-haired girl stared at Duanmu Huai and answered in a low voice. Well, then the assault class will be in your charge. Yes. Then. Duanmu Huai cast his eyes on the miners. Feeling Duanmu Huai's gaze, the two children were frightened and hurriedly hid behind one of the girls. Do you know each other? Ah, yes. The girl didn't seem to expect Duanmu Huai to ask her a question, and hurriedly lowered her head. They are my brothers. I am Fujino Fuyuki, this is you, this is Longxi. Duanmu Huai scratched his head. Children are the most troublesome. Not only are they difficult to manage, but they are also easy to cause trouble. Moreover, these two little ghosts look like elementary school students. There is no way they can become any combat power. Lorena, leave it to you. I remember you seem to have done this in the church? Okay, Lord Knight. Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Lorena nodded. The church often takes care of children, and I'm used to it. Then it's decided. After Duanmu Huai finished the assignment, it was over, and then he looked at the notebook again. Well, there's a person named Tanaka. Come here. Ah, yes, it's me. The person who came out in response was none other than the office worker uncle, who was locked in the supermarket with the 3 flight attendants before. He walked out nervously and looked at Duanmu Huai. Excuse me, what can I do for you? Do you work in the municipal government? I'm just a clerk. A clerk is better. Duanmu Huai waved his hand and took a map. Come here, I want to ask you something. Okay. Although Uncle Tanaka is just a clerk, Duanmu Huai knows very well that there are many things that these low-level staff know better than those above. Not to mention the activities held by the government, they are the ones who run errands. So if you want to ask for details, it is more useful to find these low-level staff than those high-ranking bigwigs. Duanmu Huai asked Tanaka a few questions, then marked a line on the map, then stood up and looked at the others. Okay, let's go. Where are we going? First, let's find a vehicle. Duanmu Huai said, looking at the bus. When it was surrounded by zombies before, the bus was already riddled with holes, and could not be used. Fortunately, Tanaka said that just a few days ago, the engineering team had received a new batch of transport vehicles and heavy machinery, mainly for renovation and transformation work. And Duanmu Huai also set his sights on these vehicles. At least it is impossible for them to walk. Just being tired would make people die. We will follow this road to the construction site. We will pass by schools and shelters on the way to see if there are any survivors there. Of course. At this point, Duanmu Huai sneered and stared at the people in front of him. By the way, let you experience the feeling of fighting. Looking at Duanmu Huai with a grim smile, everyone's face turned pale when they heard this. Although they were mentally prepared, but do they really have to fight zombies? Chapter 1843. For the survivors, the days ahead were like hell. They had thought that once they opened their eyes, their daily lives would be turned upside down, and that struggling to survive every day was hard enough. But soon, Duanmu Huai told them with facts that there were many sufferings in this world that were worse than death. Whether in games, movies, TV, or novels, survivors who wanted to live in a city full of zombies would try to keep their footsteps as light as possible, sneaking around like thieves to avoid attracting the attention of the zombies. Not to mention that the zombies in this world were very fast, and each one was like a 100-meter sprinter. Once you were discovered, you would be caught up and knocked down by the other party before you could even run. However, Duanmu Huai did the opposite. Basically, when he arrived at a place, he only said one sentence. Go, clean up the zombies inside. At first it was parks and squares, then it became shopping malls, and then apartments. The more people there were, the denser the zombies were. The survivors were naturally very resistant to this. What a joke. They had finally survived, not to fight the zombies. However, The figure of the guy who was made into a robot servant swaying behind them quickly dispelled the idea of resistance. Duanmu Huai also said that if they didn't obey, they would be made into robot servants. After all, robot servants are obedient. Of course, at the beginning, it was not that no one wanted to escape in the chaos, but in fact, Medea was always watching from a high altitude. If anyone tried to be a deserter, they would be made into a robot servant after being caught. After 2 more robot servants were added, the others accepted their fate. For these survivors, who were just living their daily lives before, Duanmu Huai's teachings really put a lot of pressure on them. He was not the kind of ghost sergeant that everyone imagined, who would beat people to death and then order them to run circles and do sit-ups and other punishments. But everyone would rather Duanmu Huai was that kind of ghost sergeant, because he was scarier than a ghost sergeant. Duanmu Huai believed that people can't teach people, but things can be taught. So although he would explain the precautions to everyone before the battle, he would not emphasize the precautions. After that, he would signal them to try it themselves. So everyone had to bite the bullet and then encounter zombies. Some people's brains went blank and they collapsed to the ground in fear, and some people had a mental breakdown, messing up the formation that was originally organized with great difficulty. And then needless to say, those zombies went up and bit them. If it were in the movie, this would be the rhythm of a group annihilation. But Duanmu Huai said, "Want to die? Not that easy." That's right, once this happens, Duanmu Huai doesn't even care, he will just watch coldly from the side, and then when he sees that almost everyone is going to die, he lets Mianmu Sanaorai and others go forward to clear the scene, and then lets Medea be responsible for saving people. Medea's healing magic is naturally very strong, which is more useful than any medicine. As long as you are not bitten to death, you can be saved. But for the survivors, they would rather be bitten to death, bite half to death, then be saved, and then let go to be bitten by zombies. What kind of torture is this? You might as well give me a quick death and shoot me. Oh, Duanmu Huai will not be shot. He will only be made into a robot servant. Under this extreme hellish devil training, these survivors also fought hard. In just a few days, they quickly mastered the skills of teaming up to fight zombies. But this is not over yet. After the survivors were finally able to clear an office building without injury, Duanmu Huai congratulated them on passing the first stage of training, and then the second stage came. They had to fight close combat with zombies. Each person was given a machete, and then they had to chop at me, no guns allowed. So for the survivors, the more hellish training began. Compared with using guns, close combat gives people a stronger stimulation, especially the touch of a knife chopping on a zombie, so that many survivors couldn't stand it at first. But it's still the same. People can't teach people, but they will learn after being bitten by zombies a few times. Although Duanmu Huai's training was indeed painful, except for a few people with weak minds, the other survivors persisted. The reason is very simple, that is, they are really not afraid of being infected. That's right, as long as they were the emblem of the tribunal, and then with Medea's magic treatment, even if they are bitten by zombies, they will not be infected, let alone become zombies. Because of this, they can't leave here. Even though Duanmu Huai's hell training is so hard, most people endure it silently. After all, they have suffered so much to survive, not to become zombies or robot servants in the future. In this way, Duanmu Huai and his team stayed in this urban area for about a week, and the number of survivors increased. But what made Duanmu Huai speechless was that most of them were women and children. When asked, most of them said that the father had to find food and medicine for the family, and then went out alone, and then never came back. There are also couples in this situation. The man never comes back, and the remaining women can only curl up at home and shiver and wait for death. How to say? For Duanmu Huai, it's a waste. If he stayed, wouldn't his team be stronger now? Forget it, it's the same now. Duanmu Huai shook his head, then stood up and stretched. While sweeping the city, they also found a hotel to use as a shelter. Although most humans have become zombies, the water and electricity have not been interrupted yet. Duanmu Huai is not just a whip without candy. A warm bed, food, and a hot bath are enough to relax these people's tired nerves. Duanmu Huai walked out of his room, came to the next door, and knocked on the door, and then Mary opened the door. "Ah, Mr. Duanmu. Well, how is it going?" "Nothing special. Miss Lemuel is trying to make contact, but it looks like the situation is really bad, and she can't even receive any meaningful communication frequency." Mary shook her head, and let Duanmu Huai come in. In the room, Lemuel was operating through the terminal. Although she didn't know what she was doing, she looked like a hacker in the movie, as if she was very busy. "Mr. Duanmu, you seem to be here for a long time?" "Really? Yes, in the last world, didn't you always try to lock the evil god and destroy it? This time, I thought you would rush over directly after knowing the location of the evil god. I do think so, but the problem is not that simple. Duanmu Huai shook his head. Do you remember what the duties of the Inquisition are? Protect humanity at all costs and eliminate all existence that threatens humanity? Mary naturally knew this sentence by heart. That's the problem. Duanmu Huai nodded seriously. As of now, the corruption stain may have infected the entire world. If we go directly to the corruption stain's lair now, what do you think will happen? It is very likely that a plague will break out in the world in an instant, turning this world into its plague garden. Duanmu Huai stared at Mary with a serious expression. The corruption stain's plague is not the kind of small thing in the movie that only infects humans and animals. Any living thing will be infected by the corruption stain and then assimilated, and then you will be able to experience what it feels like to live in a dung heap. By the way, not a metaphor, but a literal sense. Woo! Hearing this, Mary's face suddenly tensed. This is different from the situation of tyrannical wrath. If we don't find a way to kill as much corruption as possible, the situation will only get worse. But we can't do it alone, so we need manpower, and we have to leave seeds. At least, we need to leave a human anchor in this world. So, Mr. Duanmu, you don't care about their strange sayings? Hearing this, Mary frowned, and Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders. Of course he knew what Mary was talking about. In fact, among the survivors, there has been a saying recently that Duanmu Huai and others are messengers from the gods in the sky. They are here to save the world, and they are the chosen ones. Those cruel trials are also tests of them by the gods. In fact, Mary could understand that this was an excuse these people made up, but, well, how should I put it? It was a mistake, and they were right. After all, they had seen magic with their own eyes. Medea could fly in the air, which was not something that ordinary people could do. Moreover, this world did not seem to be a magical world, and there was no knowledge of this at all. But she felt a little awkward in her heart. After all, although it was not the first time for Mary to save people, it was the first time for her to save people as a messenger of God. Seeing the survivors bowing their heads and worshipping her devoutly, Mary always felt a little awkward. Huh? Mary sighed silently. Do I need to explain it to them? I know that if there is no guidance, the spontaneously arising faith and worship will be twisted to what extent. Well, that's why I came to you. Thank you for your help. Okay, I find a way. Well, do I need to tell them about the universe? No, most people only need a simple binary concept, good and bad, angels and demons. For them, this world alone is enough to keep them busy. There is no need to tell them too much about the universe. And if everything goes well, this will not be a problem they need to consider in the future. Just say something about the subspace and the corruption to let them understand the current situation. I understand. I find a way. Choose a simple and easy to understand statement to explain it to everyone. Mary thought for a moment, then sighed silently and nodded. Actually, I don't really like this kind of religious atmosphere. I think the religious atmosphere of the Inquisition is also very strong. Duanmu Huai looked at her in confusion. The Inquisition even has flying warships. What's the problem? That's not what I mean. Mary shook her head. Although we live in a church, in fact, everyone has more of a belief than a faith. Protecting humans, guarding humans, and destroying the enemies of humans. It feels like everyone is a colleague, but the people here seem to treat the Inquisition as a religious organization, like believers praying for God's blessing. Or something like that. Most people are like this. They can't tell the difference between belief and faith. Duanmu Huai shrugged. But no matter what, the only thing we can give them is the motivation to fight to the end. The same is true for the Star Army. Fighting chaos, orcs, and Zerg, it is not enough to rely on the motivation of protecting humans, so they need faith. Even if the Emperor doesn't care about them at all, at least shouting the Emperor is above can give them courage. For ordinary people, being able to do this is enough. In short, whether it is religion or brainwashing, we must hammer a nail into this place. Duanmu Huai stared at Mary and whispered. No matter what, we must not let this world become a back garden of corruption. Chapter 1844. For Duanmu Huai and others, this leisurely life is almost the same as daily life. But for other survivors, life is obviously not so good. Just like the group of students running desperately on the street. Hurry, we must leave here. The leading teenager shouted desperately, and the others gritted their teeth and followed behind the teenager, but their speed was not fast, especially with a little girl behind them, which slowed them down even more. Not far behind them, several zombies were rushing towards them at half the speed of the supermarket, as if they were free goods given away by the supermarket. Well, maybe it is almost the same in the eyes of zombies. Hey! Just when a zombie was about to bite, a girl gritted her teeth, turned around suddenly, and poked a long stick in her hand into the zombie's body, knocking it out. Then she held the little girl's hand again, and continued to run forward. The fat man next to him was sweating profusely, almost rolling his eyes, and almost fainting. According to his condition, if he is not eaten by zombies, he will fall to the ground and pass out while running. But the zombies behind him are getting closer and closer, and there is no other way for them to run except running instinctively. However, just as the survivors turned the corner, they suddenly saw several red lights flashing in front of their eyes, and the next moment, the zombies' shout stopped abruptly. Huh? Everyone turned around and found that the zombies that were chasing them just now had turned into a pile of charcoal with black smoke. What happened? Just when everyone was puzzled, a voice sounded from not far away. Stop! Hearing this order, the survivors hurriedly stopped and looked in the direction of the voice. They saw several soldiers in military uniforms appearing from the balconies on both sides. They lowered their guns and stared at these people vigilantly. The front is the station of the tribunal. No entry without permission. Who are you? What is the tribunal? Hearing this strange name, everyone was stunned for a moment, but soon, one of the girls wearing glasses spoke. We are survivors. You are the army, right? Shouldn't you protect us? Wait, Lee. The leading boy hurriedly grabbed the girl with twin ponytails and signaled her not to talk too much. The other party was holding a gun in his hand. They knew very well that there were many criminals in this doomsday world. They had encountered thugs with daggers before, and now the other party was holding a gun in his hand. If they had a conflict with them, it was not certain what would happen. You mean, you want to seek the asylum of the tribunal? At this moment, another voice sounded from beside them, scaring the students. They turned around and saw a short-haired woman wearing the same military uniform, holding a gun and walking out of the bushes next to them, staring at them. Is that so? Faced with the question of the short-haired woman, the students hesitated, but another girl held the girl in her arms and looked at them with an uneasy look. Alice has a high fever, and she needs treatment. I advise you to think it over before you speak. However, the short-haired girl stared at them with a serious look. If your companion is just suffering from some minor illness, there are medicines in the pharmacy next door. We didn't take all of them away. You can go there to find some medicine. What do you mean? Hearing this, the girl with glasses and twin ponytails suddenly became angry. This child is very sick. Can't you save her? Aren't you soldiers? Protecting civilians is your duty. H.A. Hearing the question from the twin ponytails, the short-haired girl sighed helplessly. The leading boy also stepped forward and bowed his head to her. Please, this child is really very sick. We need doctors and medicines. And we have no food. That's not what I meant. The short-haired girl stared at the boy. Then I have to explain to you in advance that if you choose to accept the protection of the tribunal, you must obey the command of the tribunal. Also, if you go in, you can never leave again. Do you understand what I mean? Hearing the short-haired girl's serious warning, the students hesitated. Although they didn't know what the power called the tribunal was, they were obviously warning them. This made these inexperienced students hesitate a little. It can be seen that this power called the tribunal seems to be very difficult to deal with, so they stepped back a few steps and discussed in a low voice. What should we do now? Should we follow her instructions and go find medicine for little Alice first? But in Alice's case, medicine alone may not be enough. Another woman in a white coat, who looked like a doctor, shook her head. She needs an injection of antibiotics. I don't think ordinary pharmacies have similar equipment. Then let's go to the hospital. Can you guarantee that there are no zombies in the hospital? What should we do now? Why don't we go to this organization called the Tribunal first? The fat otaku, who was running out of breath and looked like he was almost dying of gasping for breath, also made his own suggestions. I think these soldiers are well trained and very professional. At least they are definitely not thugs. You can see that when they hold a gun, their fingers are on the outside of the trigger, and the muzzle is facing the ground, but I have never seen this type of gun. Military otaku are really disgusting. Hearing this, the twin-tailed girl rolled her eyes. But didn't that woman say that once we enter the tribunal, we can never get out again? Is that really okay? Or can we entrust little Alice to them? When the leading teenager said this, everyone fell into a subtle silence. From a certain perspective, this seemed to be the best solution, and they felt that these people would not do anything to a little girl. But that was in normal times, and now the whole world has collapsed, and all laws and rules have disappeared. Who knows if they will save such a little girl? Or will they think she is a nuisance and abandon her, and let her die somewhere? Not to mention that they may think that the child is infected. In any case, we can't watch this child die in vain. Finally, a black-haired girl made a decision, and the others did not object to the decision of this heroic black-haired girl, but nodded with determination. After all, they were still young people, and they could not bear to see an innocent life destroyed in their hands. They walked to the short-haired girl again and nodded to her. "We have decided, please save this child." "Well, since you have decided, I will not say anything more." The short-haired girl shrugged and turned away. "Follow me." After that, she walked to the other side of the street. The group followed the short-haired girl and walked into a nearby hotel nervously. However, soon, they found that the situation here was not the same as they imagined. Pushing open the door and walking into the hotel lobby, the survivors could see several soldiers in military uniforms drinking tea and chatting at the table, looking very comfortable. Not far away, there were several young children running, jumping and playing, and next to the children, there were two girls of the same age as them taking care of them. The whole inn looked very lively and peaceful, so that for a moment the survivors felt as if they had just walked through the door and returned to that peaceful and lively time, instead of the current world ruled by death, chaos, and terror. "Hey, Mikazuki." The group walked into the lobby, and soon saw a man sitting behind the counter waving at her, then looking at the boys and girls. "What's going on with them? The judge hasn't come back yet, right?" "They are survivors who were chased outside the defense line by zombies. One of them is seriously ill, so they hope we can help treat them." "So you brought them in?" Hearing the short-haired girl's answer, the middle-aged man was also shocked and looked at her in surprise, while the short-haired girl snorted. "Why? I didn't hide it. I told them that if they joined the tribunal, they would never be able to leave." Then, they discussed for a long time, and decided to join. Didn't you tell them about the tribunal?" "I did. You told me at that time, too. Do you believe it?" Faced with the short-haired girl's reply, the man smiled embarrassedly and scratched his head. "Forget it, the child is seriously ill anyway." "Who is Miss Lorena or Miss Medea?" "Miss Lorena took the third team out for training, and Miss Medea is in her own room." "Miss Lorena took the third team out for training? That's really bad luck for them." "That's right. I notify Miss Medea, you guys go over there." "Okay." The short-haired girl nodded, and then gestured to the survivors. "Follow me." With the seriously ill girl, the group walked into the hotel. They looked around in confusion. To be honest, after hearing the short-haired girl's warning, they thought the tribunal was some terrifying organization, but at least now, this group seems to be very normal. At least the atmosphere here is quite gentle, and there is nothing particularly strange. No, there is. When the group turned the corner of the corridor, they saw a strange thing placed in the center of the lounge, which was originally a lounge. It was a skull and a war hammer, which looked like a statue. There were candles lit next to it, and the entire lounge was decorated like a church. Even the short-haired girl turned around when she passed by, crossed her hands on her chest, and bowed to the strange thing. Everyone looked at each other, and now they were a little uneasy. After passing through the lounge, the group came to a guest room on the inside of the first floor. The short-haired girl knocked on the door, and then a soft voice came. "Please come in. Sorry to bother you." As she spoke, the short-haired girl opened the door and led everyone in. What surprised the survivors was that they imagined that this should be a place like a medical room, but it seemed to be just an ordinary ward-like room, and sitting on the chair was a foreign girl who looked younger than them and had lavender hair. She was staring at the survivors curiously, and then asked, "Who is sick?" "It's this child." At this time, the woman dressed as a doctor among the survivors came over with the little girl. "She is not infected, but just caught a cold. In addition, we have been running for our lives, and have not been able to rest well. She is currently running high, and has symptoms of dehydration." Listening to the other party's words, the girl named Medea just nodded. "Don't worry, it's okay." Looking at the little girl in front of her, Medea smiled and stretched out a hand to put on the girl's head. Then, a scene that the survivors could not have imagined happened. A white light emerged from Medea's palm, and then enveloped the girl. After a moment, Medea withdrew her hand. "The child's illness has been cured. Take her to eat something, and then have a good rest." Hearing Medea's words, everyone looked at her, and then at the girl. The little girl, who had a red face, and was not conscious just now, seemed to be completely fine at this moment. What on earth was going on? What on earth did they see just now? Chapter 1845. Wish you a good dream. After bringing the survivors to the guest room, the short-haired girl greeted them, and then turned away. Only then did the others come to their senses. They looked at the guest room in front of them, confused. What is going on in this place? The girl with twin ponytails wearing glasses seemed to have come to her senses at this moment, and she looked at the girl next to her in surprise. Teacher, is Alice's illness really cured? Indeed, it is cured. The female doctor reached out and touched Alice's forehead, and then looked at her appearance. At least her body temperature is normal now, and her consciousness is also very clear. I understand. The girl with twin ponytails clapped her hands at this time. I've seen on TV that those religious organizations that pretend to be superstitious mix some antipyretic drugs in water and ask you to drink it, and then lie to you that you are cured. If you feel uncomfortable again, they will say that you are not pious enough. But the girl didn't let us eat anything. The black-haired girl silently pointed out the loophole in the twin-tailed girl's words. She just put her hand on Alice's forehead, which is no different from taking a temperature. Faced with the black-haired girl's rebuttal, the twin-tailed girl was speechless for a while, but soon she turned her head to look at the girl. Alice, how do you feel? Hey! Me! Hearing the twin-tailed girl's question, the little girl was startled, but still answered obediently. At that time, I felt so hot all over, and I was confused, and then I felt cold and cool on my forehead, very comfortable. Then my body was not so hot, and I didn't feel uncomfortable. Ugh! What's going on? It's not important. The other girl obviously didn't care about these questions. The question is, what should we do next? We don't have any way, right? The black-haired girl shrugged. Didn't the lady named Mikazuki say that once we enter the tribunal, we can't get out? Now let's see what they will let us do. Speaking of this topic, the whole group fell into silence. Before, they just didn't have time to think about it, but now they feel very uneasy. It's not the first time they have entered a shelter, but a shelter like the tribunal is really strange. Generally speaking, shelters are short of supplies, everyone looks quite fierce, and they don't welcome outsiders. After all, supplies are limited. In the eyes of those people, one more survivor means one less food and water, and even medicine. In addition, because there are several beautiful girls among them, they will also be stared at by those survivors with malicious eyes. But the feeling here is different. Everyone doesn't seem to worry too much about how much supplies they will consume when they come, and they don't care too much about their situation. This made them feel comfortable, but also very abnormal. After all, before the apocalypse, this was not strange, but now the world has become like this then. This is a bit strange. However, the people who could not reach a conclusion decided to go back to their rooms to rest. They were assigned a double room, a total of 3 rooms, just enough for 6 people. And more importantly, they could take a shower here. Those girls who were escaping outside had long been looking forward to taking a good hot bath. Until dinner time, everyone was immersed in the peace and stability they hadn't enjoyed for a long time. There was no sound of zombies shouting nearby, and it felt like they were just traveling. At dinner time, someone asked them to go to the restaurant for dinner. Everyone was hungry, so they followed the soldier in military uniform to the restaurant. It's so strange. At this time, the fat man whispered beside him. The people here don't seem to care about us at all. What do you mean? Look, the shelters we went to before all treated outsiders as enemies, fearing that we would be infected, right? That's right. Hearing the fat man's words, the twin-tailed girl nodded unhappily. They had been to other shelters before, but the other party was very unwelcome to them, and even asked them to take off their clothes for inspection and confirm that they had no scars on their bodies before they could enter. The girls couldn't stand this humiliation, and they turned their faces and left on the spot. When they came here, they were prepared to be imprisoned or inspected, but they didn't expect the attitude here to be very calm, as if they were not worried at all that they were infected. When they walked into the restaurant, many people were already seated, and most of them were wearing that strange military uniform. The survivors had discussed this before. The military fat otaku swore that it was definitely not the uniform of this country, and he had never seen any country's military uniform like this. And as for the double-headed eagle and skull hammer as a symbol, it was unheard of. So the military fat otaku thought that this was probably a special combat force, and as for what the Inquisition was, he didn't know either. Seeing these young people, the reactions of others were somewhat complicated. Some people smiled at them with gloating, while others shook their heads speechlessly, which made several people quite nervous and uneasy. It was hard to tell whether they were welcome or not. In short, the atmosphere in the restaurant was quite strange. The black-haired girl walked around the restaurant and found that the short-haired girl she had met before was also sitting next to her, so she took the others over. After all, the two sides had met once, so it was easier to communicate. Miss Mikazuki, can we sit here? Yeah. Of course. The short-haired girl nodded to the black-haired girl, and then smiled. Okay, don't be nervous. There's nothing to be afraid of. They are just watching the joke. Watching the joke? Hearing the short-haired girl's words, everyone was a little confused for a while, but at this moment, a heavy footstep sounded, and then a female voice without yin and yang appeared. What would you like to eat? Hearing this, everyone thought it was the waiter who came, and they turned their heads to look, and then they were shocked. At the table next to them, there stood a maid dressed like the kind of maid you see in a maid cafe. But unlike ordinary maids, most of her face was covered with iron sheets, and there was only an iron grill where her mouth used to be. And one of her legs looked like it was made by a machine. The woman who used to be pretty now had her hair completely shaved off, and half of her face, which looked like a Terminator, looked particularly creepy. Wow! Ah! Seeing this terrifying guy, the survivors were immediately scared to death. The leading boy jumped up directly, and the military fat guy next to him fell to the ground. The two girls hugged each other tightly, and the little girl was scared and got into the arms of the female doctor next to her. Even the black-haired girl changed her face. She stretched out her hand to press the hilt of the sword at her waist in doubt, and almost drew the sword. Yeah! However, at this time, the whole restaurant cheered. Several people looked at it blankly, and saw that other people in the restaurant were cheering with their hands raised high. See, I told you, you will definitely be scared. Come on, don't deny it. I'm just a little kid, I will definitely be scared. What's the point of betting? One person took out a bottle of beer, and put it on the table unhappily. Then you still made the bet? I thought they were very courageous. After all, you see these kids are so young, and they can live outside until now, so they must have some courage. Ha ha ha, so you lost the bet. Looking at the others' jubilant appearance, the survivors were stunned and speechless, but at least they knew that this should not be an emergency, so they carefully sat back at the table, and the short-haired girl snapped her fingers. A set of a meal. Understood. The Terminator maid nodded, then looked at the others. Just when everyone didn't know what to do, the short-haired girl's voice sounded again. You also ordered a meal. In fact, there is nothing else to eat except a meal now. She asked that just because of the program's setting. At least there is a little feeling. Ah, yes. No one was surprised by this. After all, this is the end of the world, and food has always been a big problem. So they ordered the food and watched the Terminator maid stagger to other tables to order food. Then, what is that? The girl with twin ponytails came back to her senses at this moment, with a look of fear and uneasiness on her face. Oh, it's a robot. The short-haired girl also stared at them with a smile and explained. You can think of it as a robot, but it is transformed by humans. Transformed by humans? This answer surprised everyone, and the short-haired girl shrugged her shoulders. Yes, they are all unlucky people who violated the rules of the tribunal and were transformed. Of course, for us, this is no big deal. How can you do such a thing? The other girl was obviously frightened by this. This is wrong. Why is it wrong? They violated the rules of the tribunal, so they must be punished. But you can't turn people into monsters. Why not? What do you think we should do? You can punish them. This is the punishment. You can let them work. They are working now. The short-haired woman pointed at the figure of the robot servant. And they won't feel anything. Theoretically, they are already dead. Now these robot servants are just a group of living dead who will obey orders. It's that simple. So what rules did these people violate? Compared to the surprise and anger of the others, the black-haired girl, who had been sitting next to them in silence, now asked. The short-haired girl glanced at her and looked away. Oh, there are 3 servitors now, let me think. As she spoke, the short-haired girl stretched out a finger. The first unlucky guy was one of us who escaped with us. We met the Inquisitor at that time. They taught us how to fight. But that guy didn't want to fight and threatened the members of the Inquisition with the weapon given to him by the Inquisition. So he was made into a robot servant. The second guy was a group of survivors from later. He seemed to be used to bullying outside. He didn't stop when he came to the Inquisition and even wanted to attack Miss Ellie. Miss Ellie? Well, anyway, this idiot was naturally made into a robot servant. By the way, his ability was nothing to Miss Ellie. He would be dead if the other party moved his little finger. He was really ignorant and fearless. Speaking of this, the short-haired girl snorted coldly, obviously despising the guy. This guy is now assigned to clean the sewers, which is quite suitable for him. Then, why did that lady do that? The first 2 were men, And the third robot servant was this woman. Compared with the first two, everyone still didn't quite understand why this woman was made into a robot servant. Oh, it's actually funny. The short-haired woman laughed. This woman is quite pretty. Maybe she made a living from this before the disaster. As a result, this guy was obsessed and tried to seduce the judge, but was kicked out by the judge. Then this woman made all kinds of troubles down there, and even planned to use her body to win over others and create chaos inside. As a result, after the matter was exposed, she was made into a robot servant. Speaking of this, the short-haired woman snorted. How stupid! You dare to do things under the eyes of the judge. I'm afraid you don't even know how to write the word death. After listening to the short-haired woman's story, the expressions of the others were very complicated. Just from what they heard, these people deserved their crimes and should be punished. But just because of this, they turned the other party into a robot servant? Wouldn't this be too much? Although after so much, these survivors also understand that the world has long lost its rules and order, but such blatant and naked declaration of violence still makes them feel a little uncomfortable. But seeing the looks of others, they don't seem to care about these, and the other soldiers seem to have become accustomed to the robot servant. You should also remember this. The short-haired woman restrained her smile and stared at them seriously. Don't challenge the authority of the judge in the court, otherwise you won't even die. Faced with the warning of the short-haired woman, everyone swallowed their saliva. Now they are becoming more and more uneasy about their future. Chapter 1846. Although most of the world has become a zombie paradise, just like these students, there are still some people who survive because of luck or other reasons and built their own shelters. And Duanmu Huai's current choice is very simple. You hoard food and I hoard guns, and everyone has a bright future. Instead of rescuing survivors everywhere, why not just take down the shelter? Compared to 2 or 3 kittens, aren't there more survivors in the shelter? As for whether the other party is willing, that is not a problem that Duanmu Huai needs to care about. The tribunal is not a warm and affectionate charity organization. Duanmu Huai thought so, and after that, the tribunal received several more waves of survivors. From them, Duanmu Huai also learned that the city was indeed not completely occupied, and there were several shelters, and even a shelter established by the city government. So Duanmu Huai did not say anything, and led the team to collect them without stopping. The result was beyond Duanmu Huai's expectations. This is the third one. Looking at the zombie corpses on the ground, Duanmu Huai frowned, and Mary shook her head beside him. It's really strange. Yes, just like Mary said, it's really strange. They went to the western city today and locked 3 shelters there, but each one was found to have been completely destroyed. When they entered the shelter, they found that there was no living person inside, all zombies. Of course, it's normal to say that it's normal. After all, in this doomsday environment, zombies are everywhere. Many shelters may accidentally let zombies in for some reason, and then they were wiped out. But the situation in these 3 shelters was not like that. First of all, when Duanmu Huai found these 3 shelters, they were all closed, and there was no sign of zombie invasion, but the people inside all turned into zombies. And after searching, it was found that these 3 shelters had a lot of supplies stored, and they didn't seem to have been taken away, so it didn't seem like a conflict over daily supplies. Especially the 3rd shelter, which was set up by the municipal government and located in an underground air raid shelter. The door inside was closed, and there was no sign of opening. As a result, when Duanmu Huai kicked the door open and rushed in, he found that dozens of people inside had basically turned into zombies. It's just like a murder in a closed room. Hearing Mary's sigh, Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes helplessly. Killing people in a closed room in the end times? That's crazy. There are so many people on the street that they can't kill them all. Why do they kill people in a closed room? Then one of the survivors they took and carried the virus, but no one found out, and then got infected. This is a very reasonable inference, but Duanmu Huai always feels that it is not that simple. If it is just one shelter, it is possible, but all 3 shelters are for this reason? That's not a coincidence. What did you find? They have a registration form. I'm looking at it. If I have to say, there is a doubt. What doubt? Duanmu Huai turned his head and looked at Mary, who raised the notebook in her hand to him. According to the records on the registration form, a few days ago, this shelter took in a little girl. Little girl? Yes, we checked her and found no signs of bites, so we took her in. She's probably 10 years old. A 10-year-old girl came to the shelter alone? Duanmu Huai narrowed his eyes. Are all the zombies on the street idiots? Also, we checked the bodies and didn't find the little girl on the registration form. Duanmu Huai touched his chin and frowned. So you mean that the little girl is related to these things? It's not impossible. Mary's answer was calm, but also a little worried. Imagine carefully, a thin, poor girl came to the shelter alone for help, and any adult with a conscience would let her in. Even if someone is worried about her, as long as they check that she is not bitten, most people will be relieved. After all, most people will not regard a little girl under 10 years old as a threat. But this doesn't seem like the behavior of the corrupt, but rather like treacherous tricks and obsessive evil. Huh? At this point, Duanmu Huai also reacted. It may not be. Will it? You know? The stain of corruption and the evil of obsession have been at odds for a while. Duanmu Huai stared at Mary and said to her, because the stain of corruption invented a crotch rot disease, which made the evil of obsession very dissatisfied. Crotch rot disease, I understand. Mary didn't understand at first, but she turned her mind and immediately understood what Duanmu Huai meant. But on the other hand, what if they join forces? The stain of corruption creates plagues, the trickster can see through people's desires, and the evil of obsession can seduce human souls and desires. So what Mr. Duanmu means is... Mary frowned. These three evil gods join forces to create a demon that looks like a little girl, searching for survivors everywhere. Once they find a survivor, they will try to get the other party to take them in, and then completely destroy and eliminate them from the inside? Indeed, maybe this is really part of the plan of the treacherous trick. Duanmu Huai curled his lips, very unhappy. He actually didn't like to kill the tyrannical wrath first, because the other party was strictly speaking half a friendly army. After all, it is well known that the indirect loyalists, many times the internal conflicts among the four evil gods were the first shots fired by the tyrannical wrath and its subordinates. However, now that this half of the friendly army is lying, the remaining three are very likely to temporarily put aside their prejudices and join forces to harm themselves, and that little girl may not really be a little girl. After all, Duanmu Huai knows that there is a kind of demon under the treacherous trick that can change into the way you want to see the most. They can even become the people in your memory. Well, if this is the case, then it is understandable why those shelters fell so easily. Imagine that your most important person suddenly appears outside the shelter, hungry, exhausted, and asking for help. Who wouldn't subconsciously help? But doesn't it require a lot of sacrifices to summon demons? Enough people have died from the plague in this world, and it's more than enough to summon big demons. Duanmu Huai shook his head. We have to speed up the progress. If these three guys really unite, it will be a bit tricky. But the only lucky thing is that they like to play, which gives us enough time. Among the four evil gods, the most straightforward one is tyrannical fury, while obsessive evil and cunning trickster prefer to play with their prey rather than kill them as soon as possible. As for corruption filth, it had no intention of killing anyone at all. In its view, turning humans into that kind of corrupt and smelly form is just joining their stinking warm family. After thinking this through, Duanmu Huai immediately found that there was no obstacle for these three bastards to join forces. Cunning trickster was immersed in the joy of using conspiracy to deceive human wisdom. Obsessive evil enjoyed playing with human emotions and desires. Corruption filth could also happily wait for these tortured and painful souls to become a member of its warm family. Without tyrannical wrath, this collaboration looked so harmonious. Damn! Friendly troops, help! If Duanmu Huai had to choose the order, he would rather deal with treacherous trick first and tyrannical wrath last, but unfortunately his luck was not good, and he killed tyrannical wrath first, which caused the difficulty to increase exponentially. Fortunately, he still had Mary by his side, and the power of destruction was enough to dispel all illusions. Of course, with Duanmu Huai's understanding of treacherous trick, it is very likely to use the chess pieces in its hand to lure other survivors to fight with itself, while it hides behind and watches the show. However, these are the problems that Duanmu Huai needs to worry about, not others. Duanmu Huai retracted his gaze and stopped looking at the zombies on the ground. Okay, let's call it a day. Duanmu Huai learned that there were survivors joining after they returned to the base. Although generally speaking, the Inquisition has gathered a lot of survivors over such a long time, and Duanmu Huai would not personally question everyone, but after searching the three shelters, Duanmu Huai changed his mind, so the next morning, the survivors were brought to Duanmu Huai. Obviously, facing Duanmu Huai, these survivors were very frightened. The girl with twin ponytails was so scared that she hid behind the boy next to her. The performance of others was not much better. However, Duanmu Huai was already accustomed to this, and didn't care much. I have seen your experience. Duanmu Huai put the report in his hand aside. All survivors had to undergo a round of isolated questioning after coming to the court. The main question was about their identity, what they had experienced before, and where they had been. The descriptions of these people were also ordinary, but one part of them caught Duanmu Huai's attention. "You said that you had been to another shelter?" "Yes, Alice was sick at the time, and we wanted to ask them to give some medicine to help with the treatment, but—" The other girl was a little hesitant halfway through her words. But soon, the girl with twin ponytails took over the conversation. "They actually asked us to take off our clothes and stand outside for them to check. That was too much. Then we left. So for you, shame is more important than the lives of your companions." "Well, I remember that." Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, the girl with twin ponytails gritted her teeth in anger, but Duanmu Huai didn't care at all. The expressions of the others were also a little embarrassed. Although they were indeed very angry at the time, Duanmu Huai's words were not wrong. This made these inexperienced students feel a little embarrassed. "Did you find anything when you went to the shelter?" "Found?" The girl with twin ponytails frowned. "They just said a few words to us through the door, and didn't let us get close. And their leader was holding— what was it called?" "Air rifle." The fat guy who looked like a fat otaku replied hurriedly. "It's a modified one, with a range of about 100 meters. Okay, I get it. Anyway, the leader still has a gun in his hand, which is very dangerous. And I don't think they are good people, so we left." "Are there any women among them?" "There is one." When the girl with twin ponytails said this, there was obvious uncontrollable disgust on her face. There was a woman dressed very revealingly lying in the arms of the leader, looking very indecent. "What does she look like?" "Then I don't know." I know." The fat otaku next to him smiled and spoke. "I saw that woman. That's Hatsumi-chan." "Who?" "A very famous actress. I've seen her before. The fat otaku glanced at the girl with twin ponytails next to him, who was staring at him fiercely, and didn't say the next words. Duanmu Huai narrowed his eyes. The reason he asked this group of survivors was because the shelter was one of the 3 shelters that Duanmu Huai had visited before, and was completely destroyed. However, Duanmu Huai was very sure that there were only men in the shelter at that time, and he did not see any female bodies at all. Well, the situation really seems to be developing in the worst direction. Duanmu Huai stood up and stared at the survivors. "From today on, you will be incorporated into the combat unit and trained. Work hard." Chapter 1847. For those young survivors, the days in the tribunal were more oppressive than they had imagined. It could even be said that some of them were worse off than death. Their daily work was to train, and then go out to clean up the zombies. And they found that in the tribunal, all the troops were basically separated by gender. Note: Duanmu Huai directly adopted the division method of the Star Realm Legion during the Empire period. The legions were all composed of a single gender. As for why the Empire did this, the players did not know. Of course, many players still liked this method. After all, for female players, a legion of handsome men and pretty boys was so cool. And for male players, a legion of beautiful women was even more cool. Except for little Alice, who was assigned to the stay-behind group because she was too young. Everyone else was assigned to different teams. And for them, everything they experienced in the tribunal was a complete overturn of their original cognition. It was not until they really entered the tribunal that the survivors realized that this was the largest shelter they had ever seen. The entire court currently has nearly 300 people, all of whom are organized into groups. Their mission is to go out every day to eliminate zombies and clear the enemies around. The first thing that surprised them was the weapons. Those laser guns made the military fat man completely crazy. He held his gun and couldn't figure out how it was made. Not to mention that the energy storage method of these weapons is quite incredible. Take out an empty laser magazine, throw it into the fire, and wait for it to burn before taking it out. Then came the battle. During the battle, the first thing that surprised the survivors was the reaction of these soldiers when facing zombies. Generally speaking, it is difficult for everyone to fight zombies. After all, if these zombies bite or scratch you, you will be infected. In addition, there is no antidote, which can be said to be a deadly situation. Therefore, many people were tied up and unable to fight zombies before. But these soldiers of the tribunal are completely different. They don't care about the bites of zombies at all. After joining the combat team, the black-haired boy saw with his own eyes that an old soldier was attacked by zombies in order to cover others, and was bitten hard on his arm. At that time, he felt that the sky was about to fall. He had seen the scenes of his original companions in other shelters being abandoned by others after being bitten by zombies. He thought it was the same here. However, to the boy's surprise, the other party didn't take it seriously at all. He just disinfected and bandaged it, and then continued to fight. The other people in the combat team didn't take it seriously, and continued to chat and laugh with him, as if they didn't care that this person might turn into a ferocious zombie in the next moment. But soon, they explained the situation to the boy. Under the protection of the tribunal, they didn't have to worry about being infected with the virus. We also think this is ridiculous, but it is true. During the break after the training, the man who chatted with the boy also had a complicated expression, but he still explained it to him. Many of us have been bitten. Logically, we are all dead, but we are not dead. As long as we wear the holy emblem, it seems that it will protect us from harm. At this point, the soldier lowered his voice. To be honest, before this world became like this, I didn't believe in those gods and ghosts. If someone told me that the plague was a virus spread by an evil god, and the Inquisition was sent by God to fight against the evil, I would definitely think that the other party was a guy who came to cheat money. But you have to admit that this thing is really useful. Although I don't understand why this thing can prevent us from being infected with the virus, at least it is really useful. So what is going on? I don't know either. I'm afraid only the gods of the Inquisition know what is going on. Do you really believe what they say? Looking at his companions around him, the boy asked with some uneasiness. Which ones? Are you talking about the story that the corrupted stain spreads the virus and tries to turn the world into a corrupt and ugly garden, and the Inquisition is here to protect humans and eliminate evil demons? Yes. The boy nodded. It was not difficult for him to know this, because the shelf in the hotel that was originally used to place travel brochures was now filled with such pamphlets, which told the story of the evil god named Corrupted Stain, as well as various demon introductions and illustrations, as well as the mission of the Inquisition, various rules and practices. If the boy were to evaluate, this didn't look like a preaching book of an organization at all, but more like a setting book of a game. This made him feel very fresh. Before the end of the world, the boy had also seen some religious organizations that preached, and without exception, they all said stupid things like the end of the world was coming, and only those who believed in their gods could be saved. But the Tribunal's brochure does not have such content. It is more like a game manual, with the background setting of the final boss, its means, and then as a player, what we should do, and including the explanation of the religious symbols of the Tribunal. The complete skull represents the purity of mankind, while the warhammer is the symbol of the Tribunal, and the gear represents the machinery of human civilization. So the three symbols of the skull, the warhammer, and the gear appear in large numbers in the Tribunal. To be honest, I don't know. The man shrugged. If it was before, I would think it was just a lie of religious liars, you know. Angels, demons, evil spirits. I have lived in this world for so many years, and have never seen such things. But the Tribunal. It's hard to say. He raised his head and stared at the bookshelf, with a complicated expression not far away where the brochures were placed. You know, if I really meet a great unclean person on the battlefield in the future, I will kneel down and pray to God on the spot. No, the Tribunal bless me. The boy was silent. The Tribunal's brochure also described in detail the enemies they were about to face. According to the manual, these zombies are actually just the lowest level of plague zombies, under the command of the terrifying evil god. Above them are terrifying enemies such as plague bearers, rot flies, nurgle beasts, and great unclean ones. In addition, they will distort all living things in this world, and turn them into ugly and corrupt appearances. Even plague zombies are divided into several types, including bone-breaking plagues with crazy growth of bones all over the body, zombie pox with rotten body, and chickenpox everywhere. Two-faced worms that first turn into zombies, then turn back into humans, and then turn into a big worm. And the destroyer plague that will drill into every hole in your body to lay eggs, and then spray more worms out of you. To be honest, just seeing these descriptions, the boy felt itchy all over his body. This is even more terrifying than a horror story. Not to mention that the Tribunal even detailed the production and detailed mode of action of each plague variant. This reminded the boy of some disease explanation pictures hanging on the wall of the hospital when he visited the hospital before, which caused a great psychological trauma to him as a child at that time. But at least those diseases are traceable and understandable. But what the Tribunal described sounds more like the settings that only appear in horror games. Ding 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 ding. Just then, the bell rang suddenly, and the man next to him stood up after hearing this sound. Emergency assembly? What happened? Assemble? Yes, emergency assembly. Didn't you pay attention when you came in? The man grabbed the boy. Once the bell rings, we are required to return to the team immediately and assemble in the square in front of the station. Pack up and let's go! I don't want to be kicked by the captain because you are late. Opposite the hotel that serves as a base is a small park, which may be a place for cool walks at ordinary times, but now it has become the gathering place of the tribunal. The two hurriedly ran out of the hotel and came to the park square opposite, where some people had already gathered. The boy hurried back to his team and looked around. Soon he saw the girls he was familiar with also ran out. The two sides greeted each other and then returned to their respective teams. The boy came to his senses and began to look to the other side. The first person he saw was Duanmu Huai, a tall giant wearing a terrifying armor that looked mighty and terrifying, standing next to him, with his arms folded and not saying a word. On his shoulder sat a petite girl. In fact, everyone has been privately speculating about the relationship between Duanmu Huai and the girl. At least it seems that they are definitely not father and daughter. The girl is usually very cold. She basically follows Duanmu Huai all the time and never appears in front of other people. Next to Duanmu Huai is a girl with golden hair and heterochromatic eyes. At this moment, she is holding a notebook and writing something down, talking to the people next to her from time to time. The boy remembers that her name is Mary. She is one of the most familiar people in the entire tribunal. She is mainly responsible for conveying the orders of the judge to everyone and telling them the doctrines of the tribunal. The girl who talked to Mary is called Lorena. She dresses like a clergyman. In fact, she also introduced herself as a nun. It's just that everyone doesn't think she looks like a nun. For this girl, the boy's deepest impression is her training. That's right, Lorena is responsible for the training of the entire tribunal troops. Whether it is running exercises, or special training, she will be responsible for supervision and training. To be honest, in the boy's opinion, training with this girl is super scary. Because when you are exhausted after doing 10 push-ups, and you see that the other person can do 100 push-ups without changing his expression, and she is a girl younger than you, that kind of frustration. Well, it hurts more than a knife stabbing your heart. Beside Lorena, the girl staring blankly at the sky is Mime Sator. The boy doesn't know how powerful she is, but after joining the team, he was severely warned by others not to provoke this girl, because she can really attack people without hesitation. It's just that the boy has no impression of this. At least now, he just feels that she is just a little strange girl. Next to them are the most familiar Medea and Iris Heel. They are both loved by others. After all, these two are mainly responsible for helping others to heal. Even some troubles of broken hands and feet, they can easily save them with that strange, like magic means. No need to take medicine, no need to get an injection, just a moment. This is what everyone expects. But what surprised the boy was that next to them, there was a red-haired girl. At this moment, she was holding a drawing and muttering to herself as if she was looking at something. Who is that red-haired girl? Why haven't I seen her before? The boy quietly asked the man next to him, and the latter turned his head and looked in the direction he said. "Aw, that's Miss Naruzmio, she's back? Then we probably have to move." "Move?" "Yeah, oh, you didn't come at that time so you don't know. Miss Naruzmio has been out for a while, mainly to investigate the surrounding buildings." "What is she investigating this for?" "I don't know." The man shrugged. "After all, there are more and more people here, and there is almost no room for them. It's almost time to move. Our team once went out with her to investigate. If I'm not mistaken, then this emergency meeting is likely related to this matter." As he was talking, the others had already gathered in the square, and at this time Duanmu Huai also came over, staring at everyone and scanning them. Just feeling his gaze, the others had an inexplicable sense of oppression and fear, but they still gritted their teeth, straightened their chests, and stood there. "Okay, let's make a long story short." Duanmu Huai spoke. "I think you have also noticed that there are more and more people here. For the city, expansion in this environment is not a good choice, so we decided to renovate this place." "Renovation?" Hearing this, the others were a little confused. "Do they have to work as carpenters now?" Soon, someone raised his hand. "Do you need us to prepare, Judge?" "No." Duanmu Huai waved his hand. "There is only one reason why I called you out. Just stand here and don't go anywhere." Hearing this, the others were even more confused, but Duanmu Huai was obviously too lazy to explain. He just turned his head and looked at Naruzmio. "Leave it to you, do it." Chapter 1848. "It's up to you, get started." Hearing Duanmu Huai's order, Naruzmio showed a helpless expression, then she knelt on the ground and stretched out her hand to press the ground. "Aw, don't panic, it will shake a little bit in a while, but it's not a big problem. You can squat down to keep your balance and avoid falling." Hearing Naruzmio's comfort, the others were even more confused, but at this moment Naruzmio had closed her eyes. Then, something unimaginable happened to all the survivors. They may never forget this day in their lifetime. The earth kept shaking, as if a huge earthquake had erupted. The houses around were also trembling. But then, something even more incredible happened. The surrounding buildings began to rotate, twist, and piece together. Just like the Lego toys played by children, they made a huge roar, slowly moved on the ground, and staggered. At this moment, the survivors were already squatting on the ground with their hands on their heads, not daring to breathe. No one knew what had happened. Endless smoke and dust covered the sky and almost everything. Even if they wanted to look up, they could only see a large gray shadow. The thunderous roar in their ears made people palpitate, and the shaking earth gave people the illusion that it would be overturned at any time. If they had not received rigorous training from the tribunal, they would have been furious and run as far as they could. But now, the only thing they could do was to squat on the ground, as if they were dealing with an earthquake. After an unknown amount of time, the shaking gradually stopped, and then a breeze blew away the lingering dust. Everyone opened their eyes carefully, stood up and looked around, and then they widened their eyes in surprise. Because everything in front of them has completely changed. Originally, in front of the survivors was an old hotel. Although it was not luxurious, it was comfortable. But now it has completely changed. The original 4-story building has been replaced by a magnificent church that is tens of meters high. On both sides of the church, there are nearly 6-story stone sculptures of people. They are wearing robes, holding long swords, and their faces are like skulls. They stand on both sides of the church like guards. The wide stone paved stairs spread forward along the door, like a carpet to welcome guests. On the solid ground, the double-headed eagle logo spreads its wings, and in the center is a skull, gear and warhammer pattern. The huge golden door closed tightly, and the dark eye sockets of the skull above seemed to have self-awareness, examining everyone who stopped in front of the door. The buildings around originally had no personality, but now they are all replaced by Gothic style, magnificent religious buildings. Combined with the huge flags hanging from above, and the equally large windows, it must be said that the architectural style of the empire can easily arouse people's giant fear from all levels. Why is it this again? Duanmu Huai looked at the familiar building in front of him, and complained helplessly. I thought you would be a little bit innovative. Because this is the only one I am familiar with. Naruzmio stood up, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Such a large-scale magic is not easy. Even if Miss Fulilian taught me to create construction magic, it would be very difficult to use it. Yes, perhaps because he was addicted to playing with dust, Naruzmio also mastered his own human magic system under Fulilian's guidance. It's just that her magic system is a little weird. Duanmu Huai would like to call it the human-ish system. In simple terms, as long as there are enough raw materials, Naruzmio can use these to rearrange and arrange them like the infinite resource modules in the open construction game, and then create a new building module to stack and use. So in simple terms, Naruzmio reorganized all the building materials in the nearby city, and then assembled them again, and then created such a church world. The result is still the same as the flagship of the tribunal. Forget it, it's better to be familiar with it. My work is done. Then it's our job next. Medea and Irisville looked at each other, and then waved to Duanmu Huai. Master, we will be back soon. Well, go. Duanmu Huai waved his hand, and then the two followed Naruzmio into the church. Duanmu Huai turned around and looked at the survivors, who were still standing in the square in a daze, and had not yet recovered. Okay, stop being dazed. Duanmu Huai roared, awakening the almost dazed survivors. They hurriedly stood up, and instinctively lined up. I think you all know what the duties of the tribunal are, to protect humanity at all costs and eliminate the existence that threatens humanity. And now, it is time for us to go out. You must be prepared and hold on to this human fortress. Remember, this is your duty and your mission. Having said that, Duanmu Huai once again coldly swept around the crowd. If it weren't for Ogus yawning boredly on his shoulder, Duanmu Huai's image would still be very intimidating at this time. Lumil has entered all the necessary information here into the servo. If you have any questions, you can ask the servo and the servo skull. Now, stand at attention and disband. After saying this, Duanmu Huai turned and walked into the church, and the others took a long time to come back to their senses. Then, they suddenly became a mess. Miracle, this is a miracle. Some people knelt on the ground and screamed loudly, and some people put their hands together, closed their eyes, and muttered to themselves. Then, they seemed to find that they had read the prayer wrong and hurriedly closed their mouths. As for the others, they were also confused at this moment. Looking at the scene in front of them, they couldn't believe their eyes at all. This is understandable. After all, the people in this world live in a scientific world. For them, the so-called religion, magic, witchcraft, etc., at most, are just fictional things that appear in novels, movies, and even games. Especially after the end of the world, people are divided into two factions. One faction firmly believes that there is no God in this world, otherwise, they will not sit idly by and watch the human race perish. The other group firmly believed that this was God's punishment on mankind, and they believed in God's existence even more. Even the survivors who joined the tribunal had some doubts about the nature of the tribunal. Although many of them saw that Medea and Irisville sometimes used healing spells, they were more inclined to think that it was some kind of mutation. In novels, some people can use certain special abilities, like superpowers, after being infected with the plague. In the eyes of these survivors, the tribunal is probably such an organization, including Duanmu Huai. By the way, they privately believe that Duanmu Huai mutated into this tall and terrifying appearance because of the virus infection. Therefore, many survivors believe that the tribunal is an organization composed of several superpowers, who mutated after being infected with the plague and have special abilities. In their view, whether it is the magic of Medea and Irisville, or the extraordinary physical strength of Lorena, or the abnormal physical reaction of Mayumi Satori, they are all part of this mutation. Some even pretended to submit to the Inquisition, then secretly found out the secret of their mutation, and then turned themselves into beings as powerful as them. But now, their ideas had to change. If Naruzmio simply manipulated or destroyed a building, it would be no big deal. But this way of directly erasing the original building and creating a new one. They didn't even know the principle, but you can imagine how shocking it would be when you open and close your eyes and find that everything you were familiar with around you has completely changed. Soon, they will find that things are far more exaggerated than they imagined. Boom, boom, boom. Not long after, the ground shook again, which made the survivors cautious again. Someone bravely ran to the platform next to him and looked forward. Then he screamed, "Come and see! We are moving forward." Hearing the call of this survivor, the others were confused, but they still hurried to the observation platform across the square and looked forward. Then, they were stunned again. Because the changes around them were so drastic, the survivors overlooked one thing, that is, they seemed to be much higher than usual. Now, when they stood on the observation platform, they finally saw the scene clearly. The entire block centered on the church was floating above the city at this moment. It was like a huge floating island, slowly moving forward. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Is this really a miracle? If Duanmu Huai said it, it was naturally a miracle. After all, in this plan, it was his divine power that drove the floating island. It was a thing that the gods used divine power to activate. It was not wrong to call it a miracle, right? This was Duanmu Huai's plan. Since the corruption filth was hiding far away and refused to come out, he would pull people along the way and then rush directly to the center of the cesspool. As for the rules? What a joke, you have corrupted the whole world, who will talk to you about the rules? Duanmu Huai was like driving a motorhome directly into someone's house to visit. Obviously, this floating island was Duanmu Huai's divine domain. As for whether the corrupted filth would welcome this uninvited guest, that was not a problem Duanmu Huai needed to worry about. He just wanted to rush over as fast as possible and slap that fat otaku in the face. Chapter 1849. After that, the floating island moved forward, leaving the original city and flying forward. Duanmu Huai didn't know where the lair of the corrupted filth was, but he was sure that as long as he looked for the place where the plague was most serious, he would definitely find the fat man. Of course, in addition to this, what Duanmu Huai did most was to gather survivors and refugees in various cities. Lemuel has controlled the communication satellite network of this world, and sent emergency signals to the cities ahead indiscriminately. Whether it is a mobile phone, radio, or television, it can receive 24-hour uninterrupted communication. In simple terms, the survivors are required to light a bonfire and raise thick smoke, and then Duanmu Huai and others can send troops to search and rescue these survivors. Although there are many kinds of survivors, and there are many ruthless people who can survive this doomsday, the magnificent buildings of the floating island and the court of inquiry that are enough to make people suffer from giant phobia will make them calm down. Of course, there are still some people who are looking for trouble in this situation. Some survivors once gathered to protest against the arbitrary tyranny of the tribunal. They did not listen to their requests at all, and tried to gather everyone to leave. Then Duanmu Huai made them all into mechanical servants, proving that the tribunal was indeed an arbitrary tyrant. But what can be done about it? Duanmu Huai knew that when there were too many survivors, they would make all kinds of troubles. If they were here, maybe she would use some political means to adjust them, but Duanmu Huai was too lazy to care so much. Directly put on high-pressure control. Fortunately, The survivors who followed the tribunal at the beginning have now completely become the most fanatical believers of the tribunal. Letting them manage these survivors is the best choice. In the final analysis, the bigger the fist, the more reasonable it is. But anyway, during this period of time, everyone was mainly inclined to food. Every time they arrived in a city, the Inquisition would search the warehouse and stockpile as much food and various supplies as possible. Medea and Alice Phil used magic and alchemy to create a way to collect water vapor in the air and condense it to provide water for the entire floating island. However, even if there is a floating island, Duanmu Huai will still order those troops to purify the zombies on the ground and increase their combat experience as much as possible. Everything went quite smoothly, until Lumiel walked into the door of the combat command room with a panic expression. "Your Excellency the Inquisitor, I just received the image from the reconnaissance skull that went to investigate the city ahead." "What happened?" Looking at Lumiel's complicated expression, Duanmu Huai frowned. "Are there demons?" So far, Duanmu Huai has passed through 5 cities, but they are all small cities with a population of hundreds of thousands. According to local residents, the first large city with a population of more than 1 million is in front. So Duanmu Huai was also very cautious. Those cities before might have had too few people or other reasons, so no demons appeared. But it was different in a big city with a population of 1 million. Of course, if there was a shelter here, there would definitely be more people. But conversely, there would be more zombies. However, Lumiel did not answer immediately, but looked at Mary and others beside him with an embarrassed expression. "My Lord Judge, do you want to just watch it by yourself?" "What good stuff. Satora wants to see it too." It would have been fine if Lumiel hadn't said anything. As soon as she said Satora, she immediately started to make a scene, and the others were also surprised. Is the situation very dangerous this time? Why does the teacher have to see it alone? Naruzmio also expressed that she couldn't understand. They had seen it together before, and discussed countermeasures together. Why did Duanmu Huai have to see it alone this time? Come on, let it out. I want to see what's interesting. Good things can't be hidden, right? Okay. Since Duanmu Huai said so, Lumiel didn't know what to say. She silently handed over the data board, and Duanmu Huai took it and opened it. Then, a picture flashed on the screen, followed by blue sky and white clouds, and large areas of high-rise buildings. Although the reconnaissance servo skull was still in the sky, a series of shouts from the city could be vaguely heard. It seems there are a lot of zombies here. Hearing the shouts, Naruzmio suddenly became serious, and the others nodded. Only Lumiel closed her eyes silently, and did not speak. Then the camera of the servo skull gradually moved down, and then the street was also presented to everyone. Just like other places, the streets were full of blood, corpses, and crashed vehicles. There were even traces of fire in many places. Seeing this scene, everyone was more serious and nervous. Then the servo skull flew into the street, and flew along the shouts. Gradually, the sound became clearer and clearer. Huh? Naruzmio tilted his head in confusion. Why do I feel that the zombie shouts are weird? Different from other places? On the contrary, Medea and Irisville seemed to have thought of something at this moment, and their faces suddenly turned red. As for Maimi Satori, his eyes were wide open, and he chuckled ah-ha-ha. As usual, Ojas had no expression, just sitting on Duanmu Huai's shoulder and staring at the screen. The servo skull turned the corner and came to the street on the other side. Then everyone saw. What is this? Naruzmio was stunned, blushing and speechless. Even Medea and Irisville were surprised, and as for Duanmu Huai, he was speechless at this moment. On the screen, you can see that the streets are full of people, but these people are not the same as ordinary zombies. At least from the appearance, they don't seem to be rotten or even injured, but are almost the same as normal people. Well, almost. If you don't count the restricted scenes of FBI raiding level on the streets, then it is indeed similar to ordinary zombies. What is this situation? Not only was Naruzmio dumbfounded, but even Medea and the others were speechless for a moment. Looking around, both men and women seemed to be entangled with each other like crazy. They roared like wild beasts in spring, performing all kinds of amateur MP4 level movies. Is this a plague? The evil of obsession. Duanmu Huai gave an answer quickly. In fact, he only needed to glance at the pink, mist-like existence that overflowed all over the street to get the answer quickly. I see. I guessed that the other two would not cooperate without asking for any price. It seems that this is a variant of the plague virus created by the evil of obsession and the filth of corruption. Is this a plague? Indeed. At this moment, Lumiel also spoke silently. In fact, most of the facilities in this city are still in operation. I got some information from them. While speaking, Lumiel raised his hand, and then the screen flashed and turned into a news video. The female host on it stood in front of the camera with a nervous expression, and behind her was a police car blocking the street with a police car. Dear audience, the riots that are sweeping the entire city are still continuing. The police have been dispatched and blocked the center of the riot. But you can see that on the opposite side of the blockade behind me, the thugs are still trying to break through the defense line. Bang! At this moment, a gunshot suddenly rang out, and the host hurriedly shifted the camera. The police opened fire. But this did not stop the thugs' actions. They are still moving forward. They are coming. As the host spoke, the thugs on the opposite side of the screen scrambled to climb over the police, and the women laughed shrilly, then pounced directly on the police, and began to tear their clothes. The latter tried desperately to struggle, but 2 fists were no match for 4 hands, and they were soon crushed to the ground. And the men rushed over like hungry wolves and grabbed the host. No, no, let me go, help! However, the host shouting obviously did not stop her from happening. Soon, the camera was thrown aside, and the host was also crushed to the ground, performing a vivid R1X level drama. Seeing this scene, the girls' expressions were somewhat uncomfortable. After all, they were also girls. Seeing other women being treated so roughly, they also felt uncomfortable. However, Duanmu Huai didn't care. He just stared at the camera in front of him, watching the host being played with by the thugs like a plastic doll. However, after a round, the situation changed. The host, who was crying and shouting for help, suddenly began to actively cater to the thugs and even rode on them in turn. Stop! With Duanmu Huai's order, the screen paused. Enlarged the woman's face. The camera zoomed in, and soon the screen showed the host's face covered with turbid liquid. What's wrong? Mr. Duanmu, is there any problem? Mary stared at the screen and asked. Her eyes changed color. Duanmu Huai pointed at the host's eyes. At this moment, the host's eyes had turned red, and she looked crazy as if she had lost her mind. Let's go back to the video and take another look at the infected. Lumiel switched back to the video, and soon everyone saw that on the street, whether it was men, women, or even the dog wagging its tail, all had red eyes. The plague in this city seems to be different from other places? This should be the private land of the obsessive evil. So that's why this method. Duanmu Huai nodded. It must be said that for the obsessive evil, this is a bit simple and crude. But from the perspective of the corrupted stain, this seems to be correct. Then what should we do next? The girls looked at each other at this moment. If it was just an ordinary zombie, they really wouldn't even blink. But this weird situation. Should we just destroy the city from a distance? Faced with Lorena's suggestion, Duanmu Huai shook his head. No, just like before, gather the other team members, inform them of the situation, and ask them to go to the city to purify the zombies. Huh? Seriously? Of course. At this point, Duanmu Huai showed a strange smile. This is interesting, isn't it? I want to see how those guys will react to this scene. Chapter 1850. This is the situation. Duanmu Huai paused the screen and sneered at the soldiers in front of him. The latter had different expressions, which could be described as very complicated. Most of the women showed disgusted expressions, while the men almost all had their eyes shining. Now you have seen it, this is also a variant of the plague. Your Excellency the Judge, are you sure? Or can you explain to me the reason for this large-scale open-air party? Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows and looked at the questioner, who scratched his head embarrassedly and sat down again. The others also discussed in a low voice at this time. In fact, I think this plague is also good. Yes, if I die like this, I'm afraid I would be happy too. It's disgusting. Don't you men have anything else to think about? The male soldier said that there was no place to find such a good thing, while the female soldiers basically expressed disgust and disgust for it, which Duanmu Huai was not surprised by. This is why the evil of obsession is easily accepted by people. After all, pleasure and happiness are also what humans naturally pursue. But this is just an appearance. Everyone in the game is like this. They initially think that the evil of obsession is good, until they get deeper into it. Well, they understand. But Duanmu Huai obviously doesn't intend to spoil their fun here. In short, what you need to do is the same as before, search the entire city and look for survivors. Given the situation in this city, I don't think there are many survivors. But it's not certain. In short, the precautions are the same as before. What's the matter? Duanmu Huai saw a female soldier raising her hand, so he nodded at her. Judge, can these people still be cured? At least I see. Except for their mental disorder, they seem to be normal in other aspects. As soon as this was said, everyone looked at Duan Muhuai. When they faced zombies before, everyone knew that they could not be resurrected. After all, when you see those people's ripped stomachs, flowing internal organs and broken necks, you will know that these zombies have no possibility of resurrection. But the zombies here are obviously not the case. At least it seems that they have the possibility of being cured. Good question. Duan Muhuai nodded. But unfortunately no, if you see someone with red eyes, just kill him directly. Why? It must be said that this answer really shocked and surprised everyone. Your idea is theoretically correct. As of now, these zombies still have the reactions they had when they were alive, except for their rationality and madness. Therefore, if we can catch some of them and study them, we may be able to find antibodies that can cure them and restore them to normal. You are right? Everyone nodded. What Duan Muhuai said was exactly what they thought. Good idea, if this is just a plague. I said, this is not an ordinary biochemical crisis. Duan Muhuai stared at them. This is not as simple as a pandemic. You can regard it as a kind of witchcraft, a curse. If someone curses you and makes you sick all the time, do you think this is a problem that can be solved with an injection? Hearing this, everyone fell silent, and Duan Muhuai shrugged his shoulders. Although the manifestations are different, strictly speaking, these guys are no different from the zombies you encountered before. Their souls have been eroded and can no longer be cured. Therefore, the best way is to let their souls return to peace. Okay, prepare for battle. Yes. Although many people did not quite understand Duan Muhuai's meaning, under the strict training of the tribunal, they have learned not to question, but to obey orders. What's more, Duan Muhuai will also take action this time. Ojas followed him as always, just like a pendant on Duan Muhuai's combat armor, silent and omnipresent. Mary didn't want to go, but considering her duties as a clerk, she could only bite the bullet and follow. Myunmu Satora didn't care at all, she was just excited to kill again. Lorena, Naruzmio, Medea and Irisville had no interest in that kind of scene, so they all stayed in the church. Out of habit, the floating island built by Naruzmio is actually almost the same as the battleship of the Inquisition. Except that there are not enough macro cannons and light spears on both sides, and the deck is not sealed but covered with green grass. Therefore, the way to land from this battleship is also very simple. When the battleship approaches the city, it will lower its altitude, then look for a building, then approach the edge of the building, and then extend something like a sampan to connect itself to the roof of the building. Others will follow this to set up a frontline base on the spot, and then search for supplies, and clean up the zombies. At the suggestion of one of the survivors, Duan Muhuai and his team chose an office building in the side city as the dock. This is a circular building, about 5 stories high. The reason for choosing this place is that this place is relatively remote, and there are not so many human-shaped beast groups that exude hormones in the spring environment of birdsong and flowers. According to the survivors, this area was originally expected to be developed, but later because of the broken capital chain, it became a well-known unfinished building complex. On weekdays, no one would come here except some gangsters. Therefore, there are obviously the fewest people here, and of course, it is also the most likely to attract survivors. Well, looking at the situation in this city, it is hard to say. We have not received any communication requests from the shelter in this city, so searching for survivors is not the first priority. In the square, Duan Muhuai explained the mission to other soldiers again. And from what we can see right now, the city is very likely to have been completely contaminated, so it's not your job to find supplies. In addition to eliminating the infected and purifying the city, your most important job is to keep an eye out for any strange things. Strange things? Cult-like altars, twisted and disgusting rituals, and monsters that don't look like humans. If you find these things, contact the bridge immediately, understand? Yes. Very good, let's go. After Duan Muhuai gave the order, the soldiers quickly dispersed at the fastest speed in their lives, and went to perform their mission. As for what they wanted to do, Duan Muhuai could probably guess. But it doesn't matter. They will soon understand that it just looks beautiful. As for whether someone will be obsessed, and secretly bring these guys to the floating island, Duan Muhuai is not worried at all. The power of the god of destruction is not for show. Where are we going? Of course, to the place with the most people. Facing Mary's inquiry, Duan Muhuai gave a very affirmative answer as a matter of course. This is what Mary least wants to see. But unfortunately, she has no choice. Unlike other cities, this city is always filled with a pink, light mist, making the surroundings look like an illegal operation place that needs to be cracked down on pornography and illegal publications. Of course, Duan Muhui knows what this is. If it is those who have no self-awareness, they will probably be gradually confused, and then start to enjoy happiness with various excuses, and finally join the chaotic big family outside. This is why Duan Muhui thinks that there is basically no survivors in this city. Unless someone has never inhaled this pink mist, they will have only one way to die. As for the soldiers of the tribunal, Duan Muhui is not worried. As the number of people gradually increased, Duan Muhui was too lazy to make more Inquisition badges. Fortunately, there were several tattoo artists among the rescued survivors, so they found Duan Muhui and proposed to use tattoos instead of badges. Duan Muhui naturally agreed to this. Of course, these guys didn't understand the consequences of doing so. Chaos cultists like to do this kind of thing. They will carve unclean things, like 8-pointed stars, or holy numbers on themselves. This is not just a kind of rebellion. Carving this thing on the body is equivalent to attracting the attention of the subspace. Similarly, carving the tattoo of the Inquisition on the body means that their body and soul are completely bound to the Inquisition. Therefore, no matter how powerful the Chaos Evil God is, it can no longer affect the survivors who have sold their souls to the tribunal. Crossing the alley and coming to the nearby street, Duan Muhui soon found several figures playing happily by the wall. They were hugging each other tightly and roaring like wild beasts. In Duan Muhui's opinion, this is more like a group of drug addicts who are venting their feelings. Well, this is indeed a very obsessive evil. Oh. Soon, they found Duan Muhui and others, and then their eyes lit up and they walked towards the side. Oh. Women, beautiful women, come and do interesting things together. The man over there looks so delicious. Come on. The ragged woman next to him stared at Duan Muhui, with an expression that only appeared in a small book, staring at him with eyes, as if she wanted to swallow Duan Muhui in one bite. Oh. Then, those people opened their hands and ran towards this side. Faced with this scene, Mayumi Sanatwarai became even more excited. This is interesting. While saying this, Mayumi Sanatwarai suddenly flashed and appeared in front of the men the next moment. Oh. Seeing Mayumi Sanatori's appearance, the men also roared like zombies and rushed over. However, the next moment, a sword flashed in front of Mayumi Sanatwarai, and the next moment, blood spurted out from the waists of those guys, and they fell to the ground screaming. Wow. Seeing this scene, Duan Muhui and Mary both took a breath of cold air. They certainly knew what Minmu Sanatwarai had done, but they didn't expect her to do this. Ah. Hearing the screams of the infected, Minmu Sanatwarai became more and more excited. This is interesting. It's much more fun than those who can't scream, ha. At the same time, the women also rushed to Duan Muhui. Give me O quickly. Give it to me now. Give me your O. At this moment, these women were like tigers out of the cage, rushing towards Duan Muhui with shining eyes. However, when they were about to rush to Duan Muhui, something strange happened. After seeing Duan Muhui clearly, the two crazy women were stunned for a moment, and then slowed down. Ugly men. Not good looking. Where is the beautiful one? They turned their heads slowly, and then locked onto Mary, who was standing next to Duan Muhui and taking notes with a pen. Such beautiful skin. Young girl. So pretty. Huh? Mary was also startled when she noticed the two infected people's gazes. But then she saw the two infected people suddenly change direction and pounce on Mary. You look so cute even when you're scared, don't be afraid. Sister will love you well. Hee. Get lost. But before the two infected people could rush to Mary, Duan Muhui punched them and sent them flying. Their bodies spun several times in the air, and then they slammed heavily into an apartment building not far away. Duan Muhui clenched his fists and stared coldly in the direction where they disappeared. And Ojus, who was sitting on his shoulder, looked at the women and then at Duan Muhui. Master, that's great. You don't have to worry about being attacked by the infected people. Yeah. At this moment, Duan Muhui wanted to issue an extermination order for this broken place. Chapter 1851. At the same time, the other survivors also dispersed in all directions. The men whispered to each other, winked at each other, and quietly dispersed with smiles that everyone understood. As for the female soldiers, although they were speechless, they did not express any opinions on this. After all, those people were not ordinary infected people, and they also knew that in this world, the rules and order of society had long disappeared, so they did not expect these men to be able to manage themselves. Soon, one of the three-person teams came to a nearby alley, where they happened to see several men and women hugging each other and making a mess. TSK, This is more exciting than in the movies. The captain looked at the scene in front of him with shining eyes, and couldn't help sighing. The boy next to him blushed. What should we do, Captain? Anyway, kill those men first. As he spoke, the captain raised the laser gun in his hand. At the same time, the infected people who were working hard also discovered this three-person team and turned their heads to rush in their direction. But it was useless. Soon, with the beams of light shooting out, the male infected people turned into charcoal. The female infected people continued to move forward. The boy hurriedly moved the muzzle to aim at them, but was grabbed by the captain. Wait, don't be impatient. Let's see. See? As they spoke, the female infected people rushed in front of the team members, and then they stretched out their hands and hugged the team leader and others tightly. Man's breath. He. I want oh. Give me your oh. Seeing these women hugging him, twisting their bodies, and shining their eyes, the boy was frightened and hurriedly stepped back, while the captain chuckled. Fuck, these guys are really interesting, so I play with you. As he spoke, the captain threw down his weapon, then stretched out his hand to grab the other's tattered clothes and tore them apart, but this did not make the infected scream. On the contrary, the other party excitedly stuck to the captain and twisted her body. Captain? Seeing this scene, the boy was somewhat surprised. What are you going to do? Play with these guys? Faced with the boy's question, the captain chuckled and stared at the infected in front of him. The other party should be an office lady, wearing a tattered suit and short skirt, and the black silk on her legs was also torn. But even so, the infected in front of him still looked no different from an ordinary woman. What if we get infected? Don't worry, we are soldiers of the tribunal, blessed by the tribunal, and we won't get infected. The captain reached out and shook the tribunal badge tattooed on the back of his right hand. You can have some fun. You can pick whatever you want. Okay. Another team member also responded with a smile, and then grabbed an infected person wearing a nurse uniform next to him. Hey, didn't expect you to be so interested. I always wanted to do this when I watched the video before, but I didn't expect to be able to do it here. It's not bad. He. As the two talked, they touched each other and fully felt the infected person in front of them. The boy's face was red, and he kept backing away with his gun. Is this okay? If the judge knew. The judge didn't say anything, so he must have acquiesced. Hey, this guy is really excited. He's not like my ex-girlfriend, who is lying on the bed like a dead person. It would be great if she was infected with this. The captain hadn't finished speaking yet, and the infected person rushed over and blocked his mouth. The captain also closed his eyes and hugged the infected person tightly. It was not until a moment later that the captain stepped back with satisfaction and smiled. He, let me show you mine. As he spoke, the captain opened his eyes, but the next moment, he suddenly widened his eyes in horror. The person in front of him was no longer the beautiful and crazy woman. Instead, what appeared in front of the captain was almost a skinny corpse. Its dry skin was tightly attached to its face like tree bark. Its two eyes bulged out of its eye sockets. In its wide-open mouth, its rotten tongue was constantly swinging, emitting a strong stench. Waha! The captain screamed and jumped back. He pushed the infected person in front of him away and turned to look to the side. Then the captain widened his eyes in horror. He saw that another companion of his was also hugged by those wrinkled corpses at this moment, and he was half closing his eyes, holding a rotten head and chewing it. Wake up! The captain didn't even have time to pull up his pants, so he grabbed the laser gun beside him and swung it at the unlucky guy next to him. The latter also hurriedly opened his eyes. Captain, what are you doing? Didn't you look at me? What the hell is this? Another team member opened his eyes, and was shocked to see the infected person in front of him. He kicked him away. The infected people who were pushed away and kicked away tried to rush over again, but were shot dead by the two men. Captain, save me! At this time, the boy's shouting came. The captain turned his head, and saw that the boy was still holding a gun and retreating, trying to avoid the infected people who tried to catch him. So the captain also rushed forward in a hurry, stretched out his hand to grab those infected people, and pulled them apart. The captain finally found that when he grabbed the infected person, her arms, that looked white and delicate, began to shrink and dry up gradually. Then a moment later, these infected people who were still alive and kicking before turned into mummies. Of course, this time the exploration team did not give them any chances, and shot them mercilessly, and turned them into charcoal. What the hell? Looking at the body that had been burned to charcoal, the captain still looked terrified. She was a beautiful woman. How could she become like this? The boy came back to his senses and spoke tremblingly. Maybe this is how these zombies are infected. Maybe what we see is an illusion. If we are infected, then we will always see them like that. But we will not be infected, so once we come into contact with them, we will see their original appearance. No wonder the judge didn't mention this at all. At this moment, the captain also reacted. Why did Duanmu know that the situation in this city was special, but he didn't even say a word to ask them to pay attention? It's impossible that he believed that they were all saints. Now the captain understood that who could do this thing. Okay, let's move on. After retying his belt, the captain gritted his teeth and held the laser gun in his hand. If you see the enemy again, remember, kill them directly. Then, he gave the order with murderous intent. The situation encountered by this search team was obviously not a special case. Soon, the gunshots from all over the place could be heard, and even the explosion of grenades could be heard occasionally. I don't know if someone was angry and planned to be ruthless. Duanmu's progress was obviously the fastest. On the one hand, he didn't care about these boring things like others, and on the other hand, Mianmu Satora was very happy to kill. Zombies can only howl, which obviously doesn't suit Mianmu Satora's preferences, but these infected people who scream and scream after being chopped are obviously much more interesting. So Minmu Sanatori always walked briskly in the front, wielding her blade and mercilessly slashing at all the men and women who came into her sight. With Minmu Sanatori clearing the way in front, Duanmu was naturally happy to be idle. They kept walking forward until they came to the center of the city. The disgusting subspace smell became stronger and stronger. Duanmu's expression remained unchanged, his face was indifferent, and he tightened the chainsaw sword in his hand. Under the rules of the game, he was not worried that the crazy evil would come over on his own initiative, although Duanmu was not afraid if he came over on his own initiative. After all, in his opinion, the crazy evil was really the weakest of the four evil gods, not to mention that it was currently experiencing a difficult birth, but there might be a large number of demons appearing. And there is only one reason why they didn't appear. Duanmu stopped. Ah! Suddenly, the men and women who were having a party in the square in front of him screamed shrilly. Soon, the screams came one after another, covering the entire city. Then, a moment later, a strange scene happened. The bodies of those crazy infected people began to twist gradually, as if there was another soul living in their bodies. Soon, the bodies of these infected people began to deform, and then, one by one, strange, deformed demons replaced the original human form and appeared in front of Duanmu. Sure enough. Seeing this scene, Duanmu sneered. When he saw the city before, Duanmu had always had a question, that is, according to the achievements of this group of infected people who worked hard here for 100 days, they should be able to summon a large group of demons to have fun with the people. But the fact is that Duanmu and others have been in the city for so long, and they have only seen a group of monkeys shouting in the spring, and there is no trace of demons at all. Duanmu had almost guessed the reason. It was obvious that the other party was going to use their old tricks to lure those soldiers, and it would be best if they could get infected, or even take a few infected people back. Considering the human nature of the end of the world, it is not impossible for someone to find a few living dolls to collect. Once they are taken back, they can naturally corrupt their own tribunal from the inside. But unfortunately, the souls of these soldiers have already been branded by the tribunal, just like the members of the previous search team. Even if they take the initiative to touch these infected people, the power of the god of destruction in them will dispel the illusion magic of the obsession evil, and show the true face of these monsters to others. It can be seen that destruction is really a good thing. And now, the obsession evil finally got angry, probably because he realized that his tricks were useless, so he planned to tear his face and fight directly. And this is also Duanmu's purpose. After all, people can't teach people, but things can teach people. Duanmu knows that there are still many survivors who doubt whether there are demons in this world. In that case, let them fight the devil themselves. Thinking of this, Duanmu withdrew his thoughts. Get ready. Chapter 1852. Before this, the soldiers of the reconnaissance unit were still hesitant about whether to save these infected people. Although after touching them personally, the illusion of the evil will be lifted, showing the original appearance of those monsters. But it must be said that their appearance is still very deceptive. At least most people can't do anything to things with human appearance like themselves. But when these monsters twisted and transformed into low-level demons, the situation naturally became another. Demon. Of course, there are descriptions of demons in the manual of the tribunal, but most people believe that demons do not exist, or some people insist that the so-called demons are just mutants of some zombies. Of course, they are not so confident in speaking on the floating island, but they still insist a little. But Duanmu Huai broke their last insistence. Soon, a more intense battle began. The reason why Duanmu Huai directly let the combat troops in was because he knew that this place must be managed by the evil demon of the evil. To put it bluntly, the bastards of the obsessive evil are the weakest among the 4 chaos gods. They are like assassins, with high attack and high agility, but no defense. The subordinates of the corrupted stain are all NTs that resist damage. The subordinates of the treacherous trick are all mages who cast fireballs, and the subordinates of the tyrannical fury are all DPS who deal damage. Only the obsessive evil. Well, it feels like a wizard with a debuff, and it doesn't matter whether it is used or not. The obsessive evil's best skill is to erode and corrupt other people's souls and spirits. Unfortunately, the souls of these soldiers have been returned to the Inquisition. The power of the god of destruction can destroy even the plague, not to mention the small spiritual pollution. Without spiritual pollution, the subordinates of the obsessed evil are just a group of perverts, who are neither male nor female, half male and half female, wearing revealing clothes, like to whip and walk with the wind. This is also the fact. What kind of monster is this? The captain roared and raised his gun and pulled the trigger. Before, they passed through a supermarket and killed the infected people who were working hard to shoot after the supermarket robbery. But just as they rushed out of the supermarket and planned to move forward, they saw that the bodies of the infected people in front of them suddenly began to swell and twist, and their skin was pulled apart like a torn dead face, turning into a twisted and terrifying monster. They turned their heads, stared at the soldiers in front of them, and gave a weird smile. Captain, what's going on? The boy held the gun and looked at the monster in front of him anxiously. Although the infected people before behaved like ordinary people, their reactions showed that they had lost their minds. However, these monsters were just the opposite. Although they didn't look like humans, their eyes full of cruel desire seemed to be more rational than before. Before the captain could answer, Duanmu Huai's voice suddenly came from the communicator. Mic test. Everyone, pay attention, the demons have appeared, so your next task is to kill these demons, and then meet up in the city square. Try your best. Demon? It must be said that everyone's brain went blank after hearing Duanmu Huai's order. Indeed, these monsters in front of them did not look like the things that should exist in this world. Their skin was pale, and their twisted bodies were full of all kinds of weird and blasphemous ugly organs. They did not look like the products of zombie evolution or mutation at all. Demon. This word is familiar and unfamiliar to the people in this world, but no matter what, these monsters have now materialized and appeared in front of them. Hee. The leading demon laughed evilly, and then saw it spread its hands, and a pink gas suddenly rushed towards them. Although they didn't know what it was, they knew that something was wrong, but it was too late to resist. The next moment, those sweet smells were subconsciously inhaled into their bodies. In just a moment, everyone's eyes began to become distorted, and the whole world gradually blurred, just like a myopic person without glasses. A certain feeling of joy went deep into their bodies along their nerves, as if even their hearts were assimilated by it. This is also the most common method used by the devils of obsession. They will use various methods to distort the opponent's mind, and make them become their obedient captives, and even excitedly offer their flesh and blood to them. It should have been like this. However, at this moment, a sharp pain suddenly came. Dispelling the fog that almost enveloped their minds, the soldiers trembled all over, and suddenly came to their senses. Only then did they realize that the demons had come in front of them, and were opening their mouths that looked very unspeakable. Go to hell, monster! The captain roared when he came to his senses, raised his gun and pointed it at the demon in front of him, and pulled the trigger hard. Then beams of light shot out, hitting the latter's body and piercing it. The latter seemed to have never thought that the mortal in front of him could resist such temptation. He only had time to scream before he was completely wiped out. At this moment, the other two also came to their senses. They picked up their weapons and attacked one after another. Soon, a fierce battle broke out suddenly. Of course, many people were accidentally killed by demons at the beginning. After all, they had faced zombies that had no reason except running and jumping before. It was the first time they had seen such a cunning enemy like demons. Therefore, many people were killed or injured by demons when they were caught off guard at the beginning. But Duanmu Huai had foreseen it long ago. He had taught these soldiers how to deal with it. If the gun couldn't hit them, they would use knives to chop them. After enduring the initial wave of attacks, the others also acted quickly, starting to eliminate the demons around them, while moving towards the central square. Of course, strictly speaking, even low-level demons are not something that ordinary people can fight against. Demons are demons because they are always far more powerful than mortals. Although these low-level demons may not be so strong in this regard, and they always play the role of being mowed down in the face of more powerful beings, but when facing mortals, these demons' combat effectiveness is still guaranteed. But unfortunately, these soldiers are not mortals in the strict sense, but believers of the Inquisition. After destroying the wrath of tyranny and gaining its power, Duanmu Huai integrated it into his domain of the god of destruction, which led to the fact that even if these soldiers only fought against the enemies of humanity, they would add power to Duanmu Huai's divine domain like the tyrannical believers at the beginning, and these powers would in turn strengthen the soldiers who were believers of the tribunal. This is basically a snowball process. The more intense the battle, the higher the physical attributes of the soldiers. Maybe they can't detect it themselves, but they can easily capture the strange and fast figures of those obsessed evil demons, and complete the actions of changing ammunition and cutting knives in just 1 second. This is the all-round bonus brought by fighting against the enemies of humanity. By the way, if Duanmu Huai has that mind, he can also inject divine power into these soldiers and turn them into monsters similar to Chaos Eggs. However, Duanmu Huai usually doesn't do this. After all, he doesn't know what these soldiers will become if too much divine power is injected. But if we talk about the champion of God's choice, Duanmu Huai has won. That is, blood sacrifice to the god of war, skull sacrifice to the throne. Minim Satori shouted as she landed, swinging her sword in her hand. The shining sword light swept across the battlefield, blood splashed everywhere. The figure of the girl was like a ghost, following the splashing blood line, and the flash of cold sword light easily cut off the limbs of those demons, turning them into bloody corpses. By the way, that line was also shouted by Minim Satori herself, probably because she was too excited to fight with the wrath of tyranny in the previous world. She also memorized this sentence. Duanmu Huai was, well, it was nothing, anyway, it was him who was shouting. The square was already a river of blood at this moment. Countless demons were more eager to pounce on Duanmu Huai than zombies, and of course, in front of the war hammer wielded by Duanmu Huai, they were smashed into meat paste before they even had time to make any resistance. On the other side, Mary held a staff, and the moonlight sword swept out with a chill, freezing everything it touched into ice, and then turned into fragments under the entanglement of Ogis's silk thread. The demons of the obsessive evil did not like to charge forward like the tyrannical wrath. They preferred to kill with one blow through speed and finding weaknesses, just like a group of assassins. But for Duanmu Huai, this was nothing at all. He had no weaknesses at all in his power armor. Even if those demons pounced on him and wanted to sneakily hit him, Duanmu Huai would punch them out in advance and smash them into meat paste. Soon, more and more soldiers gathered in the square, and they joined the battle without saying a word. The flying beams quickly overwhelmed the demon army, burning them into pieces mercilessly. Finally, perhaps realizing that it was impossible, the demons turned around and disappeared in the blink of an eye. You ran pretty fast. Duanmu Huai did not chase after them. This is a big city with a population of 1 million. The main roads extend in all directions, and all kinds of streets and alleys are everywhere. If those demons are really determined to hide, it will be difficult for Duanmu Huai to find them. Watching the demons disappear, Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders, then turned his head and looked at the soldiers behind him. Many of them were injured, but their morale seemed good. You did a great job, Duanmu Huai praised. What about the casualties? No statistics have been made yet, but at present, the number of casualties does not seem to be too many. The short-haired woman stepped forward, saluted, and reported. She is now the commander-in-chief of this army, and Duanmu Huai has no intention of replacing her. After all, this woman is brave, has a flexible mind, and is usually very calm. Judge, is this a demon? Yes, how is it? What do you think? It feels like these demons don't seem to live up to their name? The short-haired woman frowned, thought for a moment, and then spoke. Generally speaking, don't demons use some mysterious supernatural powers? But these demons seem to be more rational and intelligent than zombies, and they don't seem to be too strong in other places? They are good at mental manipulation. Duanmu Huai waved his hand. You've also seen that these guys can transform into any form you want, and then you will be attracted by it and become its slave. These guys are very good at creating illusions and manipulating the mental level. On the contrary, direct combat is not their strong point. Illusion? Hearing this, many soldiers' expressions became quite strange. Duanmu Huai knew what they had experienced without asking, but he didn't say it, just laughed. As for why it didn't work, I think you also know, I don't need to say it. Indeed, those soldiers quickly recalled that when they first faced these monsters, they all felt like they were sleeping and confused, and then the Inquisition badge tattooed on their bodies suddenly heated up and bit them like a beast, which made everyone wake up. Now think about it. If you don't wake up, you may become the other party's slave. Special Search Team 1158 contacts the judge. Just then, the voice of another team came from the communicator. We found a survivor, who expressed his willingness to provide us with an important piece of information. Oh? After hearing the report, Duan Muhuai raised his eyebrows. Tell me about it. Chapter 1853. The survivors found by the Special Search Team were located on the top floor of an apartment building. When Duan Muhuai arrived, the place was surrounded by soldiers. Outside a door, the soldier in charge of the guard saw Duan Muhuai walk out of the elevator, and hurriedly crossed his hands on his chest and saluted him. Sir. Well, what's the situation? Duan Muhuai looked at the closed door in front of him and asked, and the latter immediately answered. We followed your orders to fight the demons, and heard gunshots when we passed by here. Gunshots? Yes, it was. That kind of ordinary gunshots, and then we found that the nearby demons did not attack us, but rushed into this building. We judged that there might be survivors, so we chose to come and check. After eliminating the invading demons, we found the survivors here. As he spoke, the soldier pointed to the closed door in front of him. However, they are only willing to communicate with us through the door. Even if we are willing to provide them with water and food, these survivors are unwilling to come out. When they learned that we were ordered to destroy the demons, some of them expressed their willingness to provide us with information. And they required the presence of the commander. Okay, I understand. Duan Muhuai nodded and gestured to the soldier, who immediately came to the door and spoke. The Grand Inquisitor of the Tribunal has arrived. What do you want to say? There was silence on the other side for a moment, and then a man's voice sounded. Really? I am Duan Muhuai, the Chief Judge of the Tribunal. Duan Muhuai said. I hope you have enough important information to attract my attention, instead of wasting my time here. I am Inspector Ueda of the Municipal Police Department. The voice on the other side was a little dull, but it could still be heard. I heard that you are here to eliminate the demons in this city? Yes. Then I can tell you. Where are the dens of those demons? Oh. Duan Muhuai narrowed his eyes. You know? Of course, this is a long story. Inspector Ueda was silent for a moment, and then slowly told the story. It was before the epidemic. I was on night duty at the time, and then I received a call reporting that thugs broke into a nearby girls' school, so I set out with my partner to go to that school to solve the case. When we arrived at the school gate, we happened to meet two other patrolmen who were patrolling nearby, so we discussed and planned to go into the school together to expel the thugs. As he spoke, the man seemed to fall into memories. When we walked into the teaching building, we were also shocked because the glass in the corridor was broken, and even the desks were overturned, which made us a little worried. Because from what we saw, the violent tendencies of the thug were very obvious, so we also took out our guns and kept moving inside. Then we heard shouting and cries for help, and we quickly quickened our pace and ran towards the place where the sound came from. Then we saw a man holding a knife and chasing a student. I shouted at him to stop the violence and raise his hands in surrender. But the other party had no intention of listening to my instructions, and rushed directly towards us. We were also shocked at the time, but at that time, I didn't have time to think too much. The other party had obviously shown a confrontational attitude and seemed to have lost his mind. In this case, it was impossible to take him down without injury, so I decisively pulled the trigger. Of course, I didn't want to kill him, I just wanted to make him lose his ability to move, and then contact emergency services to take him to the hospital for treatment. The man's voice began to become urgent. The thug fell down. I went to take a look. Fortunately, he was not hit in the vital parts. As long as he was treated in time, he would not be in danger of death. Then we found out. Then other people came. They were teachers and students of this school. They were very enthusiastic towards us, thanking us for subduing the thug and helping the student. To be honest, at that time, I should have contacted the ambulance first to take the injured patient away. But I don't know why. At that time my mind was full of praise and gratitude from these girls, as if I was a hero. They loved me and respected me. So, when they invited us to the restaurant to rest for a while, I followed them without even a doubt. I even threw my duties, and that man behind my mind, just wanting to enjoy their admiration for me. Duan Muhuai laughed. He could guess what would happen next. Then the four of us enjoyed a delicious meal in the restaurant. The food was very delicious, and the female students were also close to us. They sat on our laps and even fed us. The man's voice began to become dazed, as if he was lost in that memory. I remember the girl's smile, so sweet, as if I had finally found true love. At that time, I was already married, but I had completely forgotten about it. I only had eyes for her, so when she invited me to her room, I readily agreed. But at that time, I felt that something was wrong deep in my heart. Until I walked into the room and saw the student taking off his clothes and walking towards me, I suddenly remembered my wife. Oh! Don't be afraid of being laughed at. In fact, I am a man who is very afraid of his wife. At that time, my brain suddenly woke up. If my wife knew that I was in a room with a high school student and was going to do this, I would be dead. So I almost instinctively rushed out of the room, and then I went back to the restaurant and wanted to take the others away. At this time, I already felt that something was wrong. This school, as well as the students and teachers here, seemed to be abnormal, but I couldn't tell what was wrong. I contacted other people, but no one responded. Then I went back to the restaurant, and then I saw. The man's voice began to tremble. What did you see? A nightmare. Those students have taken off their clothes, standing in a circle, singing weird songs, and my partner and the other 2 policemen have completely turned into some weird monsters. My God, their bodies seem to have melted. They are tangled together and turned into a huge meatball, and their faces are still on it, showing ecstatic smiles. The soldiers beside him clenched their weapons and swallowed their saliva. Although this man's narrative ability was average, his hysterical tone was frightening. What happened next? Then, I ran away without looking back. I returned home and locked the door. The last laughter of those demons was still echoing in my ears. I was always afraid that they would follow me. They would follow me to my home. So after that, I never went out again. Then the next day, I watched the TV news and learned that there was a riot and plague in the city, and then I saw those rioters. They looked exactly like those students. So you mean that the school is the origin of all this? Well, this is a good clue. Duan Mu Huai waved his hand, and Mary next to him also took out a map. St. Chris Girls' School. Should be here. Okay, lock there, order everyone to get ready to go, and then there is one last question. Duan Mu Huai stared at the closed door and asked, Why aren't you tempted? Because of the pain. The man suddenly raised his voice. That kind of happiness will corrode our minds. It will erode our spirits. It will turn us into beasts that only pursue happiness. Therefore, pain is necessary to dispel this temptation. Only extreme pain. However, before he finished speaking, Duan Mu Huai punched out and smashed the closed door directly. Bang! The door was smashed to pieces, and then a foul smell came from it, making everyone frown and cover their mouths and noses involuntarily, and then they looked inside, and then everyone was stunned. In front of them, a man with wounds all over his body and only wearing a pair of underwear was standing there. His body was covered with bloody scars, some of which had even rotted and deteriorated, while some were still bleeding. The man held a bloody blade in his hand and stared at everyone. Even the skin on his face had been cut off, leaving one horrible scar after another. So when you hurt yourself, that's when you are happiest, right? Duan Mu Huai stared at the man's body and snorted coldly, while the latter grinned. You don't understand at all. When I was tortured by that nightmare and felt like dying, only like this. As he spoke, the man picked up the knife, stabbed it into his body, and then slowly opened a wound. His body trembled with pain, but a crazy smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Only in this way can I forget those terrible nightmares. No, in fact, you haven't forgotten. Duan Mu Huai snapped his fingers. He's corrupted, kill him. As Duan Mu Huai finished speaking, Ojus, who was sitting on his shoulder, pointed forward with her right hand. The next moment, the man's body was suddenly tied up by invisible silk threads, and then it broke into pieces on the ground. Until then, the man's incomplete head still showed a strange smile. Duan Mu Huai looked at the man's body again, and then looked away. Find someone to burn him, and the rest of you come with me to that school, Duan Mu Huai said, with a cold smile on his face. Isn't this your favorite? Chapter 1854. On the way to the academy, the soldiers seemed very uneasy. Under Duan Mu Huai's high-pressure command, they were used to how to face zombies and destroy them. But these terrifying existences in front of them made people feel more frightened. Especially when they saw the bloody corpse of the man, everyone felt terrified. They couldn't imagine what kind of corruption could make a person so cruel to his own body. And the devil. There are indeed stories and myths and legends about devils tempting humans to fall, but no one expected to encounter such a thing in real life. It feels really less and less realistic. At the same time, the demons in the city have almost disappeared, and no one knows where they have gone. This also makes the soldiers very uneasy, but Duan Mu Huai doesn't care about it. He just carries the war hammer and walks in front. This school is located in the west of the city. It is a school for young ladies. In fact, there are its graduates among the survivors. I never thought that I would return to my alma mater in this way. Looking at everything around, the short-haired girl had a complicated expression. She was once a student of this school and joined a foreign company to work in finance after graduation. Although she also knew that her school was unlikely to survive this disaster, but to go from a victim to the source of the disaster was a bit. I really don't know how to say it. I never thought that these demons were so powerful. Walking beside Duan Muhuai, Mary shook her head while looking at her notebook. Before this, she didn't have a deep impression of the crazy evil. After all, Duan Muhuai always thought that he was a weak sissy, so everyone basically saw it that way. But when Mary saw its victims with her own eyes, she immediately changed her mind about this terrifying evil god. Indeed, it is easy to be tempted to fall when enjoying happiness, but will it not be the same when going to the pain of opposition? Duan Muhuai gave her the answer of definitely, definitely and definitely. This is why this guy is not strong, but very disgusting. Duan Muhuai walked on the street and kicked away a truck in front of him. The latter spun in the air like a ball and then hit the building next to it. However, Duan Muhuai did not even look at it, but continued to speak. Emotions are the source of power of the evil of obsession, and so are what humans desire. Although everyone does like to enjoy pleasure, it does not mean that only enjoyment can be corrupted. Everything that can bring happiness to the mind and body is like this. Although it is said, the pursuit of fun is the fastest way to the evil of obsession. Players once teased how a human can become a believer of the evil of obsession. For example, men like beautiful women, which is normal. If they can get close to beautiful women, they will naturally be happy. And if you get close to many beautiful women, you will be happier. But this is still limited in the end. For example, if a man has a beautiful girlfriend, then after a long time, the ordinary methods will lose their appeal. So they need some more exciting means, initially just changing the posture, or changing the place, etc. But what if even these lose their effect? Then you can only find some more exciting developments. But what if you get tired of these too, then? In the end, as long as it can bring joy, isn't it? And once you have exhausted all means, and still cannot feel enough happiness, then you can only resort to other means. Then congratulations, the evil of obsession is waving at you. So Mr. Duanmu, you look so? Without desire? Mary blinked and stared at Duan Muhuai curiously. In her opinion, the only obvious hobby of Duan Muhuai is fighting, and other than that, he is basically the kind of person with very low requirements. Even though there are many beautiful women accompanying Duan Muhuai, he does not spend time on those girls all day long, and he seems to care even less about food, clothing, housing and transportation. I'm just not particularly interested. Beating up the enemy is my little hobby. This hobby is not very normal. Mary shook her head helplessly, and at this moment, the voice of Lemuel came from the communicator. Mr. Judge, the reconnaissance skull has arrived at the designated location. Well, how is the situation? That school. The situation is indeed very strange. He spoke hesitantly, as if he had something to hide. Well? What's wrong? Well, I can only ask you to go and see it yourself. It's really hard to explain, but at least for now, there is no danger in this school. As he spoke, a scene quickly appeared on the screen in the helmet in front of Duan Muhuai. Obviously, this is the entire school captured by the servo skull in the air. From the outside, the school does not seem to have been attacked at all. Everything seems normal, or too normal. That's right, on the school playground, students can be seen doing club training. It seems to be lunchtime. There are still many students eating and chatting in the open space. There are also students practicing musical instruments behind the school. The whole atmosphere is like a very ordinary school afternoon. The only problem is that these students have nothing on except shoes, socks and bow ties. Hey! I've seen this. Seeing this, Duan Muhuai immediately perked up. He is very familiar with this plot, such as the O Academy and the Common Sense Replacement. Then the protagonist can use this method to play with these students as he pleases, and even so, the other party will only be unaware of it. Oh, I have only seen this plot in animations and small books before, but I didn't expect to see it in reality. This is really good. I have to admit that compared with animations and books, this absurd scene in reality brings more shock to people. At this moment, Duan Muhuai can't wait to appreciate other people's reactions to this. In fact, their reactions are indeed satisfying. When the survivors walked into the school and saw this absurd scene, they almost stopped immediately, subconsciously widened their eyes, and looked at the weird scene in front of them in amazement. This was more shocking than the large-scale sports events they had seen before. But soon, Duan Muhuai's voice sounded, pulling them back to reality. What are you thinking about? Hurry up and kill them all. Kill them all? Hearing Duan Muhuai's order, the survivors raised their guns for a while, not knowing what to do. But has the lesson just now not been enough? No, although it is so. This time, although everyone understood Duan Muhuai's meaning, they still looked at each other in bewilderment. Although the infected people before also looked like humans, their actions were crazy like crazy people, so they could do it if they really wanted to. But the students here, except for their weird dress, look like ordinary humans no matter how you look at them. Wait, who are you? Just then, a student seemed to have seen Duan Muhuai and others. She ran over angrily, with her hands on her hips, staring at everyone with dissatisfaction. It's class time now, and outsiders are not allowed to enter. What do you want to do here? Faced with the girl's questioning, the survivors were a little embarrassed. On the one hand, the girl in front of them looked normal, but considering that she was not wearing clothes, it was actually very abnormal, and on the other hand, the other party's righteous look was really common sense, not like the group of crazy people they met before who wanted to pounce on you and pull off your pants. Get out of here, you lowly bastard. However, Duan Muhuai did not tolerate the other party. He strode out and stared at the girl in front of him. The latter saw Duan Muhuai, and her face changed, trembling and trying to retreat. You don't come over, what do you want to do? I'm going to call the police. Listening to the girl's words, the expressions of others were very complicated. After all, at least so far, the performance of this girl is almost the same as that of ordinary people, but in this environment. Humph! However, Duan Muhuai just snorted coldly, and then he suddenly stretched out his hand, grabbed the girl's head, and lifted her up. Then he squeezed it hard, and the next moment, with a puff, the girl's head was crushed by Duan Muhuai, and her body, which had been struggling desperately, also drooped at this moment, and then was ruthlessly thrown to the side by Duan Muhuai. Bang! The headless corpse fell heavily to the ground, then rolled several times, and then began to melt under the gaze of everyone, just like a lit candle. The body that was originally full of youth gradually turned into a pile of white and yellow viscous liquid, slowly flowing on the ground, and then gradually evaporated, and finally only a pool of water stains remained. Okay, now you have seen it. Duan Muhuai clapped his hands and stared at the soldiers. Next, it's your job. I hope you won't be stupid enough to be fooled by these guys. Remember, in this school, don't let go of anything that moves. Chapter 1855. For the soldiers, this was a tormenting battle. Even when they faced the infected before, they were mentally prepared and could not take action. After all, those people looked like psychopaths with aggressive tendencies. However, when a group of girls cried and begged you to stop, most people would involuntarily soften their hands. Why don't you shoot? But they didn't attack us, they just hoped that we could stop. Yes, this is the dilemma faced by the survivors. They already know that these girls are not human, and their bodies will melt after being killed. But the humans in this world are not as extreme as the tribunal in human supremacy, so although they know that these girls don't seem to be human, it doesn't mean that they can be cruel enough to attack these girls. So after rushing into the school, the survivors quickly split into three factions. Some people firmly supported any order of the tribunal, others remained neutral, and some firmly opposed this inhumane practice. This caused the three-party conflict to intensify rapidly, forcing the short-haired girl to report to Duan Muhuai. Many people think that this is wrong. They firmly refuse and would rather be punished than protect those students. Because they didn't fight back? Yes. The short-haired girl nodded in confusion. Even when facing gunpoint, those girls didn't attack, but just begged. Judge, if this continues, the situation will probably get worse. Do we really have to kill them? No matter how you look at it, they don't show any threat at all. These demons are not threatening simply because you are not threatening them. No threat? That's right. Duan Muhuai nodded. These girls you see were once human beings, but now their bodies have become the nests of demons. In words you can understand, it's like in horror movies, where evil spirits take over human bodies. Do you understand what I mean? Duan Muhuai did not cut off the communication, so he knew very well that other survivors also heard his conversation with the short-haired girl. He also admitted that the trick of obsession was indeed useful. After all, although a simple laser gun can destroy the hosts of these demons, it will not have much impact on them. On the contrary, the act of ruthlessly killing them will make these demons feel an unusual stimulation and excitement. Well, old pervert. But fortunately, Duan Muhuai still has a way to deal with perverts. I understand. But in this case, we can't exorcise the evil spirits like in the movies. That's artistic processing, and you can see that the girls' original bodies have already mutated. Even if we really exorcise the demons and awaken their original souls, like in the movies, it will only trap their consciousness in a pool of rotten meat. I'm getting off topic. Let's get down to business. The reason why these demons don't resist is that your attacks on them are basically ineffective. Hey! But we clearly killed those demons. You only killed their hosts. After they lost their hosts, they just couldn't stay in the real world, but returned to the subspace, or you can call it hell. So in a sense, these demons are immortal, so they don't care if you destroy the hosts they occupy. So even if you shoot them into seas with a gun, they won't fight back. Because this will make your guilt even heavier, and even cause riots and divisions like now. Well, this is the trick of the devil, an old trick. Then, what should we do? It must be said that the short-haired woman's face changed slightly after hearing Duanmu Huai's explanation. Although Duanmu Huai only gave a simple explanation, she had already discovered that these demons were obviously far beyond their imagination. Even if they did nothing, they could still split these soldiers. This is also possible? Very simple. Duanmu Huai sneered. I have already said that the reason why these demons are seeking death is because they are not afraid of death. But if you can really kill them, that is another matter. You also know that the more immortal things are, the more afraid of death they are, especially demons who are basically immortal. When it knows that it will face death, the resistance will be more intense than anything else. This is even more true for the obsessed evil. Duanmu Huai doesn't know what it thinks, but destruction represents the nothingness of everything, which means that the obsessed evil and the demons can no longer experience any emotions. For them who draw strength from intense emotions, this is the most terrifying thing. Then, what should we do? Do we need holy water? No need to bother. What you need to do is very simple. Just aim at the enemy, raise your gun, and then shout. Sacrifice blood to the god of war, and offer your head to the throne. Mianmu Satoru's cheers suddenly rang out from the communication circuit, and Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders. That's it. Then you can attack them again, and you will know if these guys are really not afraid of death. For Duanmu Huai, this is also a last resort. The people in this world have never truly believed in gods, so they are not very devout in their faith, so they are far less likely to use the power of the god of destruction than those warriors of the Inquisition in other worlds. However, Minmu Satoru's madness gave Duanmu Huai a good idea. It was like a password. If you didn't give the password, who would know who you were? If you shouted the password, at least I knew you were mine, and then I could give you the power of destruction. This slogan. Duanmu Huai thought it was okay, so there was no need to change it. In fact, he originally wanted to create some slogans like Baala energy gives me strength to see whether those guys who believed in the tribunal would save their face or their lives when facing the life and death threat of the devil. However, Mary desperately stopped Duanmu Huai's idea, and even said very seriously that if Duanmu Huai wanted to play like this, she would quit the tribunal. So Duanmu Huai had to give up this choice in disappointment, and instead adopted Minmu Satoru's conventional slogan. By the way, Minmu Satoru said that this slogan suddenly came to his mind, just like some kind of revelation. That's it. Although the short-haired girl felt that the religious attributes of the tribunal had been maxed out, it now seemed that this was far from its upper limit. It's that simple. Duanmu Huai shrugged. Practice makes perfect, give it a try and you know. These remarks were naturally transmitted to the ears of every soldier through the communication circuit. They looked at each other, and some of them began to waver. This method is simple and crude, but also very direct. After all, in the impression of most people, demons will indeed feel pain, and even be expelled after hearing the spell. But this spell is too simple. What should we do? Just give it a try and you know. An old soldier answered coldly, then raised the laser gun in his hand, and pointed it at the trembling, huddled girl not far away. He was once just an ordinary person, but the end of the world changed everything, and now he has become a loyal believer of the tribunal. Especially when he learned that the plague that swept the whole world and caused his family to suffer misfortune came from an evil god, he wanted to avenge his wife and children immediately. So now, he has become a loyal believer of the tribunal. For this old soldier, all those who stand in his way of revenge must die. Blood sacrifice to the god of war, skull sacrifice to the throne. The old soldier clenched his weapon and yelled at the girl in front of him, but at this moment, he felt that the position of the tribunal badge tattooed on his chest suddenly became hot. It was as if a hot iron appeared there, and the heat spread along his body to his hands. Soon, the old soldier felt that the originally cold gun in his hand seemed to have become a part of his flesh and blood. At the same time, the expressions of the girls on the opposite side changed instantly. In the previous moment, They were still playing the role of trembling, harmless, and pitiful girls, but in the next moment, they suddenly opened their mouths, which were as big as 3 human heads, and let out piercing and sharp screams. The noise rushed towards them like a raging wave, and many soldiers felt like they were hit by thunder, and even lost control of their bodies. Then in the next moment, the bodies of those girls who originally looked innocent, kind, beautiful, and cute began to deform. Their fingers became pointed and thin, and their bodies began to hunch, clinging together like Shiba dogs. A long tail swayed in front of them, carrying a kind of filthy and dirty smell. Then they laughed sharply, jumped up, and rushed towards their prey like beasts. "Go to hell, you monsters!" The veteran roared and pulled the trigger, and a beam of light shot out from the muzzle. Compared with the usual beams, the red laser in front of him seemed more vivid. Of course, the veteran was not sure whether it was his illusion. But when this beam hit the demon that was rushing towards him, the latter let out a heart-wrenching scream. It was not the pretentious performance before, but full of unsuppressible fear and despair. It waved its claws desperately, stared at the veteran with hatred, and stretched out its twisted claws. This scene would terrify ordinary people just by seeing it, but at this moment, the veteran was full of anger. He roared, ignored the opponent's claws, rushed forward, and stuffed the muzzle of the gun into the demon's open mouth. "Go to hell!" With a loud shout, he pulled the trigger again. This time, the demon exploded completely, and was completely swallowed by the blazing flames. The veteran stared at the flames in front of him, took a breath, and retreated to the back. He looked to the side, and the other demons had been completely destroyed. There were still several bodies of survivors lying on the ground. At that time, they turned their backs to these demons, and wanted to protect them wholeheartedly, so when these demons tore off their masks, they didn't react at all and became the first victims. The veteran panted and stared at the other soldiers fiercely. Some of them had firm expressions, while others looked regretful and terrified. But he didn't say anything, just clenched his weapon again and raised it high. "Blood sacrifice to the god of war, skull sacrifice to the throne." With this slogan, a battle began. Chapter 1856. Soon, the survivors discovered that those students who originally looked pitiful and harmless had burst out with amazing and terrifying fighting power this time. They twisted and transformed into various monsters that almost only appeared in nightmares, and launched a fierce attack on the survivors. Fortunately, these survivors had already fought against low-level demons before, so although they were a little embarrassed, they finally gritted their teeth and persevered and killed those demons. In this way, the tribunal moved forward and came to the auditorium at the back of the school, which was also the place with the strongest demonic atmosphere. The first one. Munim Satora cheered happily, and kicked open the closed door in front of her, as excited as the first student to rush into the cafeteria. At the same time, her eyes were round, as if she rushed into the cafeteria and saw the full dish in front of her, and it was all meat and vegetables. On the stage of the auditorium, a demon was sitting on a throne made of flesh and blood. Under it, dozens of girls were entangled, forming a huge seat like building blocks. Their limbs were twisted and deformed, entangled with each other like ropes. The painful expressions on their faces showed that these girls were still alive. Foolish human. The demon stood up. Its appearance was as ugly as other demons. It had 4 arms, and 4 basketball-sized things hanging down on both sides of its chest. The demon held the long sword tightly in its 4 arms, and stared at Nimsatori with a grim smile. "You are so stupid to come here. You are really seeking death." The demon roared, and at the same time, the sharp blade in his right hand swung back and chopped the throne made of the girls' bodies, which immediately let out a shrill scream. Just seeing this scene was enough to deter the survivors, who followed closely. Even in their most terrifying nightmares, they did not expect to see such a scene. The pain, wailing, and despair on the faces of the girls, who were still alive, almost made the survivors feel collapsed. They did not expect to face such a scene at all. This is simply something that demons would do, but this does not include Mayumi Satori. She did not look at the throne at all, or rather, for Mayumi Satori, she did not care about the lives of those girls at all. On the contrary, she only cared about the powerful demon in front of her. At least in Mayumi Satori's opinion, this guy should be able to make a very nice sound. So she just chuckled, and then her figure flashed, and she rushed to the side of the demon and entangled with it. The demon waved its 4 arms vigorously, 2 of which held sharp blades, and 2 of which were whip-like tentacles. They intertwined with each other, forming an almost airtight defense line, enough to tear any intruder into pieces. However, Ninmu Satori was obviously not among them. She moved among the swords and shadows with a ghost-like figure, slowly and firmly closing the distance between herself and the demon. The latter was obviously very excited to find an opponent to compete with him in battle, and his movements became much faster. Soon, the whole auditorium was filled with only the sound of breaking air and two unclear voices. The other soldiers could only stare at them blankly, and could not even shoot to cover their positions. After all, they did not even have time to capture the location and position of the demon. Schwa! After dodging the blade that passed by him with another small sidestep, Mianmu Satora finally came to the demon's side, and then clenched his weapon and chopped forward. Huh? However, at this moment, a sneer appeared in the demon's eyes, and then its body swelled like a ball, and then pink gas suddenly sprayed out from its pores all over its body. The gas was so dense that even the survivors stationed at the gate were not spared. They instinctively wanted to hold their breath, but it was useless. This mist with a sweet scent penetrated into their bodies through every pore on their bodies. In just a blink of an eye, an incomparable sense of comfort and intoxication swept over their bodies, making them want to put down their weapons, completely abandon everything, and immerse themselves in this peace and tranquility forever. However, the next moment, the burning pain of the Inquisition badges on their bodies dispelled this addictive temptation and made them sober again. At the same time, the fog that filled the auditorium dissipated, and the next thing people saw was that Mianmu Satora stood there, holding a sword in one hand and holding the demon's head high in the other hand. At her feet, the demon's headless body had fallen to the ground, and there was no movement. The demon caught in Mianmu Satora's hand had a look of surprise and doubt on his face. Obviously, it seemed that it had never thought that its tricks were completely ineffective against Mianmu Satora. The former raised his head happily, and shook it vigorously. Blood sacrificed to the god of war, skull for the throne. With the death of this demon, the pink mist covering the entire city also disappeared, and even the demons disappeared. Duanmu Huai guessed that it was likely that they gave up the host and returned to the subspace. But it doesn't matter, he will carry out a thorough disinfection and killing of the entire city later. The actions of the tribunal in this city came to an end. Unlike other cities before, the tribunal in this city could not rescue any survivors. The only group of survivors were those girls, who broke their bones and turned into human ropes to form the throne, but it was obvious that it was impossible to save them again. So Duanmu Huai could only let them calm down their pain and sleep thoroughly. In Duanmu Huai's view, this action was a great victory, and it severely hit the arrogance of the evil of obsession. But obviously, others have different views on this. Everyone is in a bad mood. Back on the floating island, the short-haired girl immediately reported the situation to Duanmu Huai. 63 people died in this operation, and they shouldn't have died. Many people are talking about why they shouldn't attack that school. In their opinion, it's not worth the loss. Yeah, I understand. Duanmu Huai nodded. From the perspective of the tribunal, it was a good thing to completely eliminate a big demon who was obsessed with evil. He had decided to love Mianmu Satora well tonight. After all, she was able to kill a big demon single-handedly, and she really needed to be rewarded. Of course, Duanmu Huai also understood that the most powerful thing about Mianmu Satora was her mental state. She was not afraid of the mental pollution of the old ones, let alone the dirty tricks of the devil of obsession. From a certain perspective, lunatics are indeed invincible. But for most survivors, this is another matter. They can accept sacrificing themselves for survival, but dying in such a situation without any benefit is a bit inconsistent with their ideas. Moreover, before this, the tribunal had never lost manpower, and those who were bitten by zombies would not be infected, so this was the first time that the tribunal had real casualties, and many people died. It doesn't matter, I will give them some benefits. Benefits? Food, tobacco, alcohol, etc., and notify them to attend the ceremony tonight. We will reward those who perform well in the battle. Duanmu Huai naturally did what he said. When the floating island left the city, it was already night, and in the magnificent cathedral, the survivors were participating in the next ceremony. Duanmu Huai would reward those who had performed well in the battle with the demons, mainly by upgrading their military ranks and awarding them medals. These medals were magic props made by Medea and Irisville, and they had certain magical abilities. Although they were not particularly powerful, they were already quite rare for ordinary people. However, the atmosphere at the scene was not very warm, and many people were in a depressed mood. After all, so many people died at once, and no survivors were rescued. The atmosphere in the entire church was also very dull. Moreover, it's not that no one objected to Duanmu Huai's decision. I've had enough. A young man grabbed the medal that Duanmu Huai had just pinned on his chest, and threw it to the ground angrily. What's the use of this? You said, we are glorious and honorable warriors, who fight to destroy the devil. But so what? Dad and the others are dead. The young man stared at Duanmu Huai angrily, while others were extremely surprised by the scene. After all, someone actually confronted the chief judge when they knew the power of the tribunal. That was really unprecedented. Will this guy be beaten to death? You're right. Unexpectedly, Duanmu Huai nodded quite calmly. I will never forget those soldiers who sacrificed their lives for the Inquisition. Is it enough to just say I won't forget them? What can you do? At most, you can erect a monument. We don't want such things. I don't know what deep hatred there is between your Inquisition and those monsters. We are just ordinary people. We just want to survive, not die in vain. The young man's roar echoed in the church. Although the other soldiers below did not speak, many of them stared at him, expressing their support in this way. Seeing this scene, the short-haired girl frowned slightly. She knew that the current situation was quite bad. Obviously, after this incident, everyone's trust in the Inquisition has decreased a lot. It may even cause a split. In the eyes of the short-haired girl, no matter what Duanmu Huai does, it is probably impossible to change all this. Even if he made this young man into a robot servant, it would only arouse the rebellious psychology of others. This is bad. Then, the short-haired girl saw Duanmu Huai grinning with a smug smile. Who said they would die in vain? What do you mean? Duanmu Huai glanced at the young man, then turned to the survivors. You should still remember what I said before. Why are those demons not afraid of death? Because their souls are in the subspace where the evil god is, and their bodies in this world are just the host of the demons. Therefore, they are not afraid of death at all. For them, even if they are destroyed in this world, as long as they return to their world, they can come back again. Therefore, for the evil god, it is equivalent to having an immortal army. Everyone was a little confused about Duanmu Huai's inexplicable digression, but Duanmu Huai didn't care about their reactions at all, and just continued to talk. Then I guess you haven't thought about this question. What the evil god can do, why can't the tribunal do it? This time, facing Duanmu Huai's words, everyone was silent at first, and then suddenly boiled up like a volcanic eruption. They stared at Duanmu Huai with wide eyes, stunned, and a thought that they dared not think of emerged in their minds. Could it be that? The tribunal. Amid the noise, Duanmu Huai made a gesture, and then Alice and Medea came over and pulled open the cloth covering something behind the church. Then, everyone saw a piece of exquisitely made armor placed there. They looked extremely gorgeous, with gold and silver on them, and the symbols of double-headed eagles, skulls, and war hammers were clearly visible. Then, Duanmu Huai nodded. Ring the bell. Ding! The bell rang. At this moment, a shining light emerged from the top of the church and shone in the center of the cathedral. Ding! Several beams of light fell from the sky and landed in front of everyone. Ding! With the third bell ringing, the beams gradually condensed and turned into a human figure. Seeing these people, all the survivors were stunned. Even the young man just now was standing there, speechless. They saw clearly that those human figures were none other than the soldiers who died in the previous battle with the devil. At this moment, even the dead themselves were quite surprised. They looked around, as if they couldn't believe this fact. Duanmu Huai glanced at everyone, and then looked at the souls standing in front of him. He looked solemn and stared at them. You have proved your loyalty to the Inquisition and mankind with your lives. Duanmu Huai looked at the souls of the survivors who died in the battle, and then spoke. Now I give you a chance. Are you willing to return to this world again, and continue to serve mankind and the Inquisition as soul guards? Chapter 1857. It must be said that the atmosphere in the entire church reached its peak at this moment. Everyone stared at the souls of the dead in amazement, and the latter seemed to be a little surprised by the situation in front of them. They looked around blankly, and seemed to be unable to recover for a while. Dad? The young man who had just contradicted Duanmu Huai saw one of the old men and hurriedly took a step forward, rushing over to grab his hand, but his hands went through the old man's arms and caught nothing. This made the young man turn his head unexpectedly and look at Duanmu Huai again. Judge, what is going on? It's very simple. Don't religions in your world have similar legends? After the souls, who believe in God show their loyalty, their souls will be sent to the world of gods when they die. Isn't this normal? Duanmu Huai spread his hands and looked at the young man with a matter-of-fact look. You don't even know that the sun rises in the east? The latter trembled all over and couldn't speak for a while. Yes, that's right. But those priests all said that the souls of the dead cannot return to this world. TSK. Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes. Then have you ever considered that they say that because they can't do it? It must be said that when Duanmu Huai said this, the others were also confused. Indeed, in this world, there are many legends about this, And basically these legends all say that it is impossible for mortal souls to return to this world, and those who can do so are evil demons. However, Duanmu Huai tore off the naked masks of these guys. In the final analysis, they just can't do it. The Inquisition can do it, but they can't. So who is the real God? Isn't it obvious? In the game, players have a joke about the Emperor and the state religion. They think that the state religion was rampant in the Empire during the 40K period, not because the people of the Empire were ignorant and didn't know how to think, but because they were just a bunch of idiots brainwashed by religion, but because it really works when you call for the Emperor's blessing. There was once an intelligence record in the game that a virus of the corruption stain appeared on a certain planet at that time. Just like the virus in this world, it would kill people and turn them into zombies. At that time, the Mechanicus also conducted a lot of analysis and created a vaccine against the virus, but it didn't work. How was this matter resolved later? It was very simple. Someone had an idea and asked the Archbishop of the state religion on that planet to bless these vaccines. Then these vaccines worked. You said it was like this. You want everyone to not believe in the state religion. Isn't that bullshit? If you have the ability, don't show your spirit. If you don't show your spirit, then everyone will definitely not believe it, but you show your spirit on the left, and you are a living saint on the right all day long. Do you still want everyone to not believe in the state religion? Is it possible? Anyway, it is a violation to contradict the judge. Go back and go to the punishment hall to receive 10 lashes. Duanmu Huai explained, and then gave an order lightly, and the young man's face changed, and then lowered his head. Yes, sir. This time he was willing. Afterwards, Duanmu Huai also commended those who died in the battle, and gave them 2 choices, either to possess these mechas, which were alchemical creations made by Medea and Irisville using magic, and protect humans as soul guardians, or to return to the divine realm to do logistical work. Or jump directly into the core of the god's domain, and burn yourself to ashes. About half of them chose to become soul guards, and the rest wanted to live in the god's domain. After that, the ceremony ended, and except for a certain unlucky guy who had to go to the punishment hall to be whipped, everyone else disbanded. However, the aftermath of this ceremony has just begun. Almost all the survivors who witnessed this scene had some kind of indescribable reverence and worship for the Inquisition. In other words, for the first time, they really felt what it felt like to have the gods with them. It was not a religion that had no use except to cheat money, but a religion led by a real god. By the way, there were actually a few priests among these survivors. They were mainly responsible for calming the emotions of others and doing some sermons. But after this night, all the doctrines they promoted were completely abandoned like garbage, and even the priests themselves became the most devout believers of the Inquisition. After all, people really saw the soul for the first time with their own eyes, and they also knew where the soul would go after death. Of course, Duanmu Huai also told them that those who believed in the tribunal would definitely go to the tribunal's divine domain after death, but he didn't know where the souls of those who didn't believe in the tribunal would go after death. As for whether they went to hell or heaven, Duanmu Huai didn't care. But for the survivors, this was a big deal. At least, this was a definite option. As long as you believed in the tribunal, you could really go to its divine domain after death. Even if you performed well, you could return to the human world as a soul guard. If the Inquisition was a religion that required people to chant or offer everything to prove their loyalty, then I'm afraid everyone would have already lined up to show their loyalty. Unfortunately, the way the Inquisition showed its loyalty was simple and hardcore. It would protect humans at all costs and eliminate all threats to humans. This means that only fighting is the best way to express faith. Of course, how they would do it. That was their problem. But at least after this, the morale of these survivors had been greatly enhanced, and it could even be said to be fanatical. Even some people who thought they were rational before now had a strong worship of the Inquisition. For Duanmu Huai, this was enough. After all, we are all local foxes. You can play with me, but I can't? That doesn't make sense, right? After this, the floating island of the Inquisition continued to move forward and pass through several cities. Fortunately, these cities did not have those twisted and obsessed demons, so everyone happily purified them and took away other survivors as usual. However, among these survivors, some strange information came. You mean a zombie city? Duanmu Huai sat on the throne, looking at the ragged man below. According to him, he was a businessman who mainly ran around in the nearby area and made profits by exchanging supplies from the shelter. After all, it has been a long time since the plague broke out, and humans have gradually adapted to life in this environment. The method used by this man is very novel. He has a hot air balloon. According to him, before the doomsday, he was a staff member of a tourist attraction, mainly responsible for driving a hot air balloon to take tourists to play in the sky. He happened to be in the sky when the zombies rioted, so he escaped. Later, the man used this hot air balloon to float between cities and started a business. The idea was good, but unfortunately, he couldn't escape after encountering the tribunal. After all, the tribunal would fly more. Yes, yes, sir. The man who knelt on the ground looked at Duanmu Huai tremblingly, but still continued to speak. It's just in the south. Strictly speaking, it's a city ruled by zombies and humans together. Ruled together? Yes. I went to that city by chance before. At that time, I contacted the people there through the radio to see if they had any supplies to exchange. As a result, when I arrived at the destination, I found that I was met by a group of zombies. At this point, the man shuddered. Although their bodies are rotten, they still move and talk. Oh my god, it was a nightmare. I was completely scared at the time, because I had never seen a talking zombie before. But they said they only wanted to live a peaceful life and not conflict with others. Moreover, there was a group of humans next to them, or in other words, most of the people in that city might be humans. In short, they were ruled by zombies. No, it should be said that they ruled together with zombies. Sorry, I can't explain it clearly. You can't imagine it at all. When I saw humans and zombies walking side by side on the street, I even wondered if I was dreaming. How could such a ridiculous thing happen? But it was true. The man's words were a bit inconsistent, but Duanmu Huai understood what he meant. So did you ask those zombies why they regained their sanity? These zombies are really crazy. Speaking of this topic, the man couldn't help but shout. They believe that zombies are the next form of human evolution, and they are the new humans. In fact, they strictly prohibit zombies from attacking humans. This is not because they are so good to humans, but only humans who are recognized by them are qualified to become zombies. Oh my god, I once watched a transformation ceremony. When the man faced the zombies rushing towards him, he did not run away, but took the initiative to meet them and let them bite him. Then, he was very happy that he became a zombie. The man shook his head desperately. Obviously, this weird thing was completely beyond his expectations, and he couldn't understand it at all. This is really interesting. After listening to the man's story, Duanmu Huai narrowed his eyes and sneered. The zombies they encountered before were just beasts that acted on instinct, not this kind of existence. Now it seems that the situation in that city is different. Then it must be purified as soon as possible. Take us to that city to have a look. Chapter 1858. As before, Duanmu Huai first placed a reconnaissance skull to investigate. The others waited for news in the tactical command room. Not long after, a city appeared on the screen. Oh! Seeing the city on the screen, Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows, and the other girls were somewhat surprised. This is also natural. Along the way, they have seen many cities, most of which look the same, dark, dilapidated, or burning in flames. This is natural. After all, zombies are not very smart. Even if the system fails, they will not repair it. So soon one city after another loses power, or a raging fire is set off due to short circuits and other reasons. And of course, there is no fire brigade to put out the fire. In this case, the situation in the city is naturally very bad. Even in many cases, it can trigger a series of disasters. This is the case with a city that Duanmu Huai visited before. It was a chemical city. As a result, when the plague broke out, there was a large fire there, which then detonated the chemical raw materials in the warehouse. When Duanmu Huai and others arrived at the city, it was as if it had been attacked by a nuclear bomb. Whether it was survivors or zombies, there was nothing left. Only a very few lucky people barely escaped. But now the city seems to be in good order. It is sunset now, but in this city, you can still see flashing lights, neon signs, street lights, and brightly lit office buildings, making it even look like a fairly normal modern city. Even on the road, you can see vehicles passing through, and there are many people coming and going on both sides of the street. They seem to be very calm, which is completely different from the panic survivors in other places. But the problem is not just with the survivors. Soon, Duanmu Huai and others saw what they wanted to find on the screen. Zombies. Woo! Woo! A zombie dressed as a worker was working on the scaffolding next to it. It made a unique zombie wooing sound while holding a hammer in its hand and hitting the wooden board in front of it hard, as if it was going to nail the wall completely. After it nailed a nail, it reached out and took out another one from the toolbox next to it. Although it looked shaky, at least from the action, it seemed to be working well. This is the first time I've seen a zombie that can do work. Lorena couldn't help but sigh. After all, those zombies before almost only bit people, and didn't know anything else. But I don't think it has any sense, does it? Mary was more concerned about another question. It was true that the zombie was working, but it looked like a tool instead of a self-aware being. In other words, except for the lack of machinery, it looked basically the same as a robot servant. Go and take a look, and you know. As Duanmu Huai spoke, he motioned the servo skull to approach the zombie. However, even though the servo skull circled around the zombie, the latter remained unmoved and focused on doing its work. Then Duanmu Huai ordered the servo skull to extend its tentacles again, and knocked over the toolbox next to it. Crash. The toolbox on the table was knocked over. This time, the zombie finally stopped moving. It slowly turned around and stared at the servo skull with lifeless eyes. Then it squatted down and began to put all the things scattered on the ground back into the toolbox. It feels like this is no different from a servo. Munim Satora said what everyone was thinking, and the others nodded. The servo is also like this. It will only respond to the work in front of it. It will not do anything other than the program settings without special instructions. Go somewhere else to have a look. Soon, under the investigation of the servo skull, everyone had a preliminary understanding of the situation in the city. In this city, zombies are obviously divided into 3 types. The lowest level is the zombie similar to the servo. They will perform some simple actions and have no self-thinking ability. The second type is the zombie with a certain degree of self-awareness. They are mainly used to block the streets and are more like artificial intelligence guards. The last type is the zombie that is basically the same as humans. Except that their skin is the iron blue color of corpses, there is no difference from the outside. These people are located in the highest level buildings in the city. They seem to be the ruling class. What should we do, Mr. Duanmu? After briefly assessing the situation in the city, Mary looked at Duanmu Huai and asked. Obviously, according to the standards of the tribunal, the city must be completely purified. The problem now is how to purify it. At least this kind of zombie concept is absolutely heretical in the eyes of the tribunal. For the tribunal, the only thing to consider at present is which one to choose: steaming, frying, boiling, or frying. There is no possibility of not choosing. Duanmu Huai stared at the screen in front of him, and was silent for a moment. Go in directly. Then, he gave an order. These survivors under his command have been baptized by aliens and demons, so it is time to let them see the most twisted, evil, and difficult enemies faced by the Inquisition. Heretics must die. With Duanmu Huai's order, the destruction of the city also came. For the residents of this city, this is their small utopia in this apocalypse. Here, they can live with those zombies without worrying about being attacked. But unfortunately, their peaceful days have come to an end. With a huge fireball breaking through the night sky, crashing into the building and exploding, the whole city ushered in a cruel and destructive war. The floating island itself does not have weapons such as macro cannons or light spears, but Medea is enough to take on the heavy responsibility of the firepower turret. She stood at the front of the floating island, facing the brightly lit city in front of her, raised her hands, and then, beams of magic light and flames fell from the sky, starting a comprehensive and large-scale bombing of the city. As the floating island landed again, the soldiers of the tribunal swarmed out, holding weapons, and rushed into the city that had been turned into a sea of fire under the leadership of the Soul Guards without any hesitation. Duanmu Huai had already told them very clearly that this was a heretical city that must be completely destroyed. The humans here actually coexisted peacefully with the zombies, and this distorted state must be completely destroyed. In the past, these soldiers might have had some doubts about this, but now, they have become loyal believers of the tribunal, and what they have to do is to use all their methods to prove their loyalty to the tribunal. For the people of the city, the sudden attack completely stunned them. They were knocked to the ground and turned into corpses before they even knew what happened. The attitude of the Inquisition was also very clear for these civilians, that is, to kill them all, leaving no one alive. Heretical thoughts and behaviors are dangerous and destructive. Knowing that it is a heresy, and not taking action is also a heresy. Allowing friends or family to join a heretical cult, and tolerating heretical behavior in other ways, is also a heresy. Tolerating heresy is a betrayal of humanity. Loyalty is not absolute, it is absolutely disloyalty. Heretics must die. At this time, the rulers of this city obviously reacted, and soon, zombies holding weapons and ammunition quickly assembled into an army, trying to resist the footsteps of the Inquisition. Although these zombies are also not afraid of death, and have powerful weapon support, the Soul Guards are not just eating and drinking. Those Soul Guards, who completely obeyed the Inquisition and got the opportunity to return to this world held sharp blades, faced the rain of bullets and rushed straight into the zombie group, chopped them into pieces. Then, the court of justice advanced all the way, and soon arrived at the core area of the city. What happened? Standing on the top of the apartment building, a young man looked at the burning city in front of him with a pale face and gritted his teeth. And he was the ruler of this city. This young man was originally just an ordinary person. When the plague broke out, he was also attacked and bitten by zombies. At that time, the young man had lost all hope and even thought about committing suicide. However, to the boy's surprise, he did not die as he thought. On the contrary, he found that he was no longer attacked by zombies after that. Not only that, the boy also dreamed of a mysterious existence. Under the guidance of the other party, the boy even learned to use his spiritual power to control and command those zombies, and even let them awaken their self-awareness again. Of course, these zombies are also completely loyal to him. After that, the boy gradually recaptured the city, and the survivors followed his lead. This made the boy feel unprecedented pride. He secretly made up his mind that he must use this power to rule the country, and make it a country where zombies and humans can coexist peacefully. After all, those zombies are free labor. As long as they can be completely controlled, then rebuilding a country is not a piece of cake. But now, everything is ruined. Boom! The building in front of him suddenly exploded, bursting with shining flames and sounds. The boy gritted his teeth, then turned around and looked behind him. There, several girls in maid costumes were standing there. They were his classmates in life, and now, they were also his companions. Let's go and eliminate the invaders. Chapter 1859. The streets are burning. Duanmu Huai walked on the burning streets, staring ahead with a blank expression. Heretics. Among the three major enemies faced by the Inquisition, heretics are the most difficult to eliminate and the most difficult to eradicate. Many people cannot tell the difference between heretics and pagans, and do not understand why heretics are seen as existences that want to be killed as soon as possible. Most of them think that heresy may be a rebellion against mainstream ideas, but in fact, it is closer to the heresy part of heresy rather than heresy. The real heresy is actually a quoting out of context, expansion or distortion of the original concept, so heretics are not seen as enemies, but traitors. This is why there is the famous saying heretics are more hateful than pagans. Because heretics are not enemies, but traitors, Duanmu Huai still remembers that players had a discussion on the behavior of the Inquisition in the forum, and then were surprised to find that most people believed that heresy was a product of the religious trial in the Middle Ages. Deep down in their hearts, it was a trick and tool used by theocracy to exclude dissidents. But some historians stood up and told them that heresy has existed since ancient times, and it also exists in our own country. For example, Confucius the Analects on government has attacking heresy will only harm oneself. By the way, most people think that this sentence means studying and attacking various heretical theories will only harm oneself. But there is another school of thought that believes that this sentence means if you attack different voices too much, you will harm yourself. So according to the definition of heresy, one of these two statements must be a heresy that distorts its original meaning. It can be seen from this that the same sentence can be interpreted as two completely different, or even completely opposite, meanings, and both sides think they are right. Now everyone can understand why the heresy trial will kill people in a bloody way. So that heresy in the heresy court is not a joke, but a fact. Because everyone thinks that their understanding of the doctrine is correct, and others are wrong. In this case, mutual understanding is unnecessary, and it is absolutely impossible to convince each other, so the only remaining means is the last resort. That is to eliminate opponents from the physical level. For example, there was once an inquisitor in the heresy court who thought of using alien technology to transfer the emperor's consciousness or soul into other people's bodies, so that he could walk on Earth again as the emperor's agent and integrate the entire empire. In their view, there is nothing wrong with their ideas, and all this is for the empire and the emperor. Those who oppose them also think that there is nothing wrong with their ideas. The technology of the aliens is not human technology. Even if you take a step back, how can you guarantee that the one whose consciousness has been transferred is the emperor, and not some alien disguised as the emperor, or some abomination intelligence or demon? You dare to think of such a heretical idea, you are really depraved to the extreme. Both sides think that there is nothing wrong with their ideas. They all think that they are for the emperor, for the empire, and for mankind. They have a clear conscience and are upright. Those who stand in front of them are just obstacles and trials on their path to pursue the truth. Therefore, the heresy war will not be reconciled. Humans can even join forces with aliens in the face of life and death, but heretics? They must fight to the death before considering the issue of the crisis of destruction. This is also the reason why the relationship between the Inquisition and the Mechanicus is extremely bad. According to the philosophy of the Inquisition, all alien and heretical technologies must be completely destroyed and must not be left. However, the Mechanicus believes that knowledge itself is innocent, and the fault lies with those who use it. As long as they can use this knowledge well, they can serve humanity. So the Inquisitor often fights with the Mechanicus for this reason. Duanmu Huai has also rushed into the base of the Oil Man more than once in the game to destroy a certain alien creation and kill Blood. This is also why he has always disliked the Oil Man. By the way, in fact, all kinds of verbal battles on the internet can also be regarded as a kind of heresy trial. Both sides believe that their views on something are correct and others are wrong, so the other party is a heretic and must be defeated. Well, think about how much you quarrel with others on the internet about one thing. Can you guarantee that if you have a torch in your hand, you will not burn the other party to death? However, this city is different. The problem of this city is not the confrontation of ideas, but the actual behavior. These zombies are the products of the corruption stain. Anyone who can control these zombies must be the running dog of the corruption stain, that is, the devil's subordinate, a heretic who believes in evil gods. They must be hanged. Boom! A tanker exploded, and the shining flames illuminated the dark night sky. Not far away came roars and gunshots. In the communication network, the survivors' shouts could also be heard. Squad 3 needs support. Enemy firepower is fierce, request cover. There are guys surrendering here. What should we do with them? Just shoot them. Those bastards attacked us from behind when we weren't paying attention before? This will happen once. The judge said that this city is full of heretics who are in cahoots with zombies and evil gods. Not a single one will be left alive. Kill them all. Sacrifice blood to the god of war, and offer your skull to the throne. Cries, screams, roars, explosions. Duanmu Huai strode forward, he raised his head, the brightly lit tower was in front of him. At the same time, a huge fireball streaked across the sky, flew from behind, and blasted towards the tower. However, at this moment, a blue light flashed instantly, and the next moment, a translucent subspace barrier appeared on the periphery of the tower. The hot fireball hit the barrier, flashing with colorful light, and then a shocking roar broke out, and then exploded. We are blocked. What the hell is this? It seems to be some kind of barrier. What should we do now? After hearing the report on the communication network, Duanmu Huai just opened his mouth and said one sentence. Stay where you are. I'd be there soon. Yes. Crossing the street and stepping over the dead bodies, Duanmu Huai came to the end of the street. There, the flashing barrier blocked the way like a wall. The soldiers of the tribunal held their weapons tightly, lined up in battle formation, and aimed at the front. On the other side of the barrier, a teenager was standing on a balcony on a high floor. He looked like a high school student. At this moment, his face was gloomy, and he stared coldly at the enemy in front of him. Hundreds of survivors could be seen downstairs, and there were more zombies waiting in full battle array. They were holding weapons, and were obviously ready for battle. Who are you? When Duanmu Huai came, the others immediately made way, and the boy soon noticed his presence. He clenched his fists, trying to keep himself calm, and asked at the same time, Why are you attacking our city? Because this is the nest of heretics. Duanmu Huai glanced around. Are there any of you who can control zombies? Yes. The boy nodded. You don't understand what this means at all. Zombies are not really dead, they are just resurrected in another way. As long as they are given enough time, they will change from that bloodthirsty state to intelligent life again. Oh, I don't care about that. Duanmu Huai waved his hand. These zombies are the running dogs of the evil god, and they must all be eliminated, regardless of whether they are intelligent or not. Evil god? Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, the boy was stunned for a moment, then raised his head and laughed. Ha ha ha, so stupid. I guess you must be one of those religious forces that cheat people out of money. I didn't expect that you guys are so successful in this doomsday world. I'm not afraid to tell you that this is not the work of some evil god, but a test for humanity. Test? Yes. The young man spread his hands, full of vigor and vitality. This is a test for humanity. Only those who survive this test are qualified to survive in the new world. They will have a lifespan, strength, and wisdom far beyond that of previous humans. This is the new human, the brand new future of humanity. Indeed, this plague may kill many people, but those who can survive the plague will become the brand new future of humanity. As he spoke, the young man pointed to the barrier in front of him. You can't understand how powerful this power is. This is the power that humans have, and the plague just stimulates them. As long as we have this power, humans can have a bright future. It seems that you are very proud of becoming a psychic. Duanmu Huai glanced at the young man in front of him, who was still staring at him with a provocative look. So what? You can't get in here at all. I advise you to leave as soon as possible, otherwise, it's hard to say what will happen. I only give you one chance. The young man put his hands in his pockets and looked at Duanmu Huai triumphantly. Indeed, he admitted that he was careless this time. But he still has a trump card. When he conquered this city, many leaders were unwilling to obey him, and even confronted him in person. But what does it matter? They can't resist his power at all, and this power is the proof of the new human. No matter where these religious lunatics came from, he didn't think that the other party could break his defense. After all, these guys don't know that in this universe, there are beings that are more powerful and mysterious than their so-called gods, and he also got the guidance of that being. And because of this, he learned to control his own power. Although the boy also knew that the being might not help him out of kindness, but it's not certain who is using whom, and I don't want to give you a single chance. Duanmu Huai clenched the war hammer and raised it high. The trial is over, confirmed heresy, kill without mercy. Then, he hit the barrier in front of him with a heavy hammer. Chapter 1860. In the eyes of the young man, what Duanmu Huai did was meaningless. No weapon could break through his strength. He was confident about it. Many people had tried to challenge him before, but they all failed. And this ugly man would become one of them, without exception. Because of this, he could not understand what happened next. The barrier that was strong enough to withstand the explosion was easily broken like glass in front of Duanmu Huai's hammer. The hammer that broke the barrier continued to fall down and hit the ground. The next moment, the ground in front of him jumped up instantly, and both the zombies and the heretics were blown away by this powerful shock wave. Even this building with more than 100 floors was no exception. It was like a fragile bamboo, breaking directly from the middle, and then collapsed backwards and hit the ground heavily. Boom! When the boy came to his senses, most of his body was buried in the debris and rubble. On the other side of the dust, accompanied by heavy footsteps, the boy looked at the huge figure slowly walking towards him in horror. Stupid idiot. Duanmu Huai held a war hammer and walked towards the boy step by step. The latter stared at Duanmu Huai with his eyes wide open. What do you want to do? This is not your problem to worry about, kid, you just need to die obediently. Duanmu Huai clenched the war hammer and slowly raised it, and the boy seemed to realize that his death was approaching. But it's not that easy to kill me. He stared at Duanmu Huai fiercely, like a wild dog barking at a Tyrannosaurus Rex. In that case, let me show you how powerful I am. As he spoke, the young man opened his mouth, and then his head was grabbed by Duanmu Huai and lifted up. Since you want to die so much. Just when Duanmu Huai was about to crush the idiot's head and send him to death, Media's voice rang out. Master, something is wrong. What's wrong? A lot of live signals suddenly appeared on the auspicious instrument. Right where you are? Here. They should all be dead. Duanmu Huai turned his head and looked around. With the collapse of the tower, the zombies and heretics, who had been fighting to the death, were basically smashed into meat paste, and Duanmu Huai was also very sure that nothing could survive such a disaster. Did that kid do something weird again? Duanmu Huai looked at the young man again, who was staring at him, and gave a cold smile. Too late, stupid idiot, I have awakened those mutants. They will tear you and your men into pieces. You will However, before the boy finished speaking, Duanmu Huai's fingers exerted a little force, and immediately inserted into the boy's brain as easily as inserting into a cake, and the intense pain made the boy scream out loud. Duanmu Huai stared at him, and asked again. Tell me, what are you talking about? As Duanmu Huai spoke, the aura of fear also unfolded. The boy only felt his heart beating wildly and uncontrollably, and his self-proclaimed unshakable faith was completely defeated by the fear that penetrated his bones in an instant. Even though the boy didn't want to say it at this moment, his consciousness was completely unable to control his survival instinct. Yes, it's a mutant zombie. Mutated zombie? Yes. They are different from ordinary zombies, and can mutate into strange monsters. But they are under my leadership and command. I can comfort them through my spirit, and let them sleep in the sewers. This is my secret army. And once they wake up, they will become the most bloodthirsty monsters. It's not too late to let me go now. I can forgive the past. Before the boy finished speaking, Duanmu Huai tightened his right hand, and then the boy's head was directly crushed like an apple. Duanmu Huai threw away the corpse in his hand and looked around. At this moment, the large army of the tribunal has also arrived here to gather. There seems to be nothing strange around except their own people. However, Duanmu Huai did feel that something unusual was happening. Everyone, be careful. With Duanmu Huai's order, all the soldiers immediately formed a battle formation and carefully observed the surroundings. But there seemed to be nothing worth their attention and caution except the ruins and houses burning in flames. Bang! However, at this moment, a manhole cover not far away suddenly flew high into the air, and then fell heavily to the ground. Dang! The heavy manhole cover hit the ground, making a loud sound, and more importantly, this sound happened more than once. Dang! 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 Soon, manhole covers in all directions flew up high and fell to the ground. This made the soldiers more nervous, and even Duanmu Huai frowned and stared at the battlefield in front of him. He was very curious. What was the zombie variant that guy was talking about? Does this have anything to do with the fact that the zombies in this city have self-intelligence? The next moment, a figure leaped out of the well. It was a zombie, but it was different from ordinary zombies. Its body was more complete, with a bald head and no hair. Although it was covered with abscesses and was obviously infected with the plague, it did not seem to affect its movements. Not only that, this zombie was holding a hammer in both hands, and the third hand stretched out from its armpit was holding a gun. At this moment, Duanmu Huai finally understood why the zombies in this city were so different from ordinary people. He also understood what the boy he had just killed was. Alien creatures detected, everyone pay attention, prepare to attack. Duanmu Huai stepped forward and waved the war hammer in his hand. At this moment, hundreds of aliens were pouring out of the wells from all directions, staring fiercely at the prey in front of them, their eyes full of pain and hatred. In the shadows around him, Duanmu Huai could even see more distorted monsters, swinging their 4 arms and moving through the shadows like flexible spiders. Boom! The ground suddenly cracked, and then a huge monster with 4 arms as tall as a truck jumped out, standing behind the alien army like a commander. What kind of monsters are these? Looking at the alien army in front of them, the soldiers were also quite surprised. After all, the mutations of these monsters were completely different from the zombies they had seen before. You are so cunning and treacherous. You are trying to trick me again. Duanmu Huai gritted his teeth at the sight of the damned alien bastards. He had not expected to see this thing here. Genostealers infected by the filth of corruption? Duanmu Huai even wanted to curse. Are you kidding me? But fortunately, the chaos-worshipping Genostealers are not attractive to the Great Devourer, so these chicken thieves should not be able to summon the swarm of insects. But even so, just considering that this is a city with a population of nearly 1 million, and considering how many infected Genostealers are hiding deep underground. Well, Duanmu Huai felt that things were in trouble now. Mr. Duanmu, can Genostealers also be infected by chaos? Even Mary was stunned when she saw this scene. Although she had followed Duanmu Huai for so long, and had seen many chaos believers and Genostealers, it was the first time Mary had seen a chaos-infected Genostealer. Because they are Genostealers. If it were the Zerg, it wouldn't be so easy. Duanmu Huai curled his lips in a normal way. The Inquisition had seen all kinds of strange things. The weakness of Genostealers was that before they returned to the Zerg, they were more humanoid creatures, so they could naturally be eroded and corrupted by chaos. According to the records of the Inquisition, there are 2 outcomes when Genostealers come into contact with chaos. Either believe in chaos or resist chaos. An Inquisitor once recorded that a warship full of Genostealers crashed into a demon planet in the Eye of Terror. Out of loyalty to the 4-armed god Emperor, they would rather die than surrender, and fought to the end. Their fanaticism was even better than that of the Sisters of War. But it is obvious that the Gene-Stealers in this world obviously do not believe in the 4-armed god Emperor. As for how they understand the doctrine of the corrupted stain, that is not a problem that Duanmu Huai cares about. What should we do now? It's very simple. Duanmu Huai clenched the war hammer and swung it hard. Kill these bastards, Medea, Irisville, alien invasion detected, artillery cover. Roar! The huge alien chief opened his mouth and let out a deafening roar, and in response to its call, the aliens rushed forward and rushed directly towards Duanmu Huai and others. Mio! It's time for you to play a role, hurry up. Hey! Okay. Hearing Duanmu Huai's order, Naru's Mio was stunned for a moment, and then she hurriedly pressed her hands on the ground. Everyone gather together, don't go too far away. As Naru's Mio spoke, the originally broken ground instantly lifted up, just like the tool used to change the terrain in the city construction simulation game. A huge rectangular platform emerged from the ground, and then a thick wall rose from the ground, forming a barrier to block the enemy. Everyone, go to the wall to defend. Duanmu Huai gave the order loudly, and then clenched the war hammer. In the name of the Inquisition, kill all the aliens. Chapter 1861. The biggest feature of modern cities is their large population. It is precisely because of this that when tens of thousands of gene stealers turned into a black mass of people and rushed over, the sense of deterrence was enough to make people tremble with fear. Under the light of the flames, there were twisted alien creatures everywhere. What's more terrible is that these gene stealers were infected with the plague of corruption, causing them to be covered with swollen pustules all over their bodies. It was like a product that combined the most disgusting parts of aliens and demons. But the advantage is that you don't need to aim at this kind of enemy. You can close your eyes and shoot directly without missing. Irisville, move the floating island over immediately. Prepare to evacuate, and then give this place a hot melt bombing. Duan Muhui stood at the gate, waving the warhammer in his hand, and gave orders loudly. He raised the warhammer and swung it hard, and then saw that with Duan Muhui as the center, the alien monsters around exploded one by one, and a large area of the venue was cleared in an instant. But soon, the monsters behind rushed over again, stepping on the remains and flesh of their compatriots and continuing to run forward. Even Duan Muhui's fear aura could not stop the offensive of these monsters. From a certain perspective, the regional network mental link of the gene stealers is indeed a headache. But for Duan Muhui, he obviously enjoys this happy game that does not require brains. Just smash all the enemies to death. Keep attacking, don't stop. While Duan Muhui was enjoying the unparalleled mowing, Mary stood on the city wall, responsible for commanding the soldiers to defend, and Naruzmio repeatedly changed the terrain to ease the offensive of the gene stealers as much as possible. For example, when a group of gene stealers rushed to the fortress, the ground under their feet would suddenly crack, forming a gully 5 or 6 meters deep, and when the alien monsters accidentally fell into it, the gully would immediately close, crushing them into meat paste, and then mix with flesh and blood to form a tilted, barbed wall, straight in front of the gene stealers. Those heavy, sharp stone spikes pierced the enemies rushing forward like spears, and took away another wave of alien debris. Mary, can you hold here? No problem, Mr. Duanmu. What are you going to do? I'm going to kill the gene stealer leader. Duanmu Huai waved his warhammer while staring at the huge figure at the back of the battlefield. Obviously, it was the gene stealer leader. But this monster, like its descendants, has now turned into a disgusting form. Originally, the gene stealer leader was a little handsome, with smooth and hard scales and sharp claws, making it look like a reptile with 4 front claws. But now the gene stealer leader is covered with signs of corruption all over his body. His originally hard and tight limbs have become fat and bloated, and dark green thick liquid keeps oozing out from the gaps in the stretched scales. Its mouth also became soft and honeycomb-like like a moldy and rotten cake. I have to admit that the corruption of the corruption scale is really disgusting. If it is a gene stealer, then after killing the patriarch, they will produce a new patriarch, but the demon is different. At present, this gene stealer is equivalent to a high-level demon. Once it is eliminated, the entire gene stealer network can be completely destroyed. Then, this side is left to you. As the voice fell, Duanmu Huai raised the war hammer again. At the same time, the gene stealers around him stretched out their claws and grabbed Duanmu Huai's arms, body, and thighs, trying to hinder his further actions. However, even if both hands were grabbed, Duanmu Huai did not pause at all. He acted as if these obstacles did not exist. He raised his hands high, and even the gene stealers, who grabbed his arms, were lifted up high. Then, Duanmu Huai aimed forward and swung the war hammer again. Boom! The whole earth trembled suddenly, and the huge shock wave extended forward in a fan shape. The gene stealers were smashed into the sky wherever they went. They waved 3 or even 4 arms desperately, instinctively trying to keep their balance or do something. But they could do nothing, because the shock wave that followed completely tore their bodies apart, turning these twisted monsters into broken flesh and blood. Roar! The patriarch waved his arms vigorously, and a thick yellow-green poisonous mist sprayed out from his wounds, completely covering everything around him. But his dying struggle was useless, because the shock wave that swept across the battlefield mixed with the surging air waves easily blew away the deadly toxins and hit his huge body. The latter shook his body suddenly, trying to keep his balance, but it was too late. Go to hell, alien bastard! Duanmu Huai flew up from the darkness, passing through the flesh and blood that had not yet fallen, and rushed straight towards the enemy in front of him like a fired cannonball. The warhammer in his hand smashed forward with force, aiming at the head of the gene stealer chieftain. Woo! Ah! The latter raised his big, swollen arm, trying to block Duanmu Huai's unavoidable blow. But Duanmu Huai certainly would not give it this opportunity. The thunder that was jumping and shining on the warhammer first burst out, hitting these swollen arms, and blasting the flesh and blood on them. The hard war hammer that followed broke the bones, and then sank deeply into the head of the Gene-Stealer chieftain. Under Duanmu Huai's full-strength blow, the chieftain's huge, twisted, and mutated head sank deeply like a sponge, and was smashed into its chest. Then this fat, corrupted monster began to swell all over, and then exploded again. Boom! The roar like a nuclear bomb explosion resounded throughout the city. The thick fog filled with deadly viruses began to spread at the moment when the patriarch exploded. However, the flames that followed ruthlessly engulfed and swept away these twisted life forms that tried to make a comeback, completely turning them into nothingness. Huh? Duanmu Huai breathed a sigh of relief, then raised his head and looked at the sky. There, the huge floating island had passed through half of the city and appeared in front of him. The operation is over, and the next step is purification. When the shining flames pierced the dark night sky and turned the entire city into a sea of fire, the Inquisition had already moved forward again and left the cursed city. For Duanmu Huai, this was just another daily battle. After all, the Inquisition did this. However, for the survivors of this world, it was the first time to face a monster like the Gene-Stealer. Most people didn't know what kind of creature it was, so Duanmu Huai had to send Mary to popularize science for them again. It must be said that when everyone listened to Mary's popular science explanation, they were all confused. Sorry, I don't quite understand, Miss Mary. As a veteran, the short-haired girl at least had some immunity, and was the first to come to her senses. You mean, these things are not plague-infected, but alien creatures? That's right. Mary nodded. They are Gene-Stealers, a vanguard of the Tyranid swarm. As I told you, Gene-Stealers will lurk in the human world and infect others, and then let them give birth to the second and third generations of Gene-Stealers. When they infect enough people, they will launch a rebellion, overthrow the original rulers, and occupy the entire planet. Then they will send a signal to the hive mind to guide the swarm army to this planet, and devour everything here. So what you mean is that if there is no plague, then we will face an attack from an army of alien creatures. That's right. Faced with Mary's answer, everyone looked at each other, and then someone asked anxiously. Then, even if we defeat the evil god who spread the plague, will the swarm of insects attack us? For now, I'm not sure, but this is the mission of the Inquisition. Mary said lightly. Protect humans and eliminate the existence that threatens humans. I don't know if there is only one group of Gene-Stealers hiding here, or if they have already spread all over the world through infection. If it is the latter, then even if we defeat this group, it does not mean that there will not be new groups of Gene-Stealers to attract the swarm. In short, it is always right to be prepared first. Hearing this, everyone's expression was a little depressed. Originally, they thought that facing the plague was already the biggest problem for humans, but what they didn't expect was that in the depths of the dark universe, there was actually such a terrifying army of alien creatures staring at them and others. For a moment, everyone was at a loss as to what to do. They felt that their original world was just an ordinary world, without magic, superpowers, curses, myths and legends like vampires and angels, and even less gods and demons. But why did evil gods and zombies appear in the blink of an eye? Aliens have appeared now. For a moment, everyone was speechless. What will our world look like in the future? Chapter 1862. After this, the morale of the survivors was not very high, which was understandable. After all, the plague might be a problem that could be overcome, but attacks from outer space were another matter. Of course, Duanmu Huai also taught them how to identify the methods of Gene-Stealers, but it was hard to say how much use these could have. Although everyone hoped that the Gene-Stealers lurking in this city were the only group, unfortunately Duanmu Huai rationally stated that this was simply impossible. Considering that this world does not have a harsh climate like the hive city in the Empire world, which makes people live only in a small area. This means that Gene-Stealers can completely infiltrate any part of this world. Well, of course, if Duanmu Huai said so, the best solution would be the extermination order. Unfortunately, he can't do it now. Duanmu Huai still remembered that the players once joked that it was a good thing that there were no such things in their world, otherwise they would probably choose to commit suicide. The people in this world are almost the same now. Of course, fortunately, they don't have a clear understanding of the threat of evil gods in Zerg, and with the power of Gene-Stealers, it will take a long time to infiltrate or even subvert this planet. In fact, Duanmu Huai wants to let the corruption stain and the hive mind fight each other, but he also knows that the hive mind is unlikely to be interested in a planet polluted by the corruption stain. It's like chocolate coated with excrement. No one will eat it unless they starve to death. So in the final analysis, you have to do it yourself. Duanmu Huai knew that the problems of this universe were far more than these. Perhaps for the people of this planet, they only needed to worry about the current corruption and the gene stealers that might appear 100 years later. But for Duanmu Huai, he was more worried about the existence outside the Milky Way. Not to mention the hive that he had tricked into a confrontation, and those outer gods. Duanmu Huai now only hoped that the universe would be big enough, preferably infinite, so that they would at least not turn their attention to the Milky Way. As for the future, Duanmu Huai felt that he still preferred the fighting and killing work of the Inquisition. After he came to this world, he had countless opportunities to become a human leader like the Emperor. But Duanmu Huai did not make this choice because he knew he was not that kind of material. And in Duanmu Huai's opinion, there was nothing to envy about this position. Think about it, the high leaders of the human empire either went crazy or died of overwork, and even the dictator who monopolized power became mentally disordered because of excessive fatigue. You know that this kind of ruler is the most difficult. Duanmu Huai still felt that his current job in the Inquisition was pretty good. He would dawdle at ordinary times, and then go to save the world when he found any clues. He didn't have to think too much about anything, and eliminated groups of aliens, heretics and demons. Simple, direct, and neat. It was the same now. The further they went, the more certain Duanmu Huai was that they were about to reach their destination. Because the current environment was getting worse and worse. There were no normal plants on the ground anymore. The whole earth looked like a fermented dung heap, full of feces, yellow and dirty stench. There were still animals moving around, but they were no longer normal creatures. Even the blue sky was covered with a strange yellow-green color, and from a distance, the city in front was even more unbearable. Those buildings built of reinforced concrete were now covered with flesh and blood, forming a bloody and twisted forest. Right there. Duanmu Huai stared into the distance, was silent for a moment, and then looked at Mary. Call the others. When the bell rang again, the survivors gathered in the church again, and Duanmu Huai stood in front of them, staring at everyone. The culprit is right in front of us. Duanmu Huai stared at them and said, as long as this bastard is eliminated, the plague that is raging in this world should also dissipate. Of course, this is not an easy task, I know you all know it. But that's not what I want to say. Duanmu Huai said this and changed the subject. You may think that I am here to cheer you up, like before, telling you what to do and what to do before the battle, and then encouraging you to fight for humanity. But unfortunately, this time it is not the case. Speaking of this, Duanmu Huai paused and looked at everyone. We are here to say goodbye to you. Boom! As soon as these words came out, the survivors in the church suddenly became noisy. They stared at Duanmu Huai in amazement and shouted loudly. No one knew what they were shouting. Perhaps even they themselves did not know. The whole church was filled with noisy, inaudible noise. Duanmu Huai stood there quietly, then he stretched out his hand and waved it. Although his movement was not big, everyone gradually stopped. Then, the short-haired girl walked out of the team and stared at Duanmu Huai. Mr. Judge, what do you mean? Isn't our next goal to destroy that evil god and save the world? This is my goal, but not yours. Duanmu Huai shook his head. Next, we will deal with evil god, and you have other tasks. Other tasks? Yes. Duanmu Huai nodded vigorously, and then he calmly glanced at everyone. Survive. Do you remember the doctrine of the tribunal? Protect humanity at all costs and eliminate any existence that threatens humanity. Yes. Duanmu Huai looked at the short-haired woman and nodded. Perhaps you are too focused on the latter sentence, so you ignore the former sentence. Protecting humanity is the key point. Duanmu Huai pointed at her in them. You must remember that in this world, on this planet, you are the only faithful believers who have been blessed by the Inquisition and fight for it. Only you understand the situation of the enemies that humans face, and only you understand what humans should do when they encounter these aliens, heretics and demons. I rescued you from those ruins, not to make you cannon fodder. You need to survive and pass on all this. To put it bluntly, maybe you are the only pure survivors in this world. If you all die, then it is possible that the human beings in this world will be completely destroyed. At this point, Duanmu Huai spread his hands. By that time, even if we destroy the evil god, what will it matter? Haven't we not fulfilled our duties? Facing Duanmu Huai's answer, the survivors fell silent. Indeed, just now they were thinking about fighting with Duanmu Huai and destroying the evil god, and they would not hesitate to sacrifice their lives for this. After all, their souls can return to the Inquisition. But now, they finally found out that their existence is not just cannon fodder. To put it more seriously, whether the human beings in this world can resist the next threat and continue to survive depends on whether they can give it their all. Thinking of this, Everyone suddenly felt that the burden on their shoulders was much heavier. Even the short-haired girl became stammering. Then, what should we do? You did a good job, Sanryu. Duanmu Huai stared at her. So I am here to formally appoint you as the judge. You can be responsible for the work of the world's court of justice. As for how to do it, I will not intervene. You should know that the court of justice is not actually involved in political affairs. Our approach is to eliminate all threats to humans, and then protect humans. We don't care about anything else. Duanmu Huai said this and looked at everyone again. Remember this, the future of mankind is in the hands of mankind itself. How you want to walk your path is your own problem. I hope you can walk well, but how to walk is not up to me, and I am too lazy to say it. After all, once I say it, if you encounter any problems in the future, you may use me as an excuse. So my attitude is that as long as you do not violate the rules of the tribunal, you can do whatever you want. So, now? The short-haired girl is also a capable and shrewd woman on weekdays. Except in bed, Duanmu Huai saw her in such a confused look for the first time. Lumil has found a suitable place. When we go down, Medea and Irisville will control the floating island to send you there. That place is far away from the contaminated area, and everything is safe. But next, it depends on you. I hope your time in the tribunal is not in vain, and I hope you can live strong, that's it. Then, will you come back? It depends. Duanmu Huai shrugged. If everything goes well, we may come back again in the future and list this planet as a recruiting planet. I hope that everything will be fine for you by then. The short-haired girl was silent for a moment, then she looked at Duanmu Huai, stood at attention, then crossed her hands, placed them on her chest, and lowered her head. Accept your order, Lord High Inquisitor. Led by the short-haired girl, the survivors behind her also saluted and bowed their heads. Duanmu Huai just nodded. Very good, next, the fate of the human beings in this world is in your hands. In fact, after this, Duanmu Huai did return to this planet again by chance, but that was a long time later. And he also fulfilled his promise and listed this planet as the recruiting planet of the Inquisition. When Duanmu Huai's feet stepped on the soft ground again, the floating island had turned a corner and disappeared at the end of the sky. Ojas almost couldn't wait to climb onto Duanmu Huai's shoulder before landing. Others were not much better. Lorena, contrary to her usual behavior, occupied the other side of Duanmu Huai's shoulder. Naruzmio also manipulated gravity to keep herself floating in the air, trying not to touch the things below that looked basically the same as excrement. Only Nianmu Sanawari didn't care about it. She walked in the muddy ground with a clatter, as happy as a child jumping in puddles in newly bought rain boots. Okay, stop playing. Duanmu Huai moved his body. Everyone get ready. We are going to deal with the dirtiest, ugliest and most corrupt guy in the world. As Duanmu Huai spoke, the shadow under him began to surge, and then quickly ejected, engulfing Duanmu Huai and others. A moment later, a tall divine machine stood on the ground, staring at the corrupted city in front of it, with angry fire flashing in its eyes. Alright. Duanmu Huai stood in the control room, stretched his arms, and clenched his fists. Let's go chop that fat bastard to pieces. Chapter 1863. Duanmu Huai didn't want to recall the battle with the corruption stain at all. It was simply a nightmare. Although he was protected by the god's machine, it was a disgusting thing for anyone to jump into the cesspool and fight with the squirming dung. Of course, in the end, Duanmu Huai killed the most disgusting guy in the world, and then burned all the continents that it had eroded. To be honest, if it weren't for the duties of the tribunal, Duanmu Huai didn't want to absorb the power from the corruption stain at all, even if it was indeed the power of life. You can't have any appetite for the pie that rolled out of the dung heap, right? So after killing the corruption stain, Duanmu Huai rushed into the portal at almost the fastest speed. He suspected that if he stayed a little longer, he might vomit. But now, he regretted it. This damn world. Damn game. Standing on the street, Duanmu Huai gritted his teeth and looked unhappy. Unlike before, Duanmu Huai was alone when he traveled to this world, and Mary and the others did not come with him. This means that this is a single-player game rather than a multiplayer game. Not only that, what made Duanmu Huai most unhappy was that he knew who he was going to deal with in this world almost the moment he entered this world. The reason is very simple. Since Duanmu Huai came to this world, most of the people he saw on the streets were handsome guys. There were so many that he wanted to issue an extermination order immediately. Then it is easy to say who the enemy he is going to deal with in this world is. The evil of obsession. There will be no one else except this bitch. Duanmu Huai secretly decided that after the trial, he must send a reconnaissance fleet to find this world and then order it to be exterminated. 10 times. Not once less. Forget it. Let's talk about this later. Duanmu Huai barely suppressed his anger, and sat on the chair next to him to think. No matter how you look at it, this looks like an ordinary modern civilized world without any special features. There are no zombies, no alien monsters, and it seems that there is no magic. The technology itself is also very ordinary. Duanmu Huai looked at the newspaper and found that the front page of this world is not a national event, but a bunch of trivial things like I love you, oh mom, don't be angry. The rest are all kinds of emotional reports. Yes, that's right, all emotional problems. Fires are caused by people setting fires because of a broken heart. Jumping off buildings is caused by people committing suicide for love. Technology develops because someone is dumped and then strives to become stronger. Two countries are at war because a prince of a certain country has found true love and dumped a princess of another country who is in a political marriage. Duanmu Huai read the newspaper from beginning to end and could not find anything that had nothing to do with love. No wonder he came to this world. This world is the home of obsession. In this world, whether it is men and women, men and men, or women and women, or even men and men, women and men, it is all like this. It's really confusing. Duanmu Huai subconsciously touched his arms, and his first reaction now was, what the hell, can I find a way to nuke this world so that everyone can give up love and happily play Wasteland Survival? I'm here to play Call of Duty. Don't give me the whole relationship development. Duanmu Huai now has a feeling of despair, as if he had traveled from the Yang family generals to Princess Return of the Pearl. Can this be better? If I had known it would be like this, I would rather fight that dung monster in the last world. No, that one is also disgusting. Damn, why are both sides so disgusting? Of course, for Duanmu Huai, it's no use to say this now. After all, I'm here, what else can I do? Wait, let me take out the hot melt bomb. Okay, the inventory still can't be opened. It's a pity that he still wants to put a hot melt bomb in every corner of this world, and then blow this damn place up to the sky. This is not just Duanmu Huai going crazy, but he really believes that killing all the people in this world is the best way to fight against the obsessive evil. The reason is simple. The power of the obsessive evil comes from the desire for life. As long as the desire is still there, the obsessive evil can gain powerful power. And the more extreme the emotion, the stronger the power it brings. Take the most famous labyrinth of desire in the world of obsession, for example. Its territory is divided into 6 rings, and the palace of pleasure of obsession is located in the center. The 6 rings outside correspond to 6 kinds of desires. The outermost ring of greed is full of various glittering treasures, gold and wealth. There are even countless statues made of gold. But in fact, those statues are mortals who invade the maze. If they have desires for them, even if they just touch them, they will turn into the same golden statues, and their consciousness will be imprisoned in them forever, unable to extricate themselves. Next is the ring of gluttony, where there are rich delicacies everywhere, and the lake water is also made of fine wine. Of course, if someone can't resist the desire to drink, he will fall into a hunger that can never be filled, and finally explode completely in the endless eating and drinking. Then his body will be recycled, and become part of those delicious dishes to lure the next victim. The third ring is the ring of desire, where there are beautiful girls and handsome young men everywhere, shuttling between the fields, and their appearance can perfectly satisfy people's desires. Whether you like lowly girls, wives, handsome men, or transvestites, they will become the most desired appearance in your mind. Of course, this is also a trap. They are actually monsters transformed by lust demons. Once you are really fooled, they will tear you into pieces. Even if the intruder can pass the first 3 levels, there is still the 4th level, the ring of power and desire, waiting for him. Here, their ambitions will be completely satisfied. Those who are keen on conquest will gain an invincible army, and those who are keen on politics will gain completely obedient subordinates, who will obey orders and dare not disobey. Amid the cheers and praises of the imaginary admirers, countless intruders have stopped here, immersed in their own desires, and can no longer extricate themselves. After this is the 5th ring, the ring of vanity. Every item here will show the intruders what they most want to be, the perfect self. And those who are full of vanity will be unable to extricate themselves from it, and then be suffocated by thorns, and then completely crushed, using their own flesh and blood to write the ending of their stupidity and arrogance. The last level is the most dangerous. The peaceful ring is like heaven. There is no fighting or turmoil. Everything is so beautiful and harmonious, as if it is eternal peace. The singing in the wind is like a lullaby, and the warm sunshine is enough to soothe the exhausted hearts of travelers. However, if they let down their guard here, even if they take a short break, they will completely fall into an infinite and empty dream and waste their time. It can be seen that the power of the obsessive evil is almost endless. If Duanmu Huai did not have the divine position bonus of the god of destruction, he would never dare to fight with the obsessive evil. After all, this kind of power is too hard to guard against, and any kind of emotion will become the food of the obsessive evil. In Duanmu Huai's opinion, the best way to defeat the obsessive evil is to start digging a hole, and then pray that there is a space necromancer tomb below. Although this possibility is not great. Although Duanmu Huai is pinning his hopes on the Eldar Death God, judging from the current situation, the Eldar Death God is probably finished. It doesn't matter. Duanmu Huai didn't believe in the bullshit prophecy of the spirit race. It's just a random try. If it doesn't work, then it's fine. What else can we do? Then the rest is. That's right. At this moment, a light suddenly flashed in Duanmu Huai's mind. He felt that he had gained amazing wisdom. I have a plan to kill the evil of the crazy entanglement. If this trick is used in other worlds, it is very likely to be regarded as a heretic, but it is different in this world. After all, from what Duanmu Huai has observed so far, this world is basically full of heretics, so it doesn't matter if there is one more heretic or one less heretic, not to mention that other people are not around, so it is more convenient for me to perform. Of course, this does not mean that there is no danger, but at least for now, this danger is controllable. And it can be dealt with the power of Duanmu Huai, the god of destruction. After all, his biggest problem now is that he can't find the evil that is obsessed with him. The other party must be in this world, but he doesn't know what it is doing. Anyway, Duanmu Huai feels that no matter what it is doing, in various senses, it is definitely not a good thing. It may be troublesome to save a world, but it is much easier to destroy a world. It's decided, just do it. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai nodded, and then he turned and left the street. After all, to do this kind of thing, you still need to prepare some things first. For example, Shua. Duanmu Huai climbed over the wall and sneaked into a school. The school is located on the side of the mountain, and Duanmu Huai is planning to conduct an experiment here. After all, there are not many people here in the evening, and it is relatively remote. The venue is also relatively large. If everything goes well, then Duanmu Huai should be able to complete his first step of the plan here. Woo! 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 Just as Duanmu Huai quietly climbed over the wall and was about to sneak into the school, he suddenly heard a light hum from the guard room. Duanmu Huai was immediately curious, and then he went to the window and looked inside secretly. Then he saw a student in uniform lying on the ground tied with ropes, and a fat man like a pig was touching him, making pig-like grunting sounds. It really deserves to be a world of infatuation and evil. How can it be so exciting wherever you go? Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes silently. It's good that this guy is busy, so no one will disturb him. No, thinking of this, Duanmu Huai was stunned for a moment, and immediately came back to his senses and looked at the guard again. Isn't this the best raw material? Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai reached out, quietly pushed open the door, and then got in. Anyway, this heretic deserves to die, so let me make use of your waste. Chapter 1864. Tit, tit, tit. The shrill sirens tore through the air, and the police car sped past. The policemen guarding the school gate also used all their strength to disperse the media and reporters who were blocking the school gate to watch the excitement, and let the police car enter. Then the police car stopped to the side, and a male police officer walked down from it. He had a square face as sharp as a rock sculpture, and his messy beard looked completely unmanicured. On the other side, a young police officer hurriedly followed him down. At the same time, one of the policemen, who was checking on the playground, also saw their arrival, hurried to their side, and saluted. Inspector Miyato. Yeah. Inspector Miyato nodded, then he turned his head, and looked at the teaching building in front of him. In the center of this teaching building, a strange, twisted circular pattern was clearly visible, looking like some kind of magic circle. This huge circular pattern occupies 2/3 of the teaching building. Although the scarlet pattern is settled, it still makes people feel sick. Tell me about the situation. Yes. The other party took out a notebook and quickly reported. The first to discover it were the club students, who came to the school for morning practice. When they came to the school, they found that the school gate was closed and not opened. This surprised them, and then they went to the guard room, but found that there was no one there. Then someone climbed over the wall and opened the gate, and then they came to the front of the teaching building and found all this. The police said, looking at the strange pattern, and then retracted his gaze. We have tested the pattern above. Human blood, as well as skin and muscle tissue fragments, can be detected. It's like, It's like someone grabbed another person and used him as a paintbrush to paint a pattern on the teaching building. Inspector Miyato snorted coldly. Can one person have so much blood? It's hard to say. It's unlikely in theory. But according to the sample test reports we obtained from several places, all the blood came from the same person. The missing guard? Yes. At this point, the police lowered their voices. There is another thing that we haven't disclosed to the media yet. In fact, we searched the guard's room and found a large number of secretly filmed videos of students in his computer, and some. Humph. Inspector Miyato snorted coldly. Of course, he understood that Inspector Miyato had handled many similar cases. For this world, such things are as common as car scratches. But for those who have a sense of justice, no matter how many times they have experienced it, they can't get used to it. Search his house. This idiot must have offended someone. We go. For this city, this kind of bizarre murder case is not worth paying special attention to. In fact, after the morning news report, it fell silent. It should have been like this. Until the next morning. Inspector Miyato stared ahead with a gloomy face. This is another school, almost the same as the previous one, twisted and disgusting, with patterns smeared with blood and flesh painted on the teaching building, which makes people feel uncomfortable. The victim this time is a teacher. The police reported to Inspector Miyato again. He is responsible for the psychological counseling of students in this school. Psychological counseling? Using hypnosis and so on. I heard from those students that they would become very relaxed after participating in his counseling and interviews. Of course, there are also students who think that he is doing something illegal in the name of psychological counseling. But unfortunately, they did not find any evidence. Then did you find it? Of course. Faced with Inspector Miyato's question, the police in charge of the search nodded, and then took out a plastic bag with several videotapes in it. These videos show that he would hypnotize those students when he was alone with them in psychological counseling, and then inflict violence on them. Why do these guys always like to record what they do? Maybe they have never thought about the consequences at all. Inspector Miyato spat again and retracted his gaze. So, the murderer we are looking for is a messenger of justice? I'm not sure about that, but I don't know what the media said. Inspector Miyato turned his head and looked at the pattern again. They had sent people to investigate and even asked some experts and scholars in the university who specialized in this field, but they all said that they had never seen a similar pattern and had no idea what it was. By the way, Inspector Miyato. After the report, the policeman did not leave, but came over. I don't know if you have heard. These patterns can't be wiped off. Can't be wiped off? I heard from my colleagues that the school originally planned to use paint to wipe off the weird pattern yesterday, but it was completely useless. No matter how the paint was covered, this weird thing would seep out from inside. Later, the school also tried to dig out the blood-stained areas directly, and then they found. It didn't look like bricks and soil at all, but more like pieces of wriggling meat. What a mess. What nonsense are you talking about? Inspector Miyato glared at the policeman, who shrank his neck. I'm serious. At least that's what everyone says. It's impossible for such a stupid thing to happen. You might as well go and search instead. Kicking the idle policeman away, Inspector Miyato snorted coldly. He had to admit that these things were a bit weird, but he didn't think it was some demons and ghosts who were playing tricks. But then again, hypnosis again. Inspector Miyato frowned. This case reminded him of a series of cases that happened before, where the criminals also used hypnosis to attack others. Even when they were discovered, they used hypnosis to form a huge group and network, so that the police often had to use various methods to catch them all. However, the confessions of these criminals were very strange. They all claimed that a program called Hypnosis app suddenly appeared on their mobile phones, and then they used it on others for various reasons. After success, they became addicted and it was out of control. They embarked on this road of no return. However, after searching the phones of these people, the police found that there was no Hypnosis app in their phones. Even if they disassembled the phones for analysis, they could not find any abnormalities. The police even searched the internet and did not find any program that would download and automatically install on their phones. At the beginning, the police thought that this was just one-sided words from the other party, a way to desperately try to evade responsibility. After all, according to them, it was not them who were wrong, but the app. But the police did not find this app in the phone, which means it does not exist at all. However, it is okay for one or two people to say so, but many criminals confessed in this way, which is somewhat disturbing. So much so that the police also doubted whether there was such an app. But if there was such a thing, why did they use it like this? According to those criminals, as long as they showed these apps to people, they could easily hypnotize them. A program with such power can be used to control the entire country. So why do such a small thing? But Inspector Miyato had no time to think about this, because soon after he returned to the police station, he received another report. The crime scene this time was a dilapidated warehouse, which seemed to be the base of a gangster gang, but now they were all dead. When Inspector Miyato arrived there, he saw a bright and distorted pattern drawn with blood covering the entire warehouse. This guy is obviously getting bolder and more excessive. Inspector Miyato narrowed his eyes. His eyes were cold. How dare he do this in broad daylight, and no one saw him? Maybe he disguised himself as a painter or something, but I say, no one saw him around here. No one usually comes here. The policeman in charge of the inspection was the same one in the morning, and he was obviously familiar with this place now. We looked around and found that this is where the gangsters are. Anyone who gets close will be in trouble, so everyone stays away from here. If the workers who were repairing the viaduct in the distance hadn't accidentally discovered it, we might not know how long it would take for us to notice their disappearance. That murderer is really a messenger of justice, who fights against violence and protects the good. Inspector Miyato snorted again, very unhappy. Maybe, at least he killed bad guys. Does he have the courage to go to prison? Inspector Miyato laughed. There are a lot of bad guys in prison there. If he is so capable, why doesn't he go to prison and kill them all? Just as Inspector Miyato was speaking, the shadow in the warehouse trembled slightly. But no one noticed this. Soon night fell. The news was still reporting the recent series of mysterious murders. The media didn't seem to care much about the murderer. At least for now, he killed bad guys. The guests were more discussing the evil deeds of the victims, and why what they did was not discovered before they were killed. However, for Duanmu Huai, this was not important. Huh? Very good. Duanmu Huai raised his head and stretched. At the moment, he was standing in a prison cafeteria. The tables, chairs and benches that were originally placed here had long been thrown aside by Duanmu Huai. The sticky blood drew one twisted and weird symbol after another, and the flesh and blood that made these symbols had naturally been squandered by Duanmu Huai. In fact, Duanmu Huai used these guys as sacrifices not simply to punish evil and promote good, and he was not some idiot who liked to learn from Batman. The reason why he chose these guys was that their desire in this regard was much stronger than others, so it would be easier to use. In fact, Duanmu Huai also felt that it was a bit inefficient to look everywhere like this, but the words of the policeman in the warehouse in the afternoon reminded him. Yes, when will I stop looking for people outside? Wouldn't it be faster to kill them directly in prison? It turns out that his idea is correct. At least now, he has drawn all the runes. Then the next step is... Duanmu Huai closed his eyes and sighed silently. It's really ironic. In the last world, he saved mankind from the crisis of extinction. But in this world, as a judge, he has to push these humans into the hell of destruction and death with his own hands. However, in order to eliminate the evil of obsession, the necessary sacrifice is worth it. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai raised his hands high, and with his movements, the shadow behind Duanmu Huai also expanded, and shadow tentacles stretched out from it, dancing like seaweed. Filthy, twisted voices emerged from Duanmu Huai's mouth, and gusts of wind gradually emerged, exploring the depths of the infinite void. Listen to my call, and bring liberation to the creatures of this world. From the source of darkness to the abyss of the starry sky, from the abyss of the starry sky to the source of darkness, it is always a praise for them. Shub Nicholas. The black goat that gave birth to millions of descendants. In the name of the old ones, I call you to come. Accompanied by Duanmu Huai's roar, at this moment, the dark night sky changed instantly. Chapter 1865. When will the world be destroyed? For most people, they have never thought about this question. Even if they have thought about it, they think there should be some signs. But sometimes, the world is destroyed without any signs. Just like now. Duanmu Huai walked on the road, his hands in his pockets, humming a song. Around him, the flat road was the same as before, but everything else had changed. The house was covered with flesh and blood, and the wires pulled in the air became twisted, like internal organs. The sky was bright red, and the whole world seemed to have become the inside of a huge creature. This reminded Duanmu Huai of an animation that anthropomorphized cells in the human body. In that animation, cells in the human body work and live in a human-like way, providing nutrients to the body and maintaining the survival of the human body. And now the world is like the real version of that animation. On both sides of the street, you can see wriggling pieces of meat. They are big and small, with blood-red eyes, and there are dark holes on the meat. Like a snail with its shell peeled off, it crawled, condensed, and merged on the ground. Duanmu Huai didn't know what the world looked like in their eyes. At least it was definitely not the same form as what he saw. But he didn't care about such trivial matters, because he had found his goal. Ah! A shrill scream resounded through the sky, startling a flock of birds. They flapped their featherless wings, made shrill screams, and spewed out turbid green mucus from their mouths, circling in the air. But for this sound, Duanmu Huai just raised his eyebrows, and continued to move forward. This voice has been heard since he performed a ritual to summon the son of the black goat to this world, and eroded everything here. It is obvious that it is in great pain and anxious. Its voice resounds throughout the world, and wherever Duanmu Huai goes, he can hear this cry. So he trekked through mountains and rivers, crossed the blood-red ocean, walked through the land covered with thick fungal blankets, and got closer and closer to the voice. In this process, Duanmu Huai witnessed the demise of the human beings in this world. It was not a demon invasion, nor a corrupt plague, but a symbiotic black goat of thousands of creatures, the source of all life in the entire universe. Everything came from its body and will return to its body. People began to change. Their bodies were distorted, their cognition was modified, and everything around them gradually changed. Even the creations that were clearly inorganic were covered with flesh and blood and became like a part of life. Duanmu Huai saw with his own eyes how the bodies of those humans changed. It was not like the pollution of the plague, but more like a transformation at the genetic level. Everything that was used to fix the original form was dissolved, including the bones that supported the body, the muscles and internal organs, and the skin that maintained the appearance. The parts that should have been distinct were mixed together again, like melted candles. What's more terrible is that during this process, people are still awake and conscious. They will not become zombies, nor will they change their minds, like those who believe in evil gods and worship the heresy of evil gods. They have only two choices: either accept the reality with their eyes wide open and suffer unbearably, or go crazy and become part of the supreme outer god. In fact, only a very small number of people can hold on to the end. Even if most people can hold on, they can only hold on until their bodies are not completely mutated. Some of them choose to commit suicide, but this is also ineffective. Even after death, their bodies will still be twisted and mutated. This is not a virus, not some kind of threat, it is just a part of life, and its goal is very simple: reproduction. Ah! The scream started again. Duanmu Huai raised his head and looked ahead. The Eldar death god has not been born yet? Is it a difficult birth? This obsessed evil will not die on the stage due to a difficult birth and heavy bleeding. If so, then I don't have to do it myself. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai also smiled coldly. The reason why he chose Shub-Niggurath as the summoning object is very simple, that is, as one of the most powerful outer gods, Shub-Niggurath is relatively simple. It is only responsible for reproduction, and doesn't care about anything else. On the other hand, if Duanmu Huai summoned Yog-Sothoth or Nyarlathotep, if they were connected with a treacherous trick, then, these guys alone are enough to make people headache, and if they are in collusion with each other, it would be a waste of life. Well, it's almost time to get to the place. Duanmu Huai continued to move forward. He crossed the silent street, and came to a luxurious building, which was also covered with flesh and blood, and turned into a twisted and weird shape. Only some golden and magnificent decorations barely remained on the surface, showing the remnants of its owner. Well, it can be imagined that the pervert should be here, eating hot pot and singing, enjoying the perverted fun while waiting for a duel with himself. Who would have thought that Duanmu Huai was so unethical that he actually poisoned the food? No, he put a drug to induce labor. Ah! A piercing scream came from the speaker covered in flesh and blood again. The sound was so sharp that if it was a mortal, he would probably explode on the spot just by hearing this sound. However, Duanmu Huai just shook his ears, and then clenched the war hammer in his hand. Open the door. The court of justice is in emergency. Duanmu Huai roared, then kicked the door open and rushed into the building. Bang! The heavy wooden door made a dull sound like a stake when it was kicked by Duanmu Huai. Duanmu Huai kicked the door open and walked into it. Looking forward, it seemed that this place used to be a big theater, but now, the surrounding stands have been completely annihilated. On the stage in the middle, Duanmu Huai could see a young, handsome man lying on the ground in pain. His abdomen was bulging high, as if he was pregnant. On the inside of the bulging belly, you can see arms and legs stretching out, and even a face stuck to it. However, the man's belly was like a piece of extremely tough plastic cloth. No matter how hard he struggled, he had no intention of letting the other party out. Seeing this scene, Duanmu Huai also cupped his hands. Congratulations, warrior, you are pregnant. And it's a big fat boy. Hearing Duan Mu Huai's voice, the young man was shocked and stared at him fiercely. Duan Mu Huai smiled. Don't worry, warrior, don't get upset. Even if you don't think about yourself, you should think about the child in your belly. You? At this moment, the crazy evil stared at Duan Mu Huai with his eyes wide open and extremely angry. He wanted to pounce on him and tear Duan Mu Huai apart, eat his flesh and drink his blood. Among the evil gods, the one who has the highest hatred for Duan Mu Huai is actually the crazy evil. If it was the tyrannical wrath, the crazy evil would not hate it so much, because the battle and slaughter represented by the tyrannical wrath would also bring joy. However, Duan Mu Huai is different. He is the god of destruction. Everything will be destroyed in his hands. There is no happiness, no sadness, no hatred, no anger, no fear, no emotions. Everything will be completely swallowed up, burned, and then disappeared. Therefore, although the tyrannical wrath and Duan Mu Huai have fought the most times, the one who wants to kill him the most is the crazy evil. There is no happiness, no pain, everything is nothingness. Even the emptiness cannot be felt. For the crazy evil who pursues sensory stimulation and all extreme emotions, there is nothing more hateful than destruction. When it first came to this world, the obsessed evil liked it very much, because it could feel the desires of the humans in this world surging like flames. So it tried every possible way to make these humans realize their desires, and give them feedback. In this way, the obsessed evil could use the emotions of these humans to not only suppress, but even control the Eldar death god in turn and use it for itself. At first, things were relatively smooth, but later, the situation changed. The human emotions that originally surged towards him gradually began to change. The original complex emotions that challenged the limit of desire were distorted and changed, turning into pure pain and indescribable ignorance, and the desire to reproduce that followed. Because of this, the obsessed evil felt extremely painful at this moment. Those endless human emotions entered the body of the obsessed evil like oxytocin, trying to force it to expel the spirit death god as soon as possible. The obsessed evil supported it hard. After all, it also knew that once the spirit death god was born, its power would drop significantly. The reason is very simple. The obsessed evil was born from the spirits. It can be said that the soul of the spirits is the most important part of its power, but the birth of the spirit death god means the extinction of the spirits. Just like the fetus absorbs the mother's nutrition in the body, the spirit death god will take away most of the spirit souls. In this way, the power of the obsessed evil will become extremely weak. Of course, everything has its pros and cons. If the obsessed evil can escape this disaster, it will become more powerful. Because strictly speaking, the obsessed evil is still essentially a spirit god. But if it excludes the soul of the spirit, it will become a pure concept god. However, Duan Mu Huai obviously will not give it this opportunity. It seems that your delivery is not going well. Duan Mu Huai strode towards the center of the stage, with a hint of bloodthirsty coldness in his eyes. Then I will do a good deed. As Duan Mu Huai spoke, a chainsaw sword condensed by shadows appeared in his hand, roaring and roaring. I will give you a cesarean section without anesthesia. Chapter 1866. While speaking, Duan Mu Huai raised the chainsaw sword and chopped directly at the neck of the Chichanzai. Although he said that he wanted to perform a cesarean section, Duan Mu Huai was just talking casually. It was said that he would kill him while he was sick. Taking advantage of Chichanzai's difficult labor, wouldn't it be great to kill two people with one corpse? Obviously, you can easily kill them, why waste time? Hiss. Looking at the chainsaw sword slashing at its neck, a trace of painful resentment appeared in the eyes of Chichanzai, and then it opened its mouth, and suddenly let out a low roar like a venomous snake. Just when Duan Mu Huai rushed to Chichanzai, its big belly that had been pregnant for 10 months suddenly cracked open, and then a sword shadow suddenly flashed and chopped directly at Duan Mu Huai's head. Dang! Faced with a sudden attack, Duan Mu Huai did not even dodge. On the contrary, he seemed to have not seen the sword and continued to chop at the neck of the evil god in front of him. There was a momentum of exchanging one life for another, and at this moment, Chichanzai finally panicked. He kicked his legs hard against the ground, and with a series of splashes of blood, the chainsaw sword in Duan Mu Huai's hand left a bloody wound on Chichanzai's white neck. And the sharp blade that stretched out from Chichanzai's stomach pierced Duan Mu Huai's helmet, and then flashed past, cutting it in half. If Chichanzai hadn't retreated in a hurry, it might have really pierced Duan Mu Huai's head. But on the other hand, if Chichanzai didn't retreat, then at the same time as Duan Mu Huai's head was pierced, the chainsaw sword in his hand would directly split Chichanzai's head in half from the middle. TSK. Duanmu Huai wiped the blood from his forehead, then narrowed his eyes, and stared at the entangled evil in front of him. The latter still looked like a dead demon who looked neither male nor female. At this moment, its legs stood on the ground, and each of its 4 arms held a sword. From its exploded belly, the upper body of another spirit clan stretched out. The latter had white hair hanging down to the ground, was wearing armor, and held a blood blade in his hand. He looked like a warrior. But judging from its body shape, that was the same as that of the spirit clan, and its appearance of wearing dark purple armor, this guy was not a normal thing. The spirit clan death god? Why, you finally came to the ground? Why are you only half of it? Duanmu Huai held the chainsaw sword tightly, and stared at the 2 spirit clan gods in front of him, who merged together in a rather awkward posture. I didn't expect that you liked your mother so much that you didn't want to come out of your mother's belly? The latter was silent, just staring at Duanmu Huai, and then raised the sword blade to point at him. Those who destroy the spirit race will be destroyed by the spirit race. The strange and hoarse spirit language roared out from the mouth of the spirit race's death god, and at this moment, the obsessed evil let out a harsh and evil laugh. It twisted its ugly body proudly, and looked at Duanmu Huai with a cold smile. Although I don't know whether this is the original rule, or whether the obsessed evil has played some tricks, it is obvious that the spirit race's death god is not fighting to the death with the obsessed evil as described in the prophecy. Instead, the 2 seem to have formed some kind of alliance and started to deal with me. Well, anyway, I didn't have much hope for those mysterious riddles of the spirit race. Duanmu Huai waved the chainsaw sword to shake off the blood on it. At least because of the birth of the elven death god, the Chichan evil was delayed for so long, which was considered very good in his opinion. If this guy had not been in a difficult labor in Chichan evil's belly, Duanmu Huai would not have been able to deal with it so easily in this world. But I am not fighting alone. As Duanmu Huai spoke, there was a low, drum-like sound all around, and then the wall next to it was smashed directly. A strange, grotesque figure appeared in front of everyone. Its appearance looked like a big tree, pitch black, with only trunks and branches, no leaves. In fact, the body of this creature was a huge piece of meat with thick black tentacles on it, and the legs and feet below were like huge and thick sheep's hooves. The stench from the tomb came from its body, and soon filled the wide theater in front of it. Seeing this monster, Chichanzai's expression twisted slightly. It was obvious that it didn't like this thing. It was really surprising. Duanmu Huai originally thought that with Chichanzai's aesthetics, it would like the Black Goat Kid. After all, both sides look equally disgusting, right? Now it seems that this should be called same-sex repulsion? Unfortunately, neither Chichanzai nor the God of Death lost their SN value because of seeing the Black Goat Kid, which made Duanmu Huai a little regretful. Okay, now that everyone is here. As Duanmu Huai spoke, he reached out and grabbed his broken helmet and threw it aside. Then he held the chainsaw sword tightly and stared at the 2 gods in front of him. Then, however, before Duanmu Huai finished speaking, 2 lines of system prompts suddenly jumped out of his eyes. The crazy evil looked directly at you. Your appearance shocked the crazy evil. It couldn't believe that there was such a thing without any aesthetics in this world. The crazy evil lost 1d6 SN points and gained violent tendency. It couldn't wait to wipe you out of this world. The death god Inyag looked directly at you. Your appearance shocked Inyag. It couldn't imagine that such a deformed mutant would appear in the monkey race. Inyag lost 1d6 SN points and gained mania. In its opinion, the extinction of the beautiful Eldar in your hands is the greatest insult to the Eldar. Looking at the system prompts in front of him, Duanmu Huai was silent for a moment, and then tightened his chainsaw sword. Fuck your ancestors! The next moment, Duanmu Huai jumped up with a roar, and rushed towards the spirits in front of him like a crazy beast. At the same time, the Black Goat Kid also let out a deafening roar, stretched out his tentacles, and whipped the enemy in front of him. Then, the 3 parties fought together. Duanmu Huai and the Black Goat Kid attacked the spirit gods in front of them, from the left and right. At the moment, the crazy evil and the God of Death, who were supposed to fight to the death in the prophecy, were like conjoined brothers. The crazy evil waved the sharp blade in his hand, and bounced off the tentacles of the Black Goat Kid again and again. On the other side, Duanmu Huai waved the chainsaw sword and fought with the God of Death. The most beautiful Eldar. What's so beautiful about the Eldar? Duanmu Huai swung his chainsaw sword and hit the death god in front of him hard, while roaring loudly. You damn bean sprouts, look at your bodies, you look like transvestites. You are not strong at all, you are just garbage that will fall down with the wind. Look at your elongated shoehorn faces. And those equally disgusting squinting eyes. You really have the nerve to call yourself the most beautiful race? Just based on you, a bunch of male and female perverts? Bastards? Duanmu Huai's chainsaw sword opened and closed, and each strike was enough to destroy a mountain. However, the Eldar death god was obviously not in vain. Even if only half of his body came out of the belly of the obsessed evil, it was enough for him to hold the long sword in his hand tightly, and use the exquisite Eldar sword skills to remove Duanmu Huai's attacks again and again. However, it could block Duanmu Huai's continuous attacks, but it obviously couldn't stop Duanmu Huai's chattering mouth. At this moment, Duanmu Huai was completely furious. He began to curse the gods of the Eldar clan loudly, mocking Isa as a corrupt bastard. The mother of the Eldar clan would rather be played with by a fat otaku than commit suicide. As expected, the gods of the race are like the gods. The mother of the Eldar clan is the same as the children she gave birth to. She shows her face all day long and doesn't care about anything. Then he naturally began to discuss the bad nature of the Eldar clan, especially the consequences of their teaching and training like rabbits, and their despicable and shameless culture of showing off the creations of the ancient saints as themselves, which is as cheap and disgusting as thieves. And the neurotic gods they worship. As a player, Duanmu Huai is also a well-tested troll on the internet. At this moment, he was talking non-stop. While hacking at the god of death, he cursed the Eldar clan as the biggest syphilis in the universe, and they should have died out long ago to comfort the universe. It's a good thing that they have lived for so many years, and have been lingering on until now, and being killed by me. By the way, he kindly told the god of death that after he killed the god of death, and the evil of obsession, Duanmu Huai would throw all the souls of the Eldar into the stars of his own divine domain without leaving a single one, and then let them shine for the future of the Inquisition. As for the Eldar, they would disappear forever from now on, and no civilization would remember these skinny monkey-like, vulgar, barbaric, lowly, and obscene alien bastards anymore. I'm going to kill you! Poor Death had just woken up, and was no match for Duanmu Huai in terms of trash talking. Even though he knew that this was part of his intention to interfere with his mentality, he still wanted to stab him to death with a sword when he heard Duanmu Huai's words. He roared, turned the long sword in his hand, and turned from defense to offense. After blocking Duanmu Huai's attack, he immediately launched a stormy counterattack. But in fact, Death overlooked one thing, that is, Duanmu Huai's trash talk was not just to irritate him. You stupid idiot. Just as Death took a step forward and rushed towards Duanmu Huai, his body naturally pulled the other half of the evil that was with him. The latter was wielding a sharp blade at this moment, cutting off the tentacles of the black goat cubs again and again. Although it swung the blade tightly, the pull of the god of death immediately triggered the movement of the crazy evil, causing a flaw in its originally perfect defense network. Then the thick black tentacles took the opportunity to invade it, and entangled the crazy evil's arm. Damn it! The crazy evil roared, and for the first time, it felt a certain extreme fear. It had never experienced such a feeling. The emotion coming from the black goat kid was pure and pure. Assimilation, reproduction, and strong desire almost overwhelmed all other emotions, causing the crazy evil to scream shrilly. Ah! Facts have proved that the crazy evil is ultimately just a country bumpkin who is domineering in the Milky Way. When it came into contact with the black goat kid, when it saw the true mother of thousands of creatures in the infinite universe, even it could not withstand the mental pollution of this dimensionality reduction attack. Its fragile, colorful, and evil desires born from the Eldar had no resistance to this pure will. It was like a person performing a set of sword flowers, but was shot away by the opponent. The piercing scream naturally affected the death god, who had not yet completely separated from it, and the latter's offensive also slowed down. Seeing this scene, Duanmu Huai rushed forward without hesitation, and the chainsaw sword in his hand roared out, stabbing straight at the death god in front of him. Recently, the only game I calmed down to play through was Rise of the Ronin, and then I played the Ronin Trader again, and then I felt that there were no more fun games. Chapter 1867. Don't even think about succeeding. Facing Duanmu Huai's attack, the spiritual death god also felt fear. But as the incarnation of countless spirit souls, it would not surrender. In the moment it came to its senses, the death god roared and swung the sharp blade in his hand, directly cutting through Duanmu Huai's heavy shoulder armor and slashing straight into his body. At the same time, Duanmu Huai's chainsaw sword also pierced into the waist of the spiritual death god. The madly rotating chainsaw was like the claws of a beast, roaring and tearing flesh and blood, moving towards the depths, and the spiritual death god also held the hilt tightly with both hands, gritted his teeth, and chopped down hard. In front of that sharp blade, even Duanmu Huai's body, that was strong enough to resist bullets, was cut layer by layer, and even the hard bones were broken like butter being cut, bringing intense pain deep into the bone marrow. However, this made Duanmu Huai even crazier. His eyes were bloodshot, and he roared like a beast, not caring about the blade that had cut his shoulder and was heading for his heart. Instead, he grabbed the chainsaw sword and pushed forward, digging a bloody passage in the body of the elven death god. At this moment, both sides had completely lost their minds due to the pain, and both sides just instinctively pushed forward until their bodies could no longer hold on. However, the winner of this battle was certain, and the reason was very simple. The elven death god had one biggest flaw, which was a common problem of all the elven people. Even the obsessed evil that shared a body with it could not avoid this. That was that the elven people's slender body, which was so thin that it could not be grasped, could not be compared with Duanmu Huai's body like a giant bear in terms of thickness or width. Therefore, before the blade of the elven death god chopped Duanmu Huai's heart, the chainsaw sword in the latter's hand had already roared through the bodies of the death god and the obsessive evil, stringing them together. Go to hell! Accompanied by Duanmu Huai's shout, his right hand swept across with force, directly cutting the two gods connected together in half. At the same time, the bodies of the obsessive evil and the elven death god also separated. But before they could make further moves, the Black Goat Kid, who was excited to see the prey, waved his tentacles, entangled the two together, and pulled them into his body. Duanmu Huai didn't care about the sharp blade inserted in his chest at all, and strode forward. At the same time, he raised the chainsaw sword again, piercing the death god and the obsessive evil one by one like skewering barbecue, and then nailed them to the Black Goat Kid. Accept destruction. The hot, black, all-consuming flames broke out instantly at this moment. Countless spirit souls poured out from the bodies of the god of death and the obsession. They were like a swarm of locusts, desperately trying to escape from here. Unfortunately, it was too late. With Duanmu Huai as the center, the black flames of the god of destruction expanded instantly and filled the entire theater. Everything was crushed under the incomparable power of the god of destruction, without exception. Feelings, matter, souls, everything in the world turned into nothingness at this moment. The obsession stared blankly at the flames that devoured its body. It felt terrified, afraid, desperate, but also happy, expectant, and excited. However, these emotions only flashed from the depths of its heart, and then gradually disappeared in the flames of destruction. Gradually, it could no longer feel any emotions. It just watched the flames burn itself and devour its body. Those spirits, who originally sang painful songs in its body, no longer sang. Everything is over, just as everything will end. The obsessive evil couldn't even feel the indescribable single-mindedness and pure desire coming from the tentacles. It felt that it was gradually turning into a stone statue, without emotions, feelings, or desires. Any emotions were ruthlessly devoured, and any feelings were ruthlessly wiped out. It could feel that its power was gradually dissipating because it was the god of desire and emotion, but without emotions, feelings, or desires. It had no power. It had no desire for life, and no fear of death. Soon, the obsessive evil stopped thinking. The flames burst out, and then went out. Duanmu Huai stumbled out of it, then sat on the ground, gasping for breath. He reached out and grabbed the sword blade that had cut the second rib in his chest, pulled it out, and then crushed it into pieces. Look, what did I say? You spirit race's small bodies can't even compare to thick meat. Pa! You're still beautiful. A bunch of alien bastards with shoehorn faces, horse eyes, and cow noses. Duanmu Huai spat viciously at the charred ground in front of him. His body is strong and thick, and he is not afraid of being cut. How can you, a group of slim goblins, compare? Humph, what about the god of death? Didn't I wipe it out completely? But this is not over yet. Duanmu Huai stood up and looked around. At this moment, the planet was shaking and roaring, and those muscles were contracting and moving faster. At the same time, the dark forest in the distance was coming down from the mountain. Of course, they were not real trees. After all, there are no humans in this world anymore, and there are no normal life forms. Similarly, Duanmu Huai's destructive power will naturally make the power focused on reproduction feel threatened. Not to mention, Duanmu Huai had just burnt the Black Goat Kid to ashes without any hesitation. It seemed that the cooperation between the two sides, which was not close to begin with, would end here. Duanmu Huai sneered and stood up. The wounds on his body, that were originally cut by the Eldar Death God, were slowly healing. Well, at least this will let you rest in peace, Duanmu Huai said, as he picked up the chainsaw sword with his left hand. Thank you for your sacrifice for the tribunal. Maybe you will complain about it, but I can only say that there is no sacrifice too big to be accepted, and no betrayal too small to be tolerated. At least, your sacrifice is not without value, because the threat faced by mankind has been reduced by 2. Well, although it seems that there is one more, Duanmu Huai said, as he looked at the wriggling black shadows in the distance. But I will destroy all of this. Then, he thrust the chainsaw sword into the earth with force. Only in space can you see the shocking scene. The planet quietly suspended in space, somewhere on its surface, suddenly flashed a black flame. This force was like the claws of a beast, and in the blink of an eye it spread to the entire planet. Then the next moment, in the silent, dead, dark depths of the universe, the planet exploded instantly. It turned into countless fragments, and scattered in all directions. It was all so cold, silent, and peaceful. Gradually, those fragments formed asteroid debris belts one after another, and the life forms that originally lived on them were naturally completely dead. Their twisted, blasphemous bodies drifted in space, were frozen, and then smashed into pieces. No life form can survive in this environment, not even the descendants of the Black Goat. At the same time, Duanmu Huai was lying in a blank space, closing his eyes to rest. Fighting the obsessive evil was as simple as he expected. Just like many people said, if you want to completely kill the subspace evil god, you just need to destroy all the intelligent creatures in the entire galaxy. In this game world, although Duanmu Huai cannot destroy everything, but at least, he can kill all the sources of power for the obsessive evil in this game world. After all, there are more than just them left in the human world. Next, it's the last enemy. Duanmu Huai stared at the door in front of him. This is also his most troublesome enemy. In fact, Duanmu Huai has been thinking about whether he should be like this world and kill all the creatures in that world, including humans, immediately after going out. But this is useless, just like Duanmu Huai did not blow up the planet directly before. He must find and kill the evil god first before he can clean up the mess. If he overturns the table without finding the evil god, then the price is that the evil god is likely to run outside the game map, and it will be difficult to find at that time. Unfortunately, the next bastard is the most difficult one among the 4 evil gods. Moreover, Duanmu Huai can no longer seek the summons of the old ones, or the outer gods to deal with it. Those with simple minds cannot beat it, and may be killed by it in return. Those with more complex minds may collude with it to deal with him. If the treacherous trickery joins forces with Husker, Yog-Sothoth, or Nyarlathotep to deal with him, it will really make Duanmu Huai's head big. If you want to deal with a cunning trick, it is useless to use the power of tyrannical anger or the power of corruption. Simple destruction cannot have an effect on it. The power of the old rulers is also difficult to be deployed. So the rest is. Duanmu Huai snapped his fingers, and the shadow behind him began to wriggle, and then turned into segments of tentacles. However, the shape of these tentacles has changed a lot from before. Before, the shape of Duanmu Huai's tentacles was very typical, similar to the octopus, with suction cups and a very thin shape in the front. But now, after absorbing the power of the evil of obsession, Duanmu Huai's tentacles have undergone earth-shaking changes. For example, the front of this tentacle is no longer a pointed octopus tentacle, but a cylindrical shape like a rolling pin. Blood vessels burst out from under the epidermis, and the mouth in front keeps opening and closing. You can even see the sharp, pointed teeth and the tongue that keeps sticking out like a snake. It's like an eel with self-awareness, but it's bigger and thicker and, well, this appearance is actually quite familiar to Duanmu Huai, although it definitely has no teeth and tongue. To be honest, Duanmu Huai really didn't expect this thing to become like this. But if there is no other choice, it seems that he has no choice but to use it. Chapter 1868. When Duanmu Huai pushed open the door and walked into the last checkpoint, the first person he saw was not someone else, but a familiar figure. And there were 3 of them. Anne, Mary, and Kurikawa Akane. The 3 were sitting on chairs in the lounge, staring at the letter on the table in front of them with serious faces. What's wrong? What are you looking at? Ah, Mr. Duanmu, you're here. Hearing Duanmu Huai's voice, the 3 girls turned around and looked at Duanmu Huai, with a sense of relief on their faces. Have you eliminated the evil god? Well, the evil of obsession has also been killed. Of course, the means may be a bit extreme, but it's better than nothing. Duanmu Huai waved his hand, and walked in front of the 3 people. What is this? This is a letter. And stared at the letter. This letter was on the table when we came to this space. This letter is for you, Mr. Knight. For me? Duanmu Huai picked up the envelope and looked at it carefully. Indeed, this envelope was exactly the same as the ones that appeared at the beginning of the game. He opened the envelope and took out the letter inside. It said this. Note, it was detected that the player's behavior in the previous world violated the regulations, so special restrictions were imposed on this game. Both parties were not allowed to leave the designated map range. Those who left were considered eliminated and would be completely wiped out. Is it true that what was done in the previous world was a bit out of line? Of course, Duanmu Huai did not regret it. This method was the only way to deal with the evil of obsession. But it was obvious that for the creator of this game, it seemed a bit too much to blow a planet into pieces. But now it has to be within the specified range. It doesn't matter. If it doesn't work, just kill them all. If you want to limit the map, I might kill fewer people. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai continued to look down. The limited range and identity have been specified. Players are requested to enter the game map according to the specified identity. Then, there was a map and 4 cards in the envelope. They looked like some kind of identity authentication cards, but they were blank. Duanmu Huai looked at the map first, then frowned. Private Hope Peak Academy? In other words, the limited map this time is a school? That's much easier. Just find a place to set fire, and turn the entire map into a sea of fire. He wants to see where that idiot can run to. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai picked up a card, and soon it showed Duanmu Huai's name, avatar, and title. Obviously, he was going to be a teacher in this school. After all, it says that they are faculty members. But what's so good about being a teacher? Take 1 too. Duanmu Huai nodded to the 3 of them, and the girls picked up the cards and looked at them carefully. Ah, our information appears on this card. Yes, it seems that we are all students. And students in the same class. Oh! Hearing the 3 girls talking, Duanmu Huai leaned over to take a closer look and saw that their cards had also become similar to student ID cards. In addition to the names and portraits, there were also some strange information written on them. But what does the last one mean? Mary looked at the last information on the card in confusion. Super high school level literary writer? Ah, I have one too. It says super high school level drama actor. Kurikawa Akane also raised his hand, and beside him tilted his head in confusion. I have one too, super high school level magician? What does that mean? Are you looking down on us? The 3 of them were obviously a little dissatisfied with this title. Although they were indeed about the same age as high school students, if we just talk about their abilities, they have already surpassed the school level. Kurikawa Akane is a genius superstar in the drama world, and Mary is also a popular writer whose works are sold all over the world. If her works were not very politically incorrect, she might have won a literary award. Not to mention a magic genius that only appears once every 1,000 years in Maalia. But he is only super high school level. This surprised them all. What kind of world is this? Are their abilities only slightly better than ordinary students? If they were evaluated in other aspects, the 3 of them might not think too much. But this is the field they are best at, and it is no wonder that they are only evaluated as slightly better than students. Don't think too much. No matter what it is, you will know when the time comes. In contrast, Duanmu Huai seemed very calm. His idea was very simple. Since this was a limited map, what Duanmu Huai had to do was not to compete with the other party in intelligence. Moreover, Duanmu Huai was sure that, at least for now, he didn't know what the treacherous Gui looked like, and the treacherous Gui didn't know what he looked like. In other words, under the current conditions, both sides were opening blind boxes. Although Duanmu Huai was eager to push forward and kill all the things that could move except himself, he also knew that according to the usual temperament of the treacherous Gui, if he took action first, it would inevitably attract the attention of the other party. Therefore, the best way is to see what that guy wants to do first, and then decide how to make a move. After all, according to Duanmu Huai's understanding of cunning, that guy is the master of change, and the most unbearable thing is the unchanging, so he will definitely take action to change everything. And I just need to lure him to make a move, and then kill him. Besides, this time the restricted area is the school, which means that this guy can't escape at all. Duanmu Huai doesn't believe that a school is not a big place. If I do a carpet search, I can't find him. But before that, Duanmu Huai still has something to make clear to others. Before entering this world, I have something to make clear to you. Duanmu Huai stared at the 3 people, to be exact, Anne and Mary. You must not use magic in this world. Hey! Why? Hearing Duanmu Huai's request, both of them were a little surprised. The god of change is also the god in charge of magic, and from my experience, your attainments in magic are definitely not as good as his. In fact, now that we have our own identities, it means that we are all hidden. He doesn't know our true identities, or how many people there are. From the school introduction, this world doesn't seem to be a magical world, So if you use magic in that world, it will be discovered immediately. I see. Mary nodded, while frowned in dissatisfaction. But that's not good for me. Also, although I don't want to say this, but after entering that world, we'd better act alone and don't trust others. Huh? It has to be said that this surprised the three again. Why is that? The god of change controls change. It and its subordinates can easily transform into anyone, so even our own people may be disguised by the other party to obtain information. But doesn't Miss Mary have golden eyes? She can see through the disguises of those monsters, right? And frowned and retorted. Indeed, Mary can see through, but how can we verify this? Let's put it this way. If two Marys appear in front of us, and each of them points to the other as the Lord of Change, what should we do? This? It has to be said that an Kurikawa Akane were speechless for a while after hearing this. Indeed, Mary's golden eyes are very powerful, but the problem with golden eyes is that only Mary has them, and no one else has them. Basically, it is equivalent to who is disguised, and it is entirely up to Mary to decide who is disguised. Of course, with Mary's character, she would not deceive everyone. But the problem is, what if the one who appears in front of everyone is not the real Mary? Who can guarantee this? The problem is that there is no way to guarantee it. As Duan Mu Huai said, the two Marys with golden eyes both pointed out that the other was a disguised guy, so they had no way to tell them apart. Then, what should we do in that world? Just live according to your identity. Duan Mu Huai shook the certificate in his hand. Just treat yourself as a student of that school, receive education there, attend classes, and be an ordinary high school student. If anything happens, you just need to act according to your own ideas. In that world, you can't trust anyone except yourself. Won't this make the action messy? And looked embarrassed, obviously unable to accept this arrangement. Because this means that they must go their own way, and they can't even ask their companions for help, and they may not be able to communicate and assist them in death. It's an evil god. Duan Mu Huai spread his hands. For it, the most important thing is to make trouble, and it doesn't care about the success or failure of the plan, and it doesn't matter if it succeeds or fails. So, a mess is the best. You all do what you want to do according to your own ideas, and don't think about joining forces with others. Don't come to me, because you can't be sure whether I am pretending or not. Mary, you are the same, your golden eyes are the trump card, so don't expose them until the last moment. Even if you see something you shouldn't see, you have to pretend not to see it. This? Okay. Mary nodded with some embarrassment. Although I'm not sure if I can do it, I think I can give it a try. If it's just acting, then I'm still good at it. Compared to Anne and Mary, Kurikawa Akane was full of confidence this time. Indeed, as an actor, acting is her specialty, and she is also the only genuine high school student among the three. If she hadn't joined the tribunal, she would still be in high school now. Okay, that's all I have to say. Duan Mu Huai nodded, then he looked towards the exit in front of him. We are ready, let's go! After saying this, Duan Mu Huai walked forward and pushed open the closed door. Chapter 1869. Duan Mu Huai once again found that it was indeed a very correct choice to confirm the next plan in the lounge. Because when he pushed open the door and walked out, the other three disappeared, and he was the only one standing at the school gate. Private Hope Peak Academy. Looking at the name in front of him, Duan Mu Huai frowned. The word he least wanted to see in this world was hope. Because the Lord of Change also controls hope, just like the world of the evil of obsession always takes various extreme desire routes. In the map of the Lord of Change, various hopes are the most undesirable poison. But this school is actually named after hope. This is simply heresy that cannot be more heretical. Can I directly call the Ministry of Justice to seal this place directly? It's a pity that there is no Ministry of Justice in this world. Of course, Duan Mu Huai still wants to do it himself. After all, only by doing it yourself can you have enough food and clothing. Although he was somewhat worried about the other three, Duan Mu Huai was quite relieved. After all, the tribunal under his leadership would not pay too much attention to something as illusory as hope. For example, the tribunal is like a doctor, responsible for performing surgery on patients, removing lesions, preventing infection, and suturing wounds. These are what doctors should and can do. So what will happen to the patient after that? That is the patient's own business. Doctors can prescribe medicine and give medical advice, asking patients not to eat greasy food, high in sugar, not to smoke or drink. But these are all they can do. As for whether the patient follows the doctor's advice, that is the patient's problem and has nothing to do with the doctor. The same is true for the tribunal. Everyone is only focused on solving the problem at hand, and will issue rules to prohibit heresy, prevent communication with aliens, and eliminate all alien creatures that threaten humans. But it's like there will always be people who don't follow the doctor's advice to smoke and drink, and then end up lying on the operating table again. There will always be human civilizations that think their way is far more flexible and free than the narrow-minded and conservative tribunal, and then they will be crippled by a wave of aliens. What will the doctor or the tribunal do about this? It's simple, the same as always, surgery and purification. If you can save them, save them. If you can't save them, go to the morgue or issue an extermination order. It's that simple. You don't need any hope or ideals. Just focus on what you can do, and move forward step by step. As for the final result, we talk about it when the time comes. Before that, all of this is not worth evaluating. Some people follow the doctor's advice and get better, and some people don't follow the doctor's advice and die. It's all the same. The attitude of the tribunal is not to worry about these unnecessary things. In this regard, Duanmu Huai is still very relieved about the three people. At least they understand the values of the tribunal very well. Even if it's Kurikawa Akane, she has the ability to ask herself to take over. Anyway, let's go and see what we are going to do. It didn't take Duanmu Huai long to get the answer from the principal. He will be responsible for the management of Class 1B of Hope Peak Academy with another new teacher. Duanmu Huai will be the class teacher, and another teacher, Yukiren Chisa, will be the deputy class teacher. Please give me more advice, Teacher Duanmu. Please give me more advice. Looking at the energetic woman in front of him, Duanmu Huai nodded. I will try my best to do this job well. Let's work hard together. Well, if you want to work hard, it's up to you. Yes. Yukizen Chisa seemed to be completely unconcerned about Duanmu Huai's indifferent attitude. She clenched her right hand on her chest, took a deep breath, and then looked at the door of Class 1B in front of her, stretched out her hand, and opened the door. Classmates, good morning. While greeting energetically, Yukizen Chisa walked in, and then she widened her eyes in surprise. Hey! Only 7 students? Huh? Hearing Yukizen Chisa's words, Duanmu Huai poked his head in. Sure enough, the huge classroom was empty, with only 7 students, 3 of whom Duanmu Huai knew, namely Anne Mary and Kurikawa Akane. The other 4 students were 3 girls and 1 boy, a little Lolita in a kimono, a freckled girl, a blonde girl, and a little boy. Good morning. The blonde greeted the 2 respectfully, while Anne, Mary and Kurikawa Akane also bowed their heads. Well, at least now it seems that they are all doing well. It is obvious that they are just treating the distance between each other as ordinary classmates. This is good. After all, Duanmu Huai doesn't know how they got to this classroom. It is even possible that they were replaced when they left the lounge. This possibility is not impossible. Forget it, it's useless to think about these things now. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai gestured to Shui Ranqian Sha, and seeing Duanmu Huai's action, Shui Ranqian Sha was a little surprised, but she still stood on the podium obediently and introduced herself. As for Duanmu Huai, he just stood by the wall with his arms folded, staring at the students in front of him. It can be seen that although these students are here for class, they don't seem to be particularly honest students. At least, each student has a distinct personality. But Duanmu Huai looked at their information and sneered. This Hope's Peak Academy is really nonsense. There is nothing wrong with using talents to divide people, but many talents sound speechless. For example, if the super high school level cameraman and super high school level dancer can barely be considered a thing, then what are the super high school level princess and super high school level gangster? Just because they are princesses and gangsters, they are given this and asked to come here to study? Isn't this nonsense? Just when Duanmu Huai was complaining, Shui Ranqian Sha also asked about the whereabouts of other students. As a result, these students said that it didn't matter to them whether they went to class or not, as long as they could pass the skill test. Shui Ranqian Sha suddenly became excited after hearing this, and then Duanmu Huai saw her take out an apron from somewhere and tied it on her body. So you are not a normal person. This is a special case. Youth only comes once, and it will never come back. Yukizen Chisa seemed very excited. But you are so indifferent to your classmates. This won't work. Let's go and find the students who didn't attend the class. Faced with this unexpected opening, the students looked at Yukizen Chisa, then cast their eyes on Duanmu Huai, who just shrugged his shoulders. I don't care what happens in other classes, but in my class, students have to act like students. I don't care what kind of super funny things you are, just come to class. If they don't want to come, I will drag them back to me. Yes. Teacher Duanmu. Yukizen Chisa bowed. Okay, let's go. As she spoke, Yuki's and Chisa excitedly led the other students out of the classroom, while En, Mary and Kurikawa Akane just looked at Duanmu Huai and turned around and left behind the others. Only Duanmu Huai leaned against the wall, watching them leave the class one by one, squinting his eyes, and then took out the introduction brochure of Hope's Peak Academy from his pocket again. Private Hope's Peak Academy is a private school founded by Kamiju Azuru, with the goal of cultivating top talents in various fields of society. Students with extraordinary talents are also regarded as the hope of the future. Talent, talent, talent. Duanmu Huai looked at the brochure in front of him and sneered. Talent is actually difficult to quantify. Of course, it is not to say that it is completely impossible. At least in the professional field, it is still easy to see whether there is talent. But, can things like Underworld and Princess be called talents? Duanmu Huai also observed a girl, who was called the super high school level princess. In his opinion, the girl didn't have any outstanding features. Apart from being pretty, polite and well-behaved, she didn't have any obvious strengths. Aren't these compulsory courses for royal children? Let alone her, Duanmu Huai has traveled through so many worlds, and which princess has he met without these basic qualities? Princesses like Gu Leah, Freya, Norn, Medea, and even Leah, who are perverted princesses, are much better than this one just by looking at their appearance, temperament and behavior. And their ages are about the same as that girl. In fact, Norn and Medea are younger than her in terms of age. What kind of super high school level is this? Aren't princesses and princes born naturally? If so, she has been super kindergarten, super elementary school, and super middle school since kindergarten. What's the point? Could it be that the system of her country is not the primogeniture system, but the system of appointing the virtuous instead of the eldest son, and that gangster? Shouldn't he be arrested and sent to a juvenile detention center? Why keep him? Can the gangsters make any contribution to society? This is complete nonsense. What can you do if you cultivate a powerful gangster? Are you so proud of him being the godfather? Duanmu Huai flipped through the manual and threw it into the trash can. This broken school doesn't look like a good place. Since the treacherous trick is here, it means that there must be tricks in this place. Anyway, Yukira and Chisa went to find other students, and Duanmu Huai was too lazy to stay in the classroom alone, so he might as well go around and get familiar with the school environment, and by the way, see where it is more hidden from people and more suitable for fighting in various senses. After a round, Duanmu Huai had to admit that this school looked quite big, and it was still difficult to find a missing person. And some places with few people are also easier to cause trouble. Of course, this is also related to the relatively small number of students in this school. Duanmu Huai also looked at other classes in the corridor and found that they were basically free range here, which was a bit like a university. Whether you like to go or not, the teacher doesn't care. Anyway, you will be the one who will be unlucky if you fail the course. So these students are like sheep, and there are basically few classes with all the people alive. However, when Duanmu Huai walked to the other side of the school, he found that there were many students in the teaching building over there, and it looked quite lively. Just then, a guard came over, and out of curiosity, Duanmu Huai also walked over and greeted the guard. Hey. You are? I am the teacher who took office today. Duanmu Huai showed his ID to the other party, who also saluted hurriedly. Ah, you have worked hard. It's okay, what's the situation over there? I think the school building over there seems to be very lively. Ah, over there. Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, the guard's expression was a little complicated. That's the preparatory course. Preparatory course? Yes, you know, Hope's Peak has always only allowed talented people to enroll, but this year they have made a new rule, allowing those who have not passed the talent test to enter the school and receive the same education as talented students as long as they pay a large sum of money. Of course, if some of them awaken their talents, they can also be admitted to the school. At this point, the guard glanced at the school building not far away. But how many of these people can have this good luck? Oh, I see. Duanmu Huai is not unfamiliar with this. After all, when he was a child, those key middle schools also did similar things. Parents paid a large sum of money to the school, and then stuffed their children in. The school set up a separate class for these rich children, and it was up to them to learn well or badly. But, Duanmu Huai thought of this and touched his chin. At that time, it was because the school needed money, so this was a last resort. Of course, this was soon stopped. After all, it was unfair to those children who had no money. But Hope's Peak Academy doesn't look like it's short of money. So what's the purpose of doing this kind of money-making trick? It seems that I have to pay attention to this place when I have time. In Duanmu Huai's cognition, this kind of excuse must involve corruption or black box operation, or even human experiment. After all, stupid people have a lot of money. Take some time to check out the situation here. Maybe you can find some secrets in this school. Thank you. At this time, the students of the preparatory subjects were almost out of school, and Duanmu Huai also planned to go back to the classroom to see if the students in his class had returned. If not, don't blame him for being rude. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai also turned around and walked back the way he came. When Duanmu Huai passed by the fountain in the garden, he saw a dull-haired boy in uniform standing there blankly, staring at the school building in the distance. Hey, what are you doing here? Hey! Hearing Duanmu Huai's sudden voice, the dull-haired boy was stunned for a moment, then turned his head and looked over. After seeing Duanmu Huai, he was shocked and his face turned pale instantly. Yes, sorry. I didn't mean it. I was just thinking about something, sorry. I'm leaving now. After saying this, the silly boy turned around and ran away. What the hell? Looking at the boys running back, Duanmu Huai frowned. But at this moment, he suddenly felt something hit his waist from behind. Duanmu Huai turned his head and saw a girl holding a game console with her head down, playing it non-stop like an obsession. There are not many normal people in this school. Chapter 1870. Tick, tick, tick. Even though she bumped into Duanmu Huai, the girl still lowered her head and was addicted to playing games. Duanmu Huai stared at her for a moment, then reached out and knocked her head. Hey! The girl came back to her senses at this moment, raised her head, and looked at Duanmu Huai, as if she had just woken up from a dream. You are a 1B student, right? Why, skipping classes to play games? You are very brave. Because I only have games. Duanmu Huai opened the student handbook and took a look. Nanami Chiaki. A super high school level game player. Is this your reason for skipping classes to play games? Let's go! As he spoke, Duanmu Huai grabbed Nanami Chiaki's collar like a kitten and dragged her towards the classroom. Even though the latter was held in Duanmu Huai's hand, she was just playing with the handheld game console in her hand, as if these were nothing. Yuki Zen-Chisa's action is obviously much higher than that of the lazy Duanmu Huai. When Duanmu Huai brought Nanami Chiaki back to the classroom, the empty classroom was already full of people. Of course, when we say full, there are only about 20 people. Duanmu Huai threw Nanami Chiaki on her chair, and the latter was still playing video games. I'm afraid she won't be able to come back. Ah, Teacher Duanmu, you found Nanami. She was distracted while playing games and bumped into me. It's her bad luck. Duanmu Huai snorted coldly, then nodded to Yuki Zen-Chisa. Okay, everyone is back. Let's have a meeting. Yeah. Yuki Zen-Chisa nodded, then stood in front of the podium, looked at the students and spoke. Everyone is doing well, so from tomorrow on, you have to keep doing this. Hey! Tomorrow? Hearing this, the students below were immediately unhappy. Are you going to the classroom tomorrow too? I heard that in this school, as long as you have talent, you can go to class or not. That's right, it's so troublesome to go to class. Soon, other students also protested. It was obvious that they saw that Yuki Zen-Chisa, who was standing on the podium, was easy to talk to. If it was Duanmu Huai, whether they dared to stand up would be another matter. In the face of the students' protests, Yuki Zen-Chisa nodded. Indeed, the school has stipulated this, but life is not just about talent. What is related to people is also the tempering of personality and the creation of memories. Let everyone's hope, which is better than talent, shine. Hey! Hope. Compared to this, I want to study engines more. It sounds good? Faced with Yuki Zen-Chisa's words, the students quickly divided into the supporters and opponents, and at this time, Duanmu Huai coughed and walked up. Seeing his burly figure appear on the podium, the students below immediately shut up. Even the kimono-clad female ghost who had just complained loudly now shut up and looked at him anxiously. Okay, you've all said enough, so let me say a few words. Duanmu Huai stood in front of the podium that Shui Ranqian had moved away from, with his arms folded, staring at the students below. Just feeling the pressure of his gaze made the students feel a little breathless. What youth, what hope, what personality, what companions, I don't care about these things. However, the first words Duanmu Huai said shocked everyone, including Shui Ranqian. Teacher Shui Ran has told you all the good things, so I will tell you something unpleasant. At this point, Duanmu Huai narrowed his eyes, and a terrifying pressure emerged from him. Looking at you, you seem to be very proud of your talents? You think that if you have talents, you don't have to come to class, and you don't have to participate in anything. You just need to concentrate on doing your own things, right? No, isn't it? A turban technician said with a hard face, staring at Duan Mu Huai. We came here to show our talents. Yes, yes, yes. Humph. Duan Mu Huai snorted coldly. Do you think that as long as you have talent as a shield, you can do anything? Wow. The ancients said this, so a person with both talent and virtue is called a saint, a person without both talent and virtue is called a fool, a person with more virtue than talent is called a gentleman, and a person with more talent than virtue is called a villain. In the art of selecting people, if you can't find a saint, you can choose a gentleman. It's better to get a fool than a villain. Duan Mu Huai read it once, and then looked at the students. Do you know what this means? It means that a person with talent and virtue is a saint. A person without virtue and talent is a stupid idiot. A person with virtue but no talent is a gentleman. And a person with talent but no virtue is a villain. When selecting people, the first choice is a saint with both talent and virtue, and then a gentleman with virtue but no talent. If you really can't choose, you'd rather have an idiot than a villain. Duan Mu Huai said while knocking on the podium, squinting his eyes, and staring at the students. So, are you both talented and virtuous? Or are you talented but not virtuous? Listen up, little devils. Duan Mu Huai poked his head out, grinned, and sneered at them. Like a bee staring at its prey, he opened his bloody mouth. How this school teaches is its business, but my attitude is very clear. Don't expect to use talent as a shield to fool everything. In my opinion, those who use their talents to talk about everything are just villains with talents but no virtues, and are useless wastes. At this point, Duan Mu Huai suddenly raised his voice, scaring the students to subconsciously straighten their bodies. It was not to show respect, but more like an instinctive preparation to escape from the erupting beast. Listen carefully, the duty of students is to study, and talent is not a gold medal for getting away with it. Besides, even if you have talent, so what? There are so many people in the world, will the world stop without you? It doesn't make sense. Faced with Duan Mu Huai's roar, the students were trembling with fear. Come to class tomorrow. If you dare to make excuses, I won't be polite to you. Please wait a moment, teacher. However, just as Duan Mu Huai said this harsh word, a boy with a strong figure stood up. Don't you think it's too much to say that? No, with your sloppy appearance, you don't deserve my respect. What did you say? At this time, a brown-skinned girl next to him also jumped up and stared at him viciously like an angry beast. What? Am I wrong? Duan Mu Huai looked at the students in front of him and sneered. Since you don't understand the truth, I don't mind teaching you some physics. Physics? That's right. Duan Mu Huai shrugged his shoulders and stretched out the middle finger of his right hand. Since you think talent is everything, then use talent to decide the outcome. I know that many of you are good at fighting, so it's very simple. You can fight together, and I will only use this middle finger to deal with you. If I shake my body, I will lose. At that time, you can ask me to do anything, even kneel down and kowtow to you. But on the other hand, if you can't do it, it means that your talent is just SOSO. In the future, you should keep your tail between your legs and behave yourself. Do you understand? Hey! Hearing Duan Mu Huai's arrogant propaganda, the students present were all shocked. But soon, the sturdy boy and the girl next to him immediately clenched their fists. In that case, let's see how powerful you are. Accompanied by a roar, the two men rushed towards Duan Mu Huai like two beasts. The boy clenched his right fist and punched Duan Mu Huai in the face. The sports girl next to him turned around and kicked Duan Mu Huai in the chest with her left leg. Faced with the attack from the two men, Duan Mu Huai just stood there, motionless. He looked at them as if he was looking at two naughty puppies. This made the two men even more angry, and they attacked with all their strength. With two loud noises, the next moment they hit Duan Mu Huai's body. However, at the moment of hitting, they immediately felt something was wrong. The touch from hitting Duan Mu Huai was not like a human body at all, but more like a thick and hard wall. Even the strong reaction force shift back, making both of them feel their bodies tremble suddenly. Then, I saw Duan Mu Huai raised his right hand and used his middle finger to hit each of them on the head. Bang bang. In the blink of an eye, the two flew backwards. If this moment was put into slow motion, you could even see that their eyes were rolled back and they completely lost consciousness. Then, they hit the wall behind the classroom like two cannonballs and then collapsed to the ground. Ha! Just as the two were hit by Duan Mu Huai, a white-haired girl holding a sharp blade came from the side. She saw a flash of sword in her hand, and she chopped directly at Duan Mu Huai's neck. Seeing this scene, several students below screamed. However, facing this sudden attack, Duan Mu Huai still stood there motionless, Then he stretched out his right middle finger and flicked the sword that was swinging towards him again. Dang! The girl fell to the ground, and the sword in her hand was broken into pieces. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned and speechless, while Duan Muhui straightened his clothes and stared at them. Okay, my meaning has been conveyed, you know what to do. After saying this, Duan Muhui turned and left, leaving only the students and Shui Ranqiansha standing there, stunned. They stared blankly at Duan Muhui's back as he walked away, with a confused look on their faces. Is this still a human? Chapter 1871. Although Duan Muhui's method was simple and crude, the effect was obvious. At least from the second day, every student came to class obediently. As for whether they were afraid of being punished by Duan Muhui or listened to Duan Muhui's words, this was not his concern. Anyway, Duan Muhui's attitude towards education has always been that a young tree will not grow straight if it is not pruned, and a child will not grow up if he is not beaten. If you dare to make trouble, I will come up and beat you. I will not stop until you cry for your parents. What do you mean by not allowing corporal punishment? I don't care about that. If you have the guts, expel me. By the way, the other 3 people also successfully integrated into this group. And Sonia, the super high school level princess, are quite close. Perhaps she is more interested in this nickname. After all, and is also a princess. As for Kurikawa Akane, she became friends with the little brat in kimono, Saionji Hyoko, probably because the other party was a super high school level dancer. As a drama actor, Kurikawa Akane was also quite interested in dancing. By the way, although Saionji Hyoko was indeed a high school student, Duan Muhui felt that she was an elementary school student. And she was a female devil with a vicious mouth and liked to play tricks on people. Before, this girl relied on the fact that she was a girl and thought that Duan Muhui would not do anything to her, so she came to trouble him for her own death. Then she was caught by Duan Muhui and spanked in front of the whole class, making her scream and cry for her parents. After that, the little girl restrained herself a lot. Duan Muhui thought she would call her parents or report to the school, but it turned out that there was no such thing. Mary was close to Nanami Chiaki, the super high school level gamer who legally skipped classes to play games. Duan Muhui was also curious at first. Mary was not the kind of person who was particularly interested in games, so why was she so close to Nanami? Later, he occasionally saw the two of them playing chess. Well, this can also be considered a game safe. Duan Muhui didn't care much about the situation in the class. Most of the time, he was a hands-off boss, leaving those things to Shui Ranqisa to deal with. Anyway, she always talked about hope and youth all day long, so let her enjoy her youth. As for Duan Muhui, he naturally had to search through the preparatory subject channel. As for how to search? For Duan Muhui, this question was very simple. He was in the principal's office, then found a sofa, squatted next to it, and then listened to their conversation. Anyway, this kind of fun flow must not be carried out without the principal's knowledge, so the principal definitely knew where the money went. Duan Muhui could definitely find clues as long as he followed him. In fact, the answer came faster than Duan Muhui thought. It took him almost no effort to find out what the preparatory course was all about. Just as Duan Muhui thought, the preparatory course was just a cover for Hope Peak Academy to make money. However, the reason why Hope Peak Academy opened the preparatory course to collect money was not because of the deficit caused by poor capital turnover, but for a great plan. They tried to find a person, and then concentrate all the talents in the world on that person to make him the greatest person in the world, leading mankind to the future. Wait a minute, why does this plan look so familiar? Duan Muhui remembered that in the ancient times of mankind, there was also a group of psychics who combined their knowledge, power, and souls for the future of mankind and created an ultimate perfect creature. Who was that person? Emperor. Do you still remember your name? Why are there always such idiots who like to take shortcuts? Duan Muhui does not deny the role of heroism in human history, but in his opinion, it is the most stupid to hand over everything to an omniscient and omnipotent existence, so that others can sit back and enjoy the fruits of their labor. What's more, you are not sure whether that person is omniscient and omnipotent, and what can you use to guarantee that the other party will definitely stand on the side of humans? Not to mention, even if he stands on the side of humans, it is also a question of which human side he stands on. Before the Emperor unified Terra, there were many human forces that opposed him. It is not that he is the Emperor, and everyone bows down to him. So in Duan Muhui's opinion, this practice of creating a perfect existence and relying on it to lead the entire race forward is simply stupid. The consequence of doing so is that if the other party kills it, all that's left is a bunch of garbage. Take the hive mind for example. The swarm also has distributed nodes, and each swarm of worms is led by a big worm. When that node worm leads them, the low-level swarm will devour everything without hesitation, even without fear of life and death. However, as long as the big worm is killed, the swarm without command will immediately become confused, and no matter how many they are, they will be eliminated by humans. This is one of the reasons why humans were able to resist the Tyranids in the first place. And if these idiots really created such a thing, then as long as chaos chooses to corrupt it, wouldn't humans be doomed? Look, isn't that what the Emperor did? He created the Primarchs, hoping to take back everything of humanity with their superhuman power, and then restore their glory. What was the result? Duanmu Huai felt that the Emperor must have regretted not installing limiters for them. I guess these idiots probably didn't install any self-destruct system for this ultimate creature. Once again, it proves that any shortcuts will only bring disaster. What we really need to do is to be down to earth and move forward step by step. Instead of thinking about creating a killer weapon that can kill all alien creatures in the universe except humans, and then rely on it to complete the mission of the Inquisition, although Duanmu Huai thinks this idea is indeed very tempting. But if you ask him whether he will do it, then he will definitely not do it. Compared with those supernatural things, Duanmu Huai believes in his fists more. This group of people also gave this genius a name called Kamizuru Azuru, which seems to be the name of the creator of this school. Well, it's a pity that he has been dead for many years, otherwise Duanmu Huai can definitely be sure that this guy is a 100% believer in treacherous trickery. Of course, this possibility cannot be denied now. After all, what these bastards like to do most is I have a plan. Just imagine that this old bastard came up with such a plan before he died in order to revive himself. It is also reasonable. After all, the feasibility of treacherous trickery is not important, and whether there is a plan is the most important. If this guy really existed, Duanmu Huai would beat him to a pulp, but unfortunately, at least for now, this plan is still in the stage of looking for volunteers. And naturally, Duanmu Huai intends to destroy this plan. He has thought of a way. It is very simple. Just collect information about Hope's Peak Academy, and then expose the whereabouts of the funds for the preparatory discipline and this plan. It is a bit too general to create a genius. Just say that Hope's Peak Academy is using the funds of the preparatory discipline to conduct human experiments. Well, this title is enough to make headlines. It can be imagined that after this school will definitely not be able to operate. At that time, as long as most people leave, it will be much easier for Duanmu Huai to deal with the treacherous trick. After all, the rules of the game have already stated that players are not allowed to leave this area, and they will be wiped out if they leave. Then this rule must apply not only to himself, but also to the treacherous trick. It will be much easier to deal with it at that time. After eavesdropping in the principal's office for a long time, Duanmu Huai stretched his body until the other party left, and then planned to go back to the classroom to see the students. However, when he came to the corridor, he heard a familiar voice not far away. Yes, it has nothing to do with talent. The students who were gathered together just because of the high tuition fees. The problem is, what exactly is their money used for? Huh? Duanmu Huai moved sideways, leaned against the wall, and looked towards the place where the voice came from. He saw Yukira and Chisa standing on the other side of the corridor, talking to someone on the phone. What is the board of directors that controls the academy hiding? I plan to focus on investigating the preparatory subjects first. I don't think it exists just to collect money. Oh! Hearing this, Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows. Unexpectedly, besides himself, there are other people investigating this school. And it is Yukira and Chisa. Duanmu Huai originally thought that she was just a simple trainee teacher who had just entered the society. Now it seems that this identity is obviously a disguise. I don't know who she works for. Well, it has nothing to do with me anyway. Duanmu Huai's goal is to destroy this school, and it is best to close it down. But it is obvious that although I don't know who is behind Yukira and Chisa, at least their goal is not to destroy this school. So Duanmu Huai does not intend to join forces with the other party, because this means that they are likely to disrupt their plans for their own interests. Sure enough, it is more convenient for me to act alone at present. As for the other three people, I hope they can do their own things well. Duanmu Huai leaned over to listen again, but he didn't hear any useful information, only heard a strange name, so he no longer cared and turned away. After school, Duanmu Huai spent his time on the preparatory subjects. According to what he had heard from the principal, this plan requires human experiments, so a volunteer is needed. Obviously, this so-called artificial genius is not something that anyone can do, so the team of this plan is screening students in the entire preparatory discipline to find the lucky one. This kind of thing must not be done when there are many people. So Duanmu Huai thought that after school is definitely the best time. Anyway, patrolling after school is not the first or second time. Well, Duanmu Huai likes to do this kind of thing the most. Especially suddenly appearing to scare those students who are studying physiological education in depth in school. Just as Duanmu Huai was wandering around the teaching building of the preparatory subject, he saw a girl carrying a baseball bat and walking into the music room in silence. This can't be hitting the drums with a baseball bat, right? Are the band girls in this world so hardcore? Duanmu Huai curiously moved over, and then quietly opened the door of the music room, and then he saw another girl standing in front of the window, staring out of the window. The girl holding the baseball bat walked towards her step by step. Why did you ask me to come here? I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. The girl didn't realize that she was in big trouble, just stared outside and asked. The girl holding the baseball bat frowned, clenched the bat in her hand, and hid it behind her. I have something to tell you about Mahiru. Do you have to do this? Of course. The former raised her head proudly. As long as that woman leaves, I can enter there and don't have to hang out with you rubbish. That woman is always pretending. It's disgusting to see her. I want to see what she can do after being kicked out of this school. I won't let you succeed. I want to protect Mahiru. You? What can you do with your own strength? The girl turned her head, and at this moment, the girl behind her had raised the bat high. Seeing this scene, the girl was immediately horrified. You? Go to hell. Accompanied by a roar, the girl clenched the bat and smashed it hard at the girl. Chapter 1872. Go to hell. The girl grabbed the bat and swung it hard at the girl in front of her. The latter just stood there blankly, obviously frightened. However, at this moment, a big hand suddenly stretched out from behind and grabbed the bat. Hey! The girl who intended to commit the crime turned her head in surprise, and then she saw Duanmu Huai standing behind her, holding the bat in his hand and staring at her. What? Want to kill someone? You know how to choose a place. No, why? How could it be? Faced with this unexpected change in front of her, the girl was obviously quite surprised. She stepped back in fear and looked at the girl in front of her again. The latter also reacted at this time and stared at her angrily. You actually want to kill me? You are so brave. Humph! The girl who committed the crime also trembled when she heard this, but soon, she stared at the other party angrily again. That's right, I'm going to kill you. I told you, if you dare to do anything to Mahiru, I will never let you go. Very good, very good. I want to see what you can do. Don't think this matter will end here. At this moment, the two of them were already staring at each other angrily, as if they wanted to rush up and tear the enemy in front of them into pieces immediately. However, the next moment, Duanmu Huai raised his fist and punched down one by one. Bang bang. Wow! What are you doing? Tell me everything clearly. Duanmu Huai folded his hands and looked at the two coldly. What happened? How do I know? The girl, who was almost beaten to death, snorted coldly. Shouldn't you ask the guy who did it? You speak first. Duanmu Huai turned to the attacker, who was now pale and blue, clenched his teeth, and said nothing. You won't say it, okay? Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders. Then both of you just wait to get out. Woo! Why do I have to drop out of school too? The attacker didn't need to say much, and the girl who was almost killed was naturally unwilling, but Duanmu Huai just glanced at her. Don't you want to say it? That's easy. I don't know if you really don't know or pretend not to know, but it doesn't matter. My creed is to kill 1,000 people by mistake rather than let one go. So if you don't tell me why this happened, then both of you get out, and if you want to fight each other, go somewhere else. Don't make trouble in school. Woo! I know, I say. The girl who committed the crime also made up her mind at this moment, and then she looked at Duanmu Huai and explained the situation. The girl who committed the crime was called Sato, and she was a classmate of the victim. They were both classmates in the preparatory course. But in fact, their fate was not only that. In junior high school, Sato, the victim, and another person were all members of the photography club. And that person happened to be Koizumi Mahiru, the super high school photographer in Duanmu Huai's class. By the way, the victim was not completely unrelated to Duanmu Huai's class, because she was the sister of Kazuria Fuyuhiko, the super high school gangster in Duanmu Huai's class, who was complained about countless times by Duanmu Huai and was about to be sent to juvenile detention, Kazuria Nanai. After entering high school, Koizumi Mahiru and Kazuria Fuyuhiko were selected to enter Hope's Peak Academy because of their talents. Being a photographer is fine, but what kind of talent is a gangster? Kazuria Nanai was not selected, and because of this, She hated Koizumi Mahiru very much, and Koizumi Mahiru often came to Sato to have lunch together, so Kazuri Nanai targeted Koizumi Mahiru in a weird way, and Sato clashed with Kazuri Nanai to protect Koizumi Mahiru. The reason why Sato killed Kazuri Nanai this time was because she heard Kazuri Nanai's secret plan to drive Koizumi Mahiru out. Because Hope's Peak Academy has a vacancy substitute system, as long as Koizumi Mahiru leaves, Kazuri Nanai will have the hope of entering the undergraduate program. And in order to protect his friend, Sato killed Kazuri Nanai. Is that what she said? After listening to Sato's confession, Duanmu Huai turned to look at Juzuri Saijai, whose face was pale. Just for this, you want to kill me? What do you mean just for this? I told you, if you dare to harm Mahiru, I will never forgive you. Madman, you are simply a madman. What good will it do you to kill for her? Because Mahiru is the hope of our photography club, I will never let her be ruined in your hands. The two of them stared at each other and quarreled, and Duanmu Huai coughed to interrupt the quarrel. Okay, have you quarreled enough? What do you say? Is what she said true? So what? Juzuri Saijai snorted coldly, and stared at Sato with disdain. My brother is the heir of the designated gang, the Kazuri group, which has more than 30,000 members. He is a super high school level gangster. As his sister, I am naturally a super high school level sister. As long as that annoying woman is not here, I can definitely join the undergraduate class as a substitute. You have no talent at all, so you come to the preparatory course, right? However, the pride of Kazuri Natsai was defeated by Sato in just an instant. If you really have talent, why are you here? You are just jealous of Mahiru. Because she is different from you, her talent is real, and you are just relying on the power of your parents. You? At this moment, Kazuri Natsai stared at Sato with murderous intent in her eyes. She clenched her fists, gritted her teeth, and stared at the other party fiercely. For a moment, the atmosphere seemed extremely dangerous. Duanmu Huai didn't care about such a small matter at all, and just coughed. Okay, the specific situation is very clear, you two follow me. Although both sides wanted to rush over and strangle each other to death, Duanmu Huai had already said it, so they could only listen to Duanmu Huai and follow him to leave the music classroom. No! Duanmu Huai did not take them out of the classroom. Instead, he took the two of them to the open space in the middle of the music classroom and clapped his hands. Okay, let's start. Fight. Duanmu Huai looked at the two of them and said coldly, Don't you want to fight? Come on, fight here as much as you want. Don't do any sneak attacks or other insidious tricks, face to face, fist to fist. Or do you only dare to show off your power and sneak attacks? Woo, ah! Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Sato hesitated for a moment, then roared and rushed directly towards Gyuto Lonkaizai. He grabbed the other party and tore her face desperately. Gyuto Lonkaizai also shouted and kicked Sato in the abdomen, and at the same time stretched out her hand to grab the latter's kelp-like curly hair. The two of them grabbed me, and I pulled you, and soon rolled on the ground. Well, women fighting is interesting. Duanmu Huai stepped back a few steps, leaned against the wall, and stared at the two girls with satisfaction. At this moment, they were attacking each other with their teeth and claws. But in Duanmu Huai's view, this is more like two kittens fighting. Well, after all, they are at this level. Duanmu Huai enjoyed the good show of the two girls fighting in front of him, while picking up his mobile phone and dialing the number. Hello, Mr. Yukizome, yes, it's me. Tell Kazuri Fuyuhiko and Koizumi Mahiru to come to the music room of the preparatory department, and tell them that I have a good show to show them. After the call, Duanmu Huai began to appreciate the fight between the women in front of him again. I have to say, it does look cute. Yes, cute. Don't look at Sato and Kazuri Natsai, who are murderous and want to strangle each other to death, but you can tell at a glance that these two have never fought before. At this moment, the two of them are pulling each other's hair and kicking each other with their legs. Originally, this move is quite lethal, but the problem is that the distance between the two is not far enough, causing their kicking movements to look like two kittens fighting. Gradually, the two people couldn't fight anymore. After all, people who can't fight are like this. Apart from scratching, tearing and kicking a few times, they have no other tricks. Duanmu Huai went up and first hit her chin with a headbutt, then grabbed the collar and punched her in the face. Or use your knee to hit the lower abdomen, or just use the invincible X-Dragon grab. Of course, although the fight is a mess, it still looks very pleasing to the eye, such as the skirt being lifted to the waist, and the collar being torn open to reveal the cleavage. Well, it turns out that women's fights are more entertaining. Dong dong dong. Just as Duanmu Huai was watching the two noobs pecking at each other, there was a sound of hurried footsteps outside the door. Dwanmu Hwai walked to the door of the music room and opened it. Then he saw Koizumi Mahiru and Kazuria Fuyuhiko standing there, and behind them stood Yuki Zenchisa and another white-haired girl. What? I only called them over. Why are you joining in the fun? Dwanmu Hwai glanced at Yuki Zenchisa and Bai Mao, and then gestured to the two of them. Okay, you two come in, and the rest of you, wait outside. After letting Koizumi Mahiru and Kazuria Fuyuhiko in, Dwanmu Hwai closed the door and locked the remaining two people outside. The two people who walked into the music room were confused, and they didn't understand why Dwanmu Hwai called them in, until they saw the two girls, who were fighting in the middle of the music classroom, and were already panting and exhausted, and they were immediately shocked. Sato! Natsai! The two of them ran over in a hurry, grabbed their friend and sister respectively, and pulled them apart. At this moment, the two of them were exhausted from fighting, and they panted and let the other party pull them apart. What is going on? Koizumi Mahiru was surprised, and Kazuria Fuyuhiko also frowned, looking at his sister in his arms, and then looked at Dwanmu Hwai. Teacher? What is? Oh, actually it's very simple, which is why I called you here. Dwanmu Hwai didn't care, and told the two of them everything from beginning to end. During the whole process, Sato and Natsai were pale, and they gestured to Dwanmu Hwai desperately to signal him not to say anything. But Dwanmu Hwai didn't care about this, and the two of them didn't have the strength to stand up after fighting, so how could they deal with him? After listening to Dwanmu Hwai's explanation of the cause and effect, Koizumi Mahiru and Kazuria Fuyuhiko had complicated expressions. They looked at their sister and friend respectively, not knowing what to say. Naizui, you are really... Kazuria Fuyuhiko hesitated to speak, while Koizumi Mahiru on the other side tightly held Sato's hand. Why did you do such a stupid thing? I just... want to protect you, because Mahiru, you are the hope of all of us. Hearing this word, Koizumi Mahiru's expression was also complicated. She looked at Sato, and didn't know what to say for a while. Instead, Kazuria Natsai spitted and spoke viciously. Bah, you wimp, you coward. You keep saying that I don't know my own abilities, but how good can you be? You are just using Koizumi as a tool to realize your wish. Isn't it because you can't do it that you hope Koizumi can do it? But even if Koizumi does it, what? That's still Koizumi's talent, not yours. I'm not. Just admit it, you are not angry that I want to attack Koizumi, but because if Koizumi leaves, then you can't realize your dream. You are not protecting Koizumi, you are just protecting yourself. It's pathetic to pin your dreams on others. I'm not. Sato clenched her fists and whimpered softly, trying to refute, but from her look, it was clear that Kazuria Natsai was obviously right. Then, Kazuria Natsai glared at Koizumi Mahiru again. So I hate you when I see you. So what if you have talent? You are fooled by this guy, thinking she is your good friend. Don't you notice anything? No, you know everything. But you just pretend to know nothing. So I feel disgusted when I see you. Can you solve the problem by treating yourself as an ignorant victim? When this guy makes a mistake, can you say that I didn't know she would think so? I didn't know at all. Facing the accusation of Kazuria Natsai, Koizumi Mahiru opened his mouth, then lowered his head dejectedly. Only Kazuria Fuyuhiko helped his sister up, said nothing, and then looked at Dwanmu Hwai and lowered his head. Teacher, thank you very much for coming forward to stop all this. Although Kazuria Fuyuhiko has a baby face, he is still very sensible. He can't explain the right and wrong between the three girls. But Kazuria Fuyuhiko knows that if Dwanmu Hwai hadn't stopped it, his sister would have become a cold corpse now. Excuse me, how do you plan to deal with Sato? But even if there is a reason, for Kazuria Fuyuhiko, the criminal who tried to kill his sister is still unforgivable. However, Dwanmu Hwai's answer surprised everyone. Deal with? Didn't I deal with it? Hey! Didn't you see that they had a fight just now? Dwanmu Hwai pointed to the center of the music classroom. To be honest, women fighting is quite interesting, and it's also good to relieve boredom when you are bored. Faced with Dwanmu Hwai's attitude, all four of them were speechless. So the matter is resolved like this, or do you have other ideas? Koizumi Mahiru didn't know what to say, and Kazuria Fuyuhiko frowned. Teacher, I think. Brother. However, before Kazuria Fuyuhiko finished speaking, he was interrupted by Kazuria Natsai. This is my problem, I will solve it myself. But Natsai. I am your sister, don't you believe me? And, after saying that, Kazuria Natsai glanced at the silent Sato again. I don't want you to use the power of the Kazuria group to do anything because of this matter, and I don't want others to say that I am an incompetent person who only relies on my parents and brothers. Okay, I understand. Kazuriya Fuyuhiko looked at his sister, nodded after a moment, then stood up and walked to the door of the music classroom. Then I go back first. Where's Koizumi? Koizumi Mahiro looked at his classmates in embarrassment, then looked at his friends, and lowered his head. I have something to say to Sato. Chapter 1873. For Duanmu Huai, this was just an ordinary little thing. As long as no one died, he didn't care. Although Sato didn't really kill Jiotu Long Kai Shai because of Duanmu Huai, and she was impulsive. But no matter what, it was also an attempted murder. After the two sides discussed privately, Sato decided to drop out of school. As for Jiotu Long Kai Shai, who was in front of Duanmu Huai again, was completely without the smug look before. Although she was very angry at the time, she came to her senses later and thought that she had walked around the gates of hell, which also made Jiotu Long Kai Shai quite scared. And she had also spoken wildly before, angering many students. It's not that she only provoked Sato, but she used to think that if she provoked him, she would be provoked. I am a member of the Jiotu Long group, what can you do to me? In the end, he really dared to kill you. If Duanmu Huai hadn't blocked it, Jiotu Long Kai Shai would have become corpse and now. Who wouldn't be afraid? It can be said that although Sato's bat didn't kill her, it completely broke her defense. Now everyone looks like a potential murderer to her, but Jiotu Long Kai is too embarrassed to ask for reconciliation. And considering that if she really gets into trouble here, her brother will also be in trouble, so she thought about it and decided to run away as soon as possible. Face is not as important as life. But she is still sensible, and she still came to thank Duanmu Huai before leaving. Looking at Jiotu Long Kai in front of him, Duanmu Huai touched his chin. What do you think? Hey! It's what you said before, that as long as Koizumi Mahiro leaves school, you can replace her. That was just my angry words. Speaking of this, Kazuriya Natsai's expression was also very ugly. When I saw Sato's look at that time, I just wanted to piss her off. After all, I didn't know if I could be a substitute, and I couldn't influence the school. If I could really influence it, why would I stay in the preparatory department, and go directly to the undergraduate department with my brother? No wonder Kazuriya Natsai looked so ugly at this moment. She was actually upset with Sato at that time, and wanted to brag and show off. Its essence is similar to the extent of my father is a policeman. If you dare to interfere again, I will ask my father to put your family in jail. Just like Kazuriya Natsai said, if she really had the ability to operate as a substitute, she would have directly operated herself into the undergraduate department when she enrolled. Why did she go to the preparatory department to embarrass herself? As a result, Kazuriya Natsai didn't expect that she almost lost her life by pretending to be cool. So she really didn't expect Sato to really want to kill her. I was just bragging, are you serious? Now this little girl has completely understood what it means to speak out of turn. Hee. Looking at Jiotu Long Kai Shai in front of him, Duanmu Huai laughed. Well, since you understand, then I have nothing to say. Well, but I just hope you can help me with something. Me? Yes. Duanmu Huai nodded. You are from the Jiotu Long group, so you should know a few media. The underworld and the entertainment industry are basically inseparable, so they often deal with the media, and Duanmu Huai is also very clear about this. Jiotu Long Kai Shai hesitated and nodded. My family knows some people in this field. Then, I hope you can introduce a few people to me. I have some explosive news to report. Hey! Hearing this, Jiotu Long Kai Shai's face changed. Teacher, you don't want to expose this matter, do you? This is just the beginning. Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes. Your little thing won't take up many pages in the news. What I want to talk about is the preparatory subject. Preparatory subject? That's right. Duanmu Huai nodded. Didn't you say it was a substitute or something? I went back and checked it later, and then found some interesting things. That is, you were deceived. Deceived? Hearing this, Jiotu Long Kai Shai couldn't help it. What do you mean, teacher? Come here, I show you something good. Duanmu Huai also smiled, then took out his mobile phone, motioned Jiotu Long Kai Shai to come over, then opened the phone and showed her the information inside. Do you know why there is suddenly a preparatory course? And the tuition is so expensive? The school said that they hope to awaken potential talents, but this is all a lie. They just opened this preparatory course because they want a large amount of funds. In fact, you have no chance of transferring to the undergraduate program. The reason why they say that the substitute is just to give you hope. What? Hearing this, Kazuriya Natsai couldn't help it, and clenched his fists in anger and shouted. Why do they do this? Because they have a plan and need a lot of money. Duan Muhui waved his hand and fooled around. This is not surprising. As a gangster, you should be very familiar with this kind of trick to make money. I know, but this is the peak of hope. Jiu Long Kai Shai stared at the data and icons on the phone, clenched his fists, and looked incredible. Why would they do this? Moreover, once the matter is exposed, won't they be finished? The premise is that it can be exposed, so I came to you. Duan Muhui looked at Jiu Long Kai Shai. After all, you are also a victim of this system. Money is probably not important to you, but you are the only one who almost lost his life. It just so happens that you have this identity and background and know people in this field, so I found you. I hope you can help me introduce a few people in the media. I will contact them and expose this matter. Hee, that will be interesting. But in that case, Hope's Peak will be. And my brother. Kujir Yukai is not a fool. She certainly knows what will happen to Hope's Peak Academy if this matter is exposed. This is also for your brother. Duan Muhui stared at Jia's Heilankai and whispered. I can't tell you the details, but you just need to know that this plan is implemented with talented people as sacrifices. You don't want your brother to be a sacrifice, do you? Sacrifice. Hearing Duan Muhui's voice, Jia's Heilankai trembled. Duan Muhui's voice quietly penetrated into her heart at this moment, as if countless mouths were whispering in her heart. Don't you want revenge? You've paid so much for this Hope, but it's all fake. Yes, we must teach Hope's Peak a lesson. This is also for my brother. Gradually, Jiu Long Kai Jia's eyes became firm. She raised her head and looked at Duan Muhui. Okay, teacher, I find someone to contact you. Then I leave it to you. Duan Muhui couldn't leave this school, but that didn't mean he couldn't find someone to help him. Well, the tricks of the old ones are sometimes quite useful. Jiu Long Kai Jia acted quickly. 2 days after leaving school, she called Duan Muhui and introduced him to a media reporter. Duan Muhui also contacted him and passed on some of the data in his hands. Although the other party was a little uneasy about this matter, after all, Hope's Peak Academy had a wide influence. Once this matter was reported, it might cause a big incident. But under Duan Muhui's comfort, he finally decided to sacrifice himself for humanity and justice like Jiu Long Saijai, and he must expose this matter. The best thing about modern society is that the media information is very wide and fast. Almost only 1 day later, the internet was full of news that Hope Peak Academy had established a preparatory department and collected money for human experiments. Very good, very good. Standing on the teaching building, looking at the lively school gate below, Duan Muhui nodded with satisfaction. Standing at the school gate at this moment, there are not only those preparatory students, but also many media reporters. In fact, when this matter was exposed, the most angry people were naturally the preparatory students. In order to awaken their talents, they were lured here with an illusory hope and paid a large sum of money. Now you tell me that all this is fake. You tricked us to come here just to make money? How can we tolerate this? Students are the easiest to incite. So soon, these students of preparatory courses gathered together to protest loudly, and even their parents spoke out. The tuition fees of preparatory courses are very expensive, and ordinary people can only afford it if they go bankrupt. In addition, there are those rich people, and rich people naturally have great influence. There are many students like Jiu Long Saijai whose parents have extensive influence. At this moment, they are naturally furious and have voiced accusations in the media. Not to mention, in order to attract attention, Duan Muhui also specially exposed part of the plan of Kamizura Delyu, saying that the subjects of this human experiment will be selected from the preparatory courses. This time everyone is even more furious. Not only do you want our money, but you also want our lives? What kind of school is your Hope Peak? A black shop? Very good, very good. I want to see how the school plans to end. Duan Muhui smiled and looked at the crowd of people protesting loudly below, as well as the security guards, who tried desperately to stop the students from rushing into the campus, and nodded with satisfaction. Don't you like to change your cunning trick? Then I give you a big one. How about using a nuclear bomb? Just as Duan Muhui thought, the Hope Peak Council was already in a state of panic. What's going on? Why was this plan leaked? The most urgent thing now is to speak out immediately, and show that these are all false. The other party has obtained the evidence. Do you want to say that the seal on it was not yours? This is the problem. The Kamizura Delia plan is a top-secret document. Why was it leaked? Did you do it? I already knew that you don't agree with this plan. Why do you say it was me? I don't agree with this plan, but I'm not stupid enough to take the initiative to expose the part that is not good for me. The old principal sat on the chair, frowned, and looked at the members of the board of directors, who were arguing in front of him, with a serious face. He also didn't agree with the plan of artificial genius, but he didn't understand who would turn the table in this way. Although the old principal knew that there were opposition parties in the board of directors, their purpose was only to seize power. Therefore, the struggle between the two sides had always been carried out under the water, instead of turning the table directly like this. After all, in this way, it would be a problem whether Hope's Peak Academy could continue. In fact, the government has put a lot of pressure on them now. However, how about we just make this plan public? However, at this moment, the old principal heard a surprising news. He raised his head and stared at the director who proposed this idea. What are you talking about? Are you crazy? I'm not. Isn't the reason why we agree with this plan because we think it can lead mankind forward? I believe that we are not the only ones who think so. Since things have come to this point, let's just make it clear and tell everyone that we are creating a great genius for the future of mankind. In this case, you are crazy. This is simply... No, wait, what he said makes sense. Isn't the reason why I agree with this plan because of its future? But once it is disclosed to the public, it will definitely cause turmoil. I think this method is good too. And we haven't started human experiments yet, have we? We haven't reached the final stage yet. So it can be open completely. After all, our process is still at the theoretical and preliminary research stage. That seems to be true. Soon, the wind direction changed, and many supporters agreed to the proposal. After all, although they are the directors of Hope's Peak, they are not perverts who want the world to be destroyed. The reason they agreed to this research is because they sincerely believe that this plan can make human beings better. What they care more about is reputation and status. After all, once this plan succeeds, as the initiator and promoter, they will surely be remembered for generations. So, in their opinion, this is not a plan that needs to be hidden. Huh? Hearing this, the old principal frowned even more. However, just as he was about to say something, the old principal suddenly saw a burly figure standing in the corner behind everyone, fiddling with his mobile phone. But when he blinked and looked over there again, he saw nothing. Maybe it's because his eyes are blurry. After that, everyone debated for another hour, and finally decided to disclose part of the plan to the public in batches, so as to gain public understanding and support. Then, it's decided. With the chairman's final decision, the directors breathed a sigh of relief, then turned on their phones, and then their faces suddenly changed. No, it's not good. What's wrong? The old principal looked at the pale-faced director next to him and asked. Just half an hour ago, the media released a new piece of news. The director swallowed his saliva with a pale face and looked at the old principal. It claims that our plan is to revive the creator of the academy, Kamizuru Uzuru. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Chapter 1874. Haha, I wonder what else you guys have to do. Duanmu Huai put away his phone, looked at the board members, who were broken in front of him with a smile, and yawned. For this group of directors, this scene was indeed beyond their expectations. Resurrect Kamuzu Uzuru? How is this possible? He has been dead for many years. How can he be resurrected? The name of the plan is just for the sake of meaning. It doesn't mean that I will really resurrect Kamuzu Uzuru. However, they also know that it is useless no matter what they say. It's like formulating a plan for migration to outer space. Originally, everyone was thinking about the moon, but someone jumped out and said that the plan's goal is to colonize Mars, and even swore to bring out the content of Mars migration. Although they may just want to make a migration framework that can be used on the moon and Mars. Who told you to really write Mars in the document? Then the public will definitely believe it. Then what can you do? Debunk the rumor? If you really debunk the rumor, doesn't that mean you are not capable? But if you don't debunk the rumor, you haven't even been to the moon, but you are thinking about going to Mars? Isn't this bullshit? Not to mention, their plan is much more dangerous than alien migration, and it also involves human experiments. If you tell the public that we want to create a being with all talents, the public will only say that they don't understand what you are talking about. But if you say I am planning to revive someone, everyone will say it is a resurrection. We understand that. But the problem is that these two are not at all difficult. Although everyone knows that if this matter is really spread, even if most people will condemn it on the surface, many people will even join in privately. After all, who doesn't like to be reborn? The problem is that I really can't do this. We are scientists, not necromancers. If I had known earlier, I shouldn't have added the name of Kamizuru Uzuru just to get a good start. Now, it's all over. Soon, the directors left the meeting room in a hurry, and Duanmu Huai stretched and turned to leave. Next, he wanted to see what stupid things these idiots could do. Well, Okay. Duanmu Huai admitted that he still underestimated the stupidity of these people. These idiots actually closed the school. My goodness, this is really spectacular. Standing in the corridor, looking at the scenery outside the window, Duanmu Huai was speechless. Those powerful students in the preparatory department have basically gone back to their own homes. But the problem is that there are still many students in the preparatory department whose backgrounds are not so good. In order to enter the preparatory department, their whole family even borrowed money. It can only be said that Hope's Peak Academy has too big an appetite, the tuition is too high, and it swallows too much funds. When these people find out that what they have done for all is just a scam, they will explode on the spot. Those who are trying to rush into the school at the school gate fought with the guards in charge. I never thought that things would turn out like this. Other students also came to the corridor at this time, looking at the riot in the distance with anxiety. Duanmu Huai snorted coldly. The board of directors are all idiots. If it were you, I would just arrest the principal and his group of greedy guys, tie them up, and send them out. They are the ones who caused the trouble. Why did they lock us in? What does it have to do with us if these people are greedy for money? Teacher Duanmu is right. What does this have to do with us? Yes, yes. The students were already very dissatisfied. When they heard Duanmu Huai's words, they immediately responded as if they had found their backbone. Shui Ranqian Sha was so scared that she hurriedly tried to stop them. Don't get excited. We should follow the school's arrangements. But hasn't the school made any arrangements yet? And also complained dissatisfiedly. As a ruler, she couldn't stand these useless people who only took money but did nothing, not to mention that the other party was coaxing and cheating. If it were in her own country, and would definitely execute all these guys. What are they doing? Shouldn't the principal come out to speak and appease the students at this time? Instead, he put on such a confrontational attitude. What's the point? That's right. Duanmu Huai nodded. As he said that, Duanmu Huai turned and walked to the other side of the corridor. Teacher Duanmu? Where are you going? The principal's office. I want to see how long these cowardly scum can hide in the school. Good idea. Although Duanmu Huai is not like Shui Ranqian Sha, who is everyone's confidant, her reputation in the class is still not low. When other students heard that Duanmu Huai was going to arrest someone, they also became excited. Let's go together. Why should we suffer for the trouble they caused? That's right. Originally, people with super high school talents were all self-centered guys. Duanmu Huai showed his strength before and suppressed them. Now Duanmu Huai took the initiative to take the lead, and the others were already dissatisfied, so of course they followed. Instead, Shui Ranqian Sha was confused and surprised. Wait a minute, everyone, this is not good, you are going against the school. However, no one paid attention to her. Soon, a group of people came to the principal's office with a rumble, and then Duanmu Huai kicked the door open. Principal. Get out of here. Oh, it seems that you can't get out. Huh? Seeing that the aggressive Duanmu Huai suddenly stopped, the others were also stunned, and then they looked into the room and were shocked. In the principal's office, a middle-aged man was sitting behind the desk, his head raised high, his eyes wide open, and pink blood flowing down his cheeks, dyeing his entire face pink. Wait, why is it pink? Duanmu Huai silently glanced at the corpse. Well, fortunately, the court relies on skulls to confirm race instead of blood otherwise. Huh? What is this? How could it be? The principal? Looking at the principal who had turned into a corpse behind the desk, everyone was stunned, and at the same time, the originally silent broadcast suddenly sounded, and a strange voice came from it. Mic test, school broadcast. The body has been found. Please find the murderer who killed the principal, and after a period of free time, hold a class trial. This is the voice coming from the broadcasting room. Let's go and take a look. Wait, everyone. Soon, some students and Yukizome Chisa left the scene together, and Duanmu Huai stood at the door, curiously looking at the body. Of course, he knew this person. It was the principal of Hope's Peak Academy, and it seemed that he was murdered. This also meant, damn, you're playing tricks like this, right? What I hate most is reasoning games. Teacher, what should we do now? Qian Hai Qianqiu, who was standing not far from Duanmu Huai, asked, and Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes. What should we do? Cold. Call the police and say that the principal is dead, and let the police come in to investigate. Okay. Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Sonia, who was standing on the other side, hurriedly took out her mobile phone and called the police, but... Hey! It's strange, the police call can't get through? No signal. Me too. Soon, other students also took out their mobile phones to call, and then gave the same answer. Then go out and find the police directly. Aren't they outside the school? Although there is a layer of rioting students in the middle. Those students are blocking the way, so they can't get in at all. But there is a murder here, they won't continue to block the school. Listening to the discussion of the students around him, Duanmu Huai came to the corridor and looked out the window again. Oh, don't worry, they won't block the school again. Hey! Really? Those students left? No, they rushed in. Hey. Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, everyone hurried to the corridor and looked out the window. They saw that the originally closed door had tilted to the side for some reason, and a large group of students rushed in with various weapons, and all the security guards, who tried to stop them, were knocked to the ground. A group of students holding sticks beat the security guards in front of them, and knocked them to the ground. When a large group of students rushed over, there were only a few inhuman corpses left on the ground. How could this happen? Seeing this scene, the students' faces changed drastically. Why didn't the police come forward to stop it? I'm afraid those guys can't be counted on. Duanmu Huai looked at the flashing police lights in the distance and squinted his eyes. According to reason, the police should have attacked violently when something like this happened, but they are still unwilling to go out, which obviously should be a problem. I don't know if it's the rules of the game map. You see, it's like the old-fashioned plot in many games where the protagonist has killed all the enemies before the police and soldiers finally show up. Next, we can only rely on ourselves. Chapter 1875. Everyone gather first, and then we will fight our way out. Duanmu Huai clenched his fist and quickly gave the order. They were just a group of students, and he could deal with them however he wanted. If they dared to break in and cause trouble, Duanmu Huai would not mind beating them to death. No one else had any objection to Duanmu Huai's proposal. Soon, a group of people went downstairs quickly and ran towards the defense line of the gate under the leadership of Duanmu Huai. However, just as everyone arrived at the gate, suddenly, a rapid alarm sounded, and then everyone saw heavy metal plates suddenly fall down, completely blocking the surrounding windows and the door leading to the outside. For a moment, the entire hall quickly fell into darkness, and then the shining red light came on, illuminating the dim hall in front of them. Hey! What's going on? Faced with this sudden change, everyone was stunned, and at this moment, the weird voice on the radio sounded again. Emergency alert! Due to the detection of unidentified intruders invading the campus, in order to protect the students, who bear the future destiny of mankind from harm, the emergency blockade procedure has been initiated. From now on, the entire school is in a state of full blockade. Huh? Hearing this, everyone was shocked again, and Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows, then clenched his fists and moved his body, striding towards the blocked gate. As if guessing what he was going to do, soon, the voice sounded again. To avoid accidents, I remind you here, please do not use violent means to destroy doors, windows, and walls. Once the system detects non-compliant behavior, it will activate the school's internal self-destruct system. At that time, the whole school will be blown up to the sky with a bang. Oh, I don't believe you. Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes, and continued to walk towards the gate. He really didn't care whether what this guy said was true or not. After all, he was so treacherous that he didn't say a word of truth. Besides, even if it was true, what could he do? Could it be that he couldn't withstand such a small explosion? Let alone Duanmu Huai, it would be easy for him and the others to survive the explosion. But is this a violation? However, just as Duanmu Huai walked to the door and was about to blow up the metal door with a punch, the voice sounded again at the right time. It's hard to say. After all, if the map itself disappears, then do we leave the map? Hearing this, Duanmu Huai's eyes condensed. Indeed, he still remembered the letter with special rules he received before entering this world. It did say that once you leave the map area, you will be completely wiped out. Duanmu Huai's situation now is like a boxer walking into the ring. According to the rules, once a boxer is knocked off the ring and falls to the ground, it is considered out of bounds. But on the other hand, if you smash the entire ring into pieces and then fall to the ground, is this considered a foul out of bounds? Even if you are where the ring is, if the ring itself disappears, then is it considered in the venue? Or is it considered out of bounds? Duanmu Huai is definitely not afraid of any explosions. Even if the opponent drops a nuclear bomb here, it can't kill him. But if the entire school is destroyed, is the competition venue still considered to exist? Well, this is hard to say. As expected of a cunning and treacherous person, this trick is really a set. Duanmu Huai snorted coldly and put down his fist. He really didn't want to bet on this. Now it seems. It seems that we can only play this game according to the other party's rules. It's really super annoying. Very good, it seems that we have reached a consensus. The voice laughed and looked quite proud. Then next, we are going to play a game. It's very simple. As I said before, you have to find the murderer who killed the principal and bring him to justice. What a joke. Isn't it you who is hiding your head and showing your tail? At this time, another student clenched his fist and shouted, and facing his angry questioning, the other side seemed to be prepared for this. Of course not. I am very strict in this regard. I can tell you completely and definitely that I did not kill the current principal of Hope's Peak Academy, Rin Kirikiri. If possible, I hope to die the sentence in red. Who is it then? This is the answer you need to find. Also, you only have 24 hours. If you can't find the answer after 24 hours, I will also detonate the bomb. What a joke. Who are you, and what do you want to do? Hey! However, this time the broadcast was completely silent. No matter how the student shouted, there was no response. Well, there is no point in wasting saliva here. Duanmu glanced coldly at the loudspeaker in the corner and retracted his gaze. Let's do what we can do. Just as Duanmu and others rushed back to the principal's office, a secret battle was going on in a dark and dim maze. Gah! A huge figure shouted and raised the staff in his hand. It was more than 10 meters tall, covered with blue feathers all over its body, with a pair of wings behind it. On its sharp, bird-like head, a pair of eyes were full of insidiousness and cunning. Under the feet of this monster, hundreds of demons were surging, screaming wildly, and shining magic lights one after another, tearing the original darkness here. In front of them, a slender figure flashed by like a ghost, accompanied by a few gunshots, and the leading demon was instantly knocked to the ground. Then in the blink of an eye, the moonlight sword mixed with cold wind suddenly emerged and swept across the entire battlefield. The bursting cold wind completely froze the surrounding demons, blew out their flames, and turned their bodies into hard ice. Mary held the staff in one hand and the gun in the other, and flashed through the frozen demon. At the same time, she saw the big birdman suddenly raise the staff in his hand and aim at her. A blue lightning roared out, like a dancing silver snake, catching the moment when the girl's body was unstable and shooting straight at her. Kalia, return it. But facing this lightning that was enough to burn her, Mary was not in a hurry at all. She held the staff tightly in her right hand and turned forward. The next moment, she saw the lightning that hit Mary suddenly return to the original path and hit the giant birdman without bias, causing the latter to roar angrily. Almost at the same time, accompanied by two gunshots, one of the giant birdman's eyes was completely blown up by the flying bullet. This made the giant birdman slow down and half kneel on the ground. Just as the birdman knelt on the ground, Mary had raised her staff again and aimed straight at it. The roaring soul torrent devoured the birdman demon in front of her without mercy, completely wiping it out. Huh? Mary breathed a sigh of relief until the last remnant of the demon dissipated in the air. She held the staff tightly in front of her and gasped. Sure enough, just like Mr. Duanmu said, I am the biggest trouble for the treacherous trick. While talking to herself, Mary stared at the surroundings. This seemed to be an underground maze, but she didn't know where it was. Mary didn't even know where to go. She had no way to contact Duanmu, nor could she contact other people, which made Mary a little uneasy. Moreover, in this dim underground maze, there are endless demons everywhere. They always attack themselves in one way or another, and even this terrible giant demon has appeared. Fortunately, Mary has followed Duanmu for a long time, and as the only two judges in the tribunal who are qualified to issue an extermination order, Mary is also experienced in fighting demons. At least these demons are much more beautiful than the followers of the old ones. After all, the latter are completely unbearable to look at. Of course, for Mary, what she is most grateful for now is... Fortunately, I have asked Miss Fulillian about this magic before. Looking at the clothes on her body, Mary breathed a sigh of relief. As a long-lived elf magician, Fulillian naturally knows countless magics, especially her folk magics of old grandmother's home tips, which are extremely interesting and useful. Mary had learned magic from Fulillian that can clean clothes and body. Because of this, even though she had been fighting against these ghosts and demons in this ghost place for such a long time, her clothes were still as clean as new, and there was no smell on her body. I don't know what happened to Mr. Duanmu. Mary calmed down and stared ahead. If she only used her left eye to see, what Mary saw was a disordered, chaotic and messy maze. But Mary's golden eyes told her that all this was an illusion. There was only one road hidden in this chaos and confusion. Although it was a thorny road. The girl sighed again, then raised her head and looked forward. She could only move forward now to return to Duanmuhui, or destroy the conspiracy of the guy who was hiding in the shadows and laughing at her powerlessness. Mary already knew how terrible and insidious this guy was. Lies and illusions were just illusions. What it could really do was to induce you to step into its trap. Just like what Mr. Duanmu always said, everything is part of the plan. And now, the path she has chosen may be the same. But even so, for Mary, all she has to do is to keep going. Chapter 1876. When Duanmuhui and others returned to the principal's office again, Shui Ranqiansha also came back with the students. According to Shui Ranqiansha, the door of the broadcasting room was locked, but when they opened the door, they found that there was no one inside, and the recording was playing inside. The students couldn't believe it, but Duanmuhui knew that if he was treacherous, he could really do such a thing. So after deciding that they couldn't leave the school, the next thing they had to do was to find the murderer who killed the principal. I don't know if it was lucky or unfortunate. Because of the free-range management of Hope Peak, there were basically few students coming to school. In total, only Duanmuhui's class was there, and the teachers basically went to the meeting and were not in the teaching building. So everyone had their own ideas about who the murderer was. It must be the one who played the radio. But that person said it wasn't him. If he said it wasn't him, then it wasn't him. Have you ever seen a criminal admit that he was the murderer? It's impossible that the criminal is among us. How is that possible? We have been playing games in the class, and we have basically never left, right, class monitor? Ah, yes. Hearing the question, Nanami Chiaki nodded blankly. Besides, we have no motive to kill the principal. We are not from the preparatory department. So, it seems to make sense. Then who killed the principal? The direction just now is correct. Maybe the students of the preparatory department sneaked into the teaching building and killed the principal. Maybe he originally planned to escape, but now, because the teaching building is blocked, he is trapped with us. Hey! So we are trapped with a murderer. As soon as this was said, the atmosphere became tense. After all, no one had thought of such a thing. Moreover, in such a large teaching building, if there is really a murderer who wants to hide, it is not so easy for them to find him. Soon, the students began to investigate the case spontaneously, and Duanmuhui, as always, was a hands-off boss, leaving the work of comforting them to Shui Ranqiansha, while he stood aside and began to think about how to break the situation. Duanmuhui did not believe the other party's conditions. Indeed, perhaps the murderer existed, but in Duanmuhui's opinion, what does it matter? The court of justice is not bound by these moral norms of the world. The principal died and died. The question is whether the murderer will be killed next, and then infinite nesting dolls? In fact, what he is looking for is not the murderer, but the treacherous trick. Duanmuhui is very sure that the other party must have changed into someone else, and is among this group of people. Of course, if possible, Duanmuhui also wants to kill all these students directly. This is also a sacrifice for mankind, and they should feel honored. But considering that this might also be the guy's plan, Duanmuhui had to think about it more. Anyway, there is still time. If nothing changes if it continues like this, then it won't be too late to consider taking action. At the same time, others were doing their own things, and didn't go to watch the fun. She was a princess, and investigating cases was not her strong point. A qualified leader should leave these things to the right people. Sonia was the same. The two were whispering outside at the moment. Sonia was also a little worried about the murderer, who was unknown, and it was comforting her. After all, unlike Sonia, and was a top-notch magic genius, while the former was just a girl with no power. Even if a terrible murderer really appeared, and was sure to knock him to the ground. "Missin, I want to go to the bathroom." "I go with you." Sonia was obviously not used to the corpse, so it accompanied her to the bathroom, and then Sonia entered the bathroom, while and looked around vigilantly. Then she saw the bathroom door open, and then Kurikawa Akane walked in. "Akane? What are you doing here?" Seeing Kurikawa Akane appear, and was a little surprised. After all, they had agreed to pretend to be ordinary people who were not familiar with each other. "Ah, I just feel a little uncomfortable, and want to wash my face," Kurikawa Akane said as she turned on the faucet, making a sound of running water, and at the same time she took out her mobile phone and placed it in front of him. "I found that Miss Mary was not quite right. I suspect she was not herself. Where is Missin?" "Ah, I came with Sonia." Seeing the message on the phone, and was stunned for a moment, but as a princess, she immediately returned to normal and answered Kurikawa Akane's question in a normal tone. At the same time, Anne's finger gently passed through the air, and a line of text appeared. What's going on? How did you find that Miss Mary was not quite right? Is that so? Miss Sonia is not feeling well either? She is not acting like this. Kurikawa Akane read the lines like a performance, and sent a message to it again. What does it mean to not act like this? And was somewhat confused. Yes, after all, we didn't expect to see the principal. Hey. Her movements, expressions, and habits are different from those of Miss Mary. I am an actor, I know how to imitate a person. If you want to imitate a person, you need to imitate them in many aspects, such as tone, temperament, movements, and habits. Perhaps because he felt that it was not possible to express it clearly, Kurikawa Akane paused for a moment, then smiled and waved to him. Ah, and Akane, are you in the bathroom too? It was Kurikawa Akane who was speaking, but at this moment and only felt that the energetic super high school photographer Koizumi Mahiro was in front of him. However, Kurikawa Akane ignored him, and continued to sing a one-man show. Koizumi-san, are you in the bathroom too? Well, I wash my face. After all, this kind of thing is too sudden. Where's Sionji-san? Well, she's over there. She doesn't seem to want to come in. Sorry to bother you. It's okay. As he spoke, Kurikawa Akane took a few steps, then opened the door of the bathroom, and then closed it. Then, she looked at it again. This time, before Kurikawa Akane spoke, and immediately understood what she meant. It was obvious that in the scene just now, except for the appearance and hairstyle, Kurikawa Akane was almost exactly the same as Koizumi Mahiro, and even the voice was very similar. Although Mr. Knight said that Miss Akane was a talented actor, but has it reached this level? To be honest, if this is some kind of magic, and can still accept it. But it is a bit scary to reach this level only by acting. Wait, so as long as Miss Akane is willing, she can perfectly play any one of us. Thinking of this, Anne's eyes suddenly brightened. Miss Jean, can you play Gulia? I now believe that you are the real Miss Anne. Kurikawa Jean sighed silently. Although Anne's question was unreasonable, as a person who could use profiles to invite gods to possess her, she was naturally very clear about Anne's thinking circuit. Eating meal replacements, right? Please forgive me for rejecting it. Should I tell Mr. Knight about this? I don't think he will believe it. In short, be careful. This is also the reason why Kurikawa Jean didn't tell Duanmu Huai immediately. After all, after so many times of inviting gods to possess her, Kurikawa Jean also knew that Duanmu Huai was very vigilant about this evil god. Moreover, he just felt that the person was not like Mary, which did not mean that the other party must be an evil god. And think about it carefully, maybe the other party deliberately exposed this flaw to attract himself, and others to take the bait. And Kurikawa Jean is not without reason to be so cautious. After all, the four of them were teleported to different areas after leaving the rest space. For example, when Kurikawa Akane opened his eyes, he was standing at the door of the dormitory, and it seemed to be somewhere else, which means that they went to the classroom after that, just like everyone else. It is conceivable that in this situation, it is not impossible that something happened. But Kurikawa Akane didn't understand why the other party would attack Miss Mary. After all, in terms of pure strength, he was the weakest among the three. It takes time to summon a spirit, and it is not like multiple personalities that can be switched in a blink of an eye. This is not a computer program. The reason why she looked for him was because Kurikawa Akane's fighting power was the lowest among the three people when she didn't summon the gods. At least it was a safety net. As for what to do, if it was pretended by the other party, Kurikawa Akane didn't think too much about it. She was good at acting, not fighting wits. If Kurikawa Akane understood the cunning, she might be able to get some clues by imitating the other party's way of thinking, but unfortunately, it was obviously not in line with the rules of the trial court to study an evil god, and Kurikawa Akane also knew that Duanmu Huai would definitely object. So, she could only take this approach. Then the two chatted for a few more words, and then Sonia came out of the bathroom, greeted the two, and asked about Koizumi Mahiro. It can be seen that Sonia didn't expect that the Koizumi Mahiro just now was a one-man show performed by Kurikawa Akane alone. Then, the three left the bathroom, and on the way back to the classroom, and quietly sent a message to Kurikawa Akane. When did you find out that something was wrong with Miss Mary? I found out when we met in this world. Miss Mary, are you okay now? She should be safe. Kurikawa Akane couldn't be sure of this either. At least for now, she could only hope that she was safe. Chapter 1877. It hums in the darkness. It roars in the void. Lies are its curtain, and imagination is its reality. Reality is distorted, ideals are subverted, justice and evil, truth and fallacy are all spinning and changing between hands. Without oneness, without certainty, Chaos itself is an existence of eternal change. Everything in this world is changing. No one can resist change, and no one can stop change. However, that touch of gold pierced through the ambiguous veil of chaos, and those lights reflecting hope, pain, and dreams melted and dissipated like the first snow in front of the golden pupils. Everything returned to the cold reality, without hope, without wisdom, as if the world had just returned to what it should have been. This crystal maze should not have been like this. It tore apart expectations and goals, turning them into madness and despair. Almost every moment, this maze kept changing its rules, tracks, and paths under the great vision of treacherous trickery, and there was no trace to follow. Mortals who enter it will only fall into the eternal fog. But she will not. Wherever the golden eyes touch, the laws of chaos are quietly dispelled, and the stable reality is covered ruthlessly. It's like a child is desperately telling his parents how many combinations can make the result equal to 4, but he is greeted by a slap in the face without humanity. Children, don't think too much, just write 2 plus 2 is equal to 4. This shouldn't be like this. This is how it should be. The Fate Weaver raised his head, and his 2 mouths let out angry roars and treacherous laughter. Everything is ruined. Everything is as planned. She shouldn't be here. She should be here. This is not the ending we want. This is the ending we want. Mary is still moving forward. The demons have disappeared without a trace, replaced by endless chatter. They came from all directions, and echoed in Mary's ears. You can never go back. You can't get out of this maze at all. Admit the reality. You don't even realize that you are going in the wrong direction now. Maybe you should turn around and try another direction? Mary admitted that the voice made sense. In fact, she didn't know where this road led to. Just like the voice said, maybe she took the wrong road, maybe this is not the exit. But it doesn't matter, at least this is a road, and it is the road she chose, so she will go to the end. Mr. Duanmu is the same. He never looks back or stops. He always stares at the front, aims at the goal, and then strides forward. Mary knew that sometimes other methods might be better for Duanmu Huai, but that was not his decision. So, she did not stop, but continued to move forward. But that voice obviously did not give up. So what if you return to him? You are just one of the countless women around him, and you may be relatively valued, but can you bear to share the same man with others? You deserve better, not to choose such a guy. Indeed, Mary nodded in agreement. The love she expected was a gentleman who loved her, just like the protagonist in the novel, who was deeply in love, full of gentlemanly manners, and loved her, not a man like Duanmu Huai, who was rude, barbaric, uninteresting, and did not understand any manners. But she has already decided. That's just your wishful thinking. The scream was deafening, shaking Mary's heart. You know he doesn't mean that. He just wants you to be his helper, not to propose to you. Maybe for him, it's just a position, and you are very suitable for this position, that's all. Are you willing to endure this? You should tell him what you expect, not just be a yes man around him. I am used to this kind of life, at least for now, and what will happen in the future is something we will talk about later. Mary suddenly remembered Fulilian, who once told Mary about her life. The elf wizard who lived for 1,000 years did the same thing most of the time, studying magic, picking herbs, and occasionally killing demons. For Fulilian, 1,000 years of time did not change her too much. She was like this before, like this now, and maybe like this in the future. Mary envied Fulilian's calm and indifferent attitude towards life, and she also had some yearning for it. Because this means that no matter how time changes, there are always some things that will not change. Like now, she enjoyed following Duanmu Huai, observing his battles, recording it all, and then compiling it into a book. Maybe one day she will get tired of it, but at least not now. Stubborn, the voice was screaming and roaring. Nothing is constant, the world is always changing, and you are no exception. In the end, you will also give up everything you once held on to. Mary stopped. It was not because she felt anything about this sentence, but because at this moment, Mary suddenly remembered a joke that Duanmu Huai had told her. You said, nothing is constant? Yes, everything in the universe is changing, all the time, anytime, anywhere, without exception. So, is this itself a kind of unchanging? Mary asked her inner question curiously. You said that the universe is changing all the time. Does this mean that this is the eternal and only unchanging characteristic of the universe? Silence. Aw, sorry, I just suddenly remembered the joke Mr. Duanmu once told me. The roar and scream of terror suddenly broke out, and the next moment, the crystal maze in front of Mary was completely shattered. Ah! The shrill scream broke out from the speaker, making everyone cover their ears involuntarily. The sound was deafening and heartbreaking, as if a birdman's but was pierced by a mace covered with thorns. Damn, what's going on? It's so ugly. Is it haunted? Duanmu put down his ears and stared at the loudspeaker with dissatisfaction. The piercing scream was echoing in the closed teaching building at this moment, like an illusory ghost. Then the next moment, an unexpected scene appeared. The steel plates that originally closed the entire teaching building rose one after another, showing the scenery outside again in front of everyone. The blockade had been lifted, and replaced by shouts and roars from outside. What's going on? Faced with this scene, everyone was a little confused. We haven't found the murderer yet? Whatever it is, let's go out first. Duanmu didn't care what was going on. Although he didn't know what happened just now, Duanmu could hear the general collapse of the sun, who had been raised for decades, and found that he was not his own in the sound of the loudspeaker. At least this was good news for him. Whether it was good news for the treacherous trick was not a problem for Duanmu to consider. Anyway, for it, good changes and bad changes are the same. Led by Duanmu, the group quickly came to the first floor and rushed out of the door of the teaching building. On the way, the thugs with weapons also rushed over, but they were obviously not Duanmu's opponents. Facing these preparatory students, Duanmu showed no mercy. He waved his hands and knocked out all the guys who dared to stand in front of him. It was like an angry bull knocking all the obstacles in front of him. When the group rushed out of the door of the teaching building and came to the square, there were only students who fell down and lost consciousness. Hurry, we must leave here. Shui Ranqian Sha desperately encouraged the students. Come on, everyone, as long as we pass through here, we can leave the school. By then, we will be safe. However, just as she finished speaking, she saw Duanmu in front of her suddenly stopped, then turned around and punched Shui Ranqian Sha in the face. Bang! The latter had never expected Duanmu to attack her, and took the punch firmly. Then she flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. Teacher? Seeing this scene, the other students were also stunned and speechless for a while. They had no idea what was going on, and why the two teachers in their class suddenly fought without any warning. However, Duanmu was obviously not interested in answering their questions. He just clenched his fists, walked forward, and stared at Shui Ranqian Sha, who was lying on the ground. Get up, bitch. This punch won't kill you, although I really want to do so. Hearing Duanmu's words, Shui Ranqian Sha stood up. There was no scar on her face. Duanmu's punch, that was enough to blow the wall apart, just now seemed to have no effect. The latter touched her cheek and stared at Duanmu. I am really surprised. How did you find me? Not surprised. Duanmu shrugged. Your bad taste has always been like this. I am a little tired of it. Isn't it just jumping back and forth between hope and despair, and then finding fun for yourself? I can even guess that once they walk out of the school gate, they will only face despair, right? Yes. And no. Shui Ranqian Sha smiled slightly, and stared at Duanmu. I originally wanted you to witness the truth of this world with your own eyes, but unfortunately, it seems that you don't intend to give me this opportunity. I don't care about the shitty truth of this world. Duanmu shrugged and clenched his fists. I just came here to beat you up. Barbaric, stubborn, and stupid. Yuki-zen Chisa shook her head. But your pet is really interesting. As she spoke, Yuki-zen Chisa's body began to twist and deform, and then a huge two-headed bird appeared in front of Duanmu. You can't destroy my lord. Everything is as planned. The two-headed bird raised its staff and pointed at Duanmu. And your fate is already determined. Chapter 1878. Is change a kind of invariance? When Duanmu told Mary this joke, he was just telling it as a joke. Similar to God is omnipotent, so can God create a stone that he can't lift? Or maybe the emperor talks about the truth of the empire every day, but one day he cultivates an atheist god in the warp. And the joke Duanmu made to the Lord of Change is also based on this contradiction. Because players all know why the plan of the treacherous trick has become a meme, the reason is it can't control itself. That's right, let's review the nature of gods here again. Gods, like the evil gods of the warp, which are formed by the extreme emotions of living beings, will inevitably act in accordance with their nature. And the more extreme the emotion, the easier it is to cause an impact. Why does the plan of the treacherous trick always fail? The reason is simple, it doesn't necessarily have to succeed. The treacherous trick desires change and expects change, which is change itself. If you plan a conspiracy and then complete it smoothly without any mistakes, this will not please the treacherous Gui. On the contrary, if you plan a conspiracy, the advantage is in me, this is safe, and then it will fail at the last moment. Then the treacherous Gui will be overjoyed. This is not because the treacherous Gue is a masochist and must be abused to be happy, but because it is the god of change, the master of all changes. Therefore, only change can meet the wishes of the treacherous Gue, which is why the treacherous Gue is obviously the second among the 4 evil gods, but no one takes it seriously. If the other 3 were sacrificed, they could really destroy a planet or even a galaxy. But as for the treacherous trick, you can't say you are a believer unless you turn the car over yourself. Therefore, it can be said that change is the underlying logic of the treacherous trick, which is absolutely unchangeable. This is also the reason why the treacherous trick and the corrupt dirt have a bad relationship, because the corrupt dirt represents eternal stagnation, which is exactly the opposite of the treacherous trick. Just like the 2 poles of a magnet, they naturally won't get along. Then the question comes, is an underlying logic that is absolutely unchangeable still considered a change? This kind of contradiction is quite common on the internet. For example, the only eternal thing in this world is that nothing is eternal. So is this true or not? This question doesn't matter to other people. Duanmu Huai doesn't care, Mary doesn't care, and even the corrupt dirt, the evil of obsession, and the tyrannical anger don't care. Does it make a difference to them whether it changes or not? Probably not. But for the treacherous Gue, this is another matter. Of course, if it is just relying on such a self-contradictory joke, it is not so easy to break the defense of the treacherous Gue. If other mortals say this, the treacherous Gue will only smile and let him study it clearly. But unfortunately, the person in front of the treacherous Gue at this moment is Mary Clarissa Christie. She may not be a big deal, but she has golden eyes. The eyes emitting golden light anchor the pure origin of all things in the world. For the treacherous Gue, she is a more dangerous and difficult enemy than Duanmu Huai. In the eyes of the treacherous Gue, Duanmu Huai is not a threat at all. At most, he is just another tyrannical wrath. It could fool the tyrannical wrath before, and naturally it can also fool Duanmu Huai. But Mary is different. Her golden eyes can see through everything, lies, illusions. Nothing can escape Mary's eyes. In fact, in the first 3 battles, the one that the treacherous Gue wanted to kill the most was not Duanmu Huai, but Mary. Especially at that time, it instigated Mary to wake up the Night Holder. After all, the treacherous Gue knew very well that as the ruler of the laws of physics, Mary's golden eyes had no effect on the star god. If Mary had been more impatient at that time and woke up the Night Holder in advance, she would have been killed by the fragment of the star god, and she would have been able to remove the biggest obstacle in front of her. Unfortunately, this girl is much more difficult than she imagined. Her desire is quite bland, but her goal is very firm, even persistent. It is not just a love affair between men and women, but also mixed with a sense of mission. Damn the obsessive evil, that idiot. If the obsessive evil was still here, it could have strengthened Mary's expectations of Duanmu Huai and led her to the path of destruction and degeneration. But what the treacherous Gue didn't expect was that Duanmu Huai actually used an unconventional move. At that time, the treacherous Gue also felt that breath. The corrupted stain was the god of life. But the will that Duanmu Huai summoned from the sky was even more refined and pure than the corrupted stain. A small fish like the crazy evil couldn't resist the opponent's erosion at all, and was completely transformed. At that time, the treacherous Gue also saw the indescribable shadow in the subspace. It didn't know what it was, but it knew that it was definitely not an existence that it should provoke. Fortunately, the bald man in the previous map went too far, and was restricted in his own world. Otherwise, if he summoned the terrible alien creature again, then the treacherous trick would be a little confused about what to do. This is why it hates the tyrannical wrath. That reckless man only knows how to fight head-on, never talks about skills, and also despises magic. This bald man is completely the same as it. They don't understand the importance of wisdom at all. They just want to fight. They don't care about anything else. Therefore, the treacherous trick aimed at Mary. In its view, as long as Mary is captured, Duanmu Huai will not pose any threat to it. Because the real threat to it is Mary's golden eyes. Every time it is stared at by that eye, the treacherous trick has a fear that the shell it uses to disguise has been completely stripped off, leaving only the essence in it. All lies, illusions, and countless possibilities do not exist in that eye, and even the rich destiny will only turn into a straight line in front of that eye. It can be said to be the most difficult enemy. And now, it is even more so. To Mary, it was just a little word game, a joke. But to the treacherous, it was like completely stripping off its disguise, and forcing it to face this problem. Is the Lord of Change, whose purpose is to change, also a kind of unchanging? In this case, is it ever changing or unchanging? No. The crystal maze began to collapse, and the screams of the treacherous echoed in it. This was a confrontation at the ideological level. The treacherous could not solve this contradiction at the moment, and it represented its original opposite side. However, this originally opposite side formed the essential part of its self-existence. Mary's golden eyes were like a cold blade, piercing into the depths of the treacherous, forcing it to face the question of its own existence value. If it is the Lord of Change, then it should change vaguely with the values it represents, but if it is no longer the Lord of Change, then there is no need to change its own values and identity. But if it has always existed in the form of the Lord of Change, then it itself is a kind of unchanging. Various thoughts began to collide and answer. There is no answer, the answer is wrong, the logic is chaotic, it should not be like this, it should be like this, the essence of the gods is being structured, collapsed, and shattered along with this crystal maze. My lord! The two-headed strange bird screamed in anger and ecstasy. It's still alive! It's dying! It's not dead yet, it's alive! Because it's alive, it has to die! What are you talking about? However, Duanmu Huai turned a deaf ear to the roar of the two-headed strange bird. He jumped up, raised the war hammer in his hand high, and rushed towards the big demon in front of him. The latter waved his staff, and summoned a blue flame, like a meteor fire to rush out, and fall in all directions. Wow, what is this? Everyone be careful. The students were also shocked to see the meteors falling towards them, but at this moment, and stood up with his hands raised. Soon, a magic barrier emerged, blocking the meteor shower from the sky. A series of explosions flashed on the magic barrier, and even the ground was shaken by the explosion. At the same time, Duanmu Huai completely ignored the flames that were enough to melt the alloy. He rushed into it, and rushed out unscathed. He smashed the war hammer in his hand hard, and hit the two-headed birdman's staff directly, smashing it into pieces. The two-headed strange bird also screamed, took the opportunity to throw away the staff fragments, and flew quickly towards the depths of the campus. This is my escape route. You idiot! While flapping his wings, the two-headed birdman did not forget to turn around and taunt Duanmu Huai. In terms of wisdom, you are not my Carlos's opponent. However, when one of its heads looked back, it did not see Duanmu Huai's figure. Instead, it saw a thunder hammer whistling past, almost brushing the head of the two-headed birdman and flying into the sky. At the same time, a huge shadow appeared out of thin air, covering the two-headed birdman in front of it. When it turned its head and looked forward, Duanmu Huai roared, punched out, and hit the chest of the big demon. It was just a moment, or it could be 5 seconds, or even 10 seconds. Even the big demon, who can see through the past and the future, cannot see the future of destruction. The power of the god of destruction wiped out everything. The past, the present, and the future were not included. Maybe they saw it, maybe they didn't see it. But it doesn't matter. Because the next moment, the two-headed birdman suddenly exploded in front of Duanmu Huai, spraying dark blue blood, screaming and falling to the ground. My lord! This was its last speech, and also a call. The next moment, the ground of the campus suddenly exploded, and a huge, twisted monster with a blue body appeared. Chapter 1879. The ground exploded. Countless pieces of rubble flew out in all directions like bullets, hitting the barrier cast by it. The students shrank in fear, hiding behind the barrier and screaming. For a moment, the scene was extremely chaotic. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared from the crowd, came behind him, and at the same time, holding a dagger in his right hand, stabbed directly at An's back. Be careful! At the same time, Kurikawa Akane rushed out from the side, bumped into the figure, and pushed it aside. At the same time, she stretched out her right hand, and a rotating chainsaw sword roared and tore through the air, slashing at the man. Ah! The one attacked by Kurikawa Akane was none other than Mary, or rather, the demon disguised as Mary. Being torn by the chainsaw sword deep into its body, it screamed angrily, and then its figure flashed and distanced itself from Kurikawa Akane. At this moment, it also emerged in its original form, a demon similar to the two-headed bird that Duanmu Huai attacked before, except that it only had one head. What is going on? Seeing H1 wearing black power armor, and holding a chainsaw sword, and the terrifying demon opposite, the students suddenly felt that their cerebellums had shrunk. They stood there blankly, not knowing how to react for a while. You are just seeking your own death. Foolish mortals. The big demon waved his staff, and roared loudly. At the same time, it stared at H1 with anger and fear. Then it screamed and slammed the staff on the ground. Then, the eyes of those students who were originally confused about the situation suddenly became confused, and then they turned to H1 and Anan. Missin, they are in your hands. I know. And certainly understood the current situation. She immediately retracted the barrier and snapped her fingers. Soon, a mist full of light suddenly emerged, swirling and engulfing the students, who had been completely manipulated and rushed towards them. The next moment, the latter fell to the ground without a word and fainted. At the same time, Kurikawa Akane was already wielding the chainsaw sword and fighting with the big devil in front of him. At the same time, on the other side, the real Duanmu Huai was naturally face to face with the treacherous Trick. Hey, what's wrong? Are you high on drugs? Looking at the blue devil in front of him, Duanmu Huai laughed. The reason why the word blue devil is used to describe it is not because Duanmu Huai is lazy, but because it seems that it can only be described with this word at the moment. Generally, players describe the treacherous Trick as a blue-skinned little white face with XX, banned word, on his face. However, the current treacherous Gue, except for the blue appearance, is not reliable. The current treacherous Gue looks like a large mass of amorphous blue slime that is wriggling. Its body is twisted in various ways, and it keeps switching between organic and inorganic matter. Mouths and eyes emerge from it, then disappear, and then reappear. Even so, these eyes are not human eyes, but all kinds of eyes. Not only that, the current treacherous Gue does not have the demeanor of the Lord of Change at all. Looking at its rolling on the ground, those who don't know would think it has a stomachache. Perhaps it is true. A silver flash suddenly emerged from it, cutting a huge gap in the belly of the treacherous Gue. The next moment, Duanmu Huai saw Mary tumbling out of it, and then landing steadily on the ground. Mary? Mr. Duanmu? I am. Well, it's not surprising. Mary looked at Duanmu Huai, and then looked at the treacherous Gue behind her. But I hope you can do it as soon as possible. At least it seems like an opportunity now. Okay, although I'm curious about what's going on, we can talk about it later. Duanmu Huai certainly didn't know what was going on with Mary, but it didn't matter. Since the treacherous Trick had taken the initiative to appear in front of him, there was only one thing he had to do. Duanmu clenched the chainsaw sword in his hand, roared, and rushed towards the amorphous jelly in front of him. At this moment, the screams of the treacherous Trick reached the extreme. It was screaming, laughing, wailing, crying, and roaring. Its voice was constantly changing and trembling. One after another, magic appeared out of thin air and blasted towards Duanmu Huai. In normal times, these magics are enough to change the world and destroy the world. But this time, they seemed to have something wrong. The fireball that was enough to melt the alloy turned into a pool of exploding water balls when it hit Duanmu Huai, and the lightning that could split the warship turned into a gentle breeze. There were even magic light bullets that turned into explosive arrow bullets and hit Duanmu Huai, and then made a sound like rubber hitting each other. But these were meaningless to Duanmu Huai. He was the god of destruction. No matter how the Lord of Change changed, it would still exist. Once its existence was destroyed, there would naturally be no more changes. Changes without foundations were impossible. His body was burning with black flames, which devoured and destroyed all the attacks that were launched against Duanmu Huai mercilessly. He rushed to the front of the treacherous and cunning, and then stabbed his sword deeply into his twisted and changing body. This attack did not feel anything. The feeling when Duanmu Huai stabbed into the treacherous and cunning body was no different from slashing in the air. However, immediately afterwards, the treacherous and cunning body began to tremble. Its body, which danced like plasticine, stood up high and kept flowing between solid and liquid. It seemed to be resisting and erasing this attack instinctively. However, Duanmu Huai's destructive power penetrated into it mercilessly, erasing all factors that tried to distort and change it. But Duanmu Huai did not react at all. He was just like a cold butcher, silently holding the sharp blade in his hand and stabbing forward inch by inch. At this moment, Duanmu Huai was completely focused on the enemy in front of him. He wanted to destroy it, eliminate it, and completely destroy it. It was because of this that Duanmu Huai did not notice the attack coming from behind him. Mary raised her hand. The moonlight great sword emerged from the top of the staff and chopped down at Duanmu Huai. It was a sword that was enough to kill gods. Even Duanmu Huai's destructive power could not completely resist such an attack. In fact, Duanmu Huai did not block it. He just stared at the front and knew nothing about what was happening behind him. But this does not mean that others are the same. The whistling soul torrent exploded the twisted and deformed body of the treacherous Gue and hit Mary directly. The latter did not even have time to scream and instantly disappeared in the bombardment of the soul torrent. Almost at the same time, Duanmu Huai's sword blade, which penetrated deep into the Lord of Change, also touched the only, eternal and unchanging core of change. No! The flames burst out. The pitch-black flame shot up into the sky, like a volcanic eruption, completely covering the huge blue figure. A shrill scream emerged, and then turned into nothingness in the surging explosion. Huh? Duanmu Huai breathed a sigh of relief, put down the chainsaw sword in his hand, and looked at the flames burning in front of him. Gradually, the black flames began to dissipate, and Mary's figure appeared in front of him again. Mary was also exhausted at this moment, looking embarrassed. Mr. Duanmu, did I catch up? Ah, I caught up, thanks to your help. That's good. Mary nodded. At that time, she defeated the will of the Lord of Change and planned to take the opportunity to escape, but then she changed her mind. After all, it was the Lord of Change, and even if it was in chaos now, it didn't mean that its consciousness of wanting to destroy herself and others would disappear. As for what the other party would do, Mary also had an idea. Since this Lord of Change can change in 1,000 ways, since it imprisoned Mary, everything Mary did for the battle was seen by it, which means that it can completely disguise itself as a normal Mary to deceive others. After all, the effect of the golden pupil is only effective for Mary herself, and others don't know how the specific effect of the golden pupil is manifested. So Mary kept a watchful eye in advance. Facts have proved that Mary's guess is correct. In short, our mission is now completed. Duanmu Huai looked at Mary, and then looked at the world in front of him. The latter has begun to tremble gradually, and has a tendency to collapse. Not only that, everything in the world has also changed. The students who fell to the ground, the surrounding trees, teaching buildings, and street lights have begun to gradually decompose. They turned into dark green characters similar to data, and disappeared into the air out of thin air. Even the air itself seems to have begun to disappear. Until then, Duanmu Huai finally understood what this place was. This was not even a normal world, but a virtual world, a constructed data world. If you think about it carefully, you are the god of destruction. No matter how powerful the system is, it is impossible to completely wipe you out. But if you wipe out your player role in this world, that's another matter. The reason why the treacherous trick took Mary away at the first time was probably because he was afraid of this. After all, Mary only needed to take a look to know whether this world was virtual or real. At that time. What's the point? But now, everything is over. Next, let's leave this world. Chapter 1880. When Duanmu Huai opened his eyes, he was floating in a space filled with debris, and in front of Duanmu Huai, a line of system prompts appeared. GM9134. Congratulations to the player for successfully passing the level in the game. The subtitles and the list should be out by now. Duanmu Huai sighed. It's a pity that reality is not so easy. GM9134. Is that so? Yes, the evil god is finished, but the soil that hatched the evil god is still there. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai looked at the Eye of Terror in the distance. Although the evil god had been destroyed at this moment, the hemorrhoids of this galaxy still maintained their disgusting appearance. Then, there is another great expedition, a comprehensive purification of the subspace, to clean up the filth that has accumulated in this galaxy for thousands of years, so as to ensure that no cockroaches or other broken things will be hatched again. Yes, for Duanmu Huai, destroying the evil god is not the end, but just a beginning. What he did now was just to kill the 4 largest cockroaches hatched in the garbage dump of the subspace. But if the current situation of the subspace with sewage and garbage everywhere is not changed, it is only a matter of time before the new cockroach king appears. GM9134. I thought you, the player, would be more relaxed. Actually, I quite like this kind of life. Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders. After all, in the original world, his specialty was useless. At most, he could only play games. But now, at least he can use his specialty to do some high-end things. In the original world, he would probably only go to jail. So although this kind of life is quite dangerous, Duanmu Huai still likes it. Just like some people just like playing FPS and disdain business development, they think that life with gunfire and artillery fire is interesting. For Duanmu Huai, going to a world that is about to be destroyed, and ruthlessly destroying all the enemies, there is simply the best way to entertain himself. It is also an indispensable part of life, at least for Duanmu Huai. Moreover, even if the subspace is purified, it does not mean that it is completely over. The Tyranid swarm is still eyeing outside the Milky Way, and the outer gods and the old ones are also indispensable troubles. Not to mention those things that excrete garbage into the subspace all the time. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai felt that he had a long way to go. You can't always take advantage of me. GM9134, Father. Ahem, the higher-ups have their own plans, but in that case, the gift we prepared for you doesn't seem to suit your taste. Gift? What? Duanmu Huai immediately perked up. Although it was normal for the operator to provide gifts to players, Duanmu Huai had never thought that this stingy system would be so generous. GM9134, about the coordinates of your home planet. Silence. Wait, didn't I travel to this world? GM9134, traveling can be in time or space. As you have experienced, traveling from one planet to another is also traveling, so what you mean is, GM9134, we have never stated that the content of our game is purely fictional. Any similarities are purely coincidental. No? GM9134, no, your company is playing this word game very well. Duanmu thought about it carefully, and it seems that he really didn't see the sentence. What he saw before when he entered the game was resist bad games, reject pirated games. Pay attention to self-protection, and beware of being deceived. Moderate games are good for the brain, and addiction to games is harmful to the body. Reasonable time arrangement, enjoy a healthy life. It seems that it is not written that this game is purely fictional and any similarities are purely coincidental? No, it should be said that it seems that everyone assumes that there will be this sentence, so almost everyone skips it. It's like who would go to the opening game update notification when they have nothing to do? Isn't it directly in the upper right corner? So you mean my world also has subspace? There are also demons? GM9134, as you, the player, have experienced, not every human civilization can clearly perceive this. That's true. Many of the worlds that Duanmu went to are modern worlds similar to the world he is in, but some civilizations are decades lower, and some are decades higher. However, at this moment, a large string of text chats suddenly appeared in front of Duanmu's eyes. GM8532, ha ha ha, I won. GM4651, I lost. Are there really such people? Are all the users we want to serve like this? GM7411, I will admit defeat. Take the money. GM3120, this is not fair. I will complain to Nymph's mother. GM8532, you only know how to complain. What else can you do besides complaining? If you have the guts, you can join Black Cat's mother. GM9134 starts the group mute mode. GM9134, I am very sorry to make a fool of myself. There are so many GMs in this game? Duanmu looked at the records flying by with a confused look on his face, and couldn't help complaining. GM9134, because you are the first user after the system is sent, we are all working hard to learn how to serve all users with you as the center. No wonder the person who complains to me is different every time. Duanmu was curious about this problem before. Every time he complained, the number of the GM on the other side would change. Duanmu didn't think it was strange at first, but then he thought it was quite strange. It seems that only he uses this system. How can there be so many GMs? It turns out that he is an internal test player. However, these GMs are too self-indulgent. Are they not afraid of being fired? From their previous chats, it turns out that this system is still a family business. Forget it. It has nothing to do with me. After all, by now, Duanmu has already achieved great success in his divine power. The system is more like an online store where he can exchange items with divine power. Even if the system disappears, Duanmu will not lose his power. GM9134, I will send you a gift later, including the system update and improvement instructions and the coordinates of the mother planet. Sorry to bother you, no problem. Duanmu looked at the side and saw the Inquisition warship in the distance flying towards him. So he opened the system and clicked on the email. This function was originally useless to Duanmu. After all, he had no friends in this system, and soon, several gifts popped up. These included some store exchange points, as well as a set of top-level power armor and weapon forging systems. Duanmu could inject his divine power into it and obtain a set of soulbound equipment. Of course, he could choose to use it himself or give it to others. Then there was a system update detail. With the experience of being tricked into traveling through time before, Duanmu read every word carefully from beginning to end. However, to Duanmu's surprise, there was no major improvement in this system upgrade, but only two new functions. One is the designated function of the judge, which means that Duanmu can divide the system into several independent subsystems, so that other people can also become judges. However, this process is limited, and unlike Duanmu, the holders of these subsystems can use limited functions at the beginning. It doesn't matter if they exchange ordinary things, but if they want to exchange some high-end goods, they still need Duanmu's approval, instead of injecting divine power into it and exchanging it directly like Duanmu. Of course, if the other party reaches a sufficient level, or Duanmu determines that he can leave, he can upgrade the subsystem. In short, this makes Duanmu feel like a franchise agent of this system. In addition, there is the mall upgrade. In short, Duanmu can put his unwanted things in the mall, and let others exchange them through divine power or barter. After all, the things he doesn't want may be good things in the eyes of others. Okay, now Duanmu Huai knows where those messy and expensive things in his mall came from. Thinking that he will become one of them in the future, I feel quite excited. At this time, the flagship also stopped beside Duanmu Huai, and then the airlock opened, and then Duanmu Huai turned and flew in. After decompression, he stretched and walked to the bridge. Uncle! Are you okay? Yes, I'm fine. Duanmu Huai looked at Ai Kota and nodded, then he looked to the side. Ojus, and Mary, Kirikawa Akane, and the others were all there. What are we going to do next, Mr. Knight? And stared at Duanmu Huai and asked curiously. Well, next we have to clean up the subspace and completely eliminate the filth inside, and control the surveillance in other places to be alert to the signs of the invasion of the swarm. And Duanmu Huai touched Ojus's little head, who climbed on him like a cat again, and said a lot of things to do. Reality is not a game. It doesn't mean that after the END, you will just go through the production list or repeat the daily routine. The days that should be lived still have to be lived, and the things that should be done still have to be done. The same is true for the police. It doesn't mean that you can stop working after solving a big case. The same is true for doctors. It doesn't mean that you can go home for the new year after saving a seriously ill patient. It doesn't exist. But it's okay to take a vacation occasionally. After talking endlessly, Duanmu Huai looked at the girls again. Of course, there are still a lot of things to do, but these are not urgent. We have more important things to do. More important things? What things? Others were not surprised by Duanmu Huai's words. Although for Duanmu Huai, the subspace evil gods may have come to an end, it was because of his experience in the game. For others, these subspace evil gods are no different from the evil existences they had previously fought against and tried to destroy humanity. Maybe more perverted? I take you to a place. Duanmu Huai laughed and waved his hand. Order the entire fleet to assemble. I plan to go home and take a look. What's the point of not returning home after getting rich? Duanmu Huai remembered that his world seemed to be discussing whether humans were the only life form in this universe. Now he can tell the other party the answer. Even if it's not now, it will be in the future. Chapter 1881. In the room, the host on the TV screen was reporting the news with a serious face. The following is a news report. Recently, our country's Dome Observatory accidentally discovered a group of unidentified objects moving towards the solar system at high speed. According to calculations, this is very likely a large-scale meteor shower. The observatory is currently tracking it and trying to find out where these meteor showers come from. Woo! Mary opened her eyes and looked blankly at the unfamiliar ceiling in front of her. Then she slowly turned her head and looked at the familiar figure beside her. By the way, this is Mr. Duanmu's home. Mary blinked, retracted her gaze, and looked at the seemingly ordinary little house in front of her. She still remembered that when Duanmu Huai brought herself and others here, everyone was very curious about what kind of environment Duanmu Huai lived in before. However, it seems that the place where Duanmu Huai lived before was no different from that of ordinary people. Of course, if you have to say it, there are fewer furniture, but considering Duanmu Huai's height, this does not seem to be incomprehensible. This place looks even more spacious than the house where Mary studied at the Royal Masters College in London. In addition to the sofa and TV, there is only a game cabin and a large bed. By the way, these are 2 double beds put together and placed in the living room. As for the bedroom, it is more used by Duanmu Huai as a game room and study. How to say it, it is not in line with Duanmu Huai's identity in Mary's eyes, but it is in line with Mary's understanding of Duanmu Huai. After all, in Mary's view, Duanmu Huai has never been particularly concerned about these food, clothing, and daily necessities. As long as the clothes are wearable and the food is edible, it is not surprising that he does not care much about his residence. This is a 2-story building located in a small city. According to Duanmu Huai, he bought it after he made money, and his parents also sponsored some for his wedding. Well, although Mary doesn't understand why they have to buy a house before getting married, maybe it's the folk customs of this world. However, recalling the scene when Duanmu Huai took them home to meet his parents, Mary still felt a little incredible. She originally thought that Duanmu Huai's parents were also the kind of strong and tall people like him, but she found that they were just ordinary people, and Duanmu Huai's mother was also very enthusiastic about them. She even told them excitedly that she was a big fat boy when she gave birth to Duanmu Huai. Well, I can't imagine it no matter how I think about it. In general, the process of meeting Mr. Duanmu's parents was quite pleasant. The only thing that made people sweat was that when Mr. Duanmu's mother asked who among them was Mr. Duanmu's girlfriend, and excitedly jumped out and said that everyone was Mr. Duanmu's fiancé. Well, Mary saw that the poor old woman almost fainted at that time. Later, as a punishment, Duanmu Huai asked him to clean his house, and the latter happily took Mary and Kurikawa Akane to go with him. The three of them worked for a long time before they cleaned this house that had not been used for several years. In the process, they also made a mess, so they had to take a shower here. And there was only one bed here. Then it was not difficult to imagine what happened next. Recalling what happened last night, Mary's face was also slightly red. Although and used silent magic to cover the surroundings to ensure that their voices would never be heard. But this still made Mary quite ashamed. Thinking of this, she sighed silently and then stood up. However, immediately afterwards, the feeling of powerlessness from under her body made the girl lie back again. Are you awake? At this moment, Duanmu Huai also opened his eyes and looked at Mary next to him. It seems that you are not in a good condition? Need I say that? It would be fine if Duanmu Huai didn't mention it, but Mary was very angry when he mentioned it, and she glared at Duanmu Huai with dissatisfaction. Although Mary was not without psychological preparation, she knew that this was something she would have to do sooner or later. But when she really faced it, she was still scared. It's not that you are too much, Mr. Duanmu. I thought I would be broken. While speaking, Mary reached out and stroked her smooth and firm abdomen, with a lingering fear on her face. I'm just proving myself. Now you won't write that I can only hold on for 2 minutes, right? Of course not. I will write that Mr. Duanmu's hobbies are quite bad, and he likes to torture girls. Okay, I lose to you. Duanmu Huai raised his hand. It's better not to argue with the pen holder about these things. Anyway, she is right. By the way, An and Qin are still sleeping. Duanmu Huai looked at An and Huan Qin on the other side. The latter was also sleeping soundly, looking exhausted. It's strange to say that An was the most active, but he was the first to surrender. How to say it? Usually An always looks very active and cheerful, but I didn't expect that he was a paper defense. Huan Qin followed closely behind, but Mary, because of the attribute bonus of the queen, was the one who persisted the longest. Now it seems that she was also the first to wake up. By the way, Mr. Duanmu, why don't we show up directly like before, and use such troublesome means? Mary asked in confusion while watching the news reports. In the past, the Inquisition would go to any planet or world as it pleased. Although this is indeed Duanmu Huai's hometown, and Duanmu Huai seems to be planning to use it as a planet for recruiting soldiers, but is it necessary to play such a weird trick? After all, it is my hometown, so I still have to show some respect. As the saying goes, courtesy comes before force. Watching the news on TV, Duanmu Huai laughed and narrowed his eyes. We have to give them some psychological preparation, right? People in this world knew nothing about Duanmu Huai's thoughts. In fact, the civilization here has not supported them to leave their home star system. After Duanmu Huai came back and investigated the online news, he found that the biggest news was that the people here had built a base on the surface of the moon, which was also built recently. It can be imagined that they probably didn't even think about the invasion of alien civilizations. But Duanmu Huai thought it would be more appropriate to give them a little warning. So he took this approach. Well, I hope the people here can understand my good intentions. Just as Duanmu Huai was yawning in bed, in the Dome Observatory, the world's most accurate and largest observatory, a group of researchers were frowning and watching the light spots and data appearing on the screen. At the beginning, most people thought that this was probably an asteroid group. Since this asteroid group had never been discovered before, everyone monitored it, whether for scientific observation or for water papers. However, what happened next was beyond their common sense. Just last night, the asteroid group that had been monitored suddenly disappeared without any signs. Just when everyone was confused and wanted to figure out the reason, they found that this asteroid group that was originally outside the galaxy had appeared in the galaxy at some point, and was getting closer and closer to their own planet. Not only that, according to the orbital angle, this asteroid group is intersecting with the orbit of their own planet. Could this be a large-scale asteroid impact? Just when everyone was considering whether to report this matter to the higher-ups as soon as possible, the situation changed again. The asteroid group approaching their planet suddenly began to slow down. That's right, slow down. Everyone was shocked when they noticed this operation. It is impossible for an asteroid group to slow down suddenly. Even if it is captured by the gravity of the planet, it will only speed up instead of slow down. But now, they are slowing down. That is to say, this asteroid group is not an asteroid, but a man-made object? Then the question is, what is this? Director? What should we do now? The old man sitting in the back stared at the screen and was silent for a moment. It seems that there is only one way. Immediately contact Yuanwang number 1 at the lunar base. We need to find out what these things are. Yes. Soon, one command after another turned into radio waves and was transmitted to the base on the moon through satellite relay. After receiving the order, the atmosphere in the base suddenly became tense. Report, emergency order received. Accepted. Prepare to start Yuanwang number 1, coordinates entered. Although they didn't know what this command meant, the staff in the base still activated the detection system for spying on the universe according to the program, and then entered the coordinates. Soon, the detection satellite outside the moon slowly shifted its direction. At the same time, everyone in the base stared at the screen without daring to breathe. There was only darkness there. At least for now, there was only the dark vast sky and the stars dotted on it. Everything seemed normal, without any problems. However, wait, that's not starlight. The shining points of light gradually approached under the horrified gaze of the crowd, and then they turned into huge steel warships, with golden hulls and magnificent church buildings, emitting bright and dazzling brilliance under the shining of the stars. And at the bow, the double-headed eagle logo spread its wings and soared, cutting through the entire galaxy. Woo! A low hum was heard in the universe that was supposed to be silent. Then, everyone saw a huge monster that looked like a whale or a dragon emerging from the fleet. It shuttled around the fleet from time to time, like a husky being led by its owner. Then, everyone saw the body of the huge creature on the screen getting closer and closer, and then the screen turned into a snowflake. For a moment, there was a dead silence in the base. Soon, the commander's voice sounded, breaking the dead silence. Report to headquarters immediately. This is the highest emergency. Chapter 1882. In the meeting room, the atmosphere was dull and serious. Everyone looked at the image on the screen with frowns on their faces. After a moment, one of them spoke. We have always been thinking about whether there is other life in the universe, but now, this question finally has an answer. But this is not necessarily the answer we expect. Another person interrupted him. We don't even know who the other party is, or what their purpose is. As for this question, we do have some answers. Huh? It must be said that after hearing the other party's answer, the originally listless senior executives immediately perked up and looked at him in surprise. How is this possible? Has the other party contacted us? That's not the case. But let my students answer this question, Xiao Wang. Ah, okay. A man who looked less than 25 years old was also startled when he was called and stood up in a hurry. Seeing his appearance, everyone was a little surprised. This young man is just an ordinary young man no matter how you look at him. How could he know all this? Facing the big guys in front of him, the young man was obviously a little uneasy, but he still coughed and tried to calm down. That? I think this should be the fleet of the Inquisition. Speaking of this, the young man's expression was a little nervous and a little excited. The Inquisition? Yes, it is a force in the game, a player force. How should I put it? There used to be an existence called the Human Empire. Xiao Wang explained it simply. Seeing that everyone was confused, the man had to remind them. In fact, he was also confused by the nonsense of this disciple before. After hearing the reminder from the boss, the latter slowly calmed down and explained the situation to everyone. The more they listened, the more confused they became. You mean, this organization called the Inquisition exists in an online game? And their warships are the same as those in reality? Are you sure? Of course. Hearing this, the young man immediately raised his head, very confident. I can guarantee. You see, the double-headed eagle representing the human empire, the skull showing the purity of mankind, the gears of the god of all machines. Well, only the pattern of this Warhammer did not appear in the game. But it is obvious that this is a standard expedition fleet of the Inquisition. The leader should be the Queen of Glory class. Then what are they going to do on our planet? Another person interrupted the young man's endless popular science. What they are discussing now is not the formation of the other party's fleet. Such a huge fleet, let alone a group, they might not be able to deal with even one ship. Hearing the other party's question, the young man was immediately stuck. Generally, the appearance of the tribunal means that mankind is about to perish. It's hard to say for a world like ours. It's possible that there are artifacts of the human empire in our world, or they intend to use us as a planet for recruiting soldiers. It's all possible. Hearing this, the bosses all look serious. So, they are not here to have friendly exchanges with us? It's not impossible. This time, the young man said it reluctantly, or he himself was not sure. Players' Inquisition fleets sometimes go to some planets for vacation or adventure, but if it is the real Inquisition, it is generally not easy to get along with. Luckily, at least this fleet does not look like a fallen fleet corrupted by chaos. So, do we have a basis for equal communication with each other? This, I am not sure. Let me put it another way. A big man in military uniform stared at the young man and said with a serious look, "If a conflict occurs, do we have the possibility of defeating the other party?" A conflict? The young man was stunned for a moment, and then his face changed again and again. It's better not to. The other party has an extermination order. Extermination order? A weapon that can destroy an entire planet is a standard configuration of the Inquisition fleet. Since the other party has the Queen of Glory class, it must have an extermination order. Then, the young man gave the big men a popular science of weapons such as whirlwind torpedoes and virus bombs, and everyone who listened to it turned pale. If such a weapon simply appeared in the game, it might just be a fantasy, but it would be another matter if it appeared in reality. Have we contacted the manufacturer of this game? Another big boss turned around and asked, and then someone shook his head. I have sent someone to contact them, but the operator said that they are only responsible for the operation of the game. As for the manufacturer, we didn't find it. Didn't find it? Don't they have a registered address or something? We went to the address, but there was nothing there, only an abandoned office building. Where's the phone number? I called, but they said, no comment. I see. At this moment, another senior executive suddenly had a bright idea. This is all a conspiracy of the Inquisition. Conspiracy? That's right. It's obvious that this alien force has already sneaked into our planet and infiltrated our society in this way. They deliberately created this game and exaggerated their power to make humans fear it, just like Xiao Wang. After all, even if it's the same as in the game, it's not certain whether they really have weapons like the extermination order in reality. That's right. Hearing this, everyone began to ponder, while Xiao Wang closed his mouth and said nothing, not daring to breathe. At the same time, he silently complained that it was true that this made sense, but what if they really had an extermination order? That would be much more powerful than a nuclear bomb, and everyone wouldn't really want to commit suicide. No matter what, communication is necessary. Finally, the old man sitting on the main seat made the final decision and set the main tone. The other old man next to him also nodded. Yes, now the major observatories around the world have basically captured the figures of those warships. Next, it depends on who can get in touch with the other party first, so that we can get the upper hand. Then what should we do? I think that compared with communication through radio, face-to-face conversation is more effective. The old man thought for a moment and spoke. It just so happens that the supply mission to the lunar base is about to start in the next 2 days. We can just use this space shuttle to go directly to the other side's warship and express our willingness to negotiate with the other side. Now we are the only ones who have the ability to go to space, and we must get ahead of others and gain an advantage. But wouldn't it be a bit disregarding international reputation to do so? Another diplomat whispered. After all, this is a major event that affects all of humanity. If we make the decision alone, once something goes wrong, we will be the sinners of humanity. After all, it's easier to share the blame with everyone. Wouldn't it be crushing to death if one person shared it? Just then, the internal phone suddenly rang. The old man in the lead picked up the phone, listened for a moment, and then his face darkened. Turn on the TV. Although he didn't know why the old man asked this, the guard turned on the TV immediately, and then saw on the TV that a guy with orange hair was raising his hands with a flying look, opening and closing them like playing an air accordion. Our people, this will be our time to witness the future. As the most powerful and greatest country on this planet, we are naturally qualified to negotiate with the other side on behalf of all mankind. In fact, I have already issued an order, and now the space agency is ready to go. We will go to space, communicate with the other side, and send them my personal letter. Show our sincerity to the alien civilization. Let us be great again. As he spoke, the man raised his hands, and the crowd below cheered excitedly. Seeing this scene, everyone in the conference room looked at each other in bewilderment. Well, you still pay attention to the international impact, but people don't care about this at all. The diplomat who proposed it just now felt his face burning with pain. We should immediately summon the other ambassador to protest this rash move that puts all of humanity in danger. Is this the time to talk about this? We must counter immediately. We must also get in touch with the other party as quickly as possible. We can't really let those guys who don't know how to talk get in touch with the tribunal. Xiao Wang, what do you think? How will the tribunal treat them? Faced with the boss's question, Xiao Wang shrank his head. He now regrets coming to this meeting. It's hard to say. After all, the tribunal has always been self-willed. Of course, each judge has a different style of doing things. Some are willing to communicate with local civilizations, while others will kill anyone who stands in my way. However, they will not be persuaded. Unless they achieve their goals, they will generally not give up. Then, it seems that we have to speed up. The old man made the final decision. Contact the space agency immediately, and ask them to prepare for departure. Even if we can't depart at the same time as them, we must catch up with them. In any case, we can't leave the fate of the Earth in their hands. Fortunately, after so many years of technological development, the country's strength in space and aerospace is far stronger than that of the other side. After all, the latter is still using rockets, while this side has already used spacecraft. So after a series of intense adjustments, not long after the rocket on the other side was launched, the space shuttle on this side also took off. At the same time, the country also informed other countries of their actions through the media. In response, Duan Muhuai said, "Good boy, it's a big deal." Looking at the righteous words of the spokesperson on the TV screen, and the accusations of the stupid idiot on the other side, Duan Muhuai also scratched his head. But he just sighed. After all, the initiative is still in the hands of the tribunal, and it's almost time to prepare for action. Okay, Anne-Marie, Qin, let's get ready and return to the flagship. Next is the time for negotiation. For Duan Muhuai, returning to the flagship is just a matter of teleportation in an instant, but for the astronauts on both sides, it's another matter. Both sides rushed out of the atmosphere at the fastest speed and flew towards the tribunal fleet. And Xiao Wang, as the person who is most familiar with the game setting of the tribunal, also shouldered the heavy responsibility of following it. Oh my! Lying in front of the porthole, looking at the huge battleship outside, Xiao Wang's eyes popped out. Although I've seen it in the game, it's really shocking to see it in real life. Get ready, we're about to arrive at the scheduled coordinates. The astronaut in charge of driving the spacecraft was obviously much more nervous. The rocket launch cabin over there has also arrived. Wow, these people are really desperate. If the other party ignores them, will they have to stay here forever? I don't think so. Be careful, there's movement on the other side. As they spoke, everyone saw the hatch of the battleship outside the window slowly open, and then two beams of light shot out from it, hitting the space shuttle and the launch cabin. The next moment, both lost control and were pulled back to the cabin obediently. There was nothing they could do about it. They could only wait there obediently until the shuttle was pulled into the dock, and then they breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, what should we do next? Whatever we have to do, it's already like this. The leading man smiled bitterly, and then looked at the instrument. Air, gravity, everything is normal. Wow, it's really worthy of being a cosmic civilization. It's really amazing. If we can build such a warship, I don't know what it will become. Hearing the sigh of the leading man, Xiao Wang's expression was a little complicated. After all, the living environment of the Empire's warships. Well, the players all understand. Although strictly speaking, it is the Empire's fault. Everyone is in place, ready to go. The leading man opened the hatch and reminded, then turned and walked down. The others also got off the space shuttle, and then they were stunned. What happened? As a scientific researcher, Xiao Wang also stumbled out of the space shuttle in a space suit. Then he looked forward, and then Xiao Wang widened his eyes in surprise. In front of them, several tall warriors wearing heavy armor stood there with chainsaw guns in their hands, staring at them coldly. Damn, Space Marines! Seeing this, Xiao Wang was stunned. I am not dreaming. Chapter 1883. Although Xiao Wang is not a top player, he is also an avid fan. He is somewhat famous in the forum and in the game. However, when he really saw the Space Marines in front of him, he was still scared to death. The reason is simple. In the game, Xiao Wang has faced Space Marines, Chaos Space Marines, demons, cultists, and the like. But that is a game after all, it is fictional. Just like the alien creatures that appear in alien science fiction movies, everyone will be scared and scream when watching the movie, but everything will be normal after walking out of the cinema. Because everyone knows that there are no aliens in reality. So, when Xiao Wang saw the Space Marines in reality, his mentality collapsed because it meant that the Empire, chaos, evil gods, and demons were not illusory, created fantasy existences, but a cold reality. At this moment, Xiao Wang even wanted to post a message on the forum and ask if we were really in the starry universe, what would you do? But unfortunately, he could do nothing now, and could only follow these space marines obediently. Of course, they also met the astronauts from other countries in the rocket launch cabin on the other side. The latter also had a sad face and a tense look. But this is understandable. After that, the night guard led these visitors through the magnificent corridor. Looking at the magnificent decorations and the extremely tall human statues around, everyone was amazed. Especially when paired with the background of the universe and the starry sky outside the floor-to-ceiling window, there was a sense of sacredness and solemnity. Seeing the stunned looks of others, Xiao Wang was somewhat proud. After all, he had seen many similar buildings in the game, so he was somewhat resistant to them. But when the group arrived at the hall and saw the tall figure sitting on the golden throne, even Xiao Wang couldn't laugh. Damn, where did this Primarch come from? Xiao Wang looked at Duanmu Huai sitting on the throne in horror, stunned. In the game, the height of the Inquisitor, that is, the player, is set according to human standards. This is also normal. After all, the Inquisitor is a mortal profession. If you are really an Astartes, you can just become a space marine. Why be an Inquisitor? However, judging from the height, the person in front of him is a Primarch. But remember that in the game, the Inquisition has never had a Primarch. Wait, thinking of this, Xiao Wang suddenly recalled that there was a player on the forum who believed that the predecessor of the Inquisition was one of the two mysteriously disappeared legions. Could it be true? Forget it, forget it. Thinking of this, Xiao Wang retracted his thoughts. He didn't want to be shot suddenly. This is not a game. Don't think about what you shouldn't think about, and don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Mortal, why are you here in the court? Duanmu Huai looked at the two groups of people below leisurely and asked. Of course, he was wearing a helmet at this moment. No matter what, it was impossible to let the people in this world know his true identity. That would only cause more trouble. Faced with Duanmu Huai's question, the two sides looked at each other and didn't know what to say for a while. Although they had thought of many contingency plans before coming here, when they really faced this burly and terrifying giant in front of them, they found that it was not an easy thing to communicate with him. However, at this moment, Xiao Wang suddenly saw that in the team next to him, a guy with dyed red hair and who looked like a psychopath suddenly had his eyes light up, and then he suddenly jumped out and raised his hands to Duanmu Huai. Blood sacrifice to the blood god, skull sacrifice to the skull seat. Faced with this sudden scene, both sides were confused for a moment. Most people on Xiao Wang's side didn't know what the guy was crazy about. Only Xiao Wang's face changed drastically. You are looking for death. Bang! Sure enough, at the moment when the red-haired man finished saying this, accompanied by a deafening gunshot, the next moment the upper half of the red-haired man's body exploded directly in front of everyone, and only the remaining part below the waist swayed back and forth twice, and then fell to the ground. The next moment, accompanied by the gunshot, the delegation on the opposite side was directly shot into a sieve, and turned into a bloody corpse on the ground. Seeing this sudden scene, everyone on Xiao Wang's side was also shocked, especially when those iron warriors mercilessly turned their guns around and pointed them at them. The leader even wanted to take out his pistol and fight the other side. However, at this moment, Xiao Wang was quick-witted and ran out of the crowd, crossed his hands on his chest, and knelt on the ground. Praise the Emperor. We are not in the same group as them. We are not heretics. Duanmu Huai raised his hand, and the Dark Knight guards also put down their guns. Explain your purpose, mortal. We. Xiao Wang's mind was blank at this moment. The reason why he came here was because he was politically strong, and the delegation needed his understanding and cognition of the game, and did not authorize him to negotiate at all. So Xiao Wang could only look at the representative as if asking for help, but the latter nodded to him vigorously. Let me talk? I'm just an errand boy. How can I take on this important task? If this were a game, Xiao Wang would have wanted to log off and run away. Unfortunately, he had no choice. So, Xiao Wang had to bite the bullet and ask while recalling the content of the previous meeting. Excuse me, what is the matter with the Inquisition? We are preparing for a great expedition. Damn! Great expedition. Xiao Wang was sweating profusely just by hearing this word. Star Ocean players have PTSD for this word. So, we are here to recruit soldiers. It really is conscription. Hearing this, Xiao Wang was relieved. He had originally thought that the Inquisition was here to find some artifacts, or to eliminate some heretical cults. Wait, so what was the situation with that idiot just now? Is there really a heretical cult of tyrannical wrath on our planet? But think about it. The other party came from the country that has been waging wars and harming the world. It seems that this is not impossible. This is a bit scary to think about it. But when it comes to the Great Expedition, Xiao Wang has to think of another question. Please. Don't we need to join the Empire? The human empire has long been destroyed. Duanmu Huai certainly understood what Xiao Wang meant. But human civilization has not ended, and it is now blooming and bearing fruit in various forms. We respect the autonomy of every human civilization, provided that they do not violate the regulations of the Inquisition. Huh? Xiao Wang breathed a long sigh of relief, and was somewhat disappointed in his heart. In fact, deep in his heart, he also wanted to taste the glory of the Great Expedition, but when he thought of the various anti-human operations of the human empire, he was a little reluctant. Now that he heard the Inquisitor clearly state that the human empire had been destroyed and would never be resurrected, he felt somewhat relieved. So what is the purpose of the Great Crusade? Xiao Wang asked another question. After all, the Great Crusade was to restore the golden age of mankind, but now the Inquisition says that the human empire has been destroyed long ago. So what is the purpose of the Great Crusade? The evil god has been destroyed. However, Duanmu Huai's next sentence almost made Xiao Wang faint. However, the filth of the subspace still exists, so the Inquisition has planned a plan. We will go deep into the subspace to clean up the corruption and filth, so we need enough manpower. This is a notice. The Inquisition requires you to hand over enough troops for the Great Crusade. Of course, we will also give a certain degree of reward depending on your contribution. But refusal is not allowed. I will send someone else to discuss the specific situation with you in detail. Duanmu Huai stood up. Now you can leave. Before the delegation members could say anything else, the next moment, a flash of light appeared, and then everyone felt a flash in front of their eyes, and then they appeared in the noisy square. Seeing these astronauts suddenly appear, the tourists who were sightseeing here were also surprised. But soon, the police and soldiers who received the notice arrived immediately, blocked the surroundings, and quickly took several astronauts away. After that, everyone was checked and then taken to the meeting room again. This time, Xiao Wang, who was originally a marginal figure, became the core. He was questioned by everyone, and Xiao Wang also responded to their questions one by one based on the knowledge he gained from the game. From what you said, the Inquisition seems to be a just organization. After hearing Xiao Wang say that the purpose of the Inquisition is to purify the subspace, the senior executives who have learned what the subspace is through popular science also curiously asked, but Xiao Wang's expression was very complicated. Justice, no, how to say it, the Inquisition is strictly a human supremacist organization. They can do anything for humanity, and dare to do anything, but it is unexpected that the evil god will actually be destroyed. Didn't the situation you said appear in the game? No. Xiao Wang shook his head. In the game, we finally evolved the human civilization of the entire galaxy into subspace creatures through the ether phase engine, and did not destroy the evil gods like this. As I said before, according to the setting in the game, the subspace evil gods are basically impossible to be destroyed, so I don't know how the Inquisition did it. What if we reject their request? It's hard to say, but the Inquisition will not stop until it achieves its goal. Then why did they kill the delegation over there? That's just an idiot. Speaking of this topic, Xiao Wang was also very angry. I don't know what that guy was thinking. He actually shouted heretical slogans in front of the Inquisition. Even in the game, we would kill such heretics directly. He actually dared to do this in reality. I even doubt whether he has a problem with his brain. We have already investigated this point. At this time, another person stood up. According to Xiao Wang's description, the man who jumped out and tried to provoke the Inquisition was named Thomas Klein. He was a third-level employee of the Space Agency, and also a well-known player of the game Star Ocean OL, Blade of Destruction. It is rumored that he was addicted to this game, and even imitated and established a sect organization that worshipped tyrannical wrath in reality. Is there such an idiot? Although he knew that the other side was in chaos, he didn't expect it to be so chaotic. Xiao Wang was speechless at this moment. Because the Inquisition exists, he thinks that tyrannical wrath also exists, so he wants to summon tyrannical wrath on the spot? Is this person mentally ill? Even if tyrannical wrath exists, how could he think of doing such a thing in front of the Inquisitor? Report. At this moment, a researcher pushed open the door of the conference room and rushed in. Just now, we observed that the Inquisition fleet launched an anti-enemy attack on the aviation launch center over there in low Earth orbit. No specific casualties have been obtained yet, but it seems that the entire city has been completely destroyed. Everyone looked at Xiao Wang silently, and the latter spread his hands. Light spears clean the ground, purify heretics, basic operations of the Inquisition. Not issuing an extermination order is already kind. At this moment, another guard came in and reported with a serious expression. Report, just now several iron warriors and a girl suddenly appeared outside our door, saying that they are representing the Inquisition to conduct formal negotiations with us. Everyone looked at each other, and then looked at Xiao Wang. Xiao Wang, this time, as a representative of the negotiation team, you have a heavy responsibility. Yes. Hey, representative? Me? That's right. The old man looked at Xiao Wang and smiled kindly and encouragingly. I believe that your personality and ability will not let us down. From now on, you will be fully responsible for the negotiations with the tribunal. Even after decades, when Xiao Wang became a white-haired old Wang, he couldn't help but sigh that he should have jumped directly from the window at that time. Very good, then I leave it to you. After listening to Jin Jiling's negotiation report, Duanmu Huai nodded with satisfaction, then he leaned back in his chair and stared at the planet in front of him. Master? Aji sat on Duanmu Huai's shoulder and looked at him curiously. What are you thinking about? Nothing, I just feel. Well, there's actually nothing special. Duanmu Huai reached out and touched Aji's little head. After all, we still have a lot of things to do. Yes, master. But Ojis. Next time, don't call me dad in front of my mother. Now my mother is still asking who Ojis's mother is. Understood, master. Can't you call me brother? But the master and I look so different, it's hard to convince others. You're very thoughtful. Duanmu Huai silently changed the subject and looked forward. The expedition to the subspace is the next goal, which may take countless years. But fortunately, the system gave me the authority to exchange time, and the time of the subspace itself is chaotic. Therefore, even if Duanmu Huai stays in the subspace for 100 years, as long as the operation is proper, he can come back here within a few years. As for the rest of the things, let's talk about it when the time comes. After all, for the tribunal, all this is endless.